who compelled you to show off and rush into the street to save someone. In order to pay for your treatment, your father and I have exhausted all our savings. You wasteful daughter. Mu Qianqian listened to her parents' scathing remarks, tears streaming down her cheeks. On her way to university, she had rescued an elderly woman who was on the verge of a car accident. In the process of saving her, Qianqian sustained severe eye injuries and was temporarily blinded. Initially, the doctors assured that surgery could restore her sight, but her parents, deeming the expense excessive, forcibly discharged her from the hospital. From that moment on, she would no longer be able to attend school or even care for herself. Yet, Mu Qianqian felt no remorse. That elderly woman was of such advanced age a car accident could have cost her life. Though she had lost her eyesight, saving another's life made Qianqian feel it was all worthwhile. Her parents mocked. What good does saving someone do? This world is filled with ungrateful people. All you do is burden us. We should never have given you life. In her heart, Mu Qianqian insisted, no, that elderly lady is not ungrateful. All her hospital expenses were borne by the elderly woman. However, her parents had deceitfully swindled $1 million from that lady, claiming it was for her surgery, and as soon as they received the money, they took her out of the hospital. Even if that elderly lady wished to help, she could not find Qianqian. Unable to hold back, Mu Qianqian retorted, "Didn't she give you $1 million?" With a sharp crack, a slap landed on Mu Qianqian's face. Her mother's voice grew even more cutting. "How dare you talk back? Your treatment alone cost us millions, and all these years, have we not provided for you? Do you think you grew up on the wind? You wretched girl. Indeed a financial burden. How disgraceful." Her father spat on the ground. Mu Qianqian's face burned with pain as she covered her cheek, silently shedding tears. That evening, the Mu family gathered for dinner. Mu Qianqian saw nothing, her world enveloped in darkness. Her parents were absorbed in discussing her brother and younger brother's health, completely neglecting her. "Chengwei, come, eat more meat, you are at the age of growth." Her younger brother, Mu Qianqian, just started junior high, ranking at the bottom of his class, and was as plump as a pig, his features all squished together. He ate like a pig, with his head down, grunting as he rummaged through his bowl. Mu Qianqian scoffed, "So what if I rank last? In the future, my sister's dowry will all be mine. She should give me her earnings." "Mom, isn't it inappropriate for Qianqian to marry an old cripple?" Her older brother, Mu Qianhui, expressed some disagreement. He wasn't concerned for Mu Qianqian, he merely feared that such words would taint his prospects of finding a wife. With a thud, their mother slammed the table. "What does it matter? A blind girl has no prospects. Does she think she could marry a prince? It would be a blessing if anyone wanted her." While washing a filthy rag, Mu Qianqian felt her heart sink at those words. Her parents wished to marry her off to a man in his 40s who was crippled. It was unacceptable. She could not gamble away her future. She had to escape. Sometimes, Mu Qianqian even questioned whether she was truly her parents' biological child. Why did they treat her brother and younger brother so well while being so cruel to her? During her school years, she consistently excelled, earning scholarships and grants each year, but all that money was squandered by her brother. He wore brand-name shoes and clothes while she was left with tattered shoes from years past and hand-me-downs from relatives. At school, her insecurities often kept her from holding her head high. After much effort, she finally gained admission to university, working tirelessly to save enough for tuition. She secretly enrolled without her parents' knowledge, only for calamity to strike. Why was fate so cruel to her? Meanwhile, in the hospital, the elderly matriarch of the Fu family sighed in despair. Where could she have gone? Did she leave without paying for her treatment? I explicitly told them we would cover all expenses, yet they left without even providing a means of contact. The man beside her, tall and imposing in a well-tailored suit, had a chiseled face, though his expression was frigid. Fu Sahan's voice was deep and resonant. "Grandma, do not worry. I have already sent someone to search for her. Were it not for that young girl, his grandmother would have long since passed." The Fu matriarch felt deeply grateful, and that girl was exceptionally beautiful with a delicate face, large eyes, and fair skin, resembling a small jasmine flower. If she were of age, she would be a perfect match for you. If only you would find a wife and settle down, I could rest easy. A fleeting chill crossed Fu Sahan's eyes. This matter was likely not as straightforward as it appeared. At 29, he was a paragon of virtue, with no woman by his side. The Fu family was the largest aristocratic family in the capital, a force to be reckoned with, and countless sought to marry into their lineage. His grandmother seldom ventured out. How was it that she happened to be involved in an accident and was fortuitously saved by a young girl? Could it all be mere coincidence? The Fu matriarch, having lived a long life, was adept at reading people, and she trusted her judgment. Investigate thoroughly, it's for the best. However, I still believe that young girl does not seem malicious. Having lived to such an age, she had a keen eye for character. That girl's gaze was so pure and innocent, glistening like obsidian. There was no way she was a person of ill intent. Exiting the ward, Fu Sahan's expression turned icy. He instructed his assistant, investigate the origins of that vehicle and the identity of the girl who fled. Understood, Mr. Fu. How short-sighted they were, considering $1 million to be a substantial sum. To the Fu family, such a sum was inconsequential. Even if it were multiplied 100-fold. They would part with it without batting an eye. After the family finished their meal, Mu Qianqian was left to tidy the dishes, her stomach growling with hunger. When her eyesight first faded, she often dropped dishes, earning herself a severe beating from her parents. Once she completed all the chores, the house was silent. Her family had all retired for the night. She had no room of her own, sleeping in a corner of the living room. The bed was one her brother had used as a child, now cluttered with junk. When she lay down, she could not stretch out without hitting her head. With her backpack containing all her identification, Mu Qianqian took a stick as a makeshift cane and quietly left the house. As she stepped outside, a sleek black luxury car pulled up beside her. Hearing the sound of the car, Mu Qianqian instinctively shrank back in trepidation. The back window lowered, revealing Fu Sahan's sharply defined face. He signaled to the driver to follow Mu Qianqian closely. As she moved forward, the car kept pace alongside her. Her complexion paled, and she finally couldn't help but inquire, "Excuse me, are you following me?" The young girl's voice was delicate and slightly trembling, akin to a pitiful little kitten. Her frail frame bore a large yellow duck backpack, her skin so fair it seemed as if water could be squeezed from it. Though her eyes were closed, her beauty was undeniable. Indeed, she resembled the pure white jasmine flower described by his grandmother, not at all like a villain, but rather like a child yet to grow up. The assistant opened the car door, and Fu Sahan stepped out, making his way to Mu Qianqian. Standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, he towered over her like a mountain. Fu Sahan asked in a low voice, "I heard your eyes have not yet healed. Why did you leave the hospital?" His deep, magnetic voice was close, making Mu Qianqian feel shy. It was the most enchanting voice she had ever heard. With her eyes closed, she turned her face in his direction. "Who are you?" Typically, Fu Sahan would lack the patience to engage in lengthy conversation with a young girl. Yet, seeing her frail face, as if she had not eaten in days, stirred an uncharacteristic sense of compassion within him. "I am the grandson of your grandmother. Thank you for saving her." Upon hearing this, something in Mu Qianqian's heart was touched, and she smiled gently. Her delicate beauty shone even brighter with that smile, revealing charming dimples that dazzled the beholder. The assistant and driver exchanged glances, whispering, "No wonder the elderly lady is fond of her. She is kind-hearted and incredibly beautiful. Such a lovely young girl, yet blind. What a tragic loss." Mu Qianqian shook her head. "No need for thanks. It's quite late. Where are you headed alone?" Feeling dejected, Mu Qianqian lowered her head. "I have nowhere to go." No, it's fine," she hurriedly declined. "I've already cost you too much, and my eyes cannot be healed." "Who told you they cannot be healed?" Fu Sahan's voice was as cold as ice. Mu Qianqian's face turned pale with fright. She dared not speak. Realizing he had been too harsh, Fu Sahan softened his tone. Having navigated the business world for years, his imposing presence was not something a young girl could withstand. "Do not worry, I will hire the best doctors to treat your eyes." Mu Qianqian felt a flicker of hope. She had nowhere else to go. It might be wise to follow this man. Perhaps there was still a chance to regain her sight. "Thank you, uncle. I will go with you." Upon hearing this title, Fu Sahan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Uncle? Did he really appear that old? Wait, this girl was blind and unaware of his appearance. Why did she call him uncle? Mu Qianqian clutched the strap of her backpack and softly explained, "It's just that you're so tall." The moment he stood before her, he blocked the wind entirely. Fu Sahan's lips involuntarily curved into a smile. This little girl is quite intriguing. His primary concern was that she might not see well and could inadvertently bump into something, leaving him without an explanation to give his grandmother. This scene left the assistant and the driver utterly stunned. When had President Fu become so approachable? Allowing this young girl to enter the car was one thing, but to hold her hand, as well, what would the socialites of the capital think? Wouldn't they be driven to madness with jealousy? Mu Qianqian seldom rode in cars, and as soon as she settled into the vehicle, a faint scent of sandalwood enveloped her senses. The leather seats were as soft as clouds, providing an exquisite comfort. The young girl sat stiffly beside him, as motionless as a statue. Fu Sahan couldn't help but inquire, "What are you thinking about?" Mu Qianqian timidly replied, "Uncle, is this car very expensive? I'm afraid I might damage it and won't be able to pay for it." A flicker of surprise crossed Fu Sahan's eyes. "It's not expensive. Don't worry, you won't have to compensate for anything." Mu Qianqian sighed in relief, completely unaware that the vehicle she occupied was a global limited edition worth 9 figures. To acquire such a car, one not only needed wealth, but also significant influence within the business community to even qualify for purchase. Having busied herself all day and still recovering her health, Mu Qianqian soon felt drowsy. Unconsciously, she leaned against the headrest and fell into a deep, sweet slumber. The pillow was wonderfully warm and comfortable, though the only regret was that it was too firm. Fu Sahan stiffened, his expression darkening as he coldly pushed her away. Poor Mu Qianqian had no choice but to sleep against the car window. According to the information Fu Sahan had gathered, Mu Qianqian had just turned 20, yet she appeared to be no more than a high school student. Having to toil from a young age and often subjected to beatings, she had barely enough to eat, which explained her frail appearance. It remained uncertain whether her rescue of his grandmother was a result of being bribed or sheer coincidence. Could someone truly be foolish enough to risk their sight to save a stranger, without a trace of regret? Fu Sahan called his friend, Cheng Lin, instructing, "Have someone keep an eye on her. If she escapes again, don't even think about your current project." This private hospital belonged to the Cheng family and was renowned for its advanced medical standards, though the exorbitant treatment fees were astonishing, attracting only the elite. "Rest assured, even if I lose myself, I won't lose your precious gem," Cheng Lin replied casually, a cigarette dangling from his lips. "Mind your tongue." Fu Sahan's voice was frigid. "Don't worry, you'll keep your secret as tight as a vault," Cheng Lin assured, but the moment he hung up, he announced in their group chat, "President Fu has finally found a flower blooming on his iron tree." "What dream are you having, Cheng Lin? For all these years, Sihan hasn't even had a woman's shadow near him. How could he possibly be interested in one? I'm beginning to suspect he has a problem at 29. Still uninterested in women, could he possibly prefer men? Do you think I have a chance? I'm serious. President Fu's beloved is ill and staying in my family's hospital. Don't believe me? Go check." The group chat included not only Fu Sahan's childhood friends, but also several socialites who admired him. Since they couldn't approach Fu Sahan directly, they intentionally befriended his companions, hoping for a chance to converse with him one day. Mu Qianqian had just finished her checkup and was resting on the bed when she heard the sound of high heels clicking sharply against the floor. A nurse hurriedly intervened. "Miss Gu, you cannot enter. Get out of my way. I want to see who dares to entice my brother Sihan." The woman, adorned with striking lipstick and cascading waves, wore a sensual mermaid gown. With an imposing demeanor, she strode forward and pushed open the door to the ward. Chapter 3. The old lady insists on their marriage certificate. As Gu Qingyu stepped through the door, she was momentarily taken aback. The young girl lying on the bed was unadorned, her pale cheeks so delicate they seemed capable of yielding tears. With her eyes gently closed, she appeared tranquil, as sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her as if an angel had descended to earth. At the foot of the bed lay a worn yellow duck backpack, which clearly held little value. A fleeting flicker of jealousy crossed Gu Qingyu's eyes as she rushed to the bedside, tearing away the foredrip. "How dare you covet Fu Zong?" Mu Qianqian winced in pain. Letting out a soft cry, she turned her head towards Gu Qingyu, yet her eyes remained shut. "Gu Qingyu." This was an unmistakable sign of disdain. In a fit of anger, Gu Qingyu thought, "Who is this country bumpkin? Reeking of inferiority, daring to look down on me? Do you have any idea of the Gu family's standing in the capital? With a single phone call, I could ruin your entire family. I doubt I did not seduce anyone." Mu Qianqian stammered, gripping the quilt tightly as she hurriedly defended herself. She had merely come to the hospital for treatment. When had she ever seduced anyone? "Fu Zong is my fiancé. How dare you attempt to seduce him? I'll tear your face apart. Gu Qingyu raised her hand high, ready to strike Mu Qianqian, intent on marring the face of this shameless girl, to see if she would dare to pursue Fu Zong again. Stop! A deep voice resonated from behind. Fu Sahan, who had just finished his work and intended to check on Mu Qianqian, was taken aback by the scene before him. He seized Gu Qingyu's wrist and forcefully pulled her aside. His voice icy and frigid. Who permitted you to lay a finger on her? I Fu Zong. Things are not as you perceive. Gu Qingyu stuttered, donning a face of feigned innocence. This girl insulted me. Called me a vixen, and I couldn't help but want to teach her a lesson. Mu Qianqian cradled her injured wrist, wincing in pain. Fu Sahan's expression darkened further as he observed the scene. He wiped his hands with a handkerchief, discarding it on the floor, and coldly stated, "Get out." Witnessing this, Gu Qingyu's face reflected a deep hurt. She quickly pleaded, "Fu Zong, I truly did not mean it," I said. "Leave." Fu Sahan's gaze was devoid of any warmth. Gu Qingyu understood that lingering would only exacerbate the situation. If she angered Fu Zong, it could potentially jeopardize her family's business, and regret would come too late. Clutching her bag, she left the ward in a daze. Once outside, Gu Qingyu muttered fiercely, "Just wait. You're merely a pretty little girl. Fu Zong will tire of you soon enough. I'll make sure to invite more men to entertain you." In the ward, Fu Sahan called out, "Qianqian?" Mu Qianqian released her grip on the blanket, revealing a red mark on her wrist, a remnant of Gu Qingyu's violent action. Fu Sahan frowned silently, summoning a nurse to tend to Mu Qianqian's injury and reattach the four. With a timid voice, Mu Qianqian asked, "Uncle, am I a bother to you?" "Not at all," Fu Sahan replied coldly. "You should focus on your treatment. I will handle everything else." Though he could not definitively ascertain whether Mu Qianqian harbored ulterior motives, she was, for now, a benefactor to his grandmother, and he could not allow her to be mistreated. Even if her true nature were unveiled, dealing with her would be the responsibility of the Fu family. And no one else had the right to intervene. Stepping out of the ward, Fu Sahan immediately made a phone call. Cheng Lin rushed to his villa that night, pleading, "I was wrong. Fu Zong, I shouldn't have spoken so carelessly. Please, let my father release me." The other side was impoverished and miserable. How could it compare to the ease of life here, surrounded by beautiful companions? Only a man like Fu Sahan, who had never tasted the pleasures of a woman, would remain so chaste and restrained. Standing on the balcony of the second floor, Fu Sahan's tone was frigid as he replied, "Make amends for your transgressions, soon." The butler appeared and unceremoniously ejected Cheng Lin. Though the young master of the Cheng family held a respectable position outside, within the Fu household, even a mere butler could treat him with disdain. Cheng Lin did not dare utter a word. Knowing his father held Fu Sahan in high regard, with a single word from Fu Sahan, he could be cast anywhere in the world to suffer and learn humility. Gu Qingyu discreetly contacted Cheng Lin, seeking to gather information about Mu Qianqian. Having recently suffered a defeat, Cheng Lin dared not walk into the line of fire. "Just let it be. I nearly got killed because of you. From this day forth, you are forbidden from stepping foot in any of our hospitals." Enraged, Gu Qingyu hurled her phone, shattering it into pieces. That wretched girl. What kind of enchantment had she cast upon these men, who all seemed eager to protect her? Was it merely her looks? Given her background, she was only fit to be a plaything. However, upon calming down, Gu Qingyu suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with Mu Qianqian's face. She bore a striking resemblance to a certain noble lady. Who could it be? Fu Sahan was conversing with his grandmother. "I heard from your assistant that someone came looking for trouble with Qianqian yesterday?" "Yes, I have dealt with them. Qianqian saved my life and sacrificed her eyesight for it. What a wonderful girl. You must not allow anyone to bully her." Fu Sahan responded, "Understood." At that moment, a nurse hurried in to report, "Fu Zong, Miss Mu attempted to sneak out of the hospital today, but we stopped her." Upon hearing this, Grandma Fu anxiously tapped the table. "What did I tell you? The girl has a kind heart, and we are not related to her. She fears being a burden to us. Honestly, you are a grown man without a wife. You should hurry and marry Qianqian." Fu Sahan frowned. "What are you saying? There are countless scheming socialites, but I find none of them appealing. Qianqian is different. She is beautiful and understanding. Didn't you mention her family treats her poorly and is forcing her to marry a cripple? By marrying her, you would be helping her." Hearing about Mu Qianqian's family made Grandma Fu's eyes glisten with tears. What a good child she was. If she could marry into the Fu family, it would be a blessing for them. She had a knack for discerning character. If you do not marry her and obtain a marriage certificate, do not come to see me again. Chapter 4 of Flash Marriage Certificate. Fu Sahan was sent away by Grandma Hewed in the capital, where he held immense power. He was merely a grandson who refused to marry, much to his family's dismay. His assistant inquired, Fu Zong, are you truly considering marrying Miss Mu? Exhausted, Fu Sahan rubbed his temples. If obtaining a marriage certificate will put my grandmother's mind at ease, then it is worth it. A marriage certificate alone did not signify his acceptance of that girl as his wife. If she dared to misbehave, he had 100 ways to ensure she left with nothing. Mu Qianqian lay on the hospital bed, listening to the doctor's diagnosis regarding her condition. Miss Mu, your eyesight can be restored through surgery. However, we need to invite a senior specialist from overseas, and the cost is exorbitant, at least 8 figures. Upon hearing this, Mu Qianqian's heart sank. With a forced smile, she replied, thank you, doctor. I understand. 8 figures would take her years to earn. Even if she sold herself, she would still be unable to pay off that debt. Hence, Mu Qianqian resolved to leave the hospital discreetly. She did not wish to burden the old lady. Not long after the doctor departed, Fu Sahan came to visit, coldly demanding, who allowed you to leave the hospital? Mu Qianqian lowered her head. I don't want treatment anymore. Why not? The doctor said the surgery costs 8 figures, but I have no money. Fu Sahan replied assertively, didn't I tell you? I will cover all your medical expenses. 8 figures is nothing but a drop in the bucket for the Fu family. Mu Qianqian nervously clutched the blanket. But that's so much money. Even if I sell myself, I can't repay it. That depends on who you sell yourself to. Mu Qianqian looked up in confusion. I don't understand what you mean. Sell yourself to me. A cold smile played on Fu Sahan's lips. As long as you become my wife. It is only natural for me to cover your surgery costs. Deep down, Mu Qianqian felt a flicker of uncertainty. She was not one to covet wealth. Marrying into a wealthy family was not something she longed for. Yet, if there were a chance to restore her sight, who would willingly give that up? With this thought, Mu Qianqian resolutely nodded. All right, I will marry you. This afternoon, I happen to be free. Let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain the certificate. Ah, so soon? Mu Qianqian nervously bit her lip. Others would do anything to marry into the Fu family, yet upon hearing this news, she felt no joy, only apprehension. In that moment of panic, Fu Sahan was reminded of a startled fawn in the forest. Irresistibly adorable, he slightly curled his lips, suddenly finding the prospect of this marriage rather appealing. At the very least, he would have someone like her by his side, a silly girl whose thoughts were etched clearly on her face. Having encountered many calculating individuals and backstabbers, Fu Sahan had never before met someone as genuinely innocent as Mu Qianqian. He hoped she was not merely putting on an act. Upon entering the hospital, Fu Sahan arranged for a nurse to care for Mu Qianqian's daily needs. The nurse dressed Mu Qianqian in a pure white outfit, enhancing her delicate beauty, akin to a blooming white jasmine. Fu Sahan gazed at her, momentarily lost in thought. Quickly regaining his composure, he stated coolly, let us go. The driver parked the car in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Fu Sahan took Mu Qianqian's hand as they entered. While taking their wedding photos, the staff could not help but exclaim, you two are truly a match made in heaven. From afar, I thought you were celestial beings descended to earth. Could the bride please open her eyes? Mu Qianqian hesitated for 2 seconds before complying. The procedure was soon concluded, and Mu Qianqian and Fu Sahan found themselves holding a marriage certificate in hand. She opened the crimson booklet. Fu Sahan was captivated by Mu Qianqian's photograph. It was the first time he had seen her with her eyes open. Those beautiful, bright eyes, however, appeared dull and lifeless, akin to dusty gemstones, casting a grayish hue. If only her eyes could be healed, one could only imagine how stunning she would be, surely attracting the envy of countless admirers. Mu Qianqian never anticipated that she would marry so swiftly. Though she remained oblivious to her husband's appearance or his family background, she believed that if his grandmother was as kind as she seemed, then her grandson would surely be no less admirable. At the very least, they were willing to assist her in treating her eyes. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely fled at the mere mention of the surgical costs. Taking a deep breath, Mu Qianqian swiftly accepted the reality of her impulsive marriage. Fu Sahan was somewhat pleased with her demeanor. He had initially worried that this young girl might become a nuisance and disrupt his work, but it seemed she was quite sensible. His mind was solely occupied with economic trends and company reports, and he had always detested clingy women. Well, Mu Qianqian nodded. I started school late, so I am only a freshman this year. She excelled academically, but her parents had wished for her to remain home to care for her younger brother, attempting to withdraw her from school twice. Although Mu Qianqian was gentle-natured, she was not naive. Having grown up in such a family, she understood that without education, there would be no future. Thus, she had persevered through numerous hardships to return to campus. Despite the 2-year delay, she was ultimately rewarded. Having successfully gained admission to her dream school, I would like to ask you to convey to Uncle Fu that once I have recovered my eyesight, I will willingly divorce him and will not cling to him any longer. Why do you refer to Mr. Fu in that manner? Mu Qianqian innocently inquired. Isn't Mr. Fu's name simply Fuzong? Hearing the woman call him Fuzong, she assumed that was indeed his name. The assistant could not help but chuckle. Miss Mu, you are truly quite innocent. It was hard for the assistant to believe that such an unsophisticated girl could be a scheming woman intent on ensnaring the elderly lady. It was surely just a misunderstanding. Just before getting out of the car, Mu Qianqian's phone suddenly rang, the sound startlingly loud. With every incoming call, it was as if a house was being torn down. Upon hearing her mother's words, Mu Qianqian felt a chill run through her, suppressing her sorrow as she asked, "What husband?" "That 45-year-old cripple." Her mother scoffed, "Don't forget you're a blind girl now. It's a miracle anyone wants you, and yet you dare to be picky. Do you really think you are some sort of young lady?" A man's lascivious and grating voice came through the phone. "A college student only requires a dowry of 200,000? Are you trying to scam me? Your daughter can bear children, right? If she can't, you won't see a single penny." In response, Mu's mother shifted her tone, assuring, "Don't worry. She is still a pure young lady, surely capable of giving you a healthy baby boy." "That's great. My parents are eagerly awaiting a grandson. 2 and 3 years would be splendid." Such a young girl must be lively indeed. Mu Qianqian's heart ached as she listened to these words. Her own mother was selling her off like this. What a dark and hopeless existence awaited her. She was no saint, nor was she one to willingly suffer. With such a family, she would rather do without them. "What? You've gotten married? To whom? When did this happen? How come I didn't know? Hello? Hello?" Mu Qianqian abruptly ended the call. Her mother cursed, "This ungrateful child. After all I've done for her." Mu Qianqian's father, who was smoking, also had a grim expression upon hearing the news. "Did she tell you she got married? It must be a lie. Who would want a blind girl like her?" Her mother was unconvinced. The toothless, limping man was displeased, saying, "But we agreed on a pure young lady. If she loses her virginity elsewhere, you can forget about the dowry." His family was impoverished, having borrowed money from everywhere just to scrape together that 200,000 dowry. They were not about to marry off a used woman. After Mu Qianqian disembarked, she couldn't help but crouch by the roadside and weep. The assistant handed her a pack of tissues. "Miss, please don't cry. It's not worth it for such a family." Mu Qianqian handed him her phone. "Could you please block my parents' contact numbers? I don't wish to receive any more calls from them." Such a family would only utter heart-wrenching words. She had finally escaped, and she wanted no further contact with them. Of course, the assistant complied with her request and blocked her parents' and brother's phone numbers. This way, they could no longer harass Mu Qianqian. "Miss Mu, please stop crying. It isn't good for your eyes, thank you." Mu Qianqian wiped her tears and stood up resolutely. She still had surgery to undergo. The doctor had advised against frequent crying as it was detrimental to her eyes. She had endured so much difficulty before. She would surely manage this as well. With her nose reddened from crying, she appeared heart-wrenching, her delicate face both exquisite and alluring. The assistant, who had accompanied Fu Sahan, had encountered countless socialites and noblewomen, yet none compared to the ethereal grace of the young lady before him. Such a pure and innocent girl truly deserved to be with Fu Zong. On the road, a luxury car passed by the hospital entrance. In the back seat, Lu Yunbai glanced out the window and happened to catch sight of Mu Qianqian's tear-streaked profile. His gaze flickered, nearly believing he was mistaken. The girl from moments ago bore an uncanny resemblance to a photograph of his mother in her youth. "Stop the car," Lu Yunbai instructed the driver. He hurriedly exited the vehicle, but the girl had already vanished from the hospital entrance. Lu Yunbai's heart sank. In the vast sea of humanity, had he merely imagined it? She was a longtime friend of Li Siyu, having attended the same middle school and high school in the same class. They both enrolled in the same university, but Mu Qianqian had temporarily taken a leave of absence due to an injury. Qianqian, I've explained your situation to the school, but they require a direct relative to come in order to retain your enrollment. Otherwise, they will cancel your registration. Upon hearing this, Mu Qianqian felt a wave of panic. Cancel her enrollment? That was unacceptable. She had worked so hard to gain admission to the university. If her registration were to be revoked, she would resent herself for a lifetime. Could you perhaps talk to your family and have them come in to handle the paperwork? Mu Qianqian's expression fell, her voice heavy with sorrow. That's impossible. My parents never supported my pursuit of higher education. They would surely request the teacher to cancel my enrollment. Her parents had never stood by her side. Li Siyu, equally anxious for her friend, asked, "What should we do? The teacher is pressing, and a direct relative must handle the paperwork within this week." Mu Qianqian was on the verge of tears. That moment. She suddenly remembered someone. Does a husband count as a direct relative? Li Siyu blinked in surprise. Yes, of course it does. But Qianqian, when did you get married? Just this morning. Recalling the event made Mu Qianqian feel as if she were in a dream. She never expected to obtain a marriage certificate with a man she had never even met. She didn't even know his name or identity. Licu asked with concern, "Did you rush into marriage? What if he's a bad person?" Mu Qianqian bit her lip. "He is willing to cover my treatment costs. I believe he must not be a bad person. After all, if he were irresponsible, he would have run away long ago." "What is your husband's name?" Mu Qianqian pondered for a moment. "His surname is Fu. It should be the same Fu as in Fuzhong, I believe. There was no family by that surname among the affluent circles of Beijing. Perhaps he was merely someone with a bit of money." Licu came from a well-off background and held a position within the social elite. She had previously offered to assist Mu Qianqian with her treatment, but Mu Qianqian had declined. She understood her family all too well. They were insatiable and would only drag Licu down with them. She didn't want to be a burden to her good friend. Mu Qianqian smiled. "Well, I never intended to marry someone particularly wealthy. I cannot aspire to that. What matters most is that a couple works hard together to build a good life." Just as she finished speaking, Fu Sihan entered the hospital room. In the hospital room, after hanging up the phone, Mu Qianqian's lips curved into a gentle smile. "Uncle Fu, you have arrived." This caught Fu Sihan slightly off guard. "How did you know it was me?" "I can recognize your footsteps," Mu Qianqian explained obediently. Fu Sihan smirked slightly. She appeared a bit daft yet had keen hearing. He informed her, "I have come to let you know that the overseas doctor has been scheduled. He will be here in a couple of days to perform the surgery. Once the surgery is complete, you will be able to be discharged." Mu Qianqian's heart fluttered with excitement. "Uncle, after the surgery, will I be able to regain my sight?" This news was enough to make Mu Qianqian want to leap for joy. How wonderful it would be to see again. The azure sky, the verdant trees, and the warm, bright sun would once more fill her vision. With her eyes closed, tears streamed down her cheeks involuntarily. Sitting on the hospital bed, her complexion pale and her frame delicate and frail, she looked pitiful as she cried. Fu Sihan gazed at her, a hint of helplessness crossing his mind. Why was she so prone to tears? He disliked overly fragile women. They were a nuisance. Mu Qianqian then recalled something, hesitantly saying, "Uncle, after I am discharged, I have nowhere to stay. Since we are already married, of course, you can stay with me." Fu Sihan has already purchased a residence in a nearby community close to her school, allowing her to move in at the appropriate time. If she behaves herself, the title of Mrs. Fu will remain an accolade she can bear. However, should she act otherwise, she must not blame him for his lack of mercy. "Thank you," Mu Qianqian expressed her gratitude, suddenly contemplating a question. "Uncle, are we going to live together?" Fu Sihan responded with a smile that was neither fully sincere nor completely mocking. "What do you think?" "Mrs. Fu?" Mu Qianqian realized she had posed a rather foolish question. They were already married. If they did not cohabit, would they be living apart? The thought of sharing a dwelling with a stranger under the same roof made her cheeks flush with warmth. She clutched the quilt tightly in nervous anticipation, her heart racing uncontrollably. "What are you thinking?" Fu Sihan interrupted her reverie. Mu Qianqian hurriedly replied, "Nothing, nothing at all." She feared that if he discovered her thoughts, she would become the subject of his amusement. Even now, she had yet to glimpse the face of her husband and hoped he would not be too unattractive, for she had a particular fondness for good looks. "Uncle, I have a favor to ask of you." "Speak," he prompted. "Due to a car accident, I was unable to report to school on time. The The school requires my immediate family to handle the paperwork, or else my enrollment will be revoked. Fu Sihan, quick-witted and responsive, inquired, "You want me to go in your stead?" "Yes, my family does not support my university education. If they find out, they will surely inform the school to revoke my enrollment." Her family was only interested in marrying her off swiftly, using her dowry to secure a car and house for her brother. Fu Sihan replied with a calm, "Leave this matter to me." After departing the hospital room, he placed a call to his assistant to manage the situation. There was no need for Fu Sihan to personally handle the university formalities. Delegating the task to his assistant sufficed. After all, the Fu Group donated generously to various universities each year, and Mu Qianqian's financial university had several buildings under the Fu Group's name. The principal would not dare refuse him. While on the phone with his assistant, the latter hesitated before revealing an issue regarding a car. Fu Sihan's expression darkened. "I understand." He was aware that Mu Qianqian's circumstances were dire, but he had not anticipated the extent of her suffering at home. Marrying a young girl just starting university to a 45-year-old cripple for dowry. What kind of parents would do such a thing? No wonder the girl appeared so fragile and prone to tears. Her past life had been filled with such hardships. "Mr. Fu, Mrs. Fu." Fu Sihan furrowed his brow and coldly interrupted. "She is not yet a member of the Fu family, though not refer to her as such again. This marriage was arranged against his will by the elders, and he had no desire to hear her referred to as Mrs. Fu from anyone else's lips." "Understood, I shall refer to her as Miss Mu henceforth?" "Yes," Fu Sihan acquiesced. The Fu family had engaged the most advanced medical team from overseas and transported them via private jet to Beishur. Just before Mu Qianqian was wheeled into the operating room, she anxiously clutched Fu Sihan's garment, her voice trembling like a frightened little creature. "Uncle, I'm scared." Onlookers were astonished at this bold display, for such audacity often led to dire consequences for the women involved. Who is this girl? How dare she grasp the CEO's clothing? They thought, assuming Fu Sihan would coldly cast her aside. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Fu Sihan neither shook off her hand nor reprimanded her. The typically decisive and reticent heir of a wealthy family unexpectedly offered reassurance. "Do not fear. I am here." It was as if the sun had risen from the west. Their CEO, known for his lack of empathy, was comforting a woman. Everyone questioned whether this was truly their Fu Sihan. After Mu Qianqian was taken into the operating room, a nurse emerged. "Mr. Fu, we need a family member of Miss Mu to sign the consent form." "I will do it," Fu Sihan declared firmly. "But you are not her immediate family. Legally, you cannot sign on her behalf." A frosty glare from Fu Sihan silenced the nurse, instilling fear and preventing her from uttering further objections. What business was it of hers that they shared different surnames? The matter was not for her to inquire. She needed to focus on preparing for the surgery. The operation lasted 4 hours. When Mu Qianqian was finally wheeled out, her eyes were swathed in white bandages. Her small face, barely larger than a palm, was nearly concealed, leaving only the delicate tip of her nose and sharp chin exposed. It seemed she had awakened from a long slumber, and the world before her was no longer shrouded in darkness, but illuminated with a faint glow. Even through the layer of bandage, she could sense the soft light permeating her vision. "I can see," Mu Qianqian exclaimed joyfully. Fu Sihan's voice resonated above her. "The bandages cannot be removed just yet." Only then did Mu Qianqian realize that her uncle was also present in the room. "Uncle, I didn't cry during the surgery. Isn't that brave?" Fu Sihan smirked slightly. "Indeed. Therefore, I shall give you a gift." Chapter 7. Moving into the new home, Mu Qianqian licked her lips, eagerly inquiring, "What is the gift?" Fu Sihan placed a cool, square object into her hand. Upon feeling it, she instantly recognized what it was. A phone. Although she had never purchased this model herself, she had seen her best friend, Li Siyu, use it. Thus, she immediately identified it as the latest high-end smartphone. "Quite expensive." Fu Sihan asked, "Do you like it?" Mu Qianqian nodded vigorously. "I do." A sudden junk advertisement in the middle of the night would startle her awake. Embracing her new phone with delight, she sincerely expressed, "Uncle Fu, you are so kind." She never imagined she would see the light of day again. Not only had Uncle Fu helped her regain her eyesight, but he also bought her a new phone, ensured her enrollment remained intact, and even offered her a place to stay in his home. His kindness was something she could never repay in her lifetime. Upon hearing her praise, a flicker of surprise crossed Fu Sihan's eyes. When she eventually learned of his true identity, she might regret uttering such words. for he had never been known for his compassion. "I have matters to attend to. If you need anything, you may speak to the housekeeper or the assistant." As Fu Sikhan reached the door, he grasped the doorknob, stating, "My phone number has been saved in your device and set as your emergency contact. For urgent matters, you may call me, but please refrain from excessive calls." He had not originally intended to do this, as Mu Qianqian was merely his nominal wife, and they had not yet established a true marital bond. However, his grandmother had incessantly urged him to treat Qianqian kindly, as she was a pitiful child. Fu Sikhan, exasperated, had no choice but to comply. "I want to disturb you," Mu Qianqian replied obediently. The new phone also featured a voice assistant, allowing her to issue commands directly. The housekeeper assisted her in transferring the SIM card from her old phone to the new one, migrating her friends and best friends' contacts seamlessly. Mu Qianqian instructed the phone assistant, "Call Li Ciyu." The phone dialed Li Ciyu's number. "Qianqian, why are you calling me? Can you see now? Did you buy a new phone? Who bought it for you?" Mu Qianqian hesitated, a hint of shyness creeping in. I got it from my husband. I didn't expect your husband to be so thoughtful, considering even this detail. I'm relieved to hear you found a good match. Where does your husband work? What does he look like?" "He seems to be an employee of the Fu Group, but as for his appearance, I still don't know. If I weren't tied up at school every day, I would love to visit you in the hospital and sneak a peek at what your husband looks like. After all, you have a penchant for good looks. It would be quite unfortunate if he were unattractive." Mu Qianqian chuckled lightly. "It's all right, even if he is not handsome, I would still willingly be with him. After all, Uncle Fu had been so good to her. Even if he were an unattractive man, she would gladly spend her life with him. One must be grateful, and Mu Qianqian was not ungrateful. "The school has assigned you a dormitory. I've reported your contact information. Someone may add you to the dormitory group soon." "Okay. Take care. The instructor is calling us to assemble. Military training has been exhausting. I feel like I'm going to collapse," Li Ciyu lamented, envious of Mu Qianqian for escaping such hardships. Mu Qianqian bid her farewell. "You should hurry, otherwise the instructor might penalize you for being late." After hanging up, a notification chimed from her phone. "Fang Yanran has requested to add you as a friend." Mu Qianqian called out to the housekeeper outside. "Aunt Lu, could you please come in for a moment? Could you help me operate my phone and accept my roommate's friend request?" The housekeeper tapped a few buttons on the phone, successfully accepting the request. "Thank you." Mu Qianqian was added to a small group of 4, not realizing she had inadvertently been included in her class group chat. Without a nickname, no one knew who she was. The group was abuzz with chatter. "Have you heard? Someone in our class didn't report and is skipping military training. The school didn't expel her. I heard she is sick, hence couldn't participate in military training." She wasn't sick during the college entrance exams, but suddenly falls ill during military training. Do you believe such excuses? She must have connections. I can't believe there are still those who use connections in college. Mu Qianqian had already turned off her phone and was unaware of the discussions taking place about her. With the surgery completed, she was permitted to leave the hospital early. The assistant drove her to the Mingyuan community near the financial university. The housekeeper took Mu Qianqian's hand, guiding her upstairs and into the apartment. "Miss Mu, this unit is located in Building 5, Unit 2, Room 1314. Okay? I will remember." Mu Qianqian settled onto the soft sofa, nodding in acknowledgement. Aunt Lu informed her, "I live in the adjacent room. Should you have any requests, feel free to call me at any time." "Aunt Lu, how many rooms are there here?" "There are 4 in total. Aside from the master and secondary bedrooms, there is also a study and a children's room." Mu Qianqian pondered for a moment and decided, "I will stay in the secondary bedroom for now." "Aren't you going to stay with Mr. Fu?" Mu Qianqian's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. She had never shared a living space with a man before, let alone sleeping. She had never even experienced a kiss or an embrace. The sudden prospect of sharing a room with her nominal husband left her feeling somewhat uneasy. "Then I shall guide you to the secondary bedroom." Aunt Lu gently supported her arm and led her to the room. Knowing that Mu Qianqian had poor eyesight, Madame Fu had arranged for the removal of excess furniture from the house in advance. The sharp corners of tables and chairs had been covered with protective wraps, ensuring that even if Mu Qianqian were to stumble, she would not injure herself on the edges. Aunt Lu prepared a delightful lunch for her. After the meal, Aunt Lu also brought her a glass of goat's milk, which Mr. Fu had specifically requested to supplement her nutrition. Goat's milk is known to be more nutritious than cow's milk. Having grown up often undernourished and inadequately clothed, Mu Qianqian needed to replenish her protein intake. Please thank him for me. Mu Qianqian accepted the warm glass and pinched her nose before drinking it down. This was Uncle Fu's heartfelt gesture, and she could not let it go unappreciated. A sudden noise came from the entrance, causing Mu Qianqian's heart to race. Chapter 8. The uncle takes her shopping. Only the two of them remained in the house. Mu Qianqian nervously clutched the hem of her clothing, feeling anxious. Uncle. She was dressed in a pristine, floral-patterned dress, resembling a white jasmine swaying in the breeze. The young girl had just finished her milk, and a bit of the white residue lingered on her rosy lips, giving her an adorably naive appearance. Have all the necessary items been procured? Fu Sahan interjected authoritatively. Let us go. I will take you shopping. Mu Qianqian was taken aback by the unexpected attention. No, it's fine. Let Uncle Wang take me instead. Uncle Wang is Fu Sahan's assistant. Upon hearing her call him uncle, Fu Sahan felt an inexplicable displeasure. What did you call him? Fu Sahan's tone turned cold, an aura of frost enveloping him. Mu Qianqian felt a twinge of fear and dared not respond. From now on, refer to him as Assistant Wang. Come with me. Fu Sahan took the glass from her hand and placed it on the table before grasping her wrist and leading her out of the room. He had a severe aversion to germs and had always disliked having common women near him. Yet surprisingly, as he held this naive girl's hand, he felt no sense of repulsion. Perhaps it was because she bore no trace of perfume, only a faint fragrance of flowers and milk. Uncle, why are you personally taking me shopping? Mu Qianqian inquired curiously. Fu Sahan's expression darkened. Don't ask so many questions. He had initially been busy with a meeting, but could not resist the barrage of calls from Madame Fu, compelling him to set aside his work to care for this little blind girl. She is your wife. If you do not look after her, who will? Madame Fu had said, stung by Fu Sahan's inexplicable reprimand. Mu Qianqian lowered her head, appearing somewhat dejected. Fu Sahan felt a surge of agitation, yet he was not adept at comforting others, especially not someone as sensitive as her. Women are troublesome. Noticing a vendor selling candied hawthorns by the roadside, he casually asked, would you like to have some? The girl he was holding finally lifted her head and shyly replied, yes. Not only was she a beauty enthusiast, but she also had a fondness for food. Fu Sahan instructed his assistant to purchase a skewer of candied hawthorns, and Mu Qianqian took a lick of the sugary coating, her face lighting up with satisfaction. Observing her innocent delight over something so simple, Fu Sahan scoffed, a mere skewer of candied hawthorns brings you such joy? Mu Qianqian softly replied, I've never had it before. My mother only bought it for my brother. Once, when she was particularly tempted, she had picked up the stick her brother had finished and secretly licked it. The sweet taste remained etched in her memory. Fu Sahan's expression stiffened, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. As soon as they got into the car, Mu Qianqian noticed they had switched vehicles. This was not the same car she had been in before. The previous one had soft seats, while this one felt rather firm. Little did she know, this was a standard vehicle Fu Sahan had deliberately purchased, costing only 200,000 to 300,000. He did not want to expose too much of his financial standing before her, especially as she was about to regain her sight. Whether she was genuinely innocent or cunningly deep, Fu Sahan could not yet determine. Upon arriving at the supermarket, Fu Sahan led Mu Qianqian out of the car. Walking past the dazzling array of shelves, Mu Qianqian could only see blurred outlines through a layer of white cloth, unable to choose items for herself. What color do you want for the toothbrush and cup? Mu Qianqian's voice was sweet and soft. Pink. Fu Sahan placed the pink toiletries into the shopping cart, and the towel. Pink as well, I presume. Upon reaching the shelf for bath towels, Fu Sahan paused momentarily, his gaze darkening slightly. His expression remained cold as he tossed a pink bath towel into the cart. While shopping, Mu Qianqian sensed the gaze of those around them directed towards them. She assumed it was because the white cloth covering her eyes appeared odd, thus drawing attention. A wave of disappointment washed over her, causing her to unconsciously slow her pace. However, with Fu Sahan's tall stature and long legs, she fell behind him quickly. The supermarket buzzed with people, and Mu Qianqian stood there, feeling lost. She called out a couple of times, Uncle, uncle, but no one responded. She felt akin to a small cat abandoned by the roadside, surrounded by unfamiliar and perilous surroundings. Her heart sank further. Fearing she might bump into someone, she crouched down, hugging her knees. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but she felt a slight discomfort in her abdomen, almost painful. After 2 minutes, Fu Sahan hurriedly approached and found her in the corner. What are you doing squatting here? Upon hearing his familiar voice, the gloom in Mu Qianqian's heart dissipated. She stood up and rushed into his embrace, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "Uncle, I finally found you." The young girl's complexion was rather pale, her hands icy, indicating she had indeed been frightened. Realizing this, Fu Sahan could not bring himself to scold her further. "Very well, let us just assume she is a child who has yet to mature. How much longer do you intend to cling to me?" Fu Sahan spoke coldly. Mu Qianqian's face flushed as she quickly withdrew from his embrace. She had been so frightened that she had instinctively thrown herself into his arms, feeling quite unrefined. Yet, the refreshing and mature scent of sandalwood on Uncle was undeniably pleasant. Fu Sahan continued to hold Mu Qianqian's hand tightly while shopping, vigilant against her straying away again on their return. Mu Qianqian continually held her abdomen. As she stepped out of the car, Fu Sahan glanced up and noticed a vivid red stain on the back of her dress. "Wait." Mu Qianqian halted. "Uncle, what's wrong?" Fu Sahan appeared somewhat awkward. "You stay in the car for a moment." He rushed to the nearest convenience store, heading straight for the feminine hygiene products aisle. Having never purchased such items for a woman, he was unsure how to choose, so he simply picked the most expensive ones based on the labels. The cashier had been stealing glances at him, as such a strikingly handsome man was a rarity. Beyond his good looks, what was even more captivating was his cold aura that seemed to ward off strangers. Little did she know, the handsome man was there to buy sanitary napkins for his girlfriend. The cashier silently lamented the missed opportunity. Fu Sahan returned to the car, carrying a bag of sanitary napkins, his expression harder than ever. The girls on the street who had considered approaching him now kept their distance. Upon returning to the apartment, he led Mu Qianqian upstairs, tossing the sanitary napkins to her with a brusque tone. "Do you know how to change these?" Mu Qianqian felt the uncomfortable stickiness of her clothing and finally realized what had transpired. She had suddenly gotten her period, staining her dress, and had made her unseen husband buy her sanitary napkins. Oh heavens, how utterly embarrassing. Uncle Fu would surely think poorly of her. Chapter 9. The investigation into the Lu family's adopted daughter with Mu Qianqian's vision impaired. Aunt Lu ultimately came to assist her in changing into clean clothes. However, she could now see vague outlines, and she was capable of changing her sanitary napkin in the restroom by herself. When Mu Qianqian emerged from the bathroom, Fu Sahan was on the phone with his secretary. "Mr. Fu, we have found the information. The vehicle that hit Madam was arranged by the adopted daughter of the Lu family." Upon hearing this, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Fu Sahan's eyes. He was aware that he was not a man known for his mercy. Anyone who crossed him would inevitably face severe retribution. This woman dared to touch his reverse scale. She could not be spared. He had heard of the Lu family's adopted daughter before. They had lost a daughter and had mobilized all their connections to search for her, even seeking assistance from the Fu family, but unfortunately, they had never located her. Once Mu Qianqian saw him finish his call, she softly inquired, "Uncle Fu, will you be staying here tonight?" Fu Sahan shot her a cold glance. That look left Mu Qianqian feeling as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, struggling to catch her breath. Fu Sahan coldly departed from the house. Mu Qianqian, unsure of what had transpired, stood helplessly in place, wondering if she had upset him in some way. Was it because she had stained her dress, making him think poorly of her? But she was usually quite tidy. Aunt Lu comforted her. "Miss Mu, please don't overthink it. Sir must have urgent matters to attend to at work, which is why he left so abruptly. Yes, I want to hold it against him. Are you going to sleep now? I'll prepare a bath for you." As Mu Qianqian lay on the unfamiliar bed, she tossed and turned, finding it difficult to sleep. Transitioning from her cluttered little bed at home to this large, cloud-like one allowed her to stretch freely without fear of falling off. She no longer had to eat leftover scraps and could enjoy plenty of meat, leaving her feeling nourished and full of energy. In the past, every time her period came, she would experience excruciating pain, enduring it while washing clothes and dishes for the family with cold water. He must have spent a fortune on her treatment. He might have exhausted his savings. Mu Qianqian silently vowed to remember this kindness in her heart. Lost in her thoughts, she eventually drifted into slumber. In her dreams, she saw Uncle Fu, with a square face and thick lips, looking rather stern yet not particularly handsome. Upon waking, Mu Qianqian could not help but chuckle at herself for dreaming such a thing. Although she is quite particular about appearances, if that person were Uncle Fu, she would still be willing to accept him, regardless of his looks. Fu Sahan stood outside the floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor, making a phone call to notify the shareholders. Withdraw our investment in the Liu family. However, Mr. Fu, this is a critical period for our cooperation. Withdrawing funds now could potentially lead to a rupture in Liu's financial chain and deal them a devastating blow. Fu Sahan coldly replied, "Withdraw. Anyone daring to harm his family, even if it meant bankrupting them, would not quell the fury that burned within him." The person on the other end dared not question further, understood. The sudden action of the Fu group against the Liu family sent shockwaves through the stock market. Leaving the prominent families in Jingjing on edge. It was unclear how the Liu family had offended that influential figure, but it seemed they had done so gravely. Liu Yunbai, the heir of the Liu family, personally visited, flustered and in a state of desperation. "Madam, our Liu family has cooperated with the Fu family for many years, always adhering to propriety and never engaging in any improper conduct. Why the sudden withdrawal of investment?" The residence of the elderly Madame Fu was a traditional Chinese garden. She leisurely sipped tea beneath a pavilion, replying, "I have long ceased to involve myself in company matters. You must inquire with Sahan." Liu Yunbai sighed, realizing they had no connections to reach Mr. Fu. Although they desired to contact Fu Sahan directly, who was he, after all? Even a prestigious family like the Liu family would hesitate to approach him directly, fearing they might inadvertently provoke his wrath. "Madam, over the years, our family has expended considerable manpower and resources in search of my sister. Were it not for the Fu family's investment, we might have already fallen into the ranks of second-rate families." Liu Yunbai spoke earnestly, the dignified heir of the Liu family, devoid of any pride as he pleaded for leniency from the Fu family. Madame Fu sighed, considering their family's loyalty, and ultimately offered a word of advice. "While you are preoccupied with searching for your sister, do not forget to look after the sister you have at home." The sister at home? Liu Yunbai was momentarily taken aback before realizing she meant their adopted sister, Liu Yunxiang. He had always suspected that Liu Yunxiang was not to be underestimated, but never imagined she would bring such trouble to the Liu family. Truly a harbinger of misfortune, the Liu family left behind expensive gifts as they exited the traditional garden. Madame Fu had just taken a sip of tea when she suddenly recalled that Qianqian bore a striking resemblance to Liu Yunbai. Remembering Liu Yunbai led her thoughts to Madame Liu. The likeness between Qianqian and Madame Liu in her youth was uncanny. However, in recent years, Madame Liu had grown increasingly haggard and had avoided public appearances, which was why it had slipped her mind. Fearful of misremembering, Madame Fu instructed her servant, "Please find me some old photographs of Madame Liu." "Yes," Madame Fu chuckled. "I wonder how Qianqian and Sahan are getting along. That little girl isn't frightened by her family's cold and stern demeanor, is she?" Chapter 10. The uncle cares for the ill Qianqian indeed. Traces of evidence were uncovered. "You vile person, who gave you the audacity to drive and collide with Madame Fu? Do you wish to bring ruin upon the Liu family?" Liu Yunbai stormed into Liu Yunxiang's room, kicking open her door. Liu Yunxiang, initially hopeful that she would remain undetected, had underestimated the power of the elite. With a sycophantic smile, she said, "Brother, things are not as you think. It was an accidental mistake, not intentional." She wore a white dress, and the room's decor was filled with pastel hues. "I am not your brother," Liu Yunbai replied coldly. Seeing the familiar features that bore a resemblance to his sister twisted in flattery made him feel nauseous. "Not intentional? Humph. Do you think I would believe that? If it were not intentional, why were you even there?" Liu Yunbai threw several surveillance photos onto the coffee table. The footage clearly showed Liu Yunxiang lurking in the shadows, poised to rush out and save someone. Was this what she called unintentional? It was clearly a premeditated act, and she foolishly thought she could stage a drama to deceive Madame Fu and gain the Fu family's favor. Upon seeing the surveillance photos, Liu Yunxiang quickly flipped through them. Her first reaction one of relief. Thankfully, they hadn't captured that woman. That day, Liu Yunxiang had intended to rush out to save Madame Fu, but she had seen a face that strikingly resembled her adoptive mother's. Thus, she had frozen in place, forgetting to move. By the time she regained her senses, Madame Fu had already been rescued by that woman. Liu Yunxiang feigned a seductive demeanor, sweetly saying, "Brother, this is all for the good of the Liu family. We are currently weak. If I can connect with Mr. Fu, wouldn't our family rise to greater heights?" A flicker of derision crossed Liu Yunbai's eyes. "Fool, you think you can even aspire to Fu Sahan? Your parents should see how foolishly they have raised you. So many distinguished ladies desire to share Fu Sahan's bed. Yet they all end up with humiliating outcomes, though you think that as a mere pretender of royalty, you could catch his eye? Such delusions. Lu Yunxiang's complexion fluctuated between red and pale, tears welling in her eyes. Brother, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this once. After all, the Fu family doesn't even know it was me. I handled it discreetly. I will just be more careful next time. Slap! A resounding blow struck her face. Lu Yunxiang, in disbelief, covered her face, looking at her usually gentle brother, astonished at the fierceness of his anger. You want to harm once and still hope for a second chance. If it weren't for the Fu family's grace, you'd already be languishing in prison. Lu Yunbai wished he could cast this woman out before him. Glaring fiercely as he admonished, dreaming of being Mrs. Fu. You ought to look in the mirror and see who has given you everything you have. Were it not for the Lu family, you would be begging on the streets, living a life of hardship. Yet, you are not satisfied with a comfortable life. You still crave the heights of the Fu family. Truly, your ambitions exceed your grasp. Such a foolish and malicious person was unworthy of being his sister. Lu Yunbai instructed his assistant, cancel all her cards. From now on, have someone follow her whenever she leaves the house, to prevent her from causing any more trouble. With that, he turned and left. Lu Yunxiang felt a burning pain on her face. How could Lu Yunbai dare strike her in front of so many servants? She would remember this grudge. Dark malice flickered in her eyes. Mu Qianqian had resided in Mingyuan community for several days without catching a glimpse of Uncle Fu. Was that truly the case? But why hadn't he even called her once? A gentle wave of disappointment washed over Mu Qianqian. She sat in the living room watching television and eventually dozed off on the sofa. His expression darkened. Did this woman forget that she was on her period? How could she dare sleep in an air-conditioned room without a care for her health? Wake up! He stood before the sofa. Calling out coldly. Mu Qianqian, curled up, seemed not to hear. Fu Sahan raised his voice, calling again, get up immediately. Yet, the person on the sofa remained unresponsive. Fu Sahan noticed her face appeared abnormally flushed. He touched her forehead with the back of his hand. It was burning. How do you know it's me? I can smell your scent. Mu Qianqian replied with a sweet and innocent smile, reminiscent of a naive child. Fu Sahan carried the mature, refreshing scent of sandalwood. Each time she caught a whiff, it brought her comfort. Fu Sahan felt a twinge of discomfort. In truth, he harbored some doubts about Mu Qianqian due to the matter regarding the Lu family's adopted daughter and had been reluctant to see her. He had only come today because his grandmother had pressed him, leaving him no choice but to check on her in Mingyuan community. He had no intention of staying long, just a quick glance before leaving. Mu Qianqian, clinging to his sleeve, felt a warmth on her cheeks and spoke weakly, Uncle, please don't work too hard. You need to take care of your health. Once I graduate from university, I will help relieve you of the burden of supporting the family. Why do I feel a bit dizzy? Mu Qianqian finally realized that she was unwell. Fu Sahan scoffed. You didn't even realize you have a fever. Truly a fool. Mu Qianqian tilted her head in confusion. Do I have a fever? Yes. Who told you to sleep on the sofa without covering yourself? Fu Sahan fetched a blanket from the air-conditioned room and draped it over her. He called his assistant, instructing, have the family doctor come to Mingyuan promptly. Mu Qianqian felt dizzy and weak. In moments of illness, one often thinks of the person they rely on the most. Hearing her call for him in a voice as soft as a starving kitten, Fu Sahan's expression grew complex and obscure. Was this woman genuinely profound and calculating, or simply innocent and kind? Uncle, I feel so unwell, Mu Qianqian murmured, her head throbbing as if it might split open. Her voice tinged with a whimper. Fu Sahan exhaled deeply, retrieving an ice pack from the refrigerator and applying it to her forehead through a cloth. Mu Qianqian felt the heat radiating from her body. And just then, she sensed a cool touch on her brow. It was like a refreshing spring, instantly alleviating her suffering. Hearing Uncle Fu's deep voice, her unsettled heart finally found its anchor. Chapter 11. Administering medicine. The family doctor arrived to conduct a simple examination of Mu Qianqian and prescribed medication. Rest assured, Mr. Fu, Miss Mu is not in serious condition. A dose of antipyretics will suffice. Fu Sahan replied coolly, I will instruct Wang Yang to inform the finance department about your bonus. The doctor quickly expressed his gratitude. You are too kind, sir. There is no need to award me a bonus for such a trivial matter. Having worked for the Fu family for many years, he earned far more than he would outside. With a high base salary and additional bonuses for each consultation, His compensation was substantial. Fu Sahan responded coldly, "Your loyalty to the Fu family will not go unrewarded indeed." After the family doctor departed, Fu Sahan had intended to summon the nanny to care for Mu Qianqian. However, she clutched at the hem of his clothing, her voice hazy as she murmured, "Uncle, don't go. Take your medicine." Fu Sahan poured her a glass of warm water. As Mu Qianqian sat up, she found herself utterly devoid of strength, struggling to maintain her balance. Furrowing his brows, Fu Sahan had no choice but to let her lean against his chest. He brusquely placed the pills into her mouth and held the glass against her lips. Urging her to drink, she took small sips. Once finished, she grimaced, "I can't swallow it." "Open your mouth and let me see," Fu Sahan commanded. His breath brushed against her face, warm and slightly ticklish, and Mu Qianqian's heart skipped a beat. And she slowly opened her mouth, the white pill resting on her tongue. So foolish, Fu Sahan thought, detesting her troublesome nature. Fragile and clingy, she was an endless source of complications. Detecting the disdain in his voice, Mu Qianqian lowered her head, trying earnestly to swallow the pill. Without water, however, she struggled, the bitterness spreading on her tongue, contorting her delicate features. "Drink," Fu Sahan urged, feeding her a generous mouthful of water while pinching her chin to lift her face. Startled, Mu Qianqian swallowed both the pill and water in one go. "So that's how you take medicine," she murmured, patting her throat. "Were you never taught?" Fu Sahan inquired. Shaking her head, she replied, "No, I've never taken medicine before." No one had ever instructed her on how to swallow a pill. Fu Sahan's gaze flickered, and he refrained from scolding her further. "Open your mouth." He roughly administered the remaining pills in the same manner. Mu Qianqian's chin bore the marks of his grip, two vivid red impressions contrasting against her fair skin. Her lips glistened with moisture, delicate and inviting. Fu Sahan's throat felt parched, and he unconsciously gulped down a glass of water. Only afterward did he realize it was the same glass Mu Qianqian had used. His expression stiffened, and he set the glass down heavily on the bedside table. "Uncle, what's wrong?" Mu Qianqian asked softly. Fu Sahan cleared his throat, his jaw tense. "Nothing." Mu Qianqian hesitantly queried, "Uncle, is it because I dirtied your car before that you're upset?" Had she not mentioned it, Fu Sahan would have long forgotten the incident. For him, it was trivial, simply switch to another car. "Why do you think that?" he asked. "Because you haven't visited me for days, so I wondered if I had done something wrong." After much thought, Mu Qianqian concluded that her previous clumsiness, which had soiled his vehicle, might have been the cause of his displeasure. Fu Sahan's gaze bore into her, scrutinizing every nuance of her expression. "I discovered that someone orchestrated the accident involving my grandmother." Mu Qianqian gasped, "Someone wanted to harm grandmother?" "No," Fu Sahan replied, pursing his lips. "That person intended to save her, hoping she would feel grateful." Indignant, Mu Qianqian exclaimed, "Even if they want to deceive her into gratitude, they can't resort to such dangerous methods. What if grandmother gets hurt?" Her righteous indignation puffed up her cheeks, and she yearned to confront that person immediately. Despite being accustomed to the deceit of various individuals, Fu Sahan found no trace of guilt or panic on Mu Qianqian's face. Was she truly innocent? Or was her ability to feign composure too adept, even fooling him? "We should report this immediately and apprehend that person. Such a malicious mind is unpredictable and could commit even more heinous acts." "Yes, I have already reported it." "That's good," Mu Qianqian sighed in relief. No one wished to be targeted by such a person. Reporting them was indeed the best course of action. Throughout this exchange, Mu Qianqian remained oblivious to Fu Sahan's subtle probing. Her naive mind could not fathom the deeper implications. After taking her medicine, Mu Qianqian felt even warmer and discreetly extended her feet from under the blanket. Did she not realize she was on her period and ill? She showed no regard for her own health. "If I catch you sleeping on the sofa again, don't blame me for throwing you out the window." His voice was so cold it could freeze. Startled, Mu Qianqian quickly pulled the blanket over herself. Hiding completely, "I want to do it again." Fu Sahan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. "That's more like it." "What's wrong with Qianqian? Is she all right? After her eye surgery, she must not have any complications." Fu Sahan pressed his temples. "Don't worry, grandmother. She just has a cold and fever. It's nothing serious." Only then did the elderly lady relax. "Are you at Mingyuan now?" Fu Sahan tightened his lips. Understood. Given the elderly lady's insistence, He could not refuse. It seemed he would have to spend the night at Minuan. Chapter 12. Is my husband ugly? By the way, that lad from the Liu family visited today and spoke quite a lot of good words. I felt pity for their family since they lost a daughter, so I mentioned him, Mrs. Fu remarked over the phone. As a mother herself, she empathized with the Liu family's plight. Fu Sahan's voice turned cold, laced with a heavy hint of hostility. Grandmother, don't forget, their family dared to scheme against the Fu family. The matter had struck a nerve with Fu Sahan, for it directly involved his family. This is merely the decision of the Liu family's adopted daughter. There is no need to implicate the entire family, Mrs. Fu advised. She has her reasons for doing so. After all, you are the only heir of the Fu family. With no brothers to support you, I fear you may make too many enemies, leading to future complications. Fu Sahan, ever astute, immediately discerned his grandmother's intentions. With a scoff, he replied, Grandmother, you need not worry. Such rabble are unworthy of my concern. The Fu family has long been an unshakable giant in Beishur. Anyone daring to provoke us is merely courting their own demise. Mrs. Fu sighed. It's not the noble who worries, but the petty. Now that you are married, you must consider Qianqian's safety in your actions. I understand. I will be cautious. I heard the Liu family has punished that adopted daughter. For this matter, you may as well let the Liu family off the hook. If there are further transgressions, we can address them then. You seem rather fond of the Liu family? Fu Sahan noted his grandmother's unusual tone. Mrs. Fu replied with a mysterious smile, some things are better left unsaid. She was still investigating the matter, and for now, she chose not to burden her grandson with it, lest he become overly hopeful. After hanging up, Fu Sahan instructed his assistant to send the computer and files to Minuan. Later that night, as Mu Qianqian arose to drink water, she heard the sound of typing. She groped her way to the living room. Uncle, you're still here. Fu Sahan had just sent out a work email and regarded her with a relaxed demeanor. This is my home. Why would I leave? I misspoke. Mu Qianqian quickly apologized. She approached the dining table to pour herself a glass of water, but after taking a sip, she heard Fu Sahan's deep voice. I heard Assistant Wang mention that you're worried I'm very ugly. Choking slightly, Mu Qianqian coughed. I didn't mean it that way. What she intended to convey was that even if her uncle were unattractive, she would still choose to spend her life with him. How did Assistant Wang overhear such a private sentiment? He is my assistant, so he naturally reports everything to me. Only then did Mu Qianqian realize she had inadvertently voiced her inner thoughts. Come here, Fu Sahan beckoned. Comfortably settled on the sofa, Mu Qianqian could only see a blurred silhouette as she cautiously approached. With a hint of amusement in his tone, Fu Sahan urged, take a closer look. Is your husband ugly? Nervously clutching her clothing, Mu Qianqian leaned in closer, scrutinizing for a while. Through a sheer veil, she observed his tall, slender figure, which exuded an air of noble elegance even while seated. Though she could not discern his features, his physique was undoubtedly top-tier. Mu Qianqian felt her cheeks growing warm. Can you see clearly? She nodded, then quickly shook her head. Not really, I can only see the outline. Not his face. Are you afraid I'm an ugly man? Fu Sahan asked, intrigued. Mu Qianqian's face reddened further as she stammered. Even if you were extraordinarily ugly, I would still be willing to be your wife. This girl was truly lacking in verbal finesse, unable to articulate her thoughts properly. Fu Sahan chuckled in amusement. Extraordinarily ugly. Me? Since his birth, he had never been associated with the term ugly. It was astonishing to think he would be described as such by a silly girl. A whirlwind of emotions stirred within him. No, that is not what I meant. Mu Qianqian hurriedly waved her hands. I mean, you are a good person, with a good character and sense of responsibility. Those traits are far more important than looks. Although she had her preferences, she was not ungrateful. Given how kind Fu Sahan had been to her, she certainly wanted to repay him adequately. Why do you keep digging a deeper hole? Fu Sahan sighed. Realizing that this silly girl had inadvertently accepted his supposed ugliness, in a bid to avoid hurting his pride, she kept praising his character while avoiding any mention of his appearance. Suddenly, Fu Sahan felt mischievous and decided to tease her. Indeed, I am an ugly man. Otherwise, I wouldn't be unmarried at my age. Mu Qianqian's expression fell, and she cautiously asked, how ugly are you? Square face, small eyes, flat nose, thick lips. Fu Sahan exaggerated his flaws. Mu Qianqian took a deep breath, finding it somewhat acceptable. Fu Sahan continued to frighten her. And I have a face full of scars, pockmarked like the surface of the moon. Had Fu Sahan truly looked as he described? The socialites of Beishir would not be clamoring for his attention. In her mind, Mu Qianqian imagined a grotesquely hideous figure approaching her. She silently wept. Oh no, my husband is so unattractive. Fu Sahan leaned back lazily, speaking with an air of casual elegance. So, what do you think? Are you still willing to continue this journey with me? Mu Qianqian nodded resolutely. Yes, no matter how plump or unattractive you may appear. I shall repay you. A smile danced in Fu Sahan's eyes. But what if I truly am quite ugly? What then? Mu Qianqian pondered for a moment, then replied slowly, then, perhaps we should just turn off the lights. What purpose would that serve? Fu Sahan feigned ignorance, and Mu Qianqian covered her flushed face, feeling an urge to vanish into the ground. How could a girl like her utter such words? Her face blushed crimson, and she fled in embarrassment. You're so wicked, uncle. I shall ignore you. Chapter 13. Do you think I'm ugly? Fu Sahan watched her retreating figure, reflecting on her earlier words, and suddenly felt a tightening in his lower abdomen. Having suppressed his desires for years, he had never experienced such a sensation. He loosened his tie and downed half a glass of cold water, trying to quell the rising heat. I fear that if I delay too long, I may fall behind in my studies. The prestigious financial university was known for its rigorous curriculum, and if she continued to miss classes, she might fail several subjects by the end of the term. Are you certain you can attend classes? I just heard you coughing. Mu Qianqian, suppressing the urge to cough, responded, I can manage my daily life now. Attending classes should be no problem. Seeing her determination, Fu Sahan nodded. If you wish to go, then go. The financial university was conveniently located near their residence, making it easy for Mu Qianqian to attend classes. Her cheeks flushed. She quickly denied, No, that's not what I meant. However, after denying it, she felt overly forward and somewhat immodest. The young girl bit her soft pink lip, her face a tapestry of conflict. Observing her distress, Fu Sahan instinctively reached out and ruffled her fluffy, soft hair. The gesture surprised even himself. All right, Mu Qianqian nodded obediently. For the past few days, Fu Sahan had been residing in Mingyuan community. Each morning, Mu Qianqian would awaken to find him working in the living room. She dared not disturb him, instead quietly pouring him a glass of water and placing it beside him. With his sudden departure, the house fell into an unsettling silence, leaving her somewhat unaccustomed. However, she had little time to gather her thoughts. Uncle Fu had promised to allow her to return to school, and she needed to prepare immediately. Despite still recovering from her cold, Mu Qianqian donned a mask as she stepped outside. Sensitive to bright light, Fu Sahan had provided her with a pair of sunglasses that obscured most of her face. Arriving at class in such attire naturally drew curious glances and whispers. Who is that? I've never seen her before. Is she a part of our class? Wearing sunglasses and a mask on such a hot day, does she think she is a celebrity? How pretentious. Seated in the last row, Mu Qianqian felt the weight of their scrutiny. It was only when attendance was called that they learned her name. Mu Qianqian. So she is Mu Qianqian, the one who never reported nor participated in military training. After so many days away, the school still retains her enrollment. Surely she has connections. Why is she hiding her face? Could it be that she is too ugly to show herself? Ha ha ha. Next to her sat a girl, her roommate, Fang Yanran. Fang Yanran, with her boisterous personality, felt an instinctive need to protect the gentle and demure Mu Qianqian. Qianqian, don't pay attention to their nonsense. I know you're not well connected. You were merely injured in a car accident, which is why you missed class. She assumed Mu Qianqian hid behind the mask due to facial injuries sustained in the accident, while in truth, Mu Qianqian simply wished to avoid spreading her cold. Gratefully, Mu Qianqian replied, Cough, thank you. Fang Yanran responded enthusiastically, No need for thanks. If there's anything you don't understand from the previous lessons, feel free to ask me anytime. After class, Mu Qianqian leaned on her cane, waiting in the shade of the trees. Who are you waiting for? Fang Yanran inquired. I'm waiting for a relative. Mu Qianqian did not reveal that she was awaiting her husband, for it was rare for someone her age to be married so soon, and she wished to avoid drawing attention. Fang Yanran, feeling uneasy, offered, Shall I keep you company? I won't leave until someone comes to pick you up. Initially, Fu Sahan had instructed assistant one to fetch her. But unexpectedly, he arrived in person. Qianqian. Fu Sahan stood before her, his voice deep and cold. Uncle, you're here. Mu Qianqian smiled, her voice unconsciously laced with joy. The moment Fu Sahan appeared, Fang Yinran seemed frozen, staring at him in disbelief. Mu Qianqian, concerned that Fang Yinran found her uncle unattractive, quickly whispered, "Although he may not be conventionally handsome, his character is truly commendable, so you need not fear." Upon hearing her words, Fu Sahan's lips twitched in silent exasperation. Nevertheless, he chose not to engage with the little blind girl on this matter. Fang Yinran's mouth hung agape, as if she had just seen a ghost. She blinked, questioning her own hearing. Ugly? Did Mu Qianqian really just call this man ugly? Did she possess any sense of aesthetics? This man before her was far more handsome than any celebrity she had seen on screen. With such noble bearing and good looks, to be labeled ugly seemed absurd. Suggesting that Mu Qianqian's taste was indeed unconventional, Fang Yinran chuckled awkwardly. "Well, since the person here for you has arrived, I shall take my leave." Mu Qianqian waved sweetly. "All right, Yinran, goodbye." As Fang Yinran departed, Mu Qianqian continued to gaze in the direction of her retreat. For reasons unknown, a sense of displeasure stirred within Fu Sahan, who grasped her chin, forcibly turning her face to meet his. His expression was frigid, his tone sharp. "What are you still looking at now that she has left? She was the first friend I made in university. Without Fang Yinran, I would have been all alone." Afraid of being noticed, Mu Qianqian gently struggled, but could not escape his firm hold. Fu Sahan teased. "What's wrong? Do you find me too ugly to be worthy of your company?" Mu Qianqian hurriedly retorted. "No, I don't think you're ugly at all, uncle. I merely feel it's inappropriate for me, as a student, to be seen with someone." "What's inappropriate about it? You are already an adult. It's not as if you're engaging in a forbidden romance." Listening to Fu Sahan's words, Mu Qianqian thought, indeed, she was now an adult, who dictated that adults could not interact with men. Chapter 14. Uncle's embrace. That night, Mu Qianqian fell ill with a fever. Fu Sahan, still engrossed in work, bore the weight of the vast Fu Corporation alone, with countless matters requiring his attention. Hearing soft whimpers from the guest room, he approached and knocked on the door. "Qianqian?" Trapped in a nightmarish dream. Mu Qianqian's face was pale, devoid of color, and beads of sweat dotted her forehead. Clutching her blanket, she shivered. "Go away. Leave me alone." "Where are you taking me?" Fu Sahan, alarmed by her fragmented words, pushed the door open. Mu Qianqian writhed in her sleep, as if ensnared by a nightmare. "No, I refuse to go to this home. It is not my home." "Qianqian, Qianqian." Fu Sahan grasped her shoulders, shaking her gently. She remained unresponsive. Placing his hand on her forehead, he felt the scorching heat. "How could you have a fever again? This little blind girl's health is truly fragile. A simple cold has lingered for far too long." At this late hour, Fu Sahan refrained from calling the family doctor. With dual doctorates in finance and law, his years of education provided him with a basic understanding of medicine. Just as he had done previously, he wrapped ice cubes in a towel, seeking to reduce Mu Qianqian's fever. As her temperature persisted, he resorted to using a warm towel to wipe her down. However, Fu Sahan had never engaged in such caretaking tasks, and his motions were somewhat rough, reddening her delicate skin. Noticing a butterfly-shaped birthmark near her shoulder blade, he thought how the frail girl's thin shoulder blades resembled a butterfly poised for flight, beautifully accentuated by the lovely mark. Tears cascaded down Mu Qianqian's cheeks. Her voice tinged with sorrow, evoking deep sympathy. Fu Sahan tended to her throughout the night, finally managing to lower her temperature. The following morning, Mu Qianqian awoke to find Fu Sahan resting at her bedside. "Uncle, why did you fall asleep here?" Fu Sahan stirred, fatigue evident in his features. He had worked late into the night, only resting after dawn, and had dozed off beside her bed. Rubbing his aching temples, he spoke in a husky morning voice. "Did you have nightmares last night?" Mu Qianqian clutched her blanket tightly. "Yes, I dreamt of something terrifying." "What was it?" "I dreamt that someone wanted to take me away to a village and insisted on making me a child bride." The dream felt all too real, as if it had truly occurred. Shaking her head vigorously, she cast aside the frightening images. Fu Sahan's brows furrowed in concern. What a strange dream to have. Feeling considerably better, Mu Qianqian asked, "Uncle, were you the one taking care of me last night?" Although she had been ensnared by nightmares, she retained a faint awareness. She recalled someone tirelessly tending to her, bathing her and applying ice to her feverish body. No one had ever treated her with such kindness before. Her heart swelled with gratitude, as if a warm stream of affection had begun to flow within her. Thank you, Uncle. In the morning, Aunt Lu arrived to prepare breakfast. As she tied on her apron, she noticed the red marks on Mu Qianqian's neck and collarbone. Connecting the dots with Fu Sihan's earlier emergence from the guest room, Aunt Lu's expression transformed into one of knowing amusement. Mu Qianqian took her seat at the dining table, puzzled. Aunt Lu, why did you make so many dishes today? And you even prepared chicken soup. This seems quite extravagant. Aunt Lu chuckled softly, expressing her concern. I fear you might have worn yourself out last night, so I prepared some nourishment for your body. Mu Qianqian tilted her head slightly, replying, I didn't feel fatigued yesterday, but the uncle certainly seemed exhausted. She intended to serve a bowl of chicken soup to the uncle, but Fu Sihan snatched the spoon from her hand. If you cannot see, do not fumble about carelessly. Be cautious of burns, he admonished, his tone cool and tinged with a metallic sharpness that sounded somewhat fierce. However, Mu Qianqian understood that he was merely concerned for her welfare, so she obediently settled back into her seat. Murmuring in acknowledgement, Aunt Lu covered her mouth, beaming with a knowing smile. Fu Sihan deduced that she must have misunderstood their interaction and instructed her to go to the next room, assuring her he would tidy up later. Ah, I shall not disturb you two any longer, Aunt Lu said, retreating with understanding. Mu Qianqian, with her innocent nature, was oblivious to the unfolding situation. Why did Aunt Lu interfere with us? Just eat your meal, Fu Sihan said coldly, placing a bowl of ginseng chicken soup before her. Yet, Mu Qianqian pushed the bowl back toward him, earnestly stating, Uncle, you were quite worn out last night. You should drink more. Fu Sihan's expression darkened. This foolish girl, even now, did not comprehend how easily such words could be misconstrued. Furthermore, he regularly exercised and was in excellent health, hardly in need of restorative soup. Rather, he cast a glance at her slender arms and legs. Concerned that she was not robust enough to endure much strain, Fu Sihan commanded in a frosty voice, Eat more vegetables. Is that enough to satiate you? Observing her meager appetite, Fu Sihan could not help but frown. No wonder after such prolonged care, she showed no signs of weight gain. She consumed less than even a cat. Mu Qianqian patted her round belly, exclaiming, I cannot eat another bite. Have 2 more bites. Fu Sihan picked up a shrimp and offered it to her lips, his tone imbued with an authoritative gravity, brooking no argument. Reluctantly, Mu Qianqian opened her mouth, consuming 2 more shrimp. She truly could eat no more. Finally, Fu Sihan ceased his insistence, instructing her, Go to class and take the red date milk that Aunt Lu warmed for you. Yes, I remember, Mu Qianqian said, grasping her white cane as she exited the house. Fu Sihan accompanied her to the elevator, instinctively guiding her inside. A crowd surged into the elevator, and Fu Sihan's brows furrowed, the atmosphere around him growing increasingly oppressive. Typically, as the esteemed CEO, he traveled by private plane and car, and his company boasted a dedicated elevator for him. When had he ever needed to share an elevator with others? Moreover, he was known for his cleanliness and aversion to crowded places. Amidst the chaos, someone inadvertently stepped on Mu Qianqian's foot, prompting her to exclaim in surprise. Watching the young girl cornered and bewildered, clutching her cane like a lost creature in a jungle, Fu Sihan's heart softened. He swept her into his embrace, shielding her. Mu Qianqian unexpectedly collided with his broad, sturdy chest, inhaling the refreshing scent of sandalwood that lingered around him. She affectionately nuzzled against him. Although Fu Sihan appeared frigid, his embrace was surprisingly warm. Chapter 15. Comforting the uncle having recovered from her cold, Mu Qianqian removed her mask. Her petite face was adorned with large black sunglasses, accentuating her fair and pristine complexion. With a delicate nose and charmingly rosy lips, like a fairy clad in a beautiful, pristine princess gown, she sat quietly, basking in the sunlight that seemed to drape her in a soft veil. Her appearance left her classmates utterly astounded. Just yesterday, they had thought her unattractive, only to discover her captivating beauty. Some enviously muttered, Is she really that good-looking? If she were a genuine beauty, why would she wear sunglasses? Perhaps her eyes are merely slits. The gossip swirled, and someone dropped a bombshell. Hey, let me tell you, she is not a beneficiary of connections. How do you know? I saw her apply for financial aid. Her family has 3 children and is barely scraping by. How could she possibly be well-connected? Then how has her school status remained intact all this time? The school is unusually lenient with her. Just look at her appearance. It's clear she has some influential benefactor. In an instant, public opinion shifted once more, initially believing her to be of noble lineage, only to conclude that her privileges were perhaps gained through less than savory means. Fang Yinran, upon hearing these rumors, could not help but defend Mu Qianqian, exclaiming, "You all are going too far. How can you slander Qianqian without any evidence? And you claim to be students of a prestigious university? You read even worse than the trolls online," she added. "Oh, why are you defending her? Don't tell me you also wish to trade favors to elevate your status." The leading boy spewed a series of crude remarks, inciting laughter among his peers. Fang Yinran clenched her fists, her eyes reddening with indignation. Mu Qianqian tugged at her arm, saying, "Yinran, let us ignore them." Their malice was bewildering, and no matter how much she explained, they would not listen. Rather than engage, it was better to dismiss their words as mere background noise. Mu Qianqian reassured her, "The innocent will clear their names. I don't care what they say." The boy mocking Mu Qianqian was named Shapu. His family had a little money, but they were hardly a prominent family in Bay City. Previously, he had met Lu Yunxiang at a banquet by chance. "All right, I'll have someone harass her more," Shapu replied. Lu Yunxiang had felt a strong sense of crisis upon seeing Mu Qianqian. She bribed the hospital nurse to learn Mu Qianqian's name and background and discovered that they attended the same major at the finance university, which coincidentally was the same as one of her sycophants. Thus, Lu Yunxiang approached Shapu, instructing him to spread rumors at school to drive Mu Qianqian to withdraw, effectively keeping the Lu family from finding her. However, the nurse, wary of the Fu family's influence, did not inform Lu Yunxiang that Mu Qianqian's hospital admission was arranged by the Fu family. Therefore, Lu Yunxiang was still unaware of the connection between Mu Qianqian and the Fu family. Otherwise, she would not dare to act so brazenly. Shapu sent another message. "Sis, why do I feel like Mu Qianqian resembles you a bit?" This statement irked Lu Yunxiang immensely, and she typed furiously, "Do your job and keep your mouth shut, or don't blame me for being rude." Yes, I misspoke," Shapu replied hastily. After class, Mu Qianqian stood under a tree with Fang Yinran, the setting sun casting a warm glow on her pristine skirt like a vibrant oil painting. Numerous male students discreetly glanced her way. Fu Sikhan approached her, extending his hand. "Let us go." Mu Qianqian smiled gently. "Uncle, why are you here again?" In truth, Fu Sikhan still had a mountain of important work awaiting his attention. He had been engaged in an international conference when the elderly lady bombarded him with calls, summoning him to the school to pick up his wife after class. "Is it reasonable for you to let someone else pick up your own wife? What if Qianqian becomes someone else's wife? You'll have regrets then." These two remarks had propelled the esteemed CEO out of his office. As Fu Sikhan approached, he naturally caught sight of the adoring glances from the young men. It must be said, the elderly lady possessed remarkable foresight. Mu Qianqian's innocent and sweet visage evoked a primal desire in those young men, who seemed as if they had never encountered a woman before. Eager to rush forth. Although Fu Sikhan regarded Mu Qianqian merely as his nominal wife, her presence on his family register meant that no one could covet her. Holding her hand, Fu Sikhan said, "Let us go. See you tomorrow." On the way back, Mu Qianqian pondered how Fang Yinran always seemed startled into silence upon seeing Uncle. Was Uncle truly that unattractive? Perhaps he was even more so than she had imagined. Ugly beyond compare would be a fitting description. She wondered how many cold glances and ridicule Uncle had endured because of his looks. With this thought, Mu Qianqian took the initiative to grasp his warm hand, saying, "Uncle, do not worry too much about others' opinions." Her seemingly nonsensical statement left Fu Sikhan perplexed, prompting him to raise an eyebrow and ask, No matter how handsome one is, mere appearance is superficial. The sincerity and kindness within one's heart are what truly matter." The young girl was not particularly adept at comforting others. She had conjured this wisdom with considerable effort. It turned out she had been lost in thought. Trying to figure out how to console him, a flicker of amusement passed through Fu Sikhan's eyes as he replied, "You are right." Yet, the sincerity and kindness she spoke of were attributes he lacked entirely. This time, the vehicle she boarded was not an ordinary mode of transport, but rather an extravagant car with a 9-digit price tag. The difference palpable even from the seating. Mu Qianqian tilted her face upward, innocently stating, "I thought you sold this car. Why not sell it? To fund my eye treatment?" Fu Sikhan chuckled, a wry smile gracing his lips. "Rest assured, your husband has not fallen into such dire straits." Chapter 16. Meeting the elders, Mu Qianqian dutifully fastened her seatbelt. "Where are we headed?" she asked, startled. But I haven't prepared anything. This was her first meeting with the elders, and she had not even bought a gift. Rushing over right after class without any mental preparation and no need to prepare. Your presence is sufficient. With Fu Sixhan's reassurance, Mu Qianqian felt considerably steadied. The car glided smoothly toward the Fu family estate. This gathering was a family dinner, simply arranged with a few tables by the lakeside pavilion, attended solely by family members. Mu Qianqian did not notice the plaque at the entrance and initially thought they had arrived at a park. After all, which family possessed such a vast lake? The numerous pavilions and structures resembled an ancient royal residence. "Qianqian is here," Grandmother Fu called out warmly. Upon recognizing the elderly lady's voice, Mu Qianqian gently replied, "Grandma, how is your health now?" "Much improved, my dear. I've missed you during this time," Grandmother Fu said with a cheerful smile. "How have you been at Mingyuan? My grandson hasn't bullied you, has he?" Mu Qianqian lowered her head shyly, assuring her, "Grandma, rest assured, the uncle treats me very well. During her illness, the uncle had cared for her throughout the night. That is wonderful. As long as you both live happily, this old woman can rest easy. Please stop standing there and take a seat. The feast is about to begin." Mu Qianqian and Fu Sixhan are seated beside the matriarch of the Fu family. The atmosphere is filled with familial warmth, and since it is a family gathering, no one brings up matters concerning the company. Fu Sixhan is the only son of the third branch. His parents tragically passed away years ago. He does have several cousins, but each of them seems to lack focus and ambition, unwilling or unable to bear the weight of the Fu family's responsibilities. After all, with such an outstanding older cousin to support them, they are content to indulge in pleasure and carefree living. Fu Sixhan has a pair of fraternal twins as his niece and nephew, both of whom are particularly fond of Mu Qianqian. Circling around her like little satellites, the little girl looks up, her eyes sparkling like black grapes, and asks, "Sister, don't you feel scared living with uncle?" Mu Qianqian blushes at the question. The elders chuckle and tease her. "Mian, you should call her aunt. Why are you calling her sister?" Fu Wanmian, with her two little pigtails, pouts and replies, "I want to call her sister. Calling her aunt makes me feel old." She climbs onto a stool and leans in to whisper in Mu Qianqian's ear. "Both my brother and I are really scared of uncle. Sister, you're so brave for marrying him. He's a very nice person." Mu Qianqian responds, "No one dares to marry my uncle. He's quite fierce, and we are most afraid of him." At that, Fu Wanmian suddenly shivers. "Ah, uncle is coming." She jumps down from the chair and scampers away with her short legs. Quickly, she hides behind her twin brother and exclaims, "Brother, protect me." The elders are in fits of laughter at the scene. Mu Qianqian, caught up in the joyous atmosphere, can't help but smile. In her previous family, she had never experienced such warmth. Her memories are filled with harsh rebukes and insults, devoid of any laughter or joy. Fu Sixhan gently places his long hand on her fluffy head and ruffles her hair a bit. "Qianqian, don't believe her nonsense. Mian is quite clever. Even adults can easily be fooled by her." After being so thoroughly slandered by his little niece, Mu Qianqian's misunderstanding of him deepens. In her heart, he has likely become a fierce and cold-hearted monster. Mu Qianqian playfully remarks, "I think Mian has a point. You must be quite fierce if even children are afraid of you." Fu Sixhan, in a state of exasperation, chuckles softly. After the meal, he takes Mu Qianqian and leaves. Once they depart, Grandma Fu leans in to whisper with her daughter. "Did you see how Qianqian interacts with Sixhan? Ever since his parents passed away, this child rarely smiles, only knows work, and it pains me to see him like this." Indeed, Fu Sixhan used to be taciturn and unsmiling, which intimidated the younger generation, making them hesitant to approach him. "Yes, I see that Sixhan has become more cheerful. Perhaps he hasn't even realized it himself. Mother, you helped him choose the right wife." Grandma Fu beams with satisfaction. "You should see how long I've lived. I still possess some skill in discerning character. I hope Qianqian and Sixhan can continue together, or else when I reach the afterlife, I will have no face to meet Sixhan's parents." Tears glisten in her aunt's eyes. "Mother, please don't say that. Brother and sister-in-law would surely be delighted to see Sixhan married." On the way home, Mu Qianqian feels drowsy, her head nodding as she succumbs to sleep against the car window. The last time she leaned on Fu Sixhan's shoulder, he had coldly pushed her away. However, this time, as she sleeps unsteadily, Fu Sixhan notices and gently places his palm beneath her head. He is not doing this out of pity for her, but merely because she performed well today. So he decides to be a bit kinder. After all, marrying her was merely to appease the elders, and now that she can amuse them, it does not seem like a feudal union. With this soft cushion, Mu Qianqian sleeps exceptionally soundly. Upon waking, she discovers Fu Sahan's hand beneath her face, instantly flushing with embarrassment. Uncle, have you been supporting my head the whole time? He stiffens momentarily before quickly reverting to his usual aloof demeanor. Speaking coldly, don't get the wrong idea. I'm just preventing you from breaking the window. With that, Fu Sahan exits the car without a glance at Mu Qianqian. She pouts in annoyance and follows him out. Aren't you going to hurry over? Oh, I'm coming. Mu Qianqian hastens her steps. Just as they reach the ground floor, she trips and stumbles forward. Fu Sahan frowns, his body reacting faster than his mind, and he strides forward to catch her securely. How can you be so clumsy? You can trip on flat ground? Rubbing her sore nose, Mu Qianqian plaintively replies, Uncle, my eyesight isn't good. She wonders what Fu Sahan's body is made of, as his chest feels so solid that she nearly cries from the impact. Fu Sahan, in a tone of disdain, replies, if you can't see, hold on to my hand. Wait, Mu Qianqian cautiously grasps two of his fingers, not daring to touch more, gently holding his ring and little fingers, resembling a child being led along. Mian is right. Sometimes, Uncle really does seem fearsome. Chapter 17. Marital Obligations? Fu Sahan receives a call from his secretary. He approaches the floor-to-ceiling window and answers the phone. President Fu, we have thoroughly investigated Miss Mu's recent activities and found no connection with the adopted daughter of the Liu family. The day Miss Mu went to school was merely coincidental. It was not prearranged. Fu Sahan, being the meticulous person he is, although Mu Qianqian is merely his public wife, feels the need to ascertain whether she harbors any ulterior motives. If she were to have ill intentions, he would not hesitate to act. Upon hearing the secretary's report, Fu Sahan responds with a soft acknowledgement, well done. Your bonus will be doubled this month. Thank you. President Fu. The secretary expresses heartfelt gratitude but cannot resist adding, President Fu, I have some personal thoughts to share. We found that Miss Mu is living quite poorly at home, yet she is kind-hearted. Both neighbors and classmates speak highly of her. She is sincere with others. Unlike those who seek to climb the social ladder, it's like a pure, innocent little rabbit suddenly jumping into a den of wolves and serpents. Shouldn't we protect her well? Fu Sahan coldly interrupts. What are you telling me this for? President Fu. Miss Mu is a wonderful person. Having her by your side will allow us, your subordinates, to feel more at ease. My affairs are my own business. Fu Sahan hangs up the phone. The sound of running water ceases, and Mu Qianqian emerges from the bathroom, clad in a silk nightgown. She rummages through the living room for something. Uncle, I can't find the hairdryer. Fu Sahan frowns. Why are you always so forgetful? Mu Qianqian sticks out her tongue and replies cheerfully, I just forgot this time. As she continues her search, bending over causes her neckline to open, revealing her fair skin. Fu Sahan feels as though he has been burned and quickly averts his gaze. He retrieves the hairdryer from the cabinet and coldly hands it to her. Stop looking. Even he remembers where she places things, yet she herself does not. Not only is she visually impaired, but her mind seems to be muddled as well. Thank you, Uncle. Mu Qianqian takes the hairdryer and goes to the side to dry her hair. Once done, she tidies the cord and stows it away. Fu Sahan's gaze remains fixed on her. In the past, when glamorous models and celebrities vied for his attention, his expression never wavered. Yet now, watching Mu Qianqian's slender and delicate form, still unrefined and not yet alluring, inexplicably stirs a heat within him. It is truly perplexing. Fu Sahan rubs his temples, attributing it to his recent work fatigue. After a moment's hesitation, Mu Qianqian approaches him. Uncle, thank you. As she walks, a gentle scent of bath lotion wafts through the air, a subtle floral fragrance. Thank me for what? Fu Sahan, with his hands in his pockets, gazes out the window. Thank you for taking me to meet your family. Mu Qianqian speaks shyly. It made me feel a touch of familial warmth. Her words seem to drop like a stone into the lake of Fu Sahan's heart, creating ripples of emotion. Fu Sahan swallows hard. Mu Qianqian. As long as you remain well-behaved, this family will not fall apart. In that fleeting moment, Fu Sahan suddenly comprehends why everyone, including his grandmother and assistant, holds Mu Qianqian in such high regard. Even his secretary couldn't help but speak kindly of her. It is because Mu Qianqian's heart is filled with an abundance of love. She shines like a small sun, illuminating those around her despite any hardships or adversity she faces. Who could resist the warmth and brightness of the sun? Thus, Fu Sahan finds himself unable to restrain the words that escape his lips. After speaking, he himself is taken aback, as long as she continues to be this obedient. He can allow her to firmly establish her place as Mrs. Fu, granting her a life of luxury and abundance. Mu Qianqian pauses momentarily, then beams sweetly, taking his hand. Uncle, rest assured, I will diligently manage our little home and ensure it does not fall apart. She does not possess the same heavy-hearted scheming as Fu Sahan. She simply thinks that whoever treats her well, she will reciprocate in kind. Since her uncle has been so good to her, she will wholeheartedly care for him, even if, he is an unattractive man. Fu Sahan smiles in satisfaction. How has school been? Mu Qianqian hesitates for a moment, only sharing the positives and omitting any negatives. I'm doing quite well at school and have made new friends. After all, her uncle works hard enough. She does not wish to burden him with her troubles. That's good. Fu Sahan calls out to her. Wait down. Mu Qianqian nervously grips the doorknob, her heart racing. Uncle, you called me now. Could it be that you want me to fulfill my marital obligations? Although she has resolved to live well with her uncle, she has yet to see his appearance. It is not that she finds him ugly. Rather, Mu Qianqian simply does not wish for her first experience to be shrouded in ambiguity. At the very least, she wants to see his face clearly. She could not use her menstrual cycle as an excuse. After all, the last time she had her period, the uncle was fully aware of it. Alas, what should she do? Fu Sahan remained oblivious to Mu Qianqian's intricate emotional turmoil. He merely reminded her in a nonchalant manner that she had yet to drink her milk. Mu Qianqian let out a long sigh of relief, moved to the living room, and took a glass, sipping the milk delicately. Though replenished the nutrients she had missed over the years, she had not only the various fish, chicken, and sea cucumber soups that Aunt Lu frequently cooked, but also a steadfast routine of 1 glass of milk in the morning and evening. She almost forgot about it. After finishing her milk, she placed the cup in the sink and walked past Fu Sahan, saying, Uncle, I'm going to sleep down. Fu Sahan nodded slightly. Mu Qianqian pushed open the door to the guest room and, upon entering, leaned against the door, lost in thought. How peculiar, she thought. She should feel relieved. Yet there was an inexplicable sense of melancholy in her heart. Chapter 18. The dominant President Fu. The following day, as Mu Qianqian returned to class, the rumors had become increasingly outrageous. Look at the school forum. Yesterday, Mu Qianqian was spotted getting into a luxury car. Surely with some old and unattractive man. Goodness, she is openly relying on wealthy patrons at school, taking shortcuts. Is there no sense of morality left? Expel Mu Qianqian. This university should maintain its integrity. Mu Qianqian had never logged into the school forum. But as she made her way to class, she noticed numerous students from other majors gathering around, whispering about her. So, this is Mu Qianqian. She is certainly not bad-looking. If she were unattractive, would a big shot even notice her? What a shame. I wonder if she feels nauseous sleeping with that old, smelly man. Some maintained rationality, questioning, what if that was her family's car? It's best not to spread unfounded rumors. You don't know, do you? She was a poor student when she first enrolled, and suddenly she's in a luxury car. Who would believe she's not relying on a wealthy man? The incessant doubts chilled Mu Qianqian to the bone. Her heart sinking further. Who was it that had been fabricating these rumors to harm her? Why were they doing this? Fang Yinran argued passionately. The truth is not yet established. Don't jump to conclusions, lest you be used as pawns. I advise you to keep your distance from her. This woman is not simple. Fang Yinran clenched her fists, her face flushed with anger. I know better than you strangers what kind of person Qianqian is. On what grounds do you defame an innocent person? Your words are nothing but slander, and do you not realize the damage you inflict on a girl? And on what basis do you claim we are spreading slander? Were you eavesdropping under her bed when she was with that old man? Sha Pu, with a lewd expression, lurked within the crowd, stirring trouble. You? Have some shame. Fang Yinran was driven to tears. Mu Qianqian's eyes turned red as she weakly implored. I am not relying on wealthy patrons. These are all rumors. Please believe me that I voluntarily withdrew my poverty application long ago. I do not know who leaked my personal information. Please do not spread my privacy any further. Her voice was soft and gentle, her logic clear, evoking sympathy from many. Yet, A greater number were drawn to the spectacle, and with a few voices in the crowd inciting further chaos, the situation escalated. Numerous posts about Mu Qianqian topped the forum's front page, with someone revealing the classroom she was in that day, prompting an influx of onlookers. Mu Qianqian. University is a place for learning, meant to be sacred and pure, yet your actions have sullied it. If you still have any shame, withdraw from school to avoid affecting everyone. How much can you earn in one night? Is it so easy to pay for your tuition? The crowd swelled, filling the entire classroom. The teacher was unable to conduct the lesson and had no choice but to report to the school authorities. Upon hearing of the incident, the school leaders immediately contacted Assistant Wang. Fu Sihan was currently listening to the executive's report on profits when Assistant Wang knocked and whispered in his ear, "President Fu, Miss Mu is being bullied." Assistant Wang recounted the events in hushed tones, and the temperature in the room dropped sharply, causing the executives present to tremble in fear, unwilling to provoke trouble. The meeting will be adjourned for another day. Fu Sihan stood and left the conference room, with Assistant Wang hurriedly following, holding his suit jacket. Once he departed, murmurs erupted in the conference room. Why did President Fu leave so suddenly? Is something wrong? I don't know. President Fu has always prioritized the company. Recently, he has frequently left meetings unexpectedly. I wonder if it's due to family matters. We can rule out any involvement of women. President Fu has never been close to the opposite sex and wouldn't he let personal matters affect his work? Isn't that obvious? If a woman were to appear beside President Fu, it would be more shocking than a celebrity's secret marriage. In the presidential office on the top floor, Assistant Wang accessed the forum of the Finance University on the computer, opening several posts on the homepage. President, look here. The original poster had shared several photos, including images of Mu Qianqian detailing her family situation and applying for financial aid, alongside candid shots of her entering a luxury car. However, the dim lighting obscured the specific model and license plate of the vehicle. Only a long, strong hand was visible, assisting Mu Qianqian into the opulent car. Many comments followed, with numerous uninformed users recklessly typing dark speculations. Fools love to follow the crowd. They pounce on any excitement like rabid dogs scenting bones, heedless of the consequences. President, many have already located the classroom where Miss Mu is attending today. Assistant Wang scrolled down several pages, filled with photos of students covertly capturing Mu Qianqian. There were also various insiders continuously tarnishing her reputation. Fu Sihan closed his eyes momentarily. A vision of Mu Qianqian being besieged and weeping by a crowd flashed through his mind, tightening his chest inexplicably, as if his heart had been gripped. When he opened his eyes again, a fierce glint flickered within them. Fu Sihan tapped the table twice with his long fingers and spoke slowly. Reveal the real names of everyone involved in these posts, identify the instigator, and ensure they are expelled from Finance University. Understood. Additionally, the administrative teacher who leaked student privacy should also face consequences. Yes, I will handle it immediately. Assistant Wang personally visited Finance University, and 10 minutes later, all the posters' identities were uncovered, displaying their class and names. This revelation exposed that the original poster was none other than Mu Qianqian's classmate. Shapu, what happened to the forum? Why did it suddenly turn into a real-name forum? Damn, the poster locked. There's no way to delete comments, nor can they delete their accounts. It's over. It's really over. They had thought they were safe behind the veil of anonymity, but now, the venomous words they had carelessly typed were laid bare. Fu Sihan's strategy of stripping them of their disguises was truly brilliant, striking at the heart of the matter, instantly quelling the rumors. The dark rodents hiding in the corners dared not scurry about once exposed to the light. Mu Qianqian was comforting the weeping Fang Yinran when she suddenly heard someone mention that the forum had revoked its anonymity, causing those who had slandered her to hastily delete their comments. Someone shouted, and the security team arrived in droves. All students who participated in the defamation of Mu Qianqian, come with me to the student office for registration. Do not attempt to escape. The school is under constant surveillance. Anyone caught fleeing will receive a major demerit, recorded in your files for life. The crowd's faces turned pale, regret washing over them, as they realized the gravity of their actions. They had thought there would be no repercussions for their participation. They were utterly remorseful. All of this was Sha Pu's fault. He had concocted baseless gossip without knowing the truth, dragging them down with him. Fang Yinran wiped her tears, exclaiming, "This is wonderful, Qianqian. You can finally clear your name." Mu Qianqian sighed in relief. "Yes, Thankfully, the school leaders discerned right from wrong and did not let those individuals lead them astray. Not long after, a girl rushed over, anxiously calling out, "Qianqian, are you all right? See you? What are you doing here?" Mu Qianqian recognized the voice of her dear friend. "Li, see you. I had no classes this morning. I was planning to sleep in at the dorm. But when I heard about your situation from my roommate, I rushed over. Licu had not even had time to put on makeup and had hurried to her classroom. How could those gossiping people, all in college, stoop to such malicious slander against a girl? Watch me break their mouths." Licu, having studied martial arts, had quite a fiery temper and immediately declared her intent to confront them. Mu Qianqian felt touched yet helpless, quickly restraining her. "Please don't fight for my sake, don't worry. Those individuals have already been taken by the teacher. The few troublemakers on the forum have been exposed, and they will undoubtedly face punishment. Is the school truly this decisive in handling matters?" Licu was somewhat surprised. "I just want to focus on my studies quietly, without anyone causing me trouble." Licu sat beside Mu Qianqian, remarking, "Qianqian, I feel you look even more beautiful than before." Mu Qianqian touched her face. "Really? I don't think I look any different." She had merely worn a pair of sunglasses. "Was the change truly that significant? You were already quite pretty, but you looked a bit pale before. Now your complexion is much better, making you appear more vibrant and refined." The former Mu Qianqian had indeed been lovely, but due to a lack of nutrition, she had seemed a bit sickly in her current state. She radiates vitality, akin to a delicate blossom nurtured in an affluent household. The very essence of her being exudes a vibrant energy. When praised by her friends, Mu Qianqian felt an innate joy, fully aware that it was due to Uncle Fu's benevolence. "I seem to have neglected the introduction. This is Fang Yanran, my roommate. And this is Licu, a dear friend from high school." Under Mu Qianqian's introduction, Licu and Fang Yanran exchanged contact information. As Licu scrolled through her phone, she exclaimed, "Hey, you two, look, there's a new post on the forum." Mu Qianqian gazed over in confusion, only able to discern a blur of light. "I forgot. You still can't see the phone," Licu remarked. "Can you see my face clearly?" Mu Qianqian was asked. It was as if separated by a frosted glass, where only the general outline was visible, rendering her features indistinct. "Let me read to you what the post says. It's from the school administration." Licu continued. "Because some students question the legitimacy of Mu Qianqian's admission to the finance university, the school has requested her college entrance examination papers to be disclosed. Mu Qianqian's results are legitimate and far exceed the required score for finance university, with no violations whatsoever. The administrative teacher, Li, who leaked Mu Qianqian's private information, has been dismissed from the school." Fang Yanran broke into a smile. "That's wonderful. This finally proves your innocence. The troublemaker from your class, Shapu, has been suspended. It seems he won't be attending classes anymore." Upon hearing this, both Licu and Fang Yanran felt a sense of vindication. "He deserves it. Who told him to falsely accuse someone without reason?" "Qianqian, there are many classmates praising you in the forum," Licu added. Mu Qianqian tilted her head in curiosity. "What are they praising me for?" "They admire your elegant handwriting, your clean exam paper, and your excellent grades," Licu replied, her pride palpable. They were unaware that she was a top student at their school, effortlessly securing admission to Finance University. Although Finance University is a prestigious institution, not everyone possesses Mu Qianqian's capabilities. As she had achieved near-perfect scores in several subjects, students like her, humble and low-key, are always well-liked. Mu Qianqian chuckled lightly. "That's all in the past now. I find attending classes quite challenging these days." Licu comforted her. "What are you worried about? You merely can't see the text for now, which is why it feels difficult. Once your vision returns, I'm sure you'll be at the top of your major, collecting scholarships aplenty, leaving those who tried to harm you green with envy." Fang Yanran joined in the encouragement. "Yes, Qianqian, the best way to deal with such petty individuals is to let them see you thrive." "Thank you, Licu and Yanran." She thought herself fortunate to have encountered such kind-hearted individuals like Uncle Fu, along with two sincere friends. After class, Licu had to leave for an urgent matter. Fang Yanran accompanied Mu Qianqian to their usual spot. Intending to wait with her, unexpectedly, Fu Sahan arrived promptly. After attending to matters at his company, he rushed to the school with great haste. "Qianqian," he called, and upon hearing his deep voice, Mu Qianqian's heart fluttered. "Uncle, you're here. My family is here to pick me up," she said, turning to Yanran. "I'll leave now. Goodbye." "Goodbye." Mu Qianqian dashed to Fu Sahan's side, clutching the hem of his clothing, her demeanor endearing. Seeing her safe and sound eased the tension in Fu Sahan's heart. How was your day at school? Initially reluctant to share, Mu Qianqian reconsidered, remembering they were married and thus should not conceal anything from one another. She recounted the events of the day, including the accusations made against her on the forum and how the school administration had clarified her situation, punishing those who had bullied her. Unbeknownst to her, the resolution of this matter had little to do with the school administration's vigilance. The leaders were preoccupied with other affairs, leaving her plight to be resolved solely by her husband. Fu Sahan's lips curled into a slight smile, accused of relying on a wealthy benefactor? Who exactly is this benefactor? Why, it is you, uncle. They seem to have mistaken your car for an extravagant luxury vehicle. But I know you are a diligent worker, not some wealthy elite. Lacking knowledge about cars, Mu Qianqian assumed others had simply made an error or manipulated images to slander her. Throughout, she never considered that her husband could truly afford such luxury. Why am I not a wealthy elite? Fu Sahan inquired with intrigue. Mu Qianqian beamed. Sweeter than honey, uncle, how could a wealthy elite live in a modest apartment complex? In her imagination, affluent individuals should reside in grand mansions, not in high-rise apartments. Moreover, uncle was always so busy, unlike the wealthy portrayed on television. As Fu Sahan held her hand while they strolled along the sidewalk, he chuckled softly at her words. Oh, what's the difference? On TV, rich people never work. They spend their days squabbling over inheritances, seeking illegitimate children, and confronting mistresses. Yet, nothing of that sort occurs around you. Fu Sahan, after all, had to go to work every day, unlike the stereotypical domineering rich man who merely circled around the female lead. Furthermore, Mu Qianqian had attended one of Uncle S' family gatherings, where the atmosphere was warm and friendly, devoid of any familial strife for inheritance. Thus, she found it hard to believe that she could be so fortunate as to marry a stranger only to discover he was a renowned tycoon. Such tales were mere fabrications of novels, far removed from reality. Fu Sahan smirked. You ought to watch less television. It's not good for your eyes. Mu Qianqian playfully stuck her tongue out. I know. Currently, she could barely see, merely leaving the television on for background noise. Fu Sahan had initially thought that Mu Qianqian would be devastated by the slander, but to his surprise, she seemed in good spirits today, even humming a tune as they walked. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Fu Sahan asked, Aren't you upset about being slandered? Not at all. What they say is false. Lies can never become truth, Mu Qianqian asserted confidently. Her chest held high. But what if others misunderstand you? She was asked. Mu Qianqian remained unfazed. As long as those I care about believe in me, it doesn't matter what others think. They can believe whatever they wish. Fu Sahan's gaze lingered on her for a moment longer, a smile forming unconsciously. It seemed this little blind girl was not as naive as she appeared, possessing a greater understanding than many. A couple of days later, news spread that Pu had been expelled from school. Most people celebrated the news, believing he deserved it for making baseless accusations and causing trouble, resulting in many innocent bystanders receiving reprimands from their counselors. What could he possibly have against Mu Qianqian to spread such rumors? How despicable! Who would dare befriend someone like him? I certainly wouldn't. I fear he might stab me in the back someday. Pu, still in the group chat, saw the flurry of messages and turned purple with rage, attributing all of it to Mu Qianqian. It's all this woman's fault. I merely made a few posts. Did it warrant expulsion from school? Who is backing her? Why is she being so fiercely protected? He messaged Lu Yunxiang's sister. Who exactly is Mu Qianqian? Is someone supporting her? Lu Yunxiang replied. How could that be? She's just a poor girl from the countryside. What connections could she possibly have? Pu lamented. But I've been expelled. What am I going to do? If my dad finds out, he'll kill me. Unbeknownst to him, he assumed she was related to the Lu family, thinking they would intervene on his behalf. Contemplating, a malicious glint sparkled in his eyes. Don't worry. This time I will make sure she is expelled from Finance University. This little woman caused my expulsion. If I don't give her a taste of her own medicine, I'm not a man. Lu Yunxiang felt somewhat relieved upon seeing his message. She had been unable to sleep well lately, plagued by dreams of Mu Qianqian's face. The resemblance between Mu Qianqian and her foster mother was uncanny. It was precisely because of this resemblance that Lu Yunxiang was taken from the orphanage by the Lu family, allowing her to live a life of luxury. With her adoptive parents' affections divided, her brother, who had never liked her, grew to despise her even more. fearing she might be cast out of the Liu family and revert to being a destitute orphan. These thoughts tormented her nearly to madness. She refused to return to a life of poverty. She would not settle for being an ordinary person. She aspired to be the sole heiress of the Liu family. Thus, Mu Qianqian had to be driven out of Bay City, vanishing forever from the Liu family's sight. Meanwhile, Mu Qianqian remained blissfully unaware of the looming threat against her. She was preoccupied with how to persuade Uncle not to buy her expensive nutritional supplements any longer. "Uncle, your salary needs to support the family. It's best not to waste it on me." Fu Sahan, engrossed in a cutting-edge financial report, lifted his gaze at her words, replying indifferently, "Whether it's a waste or not is for me to decide." Sitting at the dining table, Mu Qianqian appeared as a dutiful student, facing a bottle of nutrient liquid that had been air-freighted from overseas. She thought it was just something Uncle had casually purchased, unaware that this nutrient was meticulously tailored to her health report. With a pouting expression, Mu Qianqian protested, "But it really doesn't taste good." After taking a small sip through a straw, she grimaced in distaste. Had Uncle not been sitting across from her, she might have almost spat it out. "It's beneficial for your health. This will help you recover quickly," Fu Sahan stated, remaining unmoved. "Uncle, may I please have some goat's milk instead? Although it has a bit of a gamey taste, it's far better than this nutrient liquid." Fu Sahan set aside his magazine, watching her with interest as he coldly stated, "No, you may not." Observing the desolation on Mu Qianqian's face, Fu Sahan's eyes sparkled with amusement as he feigned a stern demeanor. "Who told you to eat so little normally? I promise I'll eat more meat and rice from now on," Mu Qianqian declared earnestly. "This is what the doctor advised you to drink. Just have it for now, as it will also benefit your eyes." Mu Qianqian, feeling somewhat despondent, simply responded with an "oh," conceding to the suggestion. Without further ado, she discarded the straw, pinched her nose, and swiftly consumed the nutrient solution in one go. Once finished, she dashed to the kitchen and downed a large glass of orange juice in rapid gulps. Chapter 21. The Drunken Uncle. Although it is often said that university is a time to relax, Mu Qianqian did not wish to become complacent. She aspired to earn a scholarship to alleviate her uncle's burden of providing for the family. After retreating to her room, Fu Sahan made a call to the overseas medical team. He requested a modification of the nutrient solution's flavor to make it more palatable. However, the response was, "But, Mr. Fu, our supplements have always maintained this flavor for years. It has never changed." Fu Sahan, with his substantial wealth, promptly increased the research and development bonus tenfold. The team on the other end quickly adjusted their tune. "Understood, Mr. Fu. What flavor would you like? We will commence development immediately." On that day, Mu Qianqian was about to consume the nutrient solution as she had previously done. However, upon taking a sip, her eyes widened in astonishment. It was sweet and strawberry-flavored. Mu Qianqian licked her lips, wondering how the flavor had suddenly changed. Could it have gone bad? She called her uncle to inquire about the nutrient solution. Fu Sahan, while signing documents, placed his phone on the table in speaker mode. "It's not spoiled. You can drink it without worry. The nutrient solution has changed to strawberry flavor. It's quite delicious." Assistant Wang watched in disbelief as the president lied, suspecting there might have been a mix-up. "Uncle, can we buy this flavor from now on? I really like it. As you wish." After hanging up, Fu Sahan handed the documents to Assistant Wang, who appeared dazed. Fu Sahan raised an eyebrow. "Wang Yang. Oh, Mr. Fu, my apologies. I was just lost in thought." Wang Yang took the documents and hurried off. After leaving the president's office, he pondered how Mr. Fu had increased the bonus for the nutrient product to make it more enjoyable. Yet during the phone call, it had transformed into a mere comment about a wrong flavor. If a simple mistake could lead to a specially formulated nutrient solution, there would be no need to allocate 8-digit sums for research funding. The operations of Mr. Fu were becoming increasingly perplexing. Buried in company affairs, Fu Sahan was brought a cup of coffee by his secretary. As he sipped, he suddenly recalled Mu Qianqian's expression while drinking the nutrient solution. Was it truly that unpalatable? Imagining her eyes sparkling with delight upon tasting the strawberry-flavored nutrient solution, akin to a satisfied kitten, a smile unconsciously spread across Fu Sahan's lips. The secretary was taken aback. "Mr. Fu, is there something that pleases you?" Fu Sahan's demeanor turned icy as he regained his usual indifferent expression. "Focus on your duties and refrain from asking unnecessary questions." He was not intentionally indulging Mu Qianqian. It was merely because she was his nominal wife. and he found it inappropriate to be too cold towards her. Moreover, should she secretly discard the nutrient solution due to its unpleasant taste, causing her eyes to remain unrecovered, his grandmother would surely lay the blame at his feet. He certainly did not possess the time to monitor whether Mu Qianqian was consuming her supplements punctually. For reasons unknown, Fu Sahan recalled her remark about the wealthy CEOs on television not needing to work and idling their days away, a stark contrast to his reality. Where was there a president who did not work? His days were filled with countless meetings, negotiations, and contracts, leaving him no moments to rest. Why was he even thinking about this little blind girl? Fu Sahan adjusted his tie, feeling inexplicably unsettled. He had assumed that the little blind girl would have been asleep by now. Yet to his surprise, the living room lights were still on, revealing her slumped over the table in slumber. She was clad only in a thin silk nightdress, the soft light casting a delicate glow around her. Enveloping her in a gossamer veil, Mu Qianqian's sleeping visage radiated tranquility, her fair cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and her long, dark lashes cast shadows beneath her eyes. Fu Sahan quietly changed his shoes at the entrance and stepped into the living room. He believed his movements to be discreet, yet he inadvertently roused the girl at the table. Mu Qianqian stirred. "Uncle, have you been drinking?" The scent of alcohol and tobacco clung to him, not unpleasant, rather blending harmoniously with a hint of sandalwood, creating an aura of a mature and charming man. "Yes," Fu Sahan replied in a low, magnetic voice, slightly hoarse. "How did you end up sleeping here?" Mu Qianqian stood up. "You told me not to sleep on the sofa, so I waited for you here." Fu Sahan was at a loss for words. His intention in forbidding her to sleep on the sofa was to protect her fragile constitution from catching a cold. Yet here she was, sleeping on the table, making her just as susceptible. He extended a finger and, with a mix of exasperation and unintentional fondness, tapped her forehead. "Little blind girl, you're so stubborn." Mu Qianqian gently rubbed her forehead and weakly replied, "I was just listening to your advice." Fu Sahan appeared slightly uncomfortable as he swayed towards the sofa. Mu Qianqian quickly took his arm to assist him in sitting down. "You rest here for a moment. I will fetch you some water." Just as she was about to leave, Fu Sahan grasped her wrist. "No need." The man chuckled, his hoarse voice heavy with fatigue. "Little blind girl, you should take care of yourself." Mu Qianqian puffed out her cheeks, arguing, "Uncle, I'm not a little blind girl." "I can see it." Fu Sahan raised an eyebrow, leaning closer to her handsome face. "Can you see my appearance clearly?" Mu Qianqian strained her eyes, but still could not discern his features. Everything appeared hazy, as if viewed through frosted glass. She abruptly yanked her hand from his grasp. "All right, uncle, just sit here obediently and don't move." She went to the kitchen to pour a glass of warm water and placed it before him. "Drink some water first. I'll find you some medicine." Opening the family medicine cabinet, Mu Qianqian scrutinized the various boxes for an extended time. However, due to her inability to read the labels clearly, she could not identify which medicine to take. Fu Sahan, observing her struggle, said, "Let me handle it. I can find it myself." Frustrated, Mu Qianqian bit her lip and reluctantly brought the medicine cabinet closer to him. Fu Sahan deftly pinched a box of medicine between his long fingers, taking 2 pills with the warm water she poured. "I've already boiled the hot water. You can simply wash up afterward." Fu Sahan acknowledged with a parting his knees, resting his elbows on them, and lowering his head to recuperate. Just as he was about to shower, he noticed Mu Qianqian still standing there, seemingly unable to leave him alone. Fu Sahan smiled nonchalantly. "I'm going to shower. Are you coming along?" "Huh?" Mu Qianqian was caught off guard. After a brief moment, she realized what he meant, and her cheeks instantly flushed crimson. "No, I'm not." She merely worried that he might not take care of himself if he drank too much, so she wanted to stay and assist. Fu Sahan pretended to misinterpret her meaning, removing his tie and tossing it casually onto the sofa. His long, elegant fingers leisurely undid the top 2 buttons of his shirt. Such a simple action, yet he executed it with remarkable grace. After all, you can't see. It wouldn't hurt to tag along. Chapter 22. A quarrel. Immediately, a rush of blood surged to Mu Qianqian's head, her face burning with heat. Fu Sahan glanced towards the door of the secondary bedroom, his expression inscrutable. He had intentionally spoken those words for her to hear. Hoping she would retreat to avoid any irrational actions under the influence of alcohol, Fu Sahan had always been confident in his self-restraint, but that was in the presence of other women. In front of this little blind girl, His self-control seemed to evaporate. Even he found it astonishing Mu Qianqian hid in the secondary bedroom, covering her flushed cheeks, her heart racing. Only when she heard the sound of the master bedroom door closing did she finally relax. Removing her shoes and climbing into bed, she pulled the covers over her head, enveloped in silence, save for the frantic beating of her heart and her hurried breaths. Was her uncle truly an unattractive man? Yet, why did she feel he was so charming? Mu Qianqian had received confessions from boys before, but she had never experienced the thrill of a crush, always feeling something was amiss. Although she did not even know her uncle's appearance, her heart raced uncontrollably for him. Could it be that her uncle, despite his looks, possessed an alluring charm? As she pondered this, a sour sensation churned in her stomach. Bad uncle, so skilled in charm. Who knows how many young girls he has captivated? Imph. The following morning, during breakfast, Mu Qianqian deliberately avoided Fu Sahan's gaze. Did she want to hide under the table to eat? Fu Sahan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her suspiciously. Startled, Mu Qianqian straightened her posture. No, I wasn't. Still, she dared not lift her head, rigidly focusing on the dining table. Was this bowl of porridge truly that fascinating? Fu Sahan frowned slightly, tapping the table twice with his long fingers. You can't even lift your head? Mu Qianqian remained sulky, still upset about her thoughts from the previous night, secretly throwing a tantrum at him. Yet, upon reflection, she felt that her behavior was entirely unnecessary. After all, her uncle was significantly older than her. Even if he had a wealth of romantic experiences, it was normal. She was here, entangled in her own feelings, while her uncle had no telepathic abilities to discern her true thoughts. Wasn't she just making herself miserable? However, the logic that could convince her mind could not quell the turmoil in her heart. Mu Qianqian still felt a pang of bitterness, her emotions all awry. I'm off to class, she announced, having eaten little, and stood to leave. Fu Sahan grasped her slender wrist, his voice cold and deep. What's wrong? Mu Qianqian lowered her head. It's nothing. Nothing? Then why do you look like this? Deliberately putting on a sulky face. She insisted, I'm going to class. Please let me go, uncle. Her evident displeasure was unmistakable, and Fu Sahan, not being a fool, realized it. He was baffled by her sudden temper, wondering what had incited such a reaction so early in the morning. Having never been treated so coldly, he found himself both exasperated and amused, nearly turning into a pufferfish from irritation. Do you think I'm blind like you? Unable to see through this? Mu Qianqian's heart sank, suddenly overwhelmed by an unexplainable sense of grievance. Her voice trembled, laced with a heavy nasal tone. I am blind. So why not seek out a kind-hearted woman with sight to be your wife? Fu Sahan was momentarily taken aback, but his expression swiftly turned icy, as if a layer of frost had enveloped him. The man pressed his thin lips together, his gaze fierce and menacing. Mu Qianqian, do you even realize what you are saying? He gripped her wrist tightly, his hold so forceful it felt as though he might crush it. Already feeling wronged and distressed, Mu Qianqian found the pain in her wrist unleashed a flood of emotions within her, overwhelming her like a burst dam. Biting her lower lip, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Uncle, you disdain having me as your wife, don't you? Otherwise, why would you treat me so harshly, as if you wished to devour me whole? Lacking any romantic experience, Mu Qianqian was blissfully unaware that her heart had begun to stir for him without her conscious recognition. When confronted by someone she admired, one often succumbs to feelings of inadequacy. When have I ever disdained you? Fu Sahan's brows knitted tightly. I know my eyesight is poor, and my family background is lacking, falling short compared to your former girlfriends. Mu Qianqian stammered. Former girlfriends? Plural. He had always led a chaste life. Having been a monk for nearly 30 years, when had he ever had a girlfriend? The little blind girl was slandering him far too unjustly. Fu Sahan's expression darkened, each word spoken with weight. When did you ever see me with a former girlfriend? Mu Qianqian, clarify yourself. Do you not have any? No, never. You are the first time. Mu Qianqian wiped her tears, her eyes reddened as she pouted. I do not believe you. Uncle is certainly deceiving me. At his age, how could he possibly have never been in a relationship? If he truly had not, how could he be so skilled in flirtation? Why don't you believe me? Because you are already 20-9. As long as she wasn't a fool, she would never believe that a 29-year-old man had never experienced love, or even intimacy. Though she understood that it was normal for a husband to have exes, the thought made her uncomfortable, and the more she pondered, the more distressed she felt. Though, do you find me old? Fu Sahan was momentarily speechless. It dawned on him that the young lady was feeling jealous. Mu Qianqian's nose turned red from crying, looking pitiful as she protested. I am not. Uncle, do not change the subject. Fu Sahan inhaled deeply, his voice low and chilling. Do not forget, your husband is an unattractive man. Where would I find a partner? Only you, this little blind girl. Do not mind your ugly husband. I have never dated any woman before, nor will I in the future, Mu Qianqian. Never say again that I should seek someone else. Do you understand? The final statement was delivered with particular gravity, clearly striking a blow to Fu Sahan's pride. Fu Sahan was not truly enamored with Mu Qianqian. Rather, since the two had already tied the knot, they ought to strive for harmony, tackling issues head-on rather than evading them. Being older and more experienced, he understood that the young lady was sensitive and prone to overthinking in the face of difficulties. He ought to show leniency towards his wife. It was not a matter of shame. Upon hearing his words, all the bitterness in Mu Qianqian's heart dissipated, replaced by overwhelming joy and sweetness, as though she had plunged into a vat of honey. She formed a gentle smile and took the initiative to apologize. Uncle, I recognize my mistake. I will never speak in such a manner again. Chapter 23. Male students from the sports department in a marriage. There should be no lingering grievances. Once matters are resolved, all is well. Mu Qianqian realized her error and vowed never again to sulk over baseless thoughts. Although her uncle was not conventionally handsome, he was kind-hearted, responsible, ambitious, and possessed a mature demeanor. Such men are hard to come by. Should she drive him away with her antics, she would surely regret it. Fu Sahan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Go to class now. Yes, goodbye, Uncle. Mu Qianqian hopped away, her cane in hand. This morning she had trudged with her head down, feeling dejected, but now she resembled a jubilant schoolchild on a spring outing. Fu Sahan watched her retreating figure, a smile deepening at the corners of his mouth. She is still just a child. As Mu Qianqian entered the school gate, she heard a throng of excited voices rushing towards a particular direction. Several buildings on campus, including the library, were funded by her family. Was it the Gu family that donated? I heard it was the richest person in Bay City. Your news is outdated. Gu Shuejia is the fiancée of Bay City's richest man. Who doesn't he know that? Gu Shuejia? Who is she? Mu Qianqian did not recognize this person, but as the crowd surged, she was jostled about. With her sight impaired, she nearly stumbled several times. Suddenly, someone in the crowd pushed her, and she lurched forward, on the brink of falling. Just then, a sturdy arm reached out to catch her. Are you all right, classmate? Mu Qianqian, still in shock, adjusted her sunglasses and replied, I am fine, thank you, and no need to thank me. I saw you holding a cane. You must be unable to see. Let me help you to the side. It's too dangerous here with so many people. The boy guided Mu Qianqian out of the throng and to the edge of a flower bed, where it was much quieter. Curiously, she asked, What is everyone doing? Mu Qianqian was astonished. Ah? The school has fans. The boy scoffed. Just a bunch of mindless followers. His tone suggested disdain for both the woman and her admirers. What is your name? Which major are you in? My name is Mu Qianqian. Keeping her guard up, she refrained from sharing her major and class with a stranger. The boy chuckled heartily. I am Fu Qianqing. From the sports department. Which class do you have? I can walk you there. No, I can go myself. Mu Qianqian quickly declined his offer. Fu Qianqing noticed her wariness. Fine, just be careful and avoid crowded places. I understand, and I just saw a girl I really like at school. My grandmother has been urging me to find a partner, and I think I might succeed soon. Unexpectedly, Fu Sahan called him directly. Fu Qianqing fumbled to answer. Big brother, why are you calling me? Manage your mouth. Do not reveal a single word that should not be said. I know. I am not one to gossip. Fu Qianqing patted his chest in assurance. But with rumors swirling, aren't you worried that sister-in-law might hear? Fu Sahan replied coldly. She is not part of this circle. I have yet to disclose my identity to her. Understood. I promise I won't say anything. Fu Qianqing made a gesture as if zipping his lips. Only then did he remember that his cousin was blind, rendering his gesture futile. The pressure Fu Sahan exerted on the younger generation was formidable. Having grown up in the shadow of such an accomplished cousin, it was hard not to be intimidated. Among the younger family members, Fu Qianqing was closest to Fu Sahan, while others were even more fearful of him. Fu Sahan was soon to attend an international conference and quickly ended the cult. Fu Qianqian let out a sigh of relief, intending to head to the training grounds when he passed by a crowd surrounding Gu Qingyu, involuntarily displaying a contemptuous expression. Teeth, a bunch of fools. Don't think I don't know. The honors and awards Gu Qingyu flaunts were all bought through backdoor dealings. She is just a scatterbrained airhead who parades around as Fu Sahan's fiancée, oblivious to how many socialites she has suppressed and bullied who sought to get close to the Fu family in the elite circle. Everyone avoided this gold-digging dimwit. Fu Qianqian could not help but think of the girl he had just seen, pure, untainted, exuding an innocence untouched by the mundane world. Like a fawn that had wandered out of the woods, naive and pristine, a woman as vicious as Gu Qingyu could not compare to her. He had not seen her around campus before. She must be a new student this year. Fu Qianqian often traveled abroad for competitions and did not spend much time at school, nor did he frequent forums. Hence he did not know Mu Qianqian. Clenching his fist, he resolved that the next time they met, he would definitely obtain her contact information. That day, after class, Mu Qianqian waited for a while but did not see Fu Sahan come to pick her up. No need. I can manage on my own. I am nearby to S. She walked down a dark path. A tall, stocky boy suddenly appeared before her, staring at her with a menacing expression. Little girl, I've finally caught you. She was sandwiched between two burly men. Mu Qianqian's heart raced, sensing impending danger. Gripping her cane, she forced herself to ask, "Who are you?" His voice was harsh and grating. "Don't you recognize your own classmate?" "You really are forgetful." Mu Qianqian recognized him. "You are Shapu." Shapu leered at her with a lewd gaze, stepping closer. "Yes, you caused me to be expelled from school. How should I repay you?" Chapter 24. Uncle rescues Qianqian. As Shapu approached, Mu Qianqian caught a whiff of a nauseating odor emanating from him. Instinctively, she recoiled, but behind her were two hefty men blocking the way, nearly causing her to collide with them. "Oh, the little vixen wants to throw herself at me. I wouldn't even consider someone of your lowly status. Who knows how many people you've been with?" Shapu licked his lips, leering. "Don't be so picky. She is not bad-looking. We could have some fun with her. Especially since this woman bears a resemblance to Lu Yunxiang." Though Shapu secretly thought Mu Qianqian was prettier than Lu Yunxiang. The latter was a daughter of the Lu family, while Mu Qianqian was merely a poor girl from a small county. Without a reputable background, what good was her beauty? Having been denied any attention from Lu Yunxiang, he now seized the opportunity to use Mu Qianqian as a substitute for his desires. Haha, Brother Pu is indeed correct. The figure of that little vixen is rather appealing, and it must be quite thrilling to engage with her. I wonder how she compares to those youthful models. She certainly appears quite provocative. Each lewd remark penetrated Mu Qianqian's ears, leaving her both anxious and fearful. "Don't come any closer. This is illegal," she implored, hoping her words would instill a sense of caution in them. "Haha, illegal? You dare speak of legality to me, Brother Pu? You, a wretched creature who offers yourself to anyone, still have the audacity to threaten us?" They sneered. "Well, when the time comes, we'll just say it was you who seduced us. Your wealthy suitor cannot satisfy you, so you seek out men like us." Shapu and his two henchmen approached her with mocking grins. Just as they were about to lay their hands on Mu Qianqian, she twisted away and sprinted towards the alley's exit. "Brother Pu, she's running away." One of them shouted. "What's the rush? She's blind. Where can she possibly escape to?" Indeed, Mu Qianqian had barely taken a few steps when she stumbled over a raised cobblestone and fell heavily to the ground. Instinctively, she braced herself with her palms, the rough gravel biting into her skin, sending sharp pain coursing through her. She gasped at the searing agony, tears brimming in her eyes as she fought to rise. Yet, all she could see was a blinding darkness, her cane lost somewhere in the fall. The trio's sinister hands reached out to her, beckoning, "Come with us." Despair washed over Mu Qianqian as tears streamed down her cheeks. Just when she thought she was doomed to their clutches, a deep male voice suddenly pierced the darkness, bringing her a glimmer of hope. "Qianqian." Her heart raced at the sound. Following the voice, she glimpsed a tall, familiar silhouette rushing towards her. "Uncle, is that you? Is this a figment of my imagination?" Fu Sahan's gaze turned icy at the scene before him, his aura transforming into a terrifying presence. Without needing to command, his bodyguards instinctively moved forward, subduing Shapu and his companions. "Who are you?" What do you want? Sha Pu shrieked, but before he could finish his crude taunt, a bodyguard snapped his arm with a swift motion. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the darkness. Having served Fu Sahan for years, they were not known for their mercy. Any disrespect towards Madame Fu warranted severe consequences. As the moonlight illuminated the scene, Sha Pu finally recognized Fu Sahan's cold profile and the menacing aura surrounding him. He had only glimpsed this man once at a lavish banquet, and even his father, the head of the Sha family, would not dare to approach him. Why is this cold-blooded king of hell here? Sha Pu thought. Before he could utter Fu Sahan's name, a fist struck his face, silencing him. Sha Pu's chubby cheeks swelled, and blood filled his mouth as he writhed in agony. But none of it compared to the shock he felt at witnessing the heir of the unfathomably wealthy Fu family bending down before the little blind girl. Extending his hand toward her, "Qianqian, I'm here." Upon hearing those words, Mu Qianqian's heart finally settled. She burst into tears and threw herself into his embrace. The familiar scent of sandalwood enveloped her, warmth radiating through her skin and into her soul. Fu Sahan stiffened momentarily but did not push her away. His warm palm rested on her back, gently patting her as one would soothe a child. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Though he had never been one to comfort anyone, in that moment, he was as noble as a deity in Mu Qianqian's eyes. Still shaken, she whispered, "Uncle, I thought." She hesitated, unable to voice her fears. The haunting images of her recent ordeal sent chills down her spine. "Fear not. With me, no one dares to harm you," Fu Sahan reassured her, enveloping her in his sturdy embrace, shielding her from the world. After a moment of sobbing in his arms, exhaustion took over, and she fell asleep, her body instinctively shutting down to recover from the shock. With a piercing gaze, Fu Sahan surveyed the trembling trio. "We had no idea she was yours. If we had known, we wouldn't have dared to touch her," they pleaded, desperation seeping into their voices. "Find out who they are. Let those who deserve to go bankrupt face their fate," Fu Sahan commanded coldly. His family was his ultimate weakness, and anyone who dared to threaten them was courting their own demise. With the Fu family's wealth and influence, bankrupting the Sha family would be a mere flick of a finger. Fu Sahan intended not only to ruin the Sha family, but also to exile them from Bay City, stripping them of any dignity in the aristocratic circles. It was evident that Fu Sahan was serious this time. Sha Pu, pale-faced, begged for mercy, nearly prostrating himself in despair. "Please, let us go. We won't ever bother your people again." It was a moment of folly. Fu Sahan effortlessly lifted Mu Qianqian into his arms, a picture of cold detachment as he walked past the three men, not sparing them a glance. "Please, spare us," they cried, their pleas echoing into the night. After a brief slumber, Mu Qianqian awoke to a tingling sensation in her palms, instinctively wanting to scratch it. The voice beside her interrupted, "Don't move." Blinking in confusion, she turned to see the familiar form of Fu Sahan. "Uncle," she called softly, her voice laced with nasal congestion. "Stay still. I'm disinfecting your wounds. It might sting a bit," he replied, carefully applying antiseptic to her injuries. Silence enveloped the room as he focused on the task, not one for idle chatter. Mu Qianqian watched him intently, mesmerized, and felt an inexplicable urge to touch his face. Just as her fingers were about to make contact, he turned away. "What are you doing?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "Nothing," she murmured, lowering her gaze, feeling a pang of disappointment. After tending to her wounds, Fu Sahan looked at her and asked softly, "Does it hurt? You shouldn't get the wounds wet. You can either cover them with plastic wrap while showering or have Aunt Lu help you." Mu Qianqian declined. "No need. I can manage." The thought of someone else being present during such a private moment made her uneasy. Fu Sahan merely acknowledged her with a quiet before adding, "I'll take you to the hospital tomorrow for a checkup." "Why? Isn't it too soon?" she protested softly. "I wasn't crying that much. It shouldn't affect me." Fu Sahan smirked. "Not that much? My coat is still damp from your tears." Embarrassed, Mu Qianqian's cheeks flushed slightly. "Then, let me wash your coat for you." "There's no need. Just focus on resting," he replied as she sat up to tidy the summer blanket. A sudden thought struck her. How did I get upstairs after I fainted? She had been leaning against him before losing consciousness. Fu Sahan nonchalantly admitted, "I carried you up. What else would I have done?" Mu Qianqian's eyes widened in surprise, her mouth agape as her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. She blinked rapidly, feeling as if she wanted to disappear into the ground from embarrassment. Her reaction was so pronounced that Fu Sihan felt compelled to remind her, Mu Qianqian, I am your husband. Is it too much to ask for a hug from a legally recognized wife? Mu Qianqian's voice was as soft as a whisper, her tone gentle as she replied, I know. I just need some time to adjust. She never denied his assertion. It was merely that she had never interacted with a man before. And thus she found herself somewhat unaccustomed. Fu Sihan gazed at her with profound intensity, his tone leaving no room for argument. You must gradually acclimate to this. Mu Qianqian puffed out her cheeks and quickly responded with a soft Shyly, she darted into the guest room, slamming the door behind her with a resounding thud. Had it not been for Fu Sihan's keen hearing, he would not have caught her faint a smile of delight played at the corners of his lips. How had he never realized before how amusing it was to tease her? The young girl was both naive and endearing, resembling a clumsy little rabbit, evoking an irresistible urge to tease her. The following day, Mu Qianqian asked Feng Yanran to help her take a day off. Yanran, I need to go to the hospital for a follow-up eye examination today. Could you please inform the teacher on my behalf? I am afraid of being called out. After finishing her voice call, Mu Qianqian heard a notification from her phone. An emergency contact had sent her a message stating, I have an urgent matter and cannot make it to your school. I have instructed my assistant to pick you up at the East Gate. The only emergency contact in her phone was Uncle Fu, who had helped her set it up when he purchased her phone. She had silenced her phone during class yesterday, hence she missed this significant message. It turned out to be a considerable mix-up. Had she received the message earlier, she would have waited at the East Gate and avoided the ensuing complications. With Fu Sihan occupied with work, it was Assistant Wang who drove Mu Qianqian to the hospital that day. On the way, Assistant Wang explained, Miss Mu, you cannot park at the gate you usually exit from. So I had to wait for you at the East Gate. Mu Qianqian nodded. I understand now. I'll make sure to wait at the East Gate next time. Upon arriving at the hospital, Mu Qianqian underwent a series of meticulous full-body examinations. After Fu Sihan finished his business, he hurried to the hospital. What are the results? Mu Qianqian lay on the hospital bed receiving 4 fluids. Uncle Fu, don't worry, the doctor said I'm fine. Really? Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? Fu Sihan, unbeknownst to himself, let out a sigh of relief. The people who harmed you will never appear before you again. Mu Qianqian was taken aback. Her first instinct was not to think of Pu, but rather to realize that Uncle had not accompanied her that morning because he was handling this matter. Chapter 26. The little crybaby. In that moment, it felt as if Mu Qianqian's heart was floating on clouds. Light and filled with indescribable sweetness. Fu Sihan did not elaborate, and Mu Qianqian mistakenly thought he had gone to report the incident from the previous night. In reality, Fu Sihan had used a business strategy to expel the Xia family, a third-rate clan, from the capital circle, rendering them an object of aversion among all the affluent families overnight. The Xia family now faced a severe debt crisis, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Soon to be uprooted entirely from Bay City. As for his 2 lackeys, their fate would be even more tragic. From that point on, Pu would no longer appear before Mu Qianqian. Uncle, how did you end up there yesterday? Fu Sihan glanced at her, explaining in a calm tone, I happened to be passing by. Mu Qianqian responded, somewhat skeptical. Part of her felt that such coincidences were unlikely, while another part feared overthinking the situation. Her heart raced, bouncing between doubt and hope. Was Uncle Fu truly there to pick her up? Noticing the confusion on Mu Qianqian's face, a fleeting smile danced in Fu Sihan's eyes. Given that it was late, and he was heading toward the finance university, there could be no other reason than to pick her up. When his assistant did not find her, he sent a message. After finishing a meeting, Fu Sihan immediately led a search in the vicinity and, indeed, found her near an alley. Mu Qianqian picked up a thermos, intending to take a sip of water, only to discover it was empty. Are you thirsty? Fu Sihan inquired. He instructed his assistant to fetch her some water, while he washed an apple, slicing it into small pieces to feed her. Have some fruit first. Mu Qianqian had never been cared for in such a manner before. Feeling both sweet and warm inside, shyly, she took a bite of the crisp apple from Fu Sihan's hand. Just then, an elderly couple approached, pulling her arm. Mom, you've entered the wrong ward. Yours is next door. Oh, I see. My mistake. Ha ha ha, I'm so sorry. The elderly lady was cheerful and grinning. It's quite all right, Mu Qianqian replied amiably, her eyes crinkling with a smile. The elderly couple walked out of the room, The grandmother muttering, young people these days have such a good relationship, supporting each other even in the hospital. When I was hospitalized, your father took care of me just like that, and now so many years have passed. Upon hearing this, Mu Qianqian felt a profound resonance within her heart. If only her relationship with uncle could be as steady as that of the elderly couple, enduring for decades without turbulence. She did not yearn for riches, merely for mutual support and exclusivity. Uncle, will you always treat me this well? For some reason, Mu Qianqian blurted this out. Fu Sixhan glanced at her with a smirk. Why do you sound like a child? Fu Sixhan was not one to shower others with sweet words. He preferred to demonstrate his feelings through actions, stating nonchalantly, I will fulfill my duties as a husband. For Mu Qianqian, this declaration held significant weight. She trusted Fu Sixhan's character implicitly. If he claimed he would shoulder the responsibilities of a husband, he would not easily abandon her. Before departing, Fu Sixhan had a brief conversation with the doctor. Her eyes won't leave any lasting effects, will they? Rest assured, Mr. Fu, Miss Mu's eye recovery is progressing well, and there will be no residual issues. However, she should be cautious and avoid frequent tears, as it is detrimental to her eyes. Fu Sixhan nodded coolly, acknowledging the information. Exiting the office, he took Mu Qianqian by the hand and led her to the car. From now on, you must not cry anymore. Understand? Mu Qianqian obediently nodded. I'll try my best not to cry. Seeing her compliant demeanor, Fu Sixhan's lips curled into a pleased smile. Little crybaby, Mu Qianqian playfully stuck out her tongue. Once she was called Little Blind Girl, and now she was being dubbed Little Crybaby. Why did Uncle enjoy giving her nicknames so much? Wang Yang, let us head out, Fu Sixhan commanded. As the car pulled away, Gu Qingyu hurriedly arrived at the hospital, searching for Mu Qianqian's ward. However, the room was already empty. Gu Qingyu grabbed a passing nurse, demanding, Where is she? Where is the patient? Miss, which patient are you referring to? The patient in this room has already left. What about the man who accompanied her? He left as well. The nurse replied, Once the patient leaves, the family members will naturally depart too. Gu Qingyu gritted her teeth, raising her voice sharply. What family member? Just a shameless leech who latched on. Si Han will grow tired of her soon enough. The nurse, noticing Gu Qingyu's unstable mental state, refrained from arguing back. An elderly lady from the neighboring ward emerged to take a stroll, overhearing Gu Qingyu's words. How can you speak like that, young lady? That couple seemed quite affectionate. You shouldn't be so harsh. Watch your words. The girl in the ward was lovely, beautiful, and polite. She and her husband are a match made in heaven. Her husband is quite handsome, almost like a movie star, although he does seem a bit cold. Gu Qingyu, frustrated, clawed at the nurse. If you see that woman again, you must inform me immediately. I swear I'll tear her face apart. It was a rare opportunity for her to be close to Si Han, yet she had barely arrived before they had already left. How infuriating! She was convinced that the shameless woman had been on guard against her. Swiftly whisking Si Han away, if she ever caught that woman, she would not let her off easily. Before Gu Qingyu could find a way to trouble Mu Qianqian, trouble found her first. Several security personnel approached, surrounding her. Miss Gu, President Cheng has instructed that you are not to set foot in any hospital under the Cheng family's name. Please leave immediately. Why can't I enter? Am I not allowed in the hospital if I'm sick? How is that reasonable? The security guard maintained a forced smile. Even if your mental state is severely compromised, you still cannot enter the Cheng family's private hospital. How dare you imply I'm mentally ill? Gu Qingyu pointed an accusatory finger at the head of security, her tone domineering. Do you have any idea who I am? Take her away. Several security personnel rushed forward, seizing Gu Qingyu by the arms and lifting her up. Let go of me! Let go of me! Gu Qingyu shouted and struggled, but ultimately, she was expelled from the premises. She stumbled into a flower bed, her meticulously styled hair disheveled across her face, her makeup smudged, leaving her far from the proud demeanor she had moments ago. Chapter 27. Infatuation. Naturally, Mu Qianqian was unaware of the events that transpired at the hospital. Upon returning home, she intended to apply some eye drops. But each time she attempted to do so, she found herself unable to keep her eyes open. After several attempts, she wasted quite a bit of the eye drops. Unable to manage it alone, she had no choice but to seek Fu Sixhan's assistance. Uncle, could you please help me with the eye drops? Fu Sixhan set aside his work and walked over to her. Pass me the eye drops. Mu Qianqian obediently handed them over. Fu Sihan grasped her chin with one hand while raising the eye drops with the other, preparing to administer them. However, Mu Qianqian's eyes blinked incessantly. Her eyes, glistening like exquisite obsidian, appeared somewhat unfocused, as if veiled by a thin mist. Fu Sihan gently caressed her chin, pondering for a moment before speaking. "Open your mouth," Mu Qianqian was perplexed. "I'm supposed to apply eye drops? But why do you want me to open my mouth?" "Open." He lightly tapped her lips with his warm fingertips. The warmth sent a jolt through Mu Qianqian's body, rendering her momentarily frozen in place. Unable to respond, Fu Sihan urged her again in a deep voice, "Open your mouth." Instinctively, Mu Qianqian obeyed, slowly parting her lips. The icy eye drops descended, and before she had the chance to close her eyes, the liquid had already saturated her sockets. A chill enveloped her eyes, granting her a fleeting moment of clarity, as though the shroud of darkness before her had thinned. Yet that instant was ephemeral, slipping away before Mu Qianqian could grasp it, leaving her vision once again shrouded in obscurity. She found herself momentarily lost in thought, murmuring, "Uncle, I actually think your profile is rather handsome." Fu Sihan's lips curled into a faint smile. Pondering what occupied his mind daily, Mu Qianqian pouted slightly. Just a moment ago, she had caught a glimpse of his chiseled features, reminiscent of a masterful sculpture, and nearly forgot that her husband was, in fact, a strikingly unattractive man. Perhaps it was merely a psychological effect induced by the eye drops. "Uncle, why do you want me to open my mouth?" Mu Qianqian asked, puzzled. Fu Sihan coolly explained, "The nervous systems of the eyes and mouth are interconnected. If you open your mouth, your eyes won't inadvertently close." Mu Qianqian understood only partially, responding with an "Oh, I see." However, she couldn't help but admire how knowledgeable he was, even in the realm of medicine. Truly impressive. With such admirable character and intellect, his appearance became inconsequential. The two were engrossed in their respective tasks, the atmosphere at home warm and natural. Meanwhile, Sha Pu, who had previously bullied Mu Qianqian, was now in a state of frantic disarray. With the Fu family taking action, who would dare to assist him? The Sha family couldn't withstand the pressure for long and soon declared bankruptcy. Before Sha Pu was expelled from Bay City, he sought out Lu Yunxiang. "I have fallen to this lowest point because of you. You must take responsibility." Lu Yunxiang was taken aback, not expecting him to be incapable of handling such a trivial matter. Anger surged within her as she retorted, "How dare you come to me? I instructed you to expel that country girl from school, and yet you only managed to get yourself expelled." She had never imagined he would turn out to be such a person. She had thought he was a pampered young master from a wealthy family. Sha Pu finally recognized Lu Yunxiang's treacherous nature. Yet Lu Yunxiang cared little for Sha Pu's opinions. She was solely concerned with her own interests. "You haven't exposed me, have you?" Sha Pu replied venomously. "Ha, if I were to reveal you, who would fund my expenses in the future?" His words were a blatant threat to Lu Yunxiang, warning her that if she did not provide a hush fee, he would disclose everything. Although the Sha family was in decline, Sha Pu still had connections within the circle. Should he choose to spread rumors, it would become common knowledge, enough to ruin Lu Yunxiang. Suppressing her resentment, Lu Yunxiang feigned a gentle demeanor, saying, "What are you talking about? How could I not care about you? How much do you need?" 10 million. 10 million. Lu Yunxiang unconsciously raised her voice, her tone sharp. "Where am I supposed to get that much money? My card has long been frozen by my brother, and I only have a few 100,000. Then give me 1 million first. The rest can be owed." Sha Pu pressed for his due. Lu Yunxiang, unwilling to risk her reputation, could only swallow her pride and concede, "Fine, I'll gather 1 million. Don't forget to write an IOU for the rest," Sha Pu added. Frustrated, Lu Yunxiang complied, though she was almost driven mad. Sha Pu left the Lu household with 1 million obtained from Lu Yunxiang's pawn jewelry and clothing, along with an IOU for 9 million. Feeling quite pleased. Having brought Lu Yunxiang to such a state, Sha Pu couldn't allow her to have an easy time of it. Therefore, he deliberately withheld the information that the girl she wished to offend was associated with Mr. Fu. Knowing Lu Yunxiang's nature, he was certain she would not let the matter rest and would continue to stir trouble in time. Her fate would mirror his own. This thought brought Sha Pu immense satisfaction. She deserved it. That evening, Mu Qianqian sat under the warm glow of the lamp, keeping her accounts. She carefully noted the date, along with the approximate costs for her checkup and medication. including the supplements and nutritional liquids Uncle usually purchased for her. Though she had no idea of the actual expenses, Mu Qianqian meticulously recorded everything. For a family as ordinary as Uncle's, the 8-digit surgical fee must have depleted his savings and perhaps even left him in debt. Although Uncle never spoke of these matters, Mu Qianqian could not forget his kindness. She kept a detailed account of his generosity. After finishing, she tucked the ledger away in her nightstand. Just as she was about to turn off the light, the image of Uncle's silhouette from earlier that day when he assisted her with the drops resurfaced in her mind. Standing beside her, his tall figure emanated a faint scent of cedar. Irresistibly charming, Mu Qianqian cradled her chin in her hands, squinting her eyes as she felt herself enveloped in a rosy haze. Until a thought struck her. Mu Qianqian, don't be infatuated. You have class early tomorrow. Finally jolted back to reality, she rubbed her flushed cheeks, hastily turned off the light, and climbed into bed. If Uncle were to discover her daydreams, he would surely mock her, perhaps even concoct a new nickname for her. A whirlwind of thoughts flooded her mind, but fatigue soon overtook her, and she slipped into slumber. Chapter 28. Pursuing a girl. Mu Qianqian attended class, sitting beside Fang Yanran. Behind them sat a male student, whom Mu Qianqian initially overlooked until he tapped her shoulder at the end of the class. Mu classmate, do you remember me? Fu Qianqing smiled and winked at her. Though she couldn't see his face clearly, his voice felt somewhat familiar. You are? I am Fu Qianqing. We met once before. Oh, I remember now. That day when Senior Gu returned to school, many of her admirers rushed towards her, nearly causing me to fall. It was you who caught me in time. Fu Qianqing explained. I saw your major and class on the forum and specifically inquired about the classroom for your courses. Oh, Mu Qianqian replied, her enthusiasm waning. Her focus was solely on studying and earning money, with little desire to entertain anything else. Fu Qianqing grinned broadly. Mu classmate, may I have your contact information? Mu Qianqian bit her lip, contemplating how to decline him. I have poor eyesight and don't often use my phone. Fu Qianqing cheerfully replied. No worries, we can just exchange phone numbers. I won't bother you too often. If you ever need anything, feel free to call me. Not adept at rejecting people, Mu Qianqian felt reluctant to entangle herself with a stranger, especially since she was already married. Fang Yanran, sensing her discomfort, took the initiative to intervene. Why don't you exchange contact information with me instead? I often hang out with Qianqian, and if you need to reach her, I can pass on the message. Grateful, Mu Qianqian looked at Fang Yanran. Fu Qianqing pondered for a moment. Sounds good. He pulled out his phone and exchanged contacts with Fang Yanran. With a few minutes left before class, Mu Qianqian and Fang Yanran headed to the restroom. On the way, Mu Qianqian thanked her. Thanks for that, Yanran. I didn't know how to refuse him. Fang Yanran, candid as ever, replied, no need to thank me. Actually, I have my own ulterior motives. Oh? Fang Yanran linked her arm with Mu Qianqian's. That guy is quite handsome and fits my type. I'm happy to have added him as a friend. You won't be upset, right? Of course not. If you like him, you should pursue him boldly. Since Mu Qianqian held no interest in Fu Qianqing, she felt no qualms about encouraging Yanran to pursue him. Fu Qianqing remarked, rest assured, I only wish to learn about her preferences. I won't pry into anything else. Are you roommates with Mu classmate? She enjoys studying, is diligent, and is kind to others. Fu Qianqing, having failed to obtain the information he sought, pressed further, do you know what type of boy she likes? Fang Yanran pondered briefly. Qianqian has a unique taste. It seems she doesn't prefer overly handsome guys. Not into handsome guys. Yes, in her eyes, a handsome man is often considered ugly. Fang Yanran vividly recalled how stunning the man had been when she first accompanied Mu Qianqian, impeccably dressed, exuding an air of aloofness and unparalleled beauty. Such a near-perfect man was, in Mu Qianqian's eyes, merely an unattractive fellow. This clearly indicated that her aesthetic sensibilities diverged from the norm. Fu Qianqing was left perplexed. Thank you. I will think of a way to approach this. The following day, Mu Qianqian encountered Fu Qianqing once more on her way to class. This time, he appeared rather disheveled, looking quite ordinary. Am I ugly enough now? Fang Yanran's eyes twitched slightly. You're okay, not too ugly. After all, his inherent good looks meant that even in an unkempt state, he couldn't look too bad. However, she failed to remind him. Qianqian can't see well at the moment. Thus, Fu Qianqing's efforts were in vain. Once class ended, he would eagerly seek out Mu Qianqian to chat, but she remained focused on her studies, paying him little mind. Frustration mounted for Fu Qianqing as he faced repeated rejections. In desperation, he retreated to a secluded spot to seek advice from his cousin. Brother, the girl I like doesn't like me back. How do I pursue her? Fu Xiaoqian's tone was cold and impatient. You called me specifically for this, but I really like her. How can I win her over? Fu Xiaoqian scoffed. You're asking me about this? In the realms of business and finance, his cousin was a formidable force, yet he was utterly clueless when it came to matters of the heart. Realizing he had made a rash decision in calling his cousin, Fu Qianqian mentally criticized himself. I forgot. You're like a tree that never blooms. Clearly, I asked the wrong person. His cousin's icy demeanor made Fu Qianqian wonder how his wife managed to tolerate him. Just as he was about to hang up, Fu Xiaoqian recalled his grandmother's instructions and added, for matters concerning women, consult Qinglin. He has more experience. Why didn't I think of that? Thank you, cousin. Fu Qianqian promptly sought Qinglin's counsel regarding his romantic predicament. The essence of the matter is to encourage him to observe the preferences of the girl and discern her needs, thus approaching from these aspects. When they met again, Fu Qianqian took the initiative to say to Mu Qianqian, the CAF outside the school is hiring part-time workers, and the pay is quite decent. Would you like to give it a try? Indeed, Mu Qianqian expressed her keen interest, asking, my eyesight is poor. Can I still do it? Certainly, don't worry. You only need to serve coffee and desserts. He reassured her. After class, Mu Qianqian followed Fu Qianqian to the CAF for the interview. Following a brief interview, she was accepted, earning a handsome hourly wage of 200 yuan, a substantial amount for a student part-time job. Thank you so much. You've been a tremendous help. Mu Qianqian expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Fu Qianqian scratched his head, chuckling, no need for thanks. I'm eager to befriend someone as brilliant as you. After settling on her work schedule, Mu Qianqian departed. Once she left, Fu Qianqian presented a card to the CAF owner, stating that her wages would be processed through this card, and your compensation is included as well. The CAF owner bowed repeatedly, saying, thank you, young Master Fu. I will ensure everything you instructed is carried out perfectly. Chapter 29. The Madwoman on the weekend. Fu Xiaoqian remained at the company to handle matters while Mu Qianqian began her shift at the CAF. The first day passed smoothly without any issues, but on the second day, an unwelcome guest arrived at the CAF.id like an iced Americano, a cappuccino, and a slice of Basque cheesecake. A male patron ordered at the counter. Once the barista prepared the drinks, Mu Qianqian approached him with the tray, placing the coffee and dessert on the table. Suddenly, a voice filled with hostility pierced the air. It's you, Gu Qingyu, having come out to meet a male classmate. Did not expect to encounter the little vixen who had seduced Fu Xiaoqian here. What a small world. Mu Qianqian did not recognize her voice and was unaware she was being referred to. Enjoy your meal, she said, attempting to turn away when Gu Qingyu called after her. Wait a moment. Gu Qingyu stood up, crossing her arms, scrutinizing Mu Qianqian as if evaluating a piece of merchandise. Have you fallen so low that you're working at a CAF? Mu Qianqian's grip on the tray tightened slightly. I don't know you. Please speak with more respect. Respect? Gu Qingyu tossed her long, wavy hair behind her, her red lips curling in a sinister smile as she condescendingly proclaimed. What qualifications do you, a mistress who disrupts others' relationships, have to speak of respect? I already told you. I don't know you, Mu Qianqian retorted, feeling bewildered. She was not a pushover and had her own temper. Being confronted with such baseless accusations would frustrate anyone. Gu Qingyu, her expression wild, raised her voice. What are you wearing those sunglasses for? Who are you trying to impress? She reached out, forcefully knocking Mu Qianqian's glasses off. Light flooded in unexpectedly, causing Mu Qianqian to close her eyes and instinctively raise her hand to shield her face. Little vixen, didn't he expect to catch you again, did you? Everyone, look. This person is the mistress who ruined my relationship with my fiancé. Shouldn't he, such a shameless woman, be beaten? Even if I stripped her naked and tossed her into the street, I'd be justified. The CF patrons turned their attention toward the commotion. With her hands shielding her eyes, Mu Qianqian defended herself. I'm not a mistress. I don't even know you. I saw you at the hospital. I witnessed you seducing my fiancé. Gu Qingyu's words struck a familiar chord in Mu Qianqian's memory, finally recalling her as the deranged woman who had caused trouble during her hospital stay. It seemed they attended the same school. What bad luck. I don't know your fiancé. Who are you? Why do you keep causing me trouble? Gu Qingyu refused to believe her denial, scoffing. Are you still pretending? Who would believe you? I've seen many women like you, scheming to climb to the top. Right? Today, I'll strip you bare and let you revel in your shame. A male classmate accompanying Gu Qingyu could no longer hold back, pulling her aside. Sister Gu, that's enough. Don't go too far. Get off me. Gu Qingyu shoved his arm away, gripping Mu Qianqian tightly. You shameless mistress. Don't think that just because you've been with him for a couple of days, you can become the legitimate wife. I'll tell you, you don't have that kind of luck. You'll only marry a poor man and give birth to a bunch of impoverished wretches. Mu Qianqian, furious, bit her lip tightly. You keep calling me a mistress, then tell me, what is my name? What is your fiancé's name? I said I don't know you. Gu Qingyu shot back. Unaware of Mu Qianqian's identity, you're still a mistress. And you dare to talk back? I'll drag you into the street right now. Her strength was considerable as she pulled Mu Qianqian, attempting to drag her outside to strip her of her clothing. The onlookers debated amongst themselves. Is that girl really a mistress? I'm confused. I think she seems quite well behaved. Not like a mistress at all. Besides, even if she were, she shouldn't be stripped in public. That's too humiliating. Yeah, this woman doesn't even know her name and still insists on stripping her. She must be insane. Hearing these discussions, Gu Qingyu's expression darkened further. You're all being fooled by this shameless girl. Don't be deceived by her innocent appearance. She has been playing around behind the scenes. As she pushed open the glass door, Mu Qianqian, in a panic, bit down on her wrist. Manager, please call the police. There's a madwoman here. Mu Qianqian pleaded desperately with the manager. The female manager shielded Mu Qianqian behind her, saying, Don't be afraid. I'm here. I want to let her take you away. Gu Qingyu continued to hurl insults from across the counter, this time even including the manager, shouting, Hand over that shameless person. If you protect her, are you also a mistress? In a state of panic, Mu Qianqian crouched beneath the counter, dialing an emergency contact. As soon as the call connected, Uncle Fu's indifferent voice greeted her. Lowering her tone, she implored, Uncle, I'm working at a CAF, and someone is causing a scene. Can you come to help me? Right now? If it's inconvenient, then never mind. Fu Sahan was in the midst of a crucial meeting, but through the phone, he faintly heard the sounds of cursing. If it weren't for an urgent matter, Mu Qianqian wouldn't he have called him. His voice deepened as he said, Wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Upon hearing this, Mu Qianqian felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her anxious heart calming, she stood up from behind the counter, and as soon as Gu Qingyu saw her, she grabbed something nearby and hurled it at her. The female manager stood firmly in front of Mu Qianqian, declaring, If you don't stop now, we'll call the police. Gu Qingyu, screaming at the top of her lungs, shouted, Go ahead and report it. I don't believe a mistress would dare to call the police on the legitimate wife. She was like a rabid animal, throwing everything she could find toward the counter. Gu Qingyu was nearly in a frenzy. The limited space behind the counter was becoming untenable, and the manager was struggling to protect Mu Qianqian. Gu Qingyu seized Mu Qianqian's arm, pulling her outward, one hand menacingly reaching for the buttons of Mu Qianqian's blouse. She truly intended to strip her in public. This woman had lost her mind. At that critical moment, the wind chime on the glass door jingled. Fu Sahan arrived with a group of bodyguards. Several bodyguards rushed in, forcefully pulling Gu Qingyu away and pinning her down, her face pressed against the counter. Let me go! Let me go! Gu Qingyu continued to scream. Fu Sahan approached Mu Qianqian, gripping her slender shoulders, concern etched on his face. Qianqian, are you all right? He himself was unaware of how anxious he appeared. Chapter 30. Uncle is jealous. Mu Qianqian, still shaken, gasped for breath. I'm fine. She timidly raised her head. Uncle, will it disrupt your important matters that I called you suddenly? In her moment of fear, the first person who came to her mind was Uncle Fu, and she had called him without a second thought. Now, upon reflection, she realized how impulsive she had been. A fleeting softness flickered in Fu Sahan's eyes. If there is something urgent, just contact me. Don't overthink it. Isn't that why I bought you a phone? Hearing Fu Sahan's words, Mu Qianqian felt her worries dissipate. As long as she hadn't disturbed him, that was enough. The two turned their attention to Gu Qingyu, who was being restrained at the counter. Uncle, this person has caused trouble for me before at the hospital. She keeps insisting I'm a mistress. But I don't even know her. When Fu Sahan looked at Gu Qingyu, his expression was devoid of warmth, replaced by a chilling coldness. He had previously ignored this madwoman, but he hadn't anticipated her malice to the extent of wanting to strip Qianqian in public. Let us hand her over to the police. Fu Sahan's voice was I see why Sihan. You can't treat me like this. I'm your fiancé. Gu Qingyu's heart sank as she shouted. If this incident spread within their circle, she would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of everyone. No, she could not allow this. Si Han wouldn't be so indifferent to her. Fu Sihan wrapped his arm around Mu Qianqian's shoulders. His gaze toward Gu Qingyu filled with disgust. I have nothing to do with you. If you have delusions, go get treated. Don't come here acting crazy. Take her away. Yes. The bodyguards began to escort Gu Qingyu toward the exit, intending to take her to the police station. Everything that had transpired in the CAF was recorded by surveillance cameras. As long as the female manager submitted the footage, Gu Qingyu would face compensation and detention. Gu Qingyu clung desperately to the CAF's glass door. Shameless. What kind of potion did you give Si Han that he won't even look at me now? Next time, I'll make you pay. You re the mistress who ruined our relationship? One by one, the bodyguards pried her fingers away, forcibly dragging her out. This farce had finally come to an end. Manager, thank you for what happened earlier. Mu Qianqian bowed respectfully to the female manager. You're welcome. Take care, the manager replied. After exchanging pleasantries, Mu Qianqian left the CAF with Fu Sihan. As they departed, the CAF patrons began to murmur among themselves. I knew that woman looked mentally unstable. It turns out she has delusions. That man was so handsome, and his aura was so cool. Why do I feel like I've seen him somewhere before? Was it in some financial interview? It's likely that the madwoman was jealous of someone else's handsome boyfriend, which is why she publicly accused him of being a mistress. The young salesgirl at the store possesses an exquisite and innocent beauty, reminiscent of a campus belle, which explains why she has captured the attention of handsome suitors. Unbeknownst to Mu Qianqian, these whispers of admiration have escaped her notice. Otherwise, she might have realized that her husband is not merely an ordinary man but an extraordinary handsome figure. Blinking her eyes, Mu Qianqian discovered that the uncle's name is Si Han. I thought you were simply called President Fu, she remarked. Fu Sihan chuckled softly, bemused by her whimsical thoughts that only her little mind could conjure. With a curious tilt of her head, Mu Qianqian inquired, why does Assistant Wang refer to you as President Fu? Clearing his throat, Fu Sihan replied, you could consider it my nickname. Oh, I see, Mu Qianqian said, her innocent nature leaving her devoid of any suspicion regarding his words. However, a new question soon arose in her mind. Uncle, didn't you say that you are quite unattractive and that no woman would ever take a liking to you? He could hardly admit that he was. In fact, not only handsome but also a billionaire, pursued by countless women. After a moment's contemplation, Fu Sihan mused that perhaps her mind was not entirely normal. Mu Qianqian nodded earnestly. I agree. That woman clearly has issues. She's utterly mad. Feeling a bit shy, Mu Qianqian added, but it's only natural for someone as wonderful as you to be liked by others. Aside from that crazy woman, there must be others who secretly admire you. Fu Sihan raised an eyebrow coldly. Admiration? It is merely an attraction to my appearance and the wealth of the Fu family. If I were not the heir of the Fu family and did not possess such good looks, would anyone still pursue me so fervently? Ultimately, they are merely a bunch of superficial, materialistic individuals. How did you end up working at a coffee shop? Fu Sihan asked. Mu Qianqian had not disclosed her part-time job to him. I wanted to earn some money to help you with household expenses, she replied. Fu Sihan smirked. Do not worry. I can support you. Little crybaby's eyes are not well. It's best for her to rest at home. Running about outside poses dangers, but I cannot always rely on you. Since someone has introduced this opportunity to me, I must seize it. Who introduced you? Oh no, she had let it slip. Mu Qianqian's voice dropped. It was a boy from the sports department. Fu Sihan halted, his penetrating gaze fixated upon her, his tone icy as he questioned, a boy? So, without my knowledge, Qianqian has male friends at school? Biting her lip, Mu Qianqian hastily clarified, I'm not familiar with him. We've hardly exchanged a few words. And yet he helped you find a job? The incredulity in Fu Sihan's voice was palpable. Being a man, he naturally understood the thoughts of other men. If they were merely acquaintances, who would go to such lengths to assist her? It was evident that he had ulterior motives. Startled by his imposing demeanor, Mu Qianqian shrank back, softly explaining, but I really don't know him well. We've only met a few times, and I didn't even exchange contact information. He found me in class and offered to help me find a part-time job. Fu Sihan smirked coldly. So, he has his sights set on my little crybaby. Although Mu Qianqian had done nothing wrong, Fu Sihan could not help but feel irked, though he refrained from directing that frustration at her. Taking a deep breath to quell his displeasure, he instructed, "Next time you encounter a male classmate like that, remember to inform me. Let me deal with those unworthy university boys." Mu Qianqian nodded eagerly. "Okay, I understand." Fu Sahan took her hand again, enveloping her delicate fingers within his palm. "Have you cried today?" Mu Qianqian shook her head resolutely. "No, I was very brave today. I wouldn't let myself be frightened to tears." Though, in truth, she had been quite scared and nearly cried. Thankfully, she had managed to hold it back. Fu Sahan smiled with satisfaction. "Good, keep it up." Chapter 31. The dress. Mu Qianqian understood that Uncle S' strictness was for her own good. She, too, wished to shed her image as a timid crybaby and grow into a resilient adult capable of weathering life's storms. Thus, she decided to start by reducing the frequency of her tears. "You will no longer work at the coffee shop," Fu Sahan stated with undeniable authority. "What? But I still want to earn money. What should I do?" "I will arrange a new job for you. One farther from the school, to prevent you from being targeted by Gu Qingyu again." His logic was sound, and Mu Qianqian acquiesced. "All right, thank you, Uncle. I'll inform the manager next time I pass by the coffee shop that I won't be returning." That madwoman had already discovered her job there. Continuing to work at the coffee shop might cause trouble for the manager. It was better to resign. Mu Qianqian had anticipated that finding a job with Uncle's help would require considerable effort, especially since she lacked a college diploma and couldn't see. However, to her surprise, he swiftly secured her a position at the renowned Yunqing Hotel, a prestigious five-star establishment. Ecstatic, Mu Qianqian exclaimed, "This hotel is so famous. I've heard of it. Can I really work there?" Fu Sahan replied coolly, "Yes." He found it puzzling why she was so excited, as Yunqing Hotel was merely a subsidiary of the Fu Group, and a simple phone call had sufficed to arrange everything. Despite Fu Sahan's indifferent demeanor, Mu Qianqian's elation remained unabated. She immediately called her good friendly "See you. I'm going to work at Yunqing Hotel." "Really? That's the most famous hotel in Bay City, hosting many esteemed guests. Numerous seniors have submitted resumes and failed to get in. How did you manage it?" "Well, I must keep that a secret for now." "You're teasing me now, aren't you?" "Tell me, is the treatment there particularly good?" Mu Qianqian nodded vigorously. "Yes, I'm only working part-time, and I earn 3,000 a day. If I become a full-time employee after graduation, the salary will surely be even higher." "Wow, such a great salary? Qianqian, you're about to get rich." Mu Qianqian beamed. "Yes, I've never earned this much money before. I owe it all to Uncle's help. Otherwise, I wouldn't have found such a good job. Just working 8 days a month on weekends can yield 24,000 in the past. I wouldn't have even dared to dream of this." It's worth mentioning that her family's fast food restaurant barely earned them 10,000 a month after toiling from dawn till dusk, with most of the income going toward rent, leaving little to take home. After hanging up, Mu Qianqian, filled with enthusiasm, turned to Fu Sahan and asked, "Uncle, could you help me pick out some clothes?" Fu Sahan, amidst his busy schedule, glanced over. "Pick what? Since it's my first time going to such an important place, could you help me choose if my outfit is suitable?" As he observed the excessively short hemline and the glimpse of her fair thighs, his throat involuntarily tightened. Taking a sip of cold water, he replied in a low, cool voice, "Change into something else." Mu Qianqian donned a burgundy spaghetti strap dress, even more revealing than the previous one. Exposing her snowy shoulders and drawing all gazes, Fu Sahan crossed his long legs, his gaze flickering uncertainly. "Change again." His voice had taken on a husky tone. Uncle had bought her so many clothes that she couldn't wear them all, and her wardrobe was nearly overflowing. The more he looked, the tighter his brow furrowed. "Why are they all dresses?" Mu Qianqian blinked innocently. "But Uncle, you bought all these clothes." Fu Sahan choked, rendered speechless. When Mu Qianqian had first moved in, she naturally lacked her own clothes, so Fu Sahan had instructed his secretary to purchase some for her. When asked what type of clothing to buy, Fu Sahan had thought she looked good in dresses and simply suggested dresses. To his surprise, the secretary had taken it literally, purchasing dozens of beautiful dresses that now filled Mu Qianqian's wardrobe. "Uncle, I already have enough dresses. Many of them I haven't even had the chance to wear." Mu Qianqian chirped gratefully. "Thank you, Uncle. But what should I wear when I go to work?" Fu Sahan, recalling her alluring appearance in a dress, felt a surge of heat within him and lowered his voice. "Wear the hotel uniform, Otto. Do hotel jobs come with uniforms?" "Yes." Mu Qianqian immediately felt a surge of annoyance, complaining, "Uncle, you should have mentioned that sooner. I wasted so much time picking out clothes. Fu Sahan, seated on the sofa with his legs apart, supported himself with his tailored suit, replied nonchalantly, I didn't think of it earlier. The president of the Fu Corporation had so many significant matters on his mind that he hardly remembered whether a small hotel under his name had a uniform policy. Even if there were no uniform requirements, a simple phone call would ensure that everyone was outfitted accordingly. Mu Qianqian stomped her foot. Humph, I'm ignoring you. The dress was thin, and she couldn't pull too hard for fear of tearing it. After struggling for a while, she found it impossible to manage and had to seek Fu Sahan's assistance. Uncle, could you help me with something? Fu Sahan's tall figure appeared at the door of the second bedroom but did not step inside. He raised an eyebrow coldly. What is it? Feeling both shy and anxious, her face flushed like a boiled shrimp, Mu Qianqian spoke in a delicate voice. Could you help me pull down the zipper of my dress? I can't reach it. Fu Sahan's eyes shimmered with a wave of emotion. You want me to help you undress? His words made Mu Qianqian's cheeks burn even hotter. Just help me pull the zipper down a little, and then I can manage. She turned her back to him, her long hair cascading down like seaweed, the satin dress softly enveloping her curvaceous figure. Fu Sahan's breath quickened, his gaze becoming inadvertently intense. Mu Qianqian brushed her hair aside, exposing her long, pale neck. Although she faced away from him, she could inexplicably sense his heated gaze sweeping over her body, sending shivers down her spine. Even though her outfit was perfectly intact, she felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability. With her face reddening to the point of almost bleeding, she softly urged, Uncle, please hurry. If this stalemate continued, she would truly be too embarrassed to show her face. Chapter 32. Drinking soy milk behind her, the sound of steady footsteps resonated. Mu Qianqian bit her lower lip, her breath caught in her throat from the tension. Fu Sahan's gaze lingered on the delicate skin at the nape of her neck, his large hand gently sweeping aside the stray strands of hair to locate the zipper at the top of her dress. His palm was rough and scorching, causing Mu Qianqian to emit a soft, involuntary whimper, as if she had been burned. That sound clawed at Fu Sahan's heart like a cat's paw, momentarily pausing his movements. His eyes darkened, his voice low and husky. Can I touch you now? Mu Qianqian's heart raced, and she slowly raised her arm, her fingers finding the zipper of her dress. Blushing, she nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. Yes, you can. Thank you, Uncle, I'll be leaving now. Call me if you need anything. Fu Sahan turned to exit the room, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Mu Qianqian successfully removed her dress and slipped into her soft, comfortable home attire. Yet, a faint sense of disappointment arose within her. It seemed that Uncle had no interest in her whatsoever, remaining indifferent to her body. While she blushed furiously, he acted as if nothing had happened, calmly departing after assisting her. Was she truly so lacking in allure? That insufferable uncle, he was the one who was blind. Mu Qianqian flopped onto the bed, imagining the pillow as Fu Sahan, and pummeled it with her fists. Unbeknownst to her, Fu Sahan was not as composed as he appeared. He had intended to return to his work, yet felt as if a flame had been ignited within him, burning fiercely. Not only did he feel parched, but his entire body was ablaze, rendering him incapable of concentrating on his tasks. After years of being self-disciplined, he had never encountered such a predicament. Who would have thought he would falter in the presence of a young girl? Even he found it hard to believe. Exhaling a hot breath, he finally stood and walked into the bathroom, allowing the cold water to cascade down his throat, quenching the heat that enveloped him at dinner. Noticing that Mu Qianqian was eating very little, Fu Sahan began to serve her more food, piling her bowl high. With a pained expression, she protested, Uncle, I can't eat this much. She was so petite that standing before Fu Sahan, she couldn't even reach his shoulders. How could she possibly compare to a grown man's appetite? Eat more, you're too thin, he insisted, his damp hair framing his rugged, stern face, his thin lips pressed together. Oblivious to the fact that the handsome man across from her was indeed striking. Mu Qianqian pondered inwardly, am I really too thin? Yes, Fu Sahan had merely spoken offhandedly, yet Mu Qianqian took his words to heart. She secretly wondered if Uncle's disinterest stemmed from her slender figure. Glancing down at her body, she acknowledged its lack of substance. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and determination, she resolved to nurture her physique, aiming to make Uncle's nose bleed from excitement in the future. After dinner, Aunt Lu came to clear the dishes. Mu Qianqian approached her quietly in the kitchen. Aunt Lu, Could you make me a bowl of soy milk in the mornings from now on? Soy milk? Sure, Miss Mu. Have you developed a taste for it recently? Aunt Lu's voice was loud, catching Fu Sahan's attention from the living room, where he cast a disinterested glance in their direction. Mu Qianqian felt his gaze and wished she could vanish instantly. Her thoughts had drifted elsewhere as she mumbled to Aunt Lu, "Just prepare it as you see fit." "I'll be going now." With that, Mu Qianqian swiftly departed. Standing frozen in place, she felt as though she was nailed to the ground. Fu Sahan frowned at how far she stood from him and beckoned. "Come here." Wait. Mu Qianqian slowly shuffled to his side. Fu Sahan raised an eyebrow. "What made you suddenly want soy milk?" He had indeed heard her. How could this man have such keen hearing? She couldn't very well confess the truth, or he would mock her. Fu Sahan had only asked casually, but her reaction was unexpectedly peculiar. Forcing herself to remain calm, she replied, "I just want to drink it. There's no particular reason." The crease in Fu Sahan's brow deepened. Just as he was about to press for more information, a voice from the computer chimed in. "Soy milk? Isn't it similar to papaya in effect?" Fu Sahan was in the midst of a voice conference and had forgotten to mute his microphone. The casual remark from an outsider caused Mu Qianqian's cheeks to flush, her blood rushing to her head. Covering her face, she fled in embarrassment. Fu Sahan's expression froze momentarily before he quickly connected the dots regarding the effects of soy milk. No wonder the young girl had been so flustered. Had she interpreted his earlier comment differently? In truth, he had never scrutinized her physique, only wishing to encourage her to eat more for her health. Who knew her thoughts would wander to such places? The idea of having to explain this topic to her, as a grown man, made Fu Sahan feel rather awkward. "Mr. Fu, why are you so quiet?" Fu Sahan realized that this garrulous instigator was the source of the awkwardness and darkened his expression. He coldly replied, "Let us discuss this later," before abruptly ending the meeting that night. Standing at the door of the guest room, Fu Sahan hesitated for a long moment, contemplating whether to knock. Just then, the door swung open from the inside. Mu Qianqian, upon seeing him, asked in confusion, "Uncle, what are you doing here?" "Nothing much. I just wanted to check if you were asleep." Mu Qianqian rubbed her eyes. "I just finished listening to my class recording. I'll be going to sleep soon." Fu Sahan nodded. Slightly. One stood inside the door while the other stood outside. Mu Qianqian wanted to grab a glass of milk from the kitchen, but Fu Sahan was blocking the way, preventing her from exiting. She spoke softly, "Uncle, could you step aside?" Fu Sahan moved aside, pausing momentarily before saying, "What I said tonight, please don't take to heart." "Huh?" Mu Qianqian was taken aback. Fu Sahan's demeanor was icy, yet his words were earnest. "I have no objections to your figure. No one in this world has the right to judge it. I merely hope you will eat more to replenish your nutrition and regain your health." It was the first time he had spoken so extensively. Not only was Mu Qianqian left stunned, but even Fu Sahan himself found it hard to believe he had become so loquacious. When had he become so talkative? Having finished, Fu Sahan left with a stern expression, leaving Mu Qianqian alone in a daze. After a long moment, she finally registered his words. It felt as if she had been enveloped in a honey jar. Sweet tendrils wrapping around her being. Her cheeks flushed with shyness, yet soon an involuntary smile crept onto her face. Though Uncle's temperament was a bit cold, he was undeniably a good person. Chapter 33. Sweet cake. The next day, Aunt Lu prepared red date soy milk. Mu Qianqian gulped down a large cup, declaring, "Aunt Lu, just make breakfast as usual. No need to prepare soy milk specifically for me." After Uncle's words yesterday, she had come to a realization. There was no need to strive for an ideal physique. These matters should unfold naturally. Fu Sahan, engrossed in a magazine, glanced up at her words, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The little girl, having grown up in an unfavorable environment, was prone to self-doubt and seeking validation from others. With time, as she nurtured herself, she would no longer feel the need to sink into self-doubt over others' comments. Mu Qianqian grabbed her thermos and waved goodbye to Fu Sahan. "Uncle, I'm off to class. See you later." Fu Sahan coolly acknowledged her with a hum, watching as she bounced out the door. Upon arriving in class, as soon as Fu Qianqian spotted Mu Qianqian, he greeted her. Mu classmate Mu Qianqian settled down beside her roommate, saying, "Thank you for helping me find a job, but I won't be going anymore." "Why not? Is it because of that troublemaker from last time?" "Don't worry. She's still in custody." Fu Qianqian had already heard about the incident at the CAF. Tio thinks she would dare to strip someone in the street. Gu Qingyu was truly out of her mind. After hearing Mu Qianqian's words, Fu Qianqing regarded her as an exceptionally kind-hearted girl. Compared to Gu Qingyu, Mu Qianqian was practically an angel. All right then, I won't insist. I can help you find another job. Mu Qianqian shook her head. Thank you for your kindness, but I've already found a new job. Fu Qianqing assumed it was merely an excuse to decline. I'll help you find one with a higher salary than before. After all, in his eyes, Mu Qianqian, being visually impaired, likely couldn't secure a decent job. Mu Qianqian repeatedly waved her hands. Really? It's unnecessary. Just then, the teacher entered the classroom, and Fu Qianqing had to relent for the moment. After class, Mu Qianqian visited the CAF to inform the owner that she would no longer be coming. The owner, somewhat reluctant, said, I quite like you, little girl, but I respect your choice. Here's your salary. I'll transfer it to your phone. Thank you, manager. Mu Qianqian received her first paycheck, overwhelmed with joy. Throughout her life, she had never celebrated her birthday, but every year, her brothers' birthdays were celebrated with cakes bought by their parents. The cakes were devoured by her family, leaving Mu Qianqian with only the remnants of frosting on the cake platter. She had once secretly licked the cream left behind on the cake tray. The sweet taste was something she would never forget. With that thought, Mu Qianqian found herself inexplicably pushing open the door to the cake shop. The shop assistant asked, Hello, what kind of cake would you like to buy? Feeling somewhat shy on her first cake-buying expedition, Mu Qianqian replied, I'd like a smaller one. Do you have strawberry flavor? For how many people? 2. The assistant kindly suggested, for 2 people, a 4-inch cake would suffice. However, the price difference between 4 inches and 6 inches isn't significant. The 6-inch is a better deal. Mu Qianqian inquired about the prices. 4 inches for $138, 6 inches for $168, and indeed, the difference was minimal. I'll take the 6-inch. The assistant recommended a strawberry mousse cake, claiming it was the best seller in the shop. She packaged the cake and handed it to Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian expressed her gratitude softly. Thank you. As she held the cake, her spirits soared. However, while crossing the street, a delivery rider, in haste, ran a red light and collided with her. The impact from the electric bike sent Mu Qianqian sprawling to the ground, causing the cake she was holding to fly out of her hands and shatter into pieces. Watch where you're going, the rider shouted, displaying a complete lack of civility. As he picked up his electric bike, he noticed the sunglasses on Mu Qianqian's face and spat on the ground, exclaiming, So she's blind. What bad luck. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by someone in a car. The driver glanced out the window and remarked, Isn't that Miss Mu? Fu Suhan, who had been on a call, turned his gaze outside upon hearing this and indeed spotted the beleaguered Mu Qianqian. The young girl lay on the ground, anxiously clutching her white cane. As she fumbled to retrieve the cake, which had landed too far from her reach, Fu Suhan's expression darkened instantly. He swiftly ended the call and stepped out of the car. Assistant Wang, seated in the front passenger seat, hurriedly followed suit. Striding confidently towards the fallen girl, Fu Suhan gently lifted her up, inquiring, Are you hurt? Mu Qianqian shook her head and, with a pained expression, replied, I'm fine, but my cake. This was her first time treating herself to a cake, and she had looked forward to it all the way, only to have it ruined. Fu Suhan glanced at the ruined cake on the ground and reassured her, Don't worry, the cake is fine. It hasn't been ruined. With a subtle nod to his assistant, he instructed him to swiftly procure an identical cake. Understanding the cue, Assistant Wang quickly took a photo and set off along the road in search of a bakery. Upon seeing that Mu Qianqian had someone to protect her, the delivery rider, realizing that the man exuded an air of refinement and was not someone to be trifled with, decided to retreat, mounting his electric bike and leaving. Some individuals are accustomed to bullying the weak. They underestimated Mu Qianqian, a blind girl, not realizing they had encountered a formidable opponent. Fu Suhan lifted Mu Qianqian into the car and instructed the driver to take her to the hospital. She tugged at his sleeve, insisting, No need, I'm fine. With an authoritative tone, Fu Suhan insisted, We must go for a checkup. Just because you don't feel pain doesn't mean there aren't any injuries. Unable to resist his insistence, Mu Qianqian relented and allowed him to take her to the hospital once more. After undergoing a series of examinations, the good news was that Mu Qianqian had only sustained minor external injuries. With no internal damage, Fu Suhan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He made a phone call to ensure the delivery rider's platform and employee number were identified. Coincidentally, this platform had a partnership with the Fu Corporation, and upon learning the details of the incident, swift action was taken. Consequently, The rider was terminated, and other platforms would blacklist him to prevent him from recklessly running red lights and causing further accidents. Mu Qianqian could only perceive the translucent exterior of the cake, unaware of the wreckage within, still believing Fu Sahan's words that the cake had not been ruined. Fu Sahan held her hand firmly, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Allow me." "Thank you, uncle." She beamed. As Fu Sahan moved to the back of the car, Assistant Wang arrived just in time, holding an identical fresh cake. The two exchanged cakes, and Fu Sahan took Mu Qianqian's hand, leading her into the elevator. Chapter 34. Growing boldness. The strawberry mousse cake was placed on the table. Mu Qianqian touched the tray beneath the cake and exclaimed, "Why is this 6-inch cake so large? How can the two of us finish it?" It turned out she had intended to buy a 6-inch cake, but Assistant Wang, distracted by the cake's design, had purchased a much larger 8-inch one. Fu Sahan stated coldly, "If we can't finish it, we can give it to Aunt Lu. She has children at home." Mu Qianqian agreed. "That's a splendid idea, uncle. You have a kind heart." Once again receiving praise for his generosity, Fu Sahan found himself at a loss for words. If she knew of his ruthless reputation in the industry, she would surely be taken aback. "Let's cut the cake," Fu Sahan suggested, slicing a piece for Mu Qianqian and ensuring she received the most strawberries on her plate. After tasting a bite, Mu Qianqian was delighted as the sweet, creamy frosting melted in her mouth, accompanied by the tangy sweetness of strawberries, filling her senses with bliss. "So this is how delicious cake can be." Fu Sahan, who wasn't fond of sweets, took a bite and immediately grimaced. It was too rich for his palate. He gulped down 2 large sips of water to rid himself of the cloying sweetness. Mu Qianqian adored all things strawberry, and this mousse cake struck a chord deep within her. Moreover, she had previously only been able to watch her brothers enjoy cake, never having the chance herself. This time, the enormous cake was solely for her and her uncle. The psychological satisfaction made her feel as though this cake was her most treasured possession. "Uncle, do you like it?" Fu Sahan, merely catching a whiff of the cream, found it overwhelmingly sweet. Yet, he refrained from dampening Mu Qianqian's enthusiasm and replied, "It's all right, I'll get you another piece." Ecstatic as a child, Mu Qianqian picked up a plastic knife and, feeling her way, cut another piece. Fu Sahan took an empty plate to hold her small cake slice, and Mu Qianqian, unable to see, failed to notice the furrow in his brow that could squash a fly. "Uncle, you should eat too." "I'm nearly finished with this piece," she urged eagerly. She loved to share what she deemed delicious with those she considered important. Fu Sahan, gritting his teeth, forced himself to eat both pieces of cake. When Mu Qianqian offered to cut another piece for him, he quickly grasped her wrist, stating, "That's enough. I can't eat anymore." "All right, uncle. You also have a small appetite," she retorted playfully. Fu Sahan coughed to suppress the discomfort in his throat, offering a vague excuse, "I'm just not feeling well today, Dato. You eat first. I have some matters to attend to." "Okay." Fu Sahan rose and left the living room, heading to the bathroom, where he turned on the shower, using the sound of the water to conceal his retching. If he had only taken a few small bites, it would have been bearable, but he had devoured 2 large pieces in one go. The overwhelming sweetness lodged in his throat, making him feel utterly miserable alone. Mu Qianqian couldn't possibly finish the 8-inch cake. She only managed to eat half and packed the rest to take to Aunt Lu. After rinsing his mouth and brushing his teeth, Fu Sahan finally cleared the sickly sweet taste from his mouth, leaving only a faint minty flavor, which was a refreshing change. However, he still felt a slight discomfort in his stomach and didn't eat much for dinner. That evening, Fu Sahan was working in the master bedroom when a gentle knock interrupted him. "Uncle, are you asleep?" Mu Qianqian's voice was slightly anxious. "No. Do you need something?" "I brought you something," she replied. "Something? What is it?" Fu Sahan inhaled deeply. The door was unlocked. "Come in." Mu Qianqian cautiously pushed the door open, entering with a bowl of soup. "What is this?" she explained. "Uncle, you didn't eat much for dinner, so I asked Aunt Lu to make a nourishing soup for you." A flicker of warmth crossed Fu Sahan's eyes. "Just place it on the side table." "Okay." As Mu Qianqian set the bowl down, Fu Sahan's expression suddenly turned serious. "Did you burn yourself?" "No." She quickly hid her hand behind her back. Fu Sahan's displeasure was evident as he commanded, "Show me your hand." "Really? I didn't," she insisted. However, he seized her wrist with ease, pulling her hand forward. Mu Qianqian initially intended to resist, but her strength was negligible against his. Under the light, Fu Sahan noticed the delicate tips of her fingers were slightly red, likely from the hot bowl. Fortunately, it didn't seem serious. With a stern expression, he admonished, in the future, if something like this happens, come directly to me. Don't carry hot soup around. What if you fall? His voice was deep and magnetic, exuding the authority of someone in power. Mu Qianqian felt intimidated by his presence, lowering her head. I understand that if I see you carrying hot soup again, don't blame me for losing my temper. Okay, I'll remember. She nodded quietly. Fu Sahan lowered his gaze. Why aren't you looking up? You look like a frightened quail. Embarrassed, Mu Qianqian hesitated to admit that she had been frightened by him. Fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, she summoned her courage to say, Sahan, if you keep being so fierce, you'll never get a wife. This marked the first time Mu Qianqian addressed him by his name. Fu Sahan was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of amusement crossing his eyes. Who says I won't get a wife? Aren't you my wife? Mu Qianqian puffed her cheeks out like a pufferfish. Humph, if you keep being so mean, I won't be your wife anymore. Fu Sahan narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint appearing as he spoke in a chilling tone. If you're not my wife, whose wife will you be? Certainly not yours. With that, Mu Qianqian turned to flee. Fu Sahan instinctively grasped her wrist, and in the momentum, she was pulled into his solid chest. Ah, she gasped softly, enveloped in his masculine scent. Her cheeks flushed crimson as her heart raced wildly. The fragrance of cedar mingled with the rich undertones of incense surrounded her. Fu Sahan gazed down at the timid girl in his embrace, his breath growing heavier, though he knew the time wasn't right, at least, not until her sight was restored. A slight smile graced his lips, infused with an unrecognized tenderness. Your courage is truly growing. Chapter 35. The ungrateful wolf. Mu Qianqian's face turned beet red, and she quickly retreated from his embrace. It's all your fault for teaching me, she protested. Me? Fu Sahan raised an eyebrow. Mu Qianqian huffed playfully. Sahan, if you dare to scold me again, I will run away and not be your wife. The young girl had no idea how soft and charming her voice sounded. The way she called his name was akin to a lover's whisper, tightening Fu Sahan's throat and igniting an impulse to pull her back into his arms once more. Then where will I sleep? Fu Sahan's gaze was imbued with a sense of aggression. Each word he uttered weighed heavily in the air. What do you think? Although the master bedroom was spacious, it contained only a bed. If Mu Qianqian were to stay with him, she would have no choice but to share the bed with him. Realizing this, her cheeks flushed with an extraordinary warmth. You shameless man. However, her voice was as faint as a whisper, devoid of any intimidation. It was akin to a kitten exposing its soft paws, attempting to frighten its opponent, yet merely evoking a sense of endearment. This little crybaby was surely unaware of how enticing she appeared to men in her current state, fearing that he might lose control of the fire within him and inadvertently harm her. Fu Sahan grasped Mu Qianqian's hand and said, Let's go. Where to? To wash your fingers with cold water. To prevent burns, Mu Qianqian quietly allowed him to lead her. His large, calloused hand enveloped hers entirely, as if he were protecting her from all external dangers. Every time she held hands with him, a profound sense of security enveloped her heart. After taking a few steps, the innocent girl remarked, Uncle, your hand is so warm. Fu Sahan's expression darkened. Don't concern yourself with trivialities. He pulled Mu Qianqian to the sink and helped her rinse her fingers with cold water. Still not entirely reassured, he adopted a tone reminiscent of a caring father, cautioning her, from now on, avoid touching anything hot. Understood? Mu Qianqian pouted. Uncle, you've repeated this many times. I've long since remembered. She wasn't foolish. How could she forget after hearing it so many times? Why was he more nagging than an old lady? Had it been anyone else, they would have been dismissed in front of Fu Sahan. Only this little girl, oblivious to his status, dared to retort boldly. Fu Sahan sighed helplessly within. Hearing her lock the door, he couldn't help but chuckle in irritation in her eyes. Was he truly such a lecherous individual? Was she that uneasy around him? How could she treat him like a small, white-eyed wolf? However, this time, Fu Sahan had misjudged her. Mu Qianqian locked her door at night, purely due to her previous lack of security. After finally securing her own room, she naturally wished to guard her territory well, preventing any intrusions. That day, with no classes, Mu Qianqian went to work at Yunqing Hotel. Her roles included being a hostess and an exhibition guide. Yunqing Hotel, situated in the city center where space was precious, occupied a vast area, radiating opulence from the exterior to the interior. It, housed the largest exhibition hall in Beishur, showcasing masterpieces and rare antiques. Many business owners expressed interest in the hotel's collection, often choosing to discuss collaborations there. Mu Qianqian, right? I will have someone show you around the exhibition hall shortly. Each piece's location and number are fixed. You only need to remember the numbers and the stories behind them. Mu Qianqian nodded. Okay. Please change into your uniform in the changing room. The supervisor handed her a professional outfit. The supervisor, a woman in her 30s with a pleasant round face, had a friendly demeanor. Thank you, Mu Qianqian replied as she headed to the changing room. After changing into her new attire, she emerged looking more mature and sophisticated than the innocent university student she had appeared to be earlier. The supervisor guided Mu Qianqian through the exhibition hall, explaining the significance and history of each item. With her excellent memory, Mu Qianqian retained everything after just one explanation. The round-faced supervisor was astonished. You remembered so quickly? No wonder you're a top student from the finance university. Mu Qianqian shyly smiled. You're too kind. I'm not that impressive. Treat me as a guest and explain it to me as you would to them. All right. Walking through the opulent exhibition hall, her soft and pleasant voice resonated as she elegantly detailed the origins of each exhibit. The supervisor beamed with satisfaction, applauding, Excellent. You made no mistakes. You're ready to start today without further training. Thank you, Senior. No need for formality. My surname is Li. Just call me Sister Li. Sister Li, please take care of me in the future. Standing at the entrance to welcome guests, Mu Qianqian guided them to the exhibition hall, eloquently introducing each piece. Among the guests were several impeccably dressed executives, encircling a young, tall man in the center. That man's silhouette seemed vaguely familiar. One executive was about to call out Fu Zong but was halted by a glance from Fu Sahan. Mu Qianqian stared blankly at the man in the center, hesitating to approach. What are you doing just standing there? Barked a portly executive with a trapezoidal face. Mu Qianqian hurried over. I apologize. I am the hostess here, and I will lead you to the exhibition hall. The trapezoidal-faced boss glanced disdainfully at her. Where did you find this wild girl? No professionalism, no manners. Do you know who our esteemed guest is today? UVE lowered the standards of such a prestigious hotel. Mu Qianqian felt her head droop, nearly in tears. The man at the center, surrounded by others, darkened his expression. An assistant, skilled in reading the room, quickly stepped in to speak on his behalf. Zhu Zong. There's no need to nitpick over such a trivial matter. Zhu Zong's pride was visibly wounded in front of so many people, his face drooping. However, the one who spoke was Fu Zong's assistant, reflecting Fu Zong's sentiments. Who would dare offend Fu Zong? Zhu Zong had no choice but to swallow his discontent and put on a smile. Indeed, I was too petty. I shouldn't have quarreled with a service staff member. He pulled out his wallet, tossing several bills in front of Mu Qianqian, scattering them across the floor with his nose in the air. Zhu Zong proclaimed, a tip for you. Fu Sahan's aura was frigid, the frost in his eyes nearly tangible. Chapter 36. The uncle's concern. Mu Qianqian held back her tears, forcing a smile. Please follow me. The red bills lay untouched on the floor, ignored by all. Tears welled in her eyes as she struggled not to cry on the spot. Leading the group into the exhibition hall, she plastered a forced smile, describing each exhibit. During this time, Zhu Zong treated Mu Qianqian like a servant, ordering her to serve tea and refill water. Others could no longer tolerate it. Zhu Zong, let us maintain some gentlemanly decorum. There's no need to fuss over a young girl. Yes, Zhu Zong, just let her be. It's better not to have her around when we discuss work matters. After much persuasion, Zhu Zong waved dismissively. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and leave. Are you waiting for me to kick you out? The moment Mu Qianqian turned, tears shimmered at the corners of her eyes. She fled the exhibition hall, seeking refuge in the break room, where she quietly wept. That day, Fu Sahan was accompanied by another assistant. Shout out! Fu Sahan's expression was grim, his aura exuding a palpable menace. Meanwhile, Zhu Zong continued to boast about his prejudices. These types, just pay them, and they'll do anything in our eyes. Women are merely playthings. Why treat them too well? It only makes them arrogant, thinking too highly of themselves. Fu Sahan slammed his teacup down heavily. Instantly, all sounds in the exhibition hall ceased. Even Zhu Zong fell silent. How dare he mock those he deemed beneath him? In Fu Sahan's eyes, Zhu Zong was merely an ant, one that could be crushed at any moment. Zhu Zong's words were deliberately spoken after hearing rumors about Fu Sahan's disinterest in women, hoping to belittle them for Fu Zong's approval, perhaps even gaining entry into elite circles. Little did he know. His words were an egregious miscalculation. A thin smile crept across Fu Sahan's lips. Zhu Demei, if I'm not mistaken, you have an elderly mother at home. Zhu Zong's face turned crimson with embarrassment as he quickly stood up. Yes, Fu Zong. I can't believe you remember my family matters. I'm truly honored. Fu Sahan's tone was icy, laced with a hint of menace. Do you speak of women as mere playthings in front of your mother? Zhu Zong appeared as if doused in cold water, stunned into silence. His plump face trembled. His lips quivered for quite some time. Executives familiar with Fu Sahan exchanged knowing glances, aware that his inner circle was his Achilles heel. Who in this world did not have female relatives? Zhu Zong's words were indeed revolting. It was no surprise Fu Sahan was furious. Who brought Zhu Demei in? Fu Sahan lightly tapped the wooden table with his fingers. A slender CEO stepped forward, looking contrite. Fu Zong, he is a distant relative of mine. He begged me to bring him here to see the world. I couldn't refuse his request. Fu Sahan casually pronounced his fate. Your business is too small, and your financial standing inadequate. You need not attend future discussions on new energy. The thin CEO pleaded desperately. Fu Zong, I beg you for another chance. I have secured investments. If you cast me aside now, I won't be able to answer to my investors. This substantial opportunity promised immense profits, and he naturally wished to partake. Yet, due to Zhu Demei's foolish words, he risked being ousted. Should that happen, not only would he lose a fortune, but he might also incur the wrath of his investors, jeopardizing his entire company. Fu Sahan did not even raise his eyelids. Your explanations are your own concern. Fu Zong, please, I beg you. Fu Sahan's voice was calm as he commanded, bring him in Yunqing Hotel. All were part of the Fu family enterprise, and everyone naturally adhered to Fu Sahan's directives. The security personnel pushed open the grand golden doors, expelling the emaciated president and his relative, Zhu Demei, from the venue. The exhibition hall fell into a significant silence. Fu Saiken's cold voice commanded, the meeting continues. The others fell silent, each of them brimming with trepidation, fearful of being ousted themselves. When accompanying someone of Fu's stature, the most crucial lesson to learn is to keep one's mouth shut. Refrain from speaking what ought not to be said. After being ejected from Yunqing Hotel, the emaciated president kicked Zhu Demei in frustration. Are you brainless? Why provoke that living hell? If you wish to bring ruin upon yourself, do not drag me down with you. His enterprise in Beishur could only be considered second-rate, barely clawing its way into the upper echelons, yet still unsteady. With Zhu as a relative, all of his years of labor could be undone in an instant. Everything would be finished, utterly obliterated. Zhu Demei, filled with indignation, retorted, what are you afraid of? If we are not included, so be it. We can always rely on our past resources to live comfortably. You have angered Fu. Do you believe you can continue operating your company in peace? What of it? We could simply relocate to another city. His reach is not infinite. Can he extend his influence beyond Beishur to control me? Zhu Demei was clearly an outsider, utterly unaware of the Fu family's standing in the business world. The emaciated president, unwilling to waste further words, thought to himself, go ahead and dig your own grave. But do not involve me. He needed to devise a strategy to smooth relations and hopefully quell Fu's wrath. Associating with these elite families, even a mere trickle of their benefits would suffice for a lifetime. Anyone with sense knows how to choose wisely. Only a fool like Zhu Demei would think that corporate rivalries are as simple as child's play. Mu Qianqian was in the lounge, weeping, when suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. She wiped her tears and opened it to find Assistant Xiao, standing beside Fu Sihan. You must be Miss Mu, correct? These are the desserts our boss instructed me to bring you. He mentioned not to be disheartened by those inconsequential individuals, nor to let their foolish words weigh heavily on your heart. Chapter 37. Face-pinching Mu Qianqian was taken aback, though she couldn't see. The sweet and enticing aroma of cream and fruit wafted toward her. She pinched her fingertips and couldn't help but inquire, who is your boss? Assistant Xiao politely replied, just consider him a good Samaritan who intervenes when he sees injustice. He prefers to keep his identity concealed, and as his subordinate, I dare not elaborate further. Mu Qianqian nodded. Please convey my gratitude to him, but of course, I will pass that along, Assistant Xiao said, pushing the dessert cart into the lounge. Adorned with exquisitely crafted cakes and desserts, thoughtfully portioned into small servings for her convenience. Alone in the lounge, Mu Qianqian picked up a piece of cake and took a bite. The strawberry-flavored cream melted on her tongue, immediately conjuring thoughts of Uncle Fu. Among the crowd she had just seen, one figure felt particularly familiar. Could it be him? But soon, she dismissed the ridiculous notion. She reminded herself, how could that be? Uncle Fu is merely an ordinary worker, not some big boss. The person I saw, surrounded by so many executives, must have been a high-ranking official. Yet the Uncle Fu she knew was a diligent office worker residing in a modest neighborhood. How could it possibly be him? Surely, she had merely mistaken him for someone else, as the world is replete with individuals of similar stature. Nonetheless, the kindness from a stranger warmed her heart, and his words of encouragement felt like a gentle stream flowing into her soul, healing her grievances and sorrow. She sighed softly. There are indeed many good people in this world. Although there are those we dislike, more often than not, we encounter kind-hearted souls. Mu Qianqian, holding her eye drops, sought Fu Saiken's assistance. Uncle, could you help me apply these drops? Having cried earlier, she needed them. Sit here. Fu Saiken gestured toward the sofa. She obediently took her seat. He grasped her chin gently, poised to administer the eye drops. Catching sight of her reddened eyes, he involuntarily recalled the events of the day. That Zhu fellow had dared to make her cry. Merely expelling him felt like too lenient a punishment. Mu Qianqian had her mouth open for quite some time, yet still awaited the drops. In a soft voice, she inquired, Uncle, what's the hold-up? Pouting slightly, she added, I've been waiting so long. My mouth is tired. A hint of amusement flickered in Fu Saiken's eyes as he swiftly and accurately administered the drops. This time, her vision cleared momentarily, allowing her to catch a glimpse of the man's strikingly handsome features and the subtle smile in his eyes, more captivating than any movie star. However, this fleeting moment vanished before she could take in more. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. After all, who could be so extraordinarily handsome in real life? Such a notion was simply implausible. Mu Qianqian closed her eyes for a moment, allowing the effect of the eye drops to settle. She couldn't resist reaching up to rub her cheeks, sore from having held her mouth open for too long. Seeing her rub her face, Fu Saiken instinctively reached out to pinch her cheek. Unprepared, she instinctively pouted, her doe-like eyes wide and bewildered, reminiscent of a confused little pufferfish. Uncle, what are you doing? She mumbled. Her words muffled by his grip. Fu Saiken found her utterly adorable. Her cheeks were soft and irresistible. He playfully squeezed her face a few times, prompting Mu Qianqian to squirm. Only when he sensed her growing agitation did he reluctantly release her. Mu Qianqian bit her lip, cradling her face in her hands. You silly uncle! Why did you pinch me? Fu Saiken's gaze lingered on her, observing that the effects of the nourishing solution were indeed evident, her cheeks fuller than before, providing a delightful texture beneath his fingers. He was tempted to pinch her again. Mu Qianqian, oblivious to his thoughts, assumed he was simply concerned about her well-being. My appetite has improved lately, and I fear that if this continues, I might become quite plump. Fu Saiken smirked. Eat as much as you like. I can afford it. Mu Qianqian's cheeks flushed, their lovely hue surpassing that of fine gemstones. Uncle, it's not that I'm worried about eating you out of house and home. I'm simply concerned about becoming a hefty person, which wouldn't be appealing. Fu Saiken studied her delicate face, imagining how she might look if she were to gain weight. The girl had a good foundation. Even if she were to gain weight, she would still be charming. He wasn't overly concerned with her appearance. The primary concern was her health. Mu Qianqian, aware of his gaze, felt her cheeks grow warm. Why did he keep staring at her? It was rather embarrassing. She felt restless, flustered, and wished to find a place to hide. Nervously, she stood up. I need to go wash up. With that, she turned and fled. As if Fu Saiken were a ferocious beast, Fu Saiken could only helplessly smile. What could he do? The girl was shy and easily embarrassed. It seemed he would have to temper his approach in the future. Rest assured, Mr. Fu, that Zhu will soon find it impossible to navigate in Beishur. Not to mention escaping the city, even if Zhu Dimeo fled to the ends of the earth, the Fu family could deal with him effortlessly. Zhu has grossly underestimated the Fu family's influence in the business realm. He will likely never comprehend that the demise of his company stemmed from nothing more than his having made a young girl cry. Who could blame him for his own folly? As Mu Qianqian prepared for bed, she received a call from her close friend, Li Siyu. Qianqian, your family has contacted my high school homeroom teacher and obtained my phone number. They called me several times. How could this happen? Mu Qianqian exclaimed in surprise. She had grown fond of her life alongside Uncle Fu. He respected her, treated her well, and cared for her in every regard. This existence was something she had never dared to dream of before. Don't worry. They wouldn't dare to involve the authorities. If they truly do, just reveal their scheme to sell you off for a bride price. And the police will surely assist you in seeking justice. I've already blocked their numbers. Out of sight, out of mind. Chapter 38. Counterfeits. A family that prioritizes sons over daughters would only drain her of all her value. Much like an insatiable abyss, in the end, it might even implicate Uncle Fu. He had been so good to her. She couldn't be ungrateful and drag him down with her. See you. If they change numbers to contact you, just block them all, ignore them, and don't let them affect your mood. Yes, I will. Don't worry. They can't reach me. For the next 2 days, Mu Qianqian was on edge, dreading the possibility of her family showing up. Fortunately, her parents did not resort to calling the authorities. Aside from incessantly bombarding her with phone calls, they had made no other moves. Was there perhaps a reason behind this that she was unaware of? Regardless, she resolved to cherish her tranquil life in the present. As the weather gradually turned cooler, Mu Qianqian opened her wardrobe to find an array of autumn attire. Uncle Fu was indeed thoughtful. She casually selected a chic ensemble and wore it to class. A few girls seated at the back noticed her outfit and began whispering among themselves, "Oh my, is she wearing a knockoff? This is hilarious. The genuine article costs tens of thousands. How could she possibly afford that? If you're short on cash, just wear ordinary clothes. No need to flaunt a counterfeit. If I were her, I wouldn't dare to wear that so openly. Where's her sense of pride?" They flooded their class group chat with messages, mocking Mu Qianqian. Other girls from different dormitories, seeing the disparaging messages, couldn't help but defend her. There's no need to target her like that. What she wears shouldn't concern you. Besides, not everyone is familiar with luxury brands. Perhaps she simply bought it by mistake. You must be jealous of how pretty Mu Qianqian is. Even if she wore a fake, she still exudes the aura and grace of the real thing. Other classmates echoed similar sentiments. Regardless of whether the truth holds, what concern is it of theirs? Moreover, the attire looks splendid on Mu Qianqian, even more so than on the original model. All attention is drawn to her presence, who would deliberately scrutinize the authenticity of her clothing. After class, a few girls from behind intentionally kicked Mu Qianqian's chair, startling her. Yao Xian'er, dressed in trendy fashion, flaunted her colorful braids and deep red lipstick, accentuated by a lip piercing. With her arms crossed, she mockingly remarked, "Can't you even stretch your legs? Are you the princess in the pea?" Following this, Yao Xian'er and her companions erupted into raucous laughter, ridiculing her for wearing counterfeit goods, believing herself a princess. Mu Qianqian found no humor in the statement. Silently, she gathered her belongings and, accompanied by Fang Yanran, relocated to another seat. Yet, Yao Xian'er and her gang followed suit, deliberately kicking their chairs with a series of taunting thuds. Yao Xian'er chewed gum and said, "Is this your house? Can't we stretch our legs?" "What can I do? My legs are long. It feels uncomfortable not to die." Mu Qianqian and Fang Yanran promptly moved to the front row, right under the teacher's nose. These troublemakers were most fearful of authority and refrained from continuing their antics. After class, Fang Yanran inquired with friends and learned the backstory. "Qianqian, I asked a friend, and she informed me that Yao Xian'er has a crush on Fu Qianqing. Knowing he likes you, she rallied her friends to target you." Mu Qianqian found the situation absurd and exasperating. Why trouble her if they fancied Fu Qianqing? She was there to study, not to engage in romantic pursuits. Why create such a toxic atmosphere over trivial matters? Fang Yanran scoffed. "Yao Xian'er and her crew have mediocre grades, only managing to enter our school through family connections and awards. In essence, they are just a bunch of bullies used to intimidating others. Getting involved with them is truly unfortunate." Mu Qianqian merely wished to focus on her studies, desiring no involvement in meaningless conflicts. Consequently, she consistently occupied the front row in subsequent classes, striving to maintain distance from the troublemakers. However, after class, the bullies directly obstructed their path. "Princess and the pea, where are you off to?" Mu Qianqian detested Yao Xian'er's cutting tone, which was simply unbearable. "Step aside." Yao Xian'er deliberately blocked her way, taunting, "With such a wide path, you can't get through? How heavy are you?" Fang Yanran linked arms with Mu Qianqian, attempting to maneuver around them. Yet, wherever they moved, Yao Xian'er followed, perfectly blocking their path each time. Oh dear, how unfortunate that we happened to block your way. Mu Qianqian pressed her lips together and stated, Yao Xiner, if you like someone, you should pursue them openly rather than targeting me. Her words instantly changed Yao Xiner's expression. With long, sharp nails extended, she raised her voice. How dare you instruct me? I can do as I please, and you, a blind fool in counterfeit clothing, dare to point fingers at me? Counterfeit. Was she wearing counterfeit goods? Mu Qianqian tugged at her garment, a twinge of insecurity rising within her. Yao Xiner stepped forward, hand raised, intending to slap Mu Qianqian. Just then, Fu Qinqing arrived in the nick of time, grasping her wrist. What do you think you're doing? Upon seeing the young master of the Fu family, Yao Xiner quickly donned a demure facade. Qinqing, you're here. She couldn't afford to leave a bad impression in front of him. After all, Fu Qinqing belonged to a prominent family, and many aspired to marry into it. Fu Qinqing ignored her, his concerned gaze directed at Mu Qianqian. Qianqian, she hasn't troubled you, has she? Mu Qianqian shook her head. Is my clothing counterfeit? Fu Qinqing replied without hesitation. How could that be? Your attire is undeniably authentic, clearly a limited edition. Whoever claims you wear fakes has likely never seen the real thing. He spoke without regard for Yao Xiner's presence, effectively slapping her in the face with his words. Yao Xiner's expression fluctuated between green and white as her nails dug into her palm. Chapter 39. Theft. Now, it was Mu Qianqian's turn to be astonished. The clothing she wore was purchased by an older gentleman. She had thought it merely a regular brand, with slightly better materials. To her surprise, it turned out to be a limited edition. Why was he so generous with her? As an ordinary office worker, why would he buy her such expensive clothing? She resolved to discuss this with him upon her return. Yao Xiner forced a smile. Young Master Fu, everything earlier was a misunderstanding. I meant no harm to Mu Qianqian, merely wished to befriend her. After all, who would bother with a blind girl? Befriend her? Ha! Who would desire to befriend you? Fu Qinqing forcefully pushed her away. Yao Xiner stumbled to the side, nearly falling if not for her friends catching her. Fu Qinqing's eyes were filled with disdain and indifference. Although Qianqian cannot see, her character and integrity far surpass yours. Who says no one wishes to associate with her? I would gladly follow her every day. A flicker of jealousy flashed in Yao Xiner's eyes. Yes, I spoke out of turn earlier. Fu Qinqing scoffed. You are not even worth a single strand of her hair. Should I ever witness you bullying her again, do not expect my leniency. Yao Xiner bit her lip, nearly breaking the skin. How could I bully a classmate? Rest assured, I will treat Mu Qianqian well. Fu Qinqing shot her a cold glare before turning to leave, as if repulsed by her touch. He wiped his right hand several times against his clothes, attempting to rid it of any perceived dirtiness. Witnessing this, Yao Xiner was ready to explode with rage. Mu Qianqian, do not think I will let this go. I am your sworn enemy. Upon exiting the school, Mu Qianqian received a call from Li Jie, the manager of Yuncheng Hotel. Qianqian, please hurry over. Someone has reported you for theft. Mu Qianqian was taken aback. What? I didn't steal anything. I know you didn't, but it would be best if you came to clarify things in person to prevent any gossip. All right, I'll head there right away. Mu Qianqian hailed a taxi and made her way to Yuncheng Hotel. Upon her arrival, Li Jie informed her, Qianqian, Wang Yinru discovered our complimentary gifts for VIPs in your lounge and reported you for stealing them. Mu Qianqian urgently defended herself. Li Jie, how could that be? I didn't steal anything, truly. Wang Yinru stood coldly beside her, scoffing. The facts speak for themselves. Do you dare deny them? What facts? Clarify this for me. Mu Qianqian's face flushed with anxiety. You claim you didn't steal anything. Then what is this? Wang Yinru pointed to a golden princess figurine on the table, exquisitely crafted, worth hundreds of thousands. This is a gift exclusive to VIPs. How else would a mere server acquire it? It was given to me by a distinguished guest. He gifted me many desserts, and this was among the treats. Such a lavish gold ornament was far too extravagant for her. Yet to the guest, it was merely a trivial gift. Wang Yinru pressed, a distinguished guest gave this to you. Ha? Which guest? Mu Qianqian faltered. I don't know. If you don't know them, why would they give you desserts and such an expensive gift? Do you think we're fools? Who would give you such a grand present without any connection? Listen, Mu Qianqian, this item is worth over 1 million. If we report this, just wait to be imprisoned. Wang Yinru berated her, pointing a finger at her. Mu Qianqian felt tears welling up in her eyes but held them back. She couldn't cry. It would be bad for her eyes. Resolutely, Mu Qianqian suppressed the sting in her eyes, refusing to shed tears in front of everyone. Wang Yinru was momentarily silenced. What Mu Qianqian said had some merit. Wang Yinru's eyes darted around as she continued to slander. You're slandering. What evidence do you have that this gift isn't stolen? Can you even contact the person who gifted it to you for clarification? Mu Qianqian had no idea who the kind stranger was. So how could she reach out to them? Moreover, the person had only offered her desserts and gifts to comfort her after witnessing her distress. Mu Qianqian felt embarrassed to drag that individual into this chaos. Struggling to come up with a response. I believe you are the thief, Elijah. Let us report her and send her to jail. Wang Yinru insisted, if we let her off this time, who knows if she might steal again in the future. Li Jie stood up for Mu Qianqian. Yinru, don't speak so definitively. There is currently no evidence proving that what Qianqian said is false. Wang Yinru retorted smugly, but there is also no evidence proving that she is telling the truth. Is there? Li Jie sighed. Mu Qianqian, unwilling to relent, bit her lip. Regardless of whether she could remain, she wanted this matter resolved swiftly to clear her name. Should there be any new developments in the investigation, we will contact you. If it turns out this was all a misunderstanding, rest assured we will compensate you. Mu Qianqian sought no compensation. She only wanted her innocence restored. Before stepping into the taxi, someone recognized her familiar silhouette and couldn't he help but exclaim, isn't he that his sister Mu Qianqian? Why is she coming out of the hotel? The eldest of the Mu family, Mu Qianqian, quickly called his parents, his tone filled with venomous resentment. Dad, Mom, I found that wretched girl Mu Qianqian. She just came out of a hotel, utterly shameless. How outrageous that she doesn't wait at home to get married but runs around engaging in unspeakable activities with men. Chapter 40. The older gentleman is no other than. What? You saw that wretched girl? Mu Qianqian nodded slightly, affirming that he had indeed just seen her emerge from the hotel, unaware of the identity of the man she had been consorting with. Just as he contemplated informing his family, Mu Qianqian had already gotten into a car and departed. However, his family, eager for the dowry, had long since ended the call, with thoughts of the 200,000 in dowry money swirling in his mind. He dashed after her. Yet, with only 2 legs, how could he possibly outrun a taxi? He was soon left far behind. Mu Qianqian. What have you been up to? His captain's voice cut through his thoughts. Qianqian, his gaze unfocused, stammered, I just had to use the restroom. Excuses? I see you've been hiding away smoking again. Don't even think about your bonus this month. The captain's voice was sharp, leaving no room for negotiation. Qianqian had intended to plead for leniency, but the captain turned on his heel and walked away. After toiling away for a month, he had only earned 2,000 to 3,000, without the bonus. He was left with a mere 1,500, barely enough to cover his smoking and drinking expenses. He cursed Mu Qianqian, that wretched girl, for depriving him of his bonus. As he mulled over this, a fleeting glimmer of greed and malice flashed in his eyes. What are you dawdling for? He coldly inquired. Mu Qianqian, after a couple of seconds, sluggishly turned her gaze in his direction. Rising from the sofa, she attempted to greet him, but stumbled over a table leg, nearly falling flat. Had it not been for Fu Saiken's timely intervention, she would have likely met the floor head-on. Why do you look so lost today? Fu Saiken inquired as Mu Qianqian regained her footing. Stepping back from his embrace, she forced a brave smile, not wishing to worry him. Uncle, I'm fine. You must be tired. Sit down for a drink and rest a bit. I'll go fetch Aunt Lu to prepare dinner. After saying this, she attempted to leave, but Fu Saiken abruptly grasped her arm, his tone icy. What on earth is going on? Mu Qianqian lowered her head, remaining silent. Fu Saiken tightened his grip on her arm unconsciously, his eyes clouded with frost as his voice dropped to a chilling tone. Mu Qianqian, have you forgotten what you promised? She looked up in confusion. What? We are husband and wife. We should support each other through thick and thin. You may conceal things from anyone else, but you must never hide anything from your husband. His words ignited a warmth within her heart. If everything were to be kept secret without sharing, could they still be considered a couple? Summoning her courage, Mu Qianqian resolved to confide in him about the events of the day. Uncle, I can no longer work at Yunqing Hotel. I am sorry for letting you down. Why not? Someone has falsely accused me of theft. Although it hasn't been verified, the matter has spread, and Sisterly has advised me to stay home for a while. Fu Saiken's demeanor turned frigid, exuding a palpable chill. Who accused you? His first inquiry was not about what she had allegedly stolen, but rather who had made the accusation. His tone indicated his unwavering belief in her innocence. Mu Qianqian felt a surge of warmth in her heart. It was a colleague of mine. She accused me of stealing a gift, but the item in question was a thoughtful present from a generous CEO. Fu Sihan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What did this CEO send you? On a day when I was particularly upset, he had his assistant deliver a truckload of desserts to me, one of which included a pure gold figurine. As Mu Qianqian had anticipated, someone of Fu Sihan's stature would hardly concern himself with a mere trinket. To those in their circle, it was nothing more than a token gift, casually placed on a cart and sent over. She never imagined it would lead to such a baseless accusation against her. Fu Sihan took a deep breath. Rest assured, I will resolve this matter for you. Mu Qianqian felt a pang of anxiety. Uncle, won't this cause you trouble? She was hesitant to burden him further, having already received so much assistance. Fu Sihan smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. Such trivial matters are no challenge for your husband. Relieved, Mu Qianqian responded. That's good. Seeing her docile demeanor, Fu Sihan couldn't help but ruffle her hair affectionately. Qianqian, don't think too much about others. Those who are overly considerate often end up getting hurt. Mu Qianqian froze. Taken aback, no one had ever spoken to her in such a manner. Her parents had only scolded her for being too gluttonous, too thoughtless, and not diligent enough. Thus, she had grown accustomed to being the most understanding child, always considering others' needs, often neglecting her own thoughts. His words washed over her like a soothing balm, stirring an unfamiliar sense of warmth within. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yet, wasn't he family? Caring for family should always be acceptable. Right? Fu Sihan's smile deepened. Were the desserts delicious? Mu Qianqian eagerly nodded. Yes, they were absolutely divine. In her darkest moments, when she felt most oppressed, someone had illuminated her path, restoring her faith that warmth still existed in the world. Uncle, I'll go call Aunt Lu to prepare dinner and no need. Just relax here. I'll send her a message. Fu Sihan texted Aunt Lu. She happened to be returning from the market, carrying bags of groceries and bustling into the kitchen. Mu Qianqian approached the sink, intending to assist in washing the vegetables. Just as she turned on the faucet, Aunt Lu quickly intervened. Oh dear, Miss Mu, the water is quite cold. You shouldn't touch it. With a smile. Mu Qianqian replied, It's all right. I can help wash the vegetables. I can manage on my own. You should take a break outside. Dinner will be ready shortly. I even bought some hairy crabs today to replenish your nutrition. Your uncle is working in the living room, so I don't want to disturb him. I'll just stay here and watch you cook. Aunt Lu, eager to chat, began cooking swiftly while conversing with her. I also have a daughter in high school who wants to help me with chores every day, but I can't bear to let her work. I want to even let her peel garlic. Young girls have delicate hands. They should focus on their studies, aim for a good university, and find good jobs later. That's what will reassure parents. When Aunt Lu spoke of her own children, her tone brimmed with pride, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. Mu Qianqian couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Chapter 41. Misunderstanding of pregnancy. This was the atmosphere that a normal family should possess. Unlike her own upbringing, where she had been helping her parents with chores since she could remember, often taking care of her younger brother and assisting in the family business, no one had ever regarded Mu Qianqian as a child in need of care. Her parents simply viewed her as a tool. She did not envy others for their wealth, but rather yearned for the abundance of love that seemed to be inescapable. She wished fervently to have been born into a harmonious family. If only her parents could have loved her a bit more. Please, Aunt Lu, stay and eat with us. Aunt Lu smiled gently. No need, Miss Mu. I still need to video call my daughter. We both talk a lot. And I'm afraid we'll disturb you. Mu Qianqian and Fu Sihan settled at the dining table, preparing to eat. She realized she had never tasted hairy crabs before and had no idea how to eat them. Grabbing one, she bit into it directly. Ouch, this shell is so hard. She winced as her teeth were nearly jarred, almost cutting her lip. Fu Sihan couldn't help but chuckle. You have to remove the shell first to eat. I can manage, she insisted. Mu Qianqian thought she could peel it like shrimp, but the crab shell was as tough as stone. After several attempts, she still couldn't open it. How does this even grow? With a twinkle in his eye, Fu Sihan remarked, Let me handle it for you. Reluctantly, she surrendered the crab to him. Fu Sihan, who typically consumed pre-shelled crab meat due to his cleanliness, set aside his discomfort and began to peel the crab for the clumsy girl. If Mu Qianqian could see clearly, witnessing such a handsome man elegantly peeling crab would certainly be a delightful sight. He piled the crab meat and rolled neatly into her bowl. "Uncle, you're amazing. How did you manage to open such a hard shell?" Fu Sik-han wiped his fingers with a damp cloth. "Once your vision is restored, I'll teach you how." Mu Qianqian beamed sweetly. "Okay." Taking a generous bite of the crab roe and meat, a rich, sweet flavor exploded in her mouth, causing her eyes to widen in delight. "This is the most delicious thing I've ever eaten. Isn't it good? You should try some too." She offered a bite to Fu Sik-han. His eyes flickered momentarily, hesitating before he finally accepted the morsel. Having never eaten anything offered by another before, this was his first experience. Surprisingly, he felt no aversion. Instead, he accepted it with an unexpected calmness. "How does it taste?" she eagerly asked. Fu Sik-han, though finding it mediocre, didn't he wish to dampen her enthusiasm, so he replied, "Not be it." As they continued their meal, Mu Qianqian occasionally fed him bites, while he placed the peeled crab meat into her bowl to be fed back to him. Why not just eat it himself? He considered bringing it up, but saw her so engrossed and happy that he decided to let it be. Earlier, he had overheard Mu Qianqian's conversation with Aunt Lu in the kitchen. This young girl had never received love from her family, growing up in a rather harsh environment. Despite this, she bore no resentment or bitterness. Instead, she had blossomed into an optimistic little son, which truly impressed Fu Sik-han. This meal saw Mu Qianqian eating more than usual. After finishing, she sat at the table to study, as she had yet to listen to the recording of today's class. Madame Fu called Fu Sik-han via video, and after exchanging only a few words, she asked him to bring Mu Qianqian over. "Let me see Qianqian," Fu Sik-han, feeling helpless, remarked. "You pretended to show concern for me just now, but in truth, you wished to see Qianqian. Didn't you? As a grown man, what is there for you to fret about? I fear you may bully Qianqian. I can't help but worry when I haven't seen her for just a few days." After all, everyone knows Fu Sik-han's cold demeanor, and grandmother is genuinely concerned that such a delicate girl like Qianqian might suffer by his side. Fu Sik-han then rose and made his way to the guest room, gently knocking on the door. "Uncle, is there something you need?" "Grandmother is on a video call with me. She wishes to see you. I will be right there." Mu Qianqian, fond of the warm-hearted grandmother, immediately set aside her tasks and eagerly opened the door. Fu Sik-han led her to the living room, positioning her in front of the computer. "Grandmother, I have brought the person you wish to see. You may attend to your own matters. I shall have a chat with Qianqian." Upon seeing Mu Qianqian, grandmother entirely forgot about her grandson and casually dismissed him. "Grandmother," Mu Qianqian called softly. "Oh, Qianqian, come closer so I can have a good look at you." And Mu Qianqian scooted forward slightly. Although she could not see grandmother on the video, she could hear her voice. Fu Sik-han, attending to his work nearby, occasionally glanced over. Seeing the smile on Mu Qianqian's face, he couldn't help but curve his lips upward. Just as Fu Sik-han was about to end the video call, grandmother, with a face full of joy, insisted, "Take good care of Qianqian. You must pay attention to her over these next few months and ensure she is well looked after. In our family, we do not adhere to the outdated customs of valuing sons over daughters. Whether a boy or girl, they are treasures in our home." "What delightful news have you received?" Fu Sik-han inquired. Puzzled. "In a couple of days, when you find time, take Qianqian for a checkup at the hospital, and you will understand," grandmother replied mysteriously. With that, Fu Sik-han was left in a state of confusion. After a brief moment, he noticed Mu Qianqian, holding her stomach, standing at the table drinking water, and suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind. Perhaps she had simply overeaten. She had been frequently touching her belly since earlier. Moreover, with her recent nutritional intake improving, her face appeared rounder and healthier than before, giving the impression of a radiant glow. It was easy to misinterpret that she might be pregnant. It seemed grandmother had misconstrued her condition, leading to a significant misunderstanding. In a few months, if grandmother did not see her great-grandchild, it would likely lead to disappointment for the elderly lady. Fu Sik-han couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. What should I do now? Chapter 42. A predicament for Uncle. Fu Sik-han approached Mu Qianqian with concern, asking, "Is your stomach unwell?" Feeling a bit shy, Mu Qianqian replied, "I think I may have eaten too much. My stomach feels bloated, and even after drinking a lot of water. It doesn't help. If your stomach is bloated, then avoid drinking more water," Fu Sik-han advised, retrieving a medicine box from the cabinet and offering her a few tablets of lactase. "Take a few of these, and after resting for a while, you should feel better." This digestive aid quickly alleviated Mu Qianqian's discomfort. You truly are remarkable, uncle. No matter the challenges of life, nothing seems to faze you. Wait a moment, Fu Sahan called out to her. Uncle, do you have something else to discuss? Fu Sahan hesitated, unsure of how to express his thoughts. Grandmother mistakenly believed Mu Qianqian was pregnant, but they had been sleeping in separate rooms and had never shared a bed. How could they possibly present a great-grandchild to grandmother? Are you comfortable sleeping in the guest room? Mu Qianqian, puzzled, responded, I sleep quite well. After all, back at home, I didn't even have my own room. Now I finally have an independent space with such a large, soft bed, something I never even dared to dream of. What's the matter? He thought to himself, realizing he couldn't bluntly tell her to bear a child for the Fu family. However, he also found it impossible to explain the misunderstanding to grandmother. Mu Qianqian misunderstood. There were indeed dilemmas that could stump Fu Sahan, such as the issues surrounding pregnancy and childbirth, which left him utterly perplexed. In the following week, Mu Qianqian diligently attended classes at school. As a result, she assumed she had been completely expelled. She planned to search for another job after her exams. Mu Chenghui had been watching for several days, but had yet to see Mu Qianqian's figure again. Could it be that things were not as he had imagined? Was it possible that Mu Qianqian was not here to sleep with a man? Impossible. This was a high-end hotel, and as a poor blind girl, how could she afford to stay here? She must be relying on Aman. Mu Chenghui resolved to wait a few more days. If he still did not see her, he would have no choice but to give up. After all, he had already attracted the captain's displeasure by sneaking out during work hours. If he continued to do so, he might even lose his job. Mu Chenghui silently cursed Mu Qianqian, that wretched girl. In the office, Assistant Wang was reporting matters to Fu Sahan. Mr. Fu, we have identified the individual who falsely accused Miss Mu. Her name is Wang Yanru. She discovered a pure gold gift in Miss Mu's lounge. Fu Sahan stood with his back to him, hands in his pockets, gazing out the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. His voice was deep and magnetic, yet carried an icy undertone that sent shivers down one's spine. Very well. I will contact Yuncheng Group immediately. After all, Yuncheng Hotel was merely a subsidiary of the Fu Group. Under the command of the head of the Fu family, they would dare not disobey. Sisterly received a phone call from her superior, who launched into a tirade. What have you been doing? If you can't manage such a large hotel, then perhaps we need someone else. Sisterly quickly put on a smiling face. Mr. Chiu, what do you mean by that? Have I done something wrong? To her surprise, this seemingly trivial matter had escalated to involve the Fu family. Could it be that Miss Mu had ties to the Fu family? Sisterly trembled in fear. Yes, I will call Miss Mu and have her return to work. Meanwhile, Sisterly found herself greatly perplexed. She perceived that the young girl was merely beautiful, intelligent, and kind-hearted. Who would have thought she had connections to the illustrious Fu family? Standing in the sunlight, Sisterly couldn't help but shudder. She hoped fervently not to anger the formidable figure from the Fu family. Otherwise, she could expect to be ousted from Yuncheng Group. However, she needed to prepare for her exams and did not have the convenience to take on a part-time job. Surprisingly, Sisterly's attitude was exceedingly respectful, as if she feared Miss Mu would choose not to return. All right, if you are willing to come back, we can discuss your compensation. Miss Mu, please focus on your own affairs. I will not disturb you. This left Mu Qianqian somewhat flabbergasted. Okay, Fu Sahan lowered his gaze. Observing the rosy-cheeked girl in his arms, he couldn't help but smile. Was she truly so happy? Of course, I'm delighted. Sisterly even mentioned that Wang Yanru will apologize to me in front of everyone. At last, I can clear my name. Moreover, the compensation here is fantastic. I could never find such a good job elsewhere. I am so grateful to you, uncle. The modest salary she received was hardly of concern to Fu Sahan. Nevertheless, her exuberant attitude had a contagious effect on him, causing the corners of his lips to involuntarily lift. As long as you are happy. Only then did Mu Qianqian realize she had boldly leaped into Fu Sahan's embrace. Her face flushed red as she hurriedly retreated. Oh, I am so sorry, uncle. I got carried away with my excitement. Fu Sahan's expression darkened slightly, his voice low and husky. It's fine. Embarrassed, Mu Qianqian said, Uncle, I must go study now. Haven't you eaten? You're starting to study this early? Yes, I have an upcoming exam, so I must make the most of my time. When mealtime arrived, Fu Sahan called Mu Qianqian for dinner, but she was so engrossed in her studies that she did not hear him. He had no choice but to push open her room door. Mu Qianqian, wearing headphones, sat at her desk, intently listening to recorded lectures and hurriedly jotting down notes. A gentle touch on her shoulder startled her. She removed her headphones, inhaling the familiar and refreshing scent. "Uncle, is that you?" "Yes, come out for dinner." Chapter 43. Tutoring Qianqian during dinner. Mu Qianqian was still mumbling formulas to herself. What is that theorem called again? Suddenly, her eyes lit up. "That's it, Uncle. How did you know?" As soon as the words left her mouth, she felt foolish for asking such a question. Of course, her uncle had attended university and would know these concepts. Fu Sahan humbly replied, "The things I learned in the past are not entirely forgotten." "Uncle, were you a top student?" Fu Sahan smirked. "Not exactly. They called me a learning deity." His nonchalant tone carried an undeniable authority that compelled trust. Mu Qianqian stood frozen. "What? Don't believe me?" Fu Sahan teased. She quickly shook her head. No, I believe you. Uncle must have been an exceptional person in school with such intelligence. She was merely mesmerized by his confidence and charisma. When he referred to himself as a learning deity, his tone exuded an air of superiority that was hard to resist. Feeling her cheeks flush, Mu Qianqian hastily rubbed her face. "Don't be infatuated." "Uncle, I have a small request." Fu Sahan seemed to read her mind. Before she could voice it, he said, "If there's anything you don't understand, I can teach you." Mu Qianqian nearly leaped with joy. Her voice bright and cheerful. "Thank you, Uncle." Eager to learn, she barely touched her meal before losing interest. Fu Sahan's expression darkened. "Eat a bit more. I'm already full. Do you want me to teach you or not?" "Finish these dishes first." Fu Sahan's tone was firm. Mu Qianqian pouted, but obediently picked up her chopsticks to eat. Seeing this, Fu Sahan's demeanor finally softened. After dinner, they both returned to the guest room to study at the desk. "Your solution to this problem is incorrect. You should start from here. What you did is also valid, but I have a quicker method you might want to try." Fu Sahan's voice was deep and magnetic, presenting the material clearly and accessibly. After listening, many of her previously confusing concepts suddenly became clear. While Mu Qianqian was busy memorizing formulas, Fu Sahan casually picked up a notebook from her desk, intending to check her homework. However, as he flipped through the pages, he stumbled upon her personal ledger. The records are meticulously inscribed above. The uncle assisted her with surgery, incurring an expenditure in the 8-figure range. He purchased a mobile phone for her, accompanied her in procuring daily necessities, and provided her with numerous supplements and nutritional liquids, along with a daily dietary plan that included both milk and goat's milk. Every single expense was diligently noted by Mu Qianqian in her notebook. As Fu Sahan observed her delicate handwriting, his gaze unconsciously deepened considerably. "Uncle, would you listen for a moment? Am I reciting the formulas correctly?" Fu Sahan remained unresponsive for a while, prompting Mu Qianqian to gently nudge his arm. "Uncle?" Fu Sahan's eyes flickered. "Go ahead and recite." "All right." Mu Qianqian sat upright and commenced reciting the formulas and theorems. She worked through problems in Fu Sahan's presence. "You've made a mistake here." "Where?" Fu Sahan grasped her hand, guiding it to the paper, assisting her in writing. "Let me teach you how to do it." His large palm enveloped her small hand completely, its warmth and roughness exuding a reassuring comfort. As he drew closer, his crisp, pleasant scent wafted into Mu Qianqian's nostrils. She bit her lower lip, her heartbeat instinctively quickening. "Have you learned it?" Fu Sahan queried softly, his warm breath brushing against her petite earlobe. Mu Qianqian shrugged her shoulders, her heart leaping in response. It felt as if a pool of spring water had melted and flowed through her entire being. Fu Sahan glanced down at her, noticing the rosy hue blooming on her fair cheeks. Her ears flushed bright red. She remained rigid, maintaining her original posture, utterly motionless. A low chuckle escaped Fu Sahan's chest. "Am I that frightening?" Mu Qianqian licked her lips. "And no." "Then why are you sitting so far away?" Fu Sahan patiently reiterated the lesson. However, Mu Qianqian's mind was uncontrollably wandering. One moment she thought his voice was truly melodious, and the next, she felt a tingling sensation in her ears. His warm breath brushed against her, causing both itchiness and a delightful shiver. "Mu Qianqian, what are you thinking about?" Fu Sahan noticed her distraction, lightly tapping the table with his fingertips. "Nothing." Mu Qianqian straightened anxiously. Fu Sahan pinched her nose playfully. "Focus on your studies. I have other matters to attend to and cannot teach you for long." "Mr. Fu, please continue. I promise to pay close attention this time." Fu Sahan's lips curved into a satisfied smile. Now, that's more like it. On the day of the exam, Mu Qianqian found herself in a solitary examination room. The teacher assisted her by reading the questions aloud, allowing her to write the answers on paper. Many of the questions had been explained to her by the uncle beforehand, enabling Mu Qianqian to think clearly and solve the problems swiftly. The teacher initially assumed she was scribbling randomly, his displeasure evident. If you don't understand the questions, it's better not to write at all. Random answers won't earn you any points, I understand. Teacher. With that, Mu Qianqian continued to answer the questions at an impressive pace. The invigilating teacher glanced down, and in that instant, his impatience froze on his face, replaced by profound astonishment. The clarity of her answers was remarkable. Each question tackled with the quickest and most astute methods. More importantly, Mu Qianqian had answered every question correctly. Even the final challenging question was completed flawlessly, leaving no room for critique. The teacher silently marveled. Realizing he had underestimated her, this girl was indeed a top student. Initially thinking her speedy writing was mere guesswork, he now recognized her true prowess. Amongst her peers, she was likely to achieve the highest score. After finishing the exam, Mu Qianqian exited the examination room, only to be caught by Fang Yinran, who seized her arm. Qianqian, I never expected this exam to be so difficult. There were several questions I couldn't answer. How about you? Mu Qianqian smiled gently. I fared well. I had reviewed all the content in advance. How did you manage to be so proficient? Mu Qianqian smiled without replying. Her exceptional performance was due to the uncle having highlighted the key points for her. She had studied diligently according to those highlighted notes, and all the exam questions fell within that scope, making them a breeze for her. A few students from her major walked by, whispering among themselves. Haha, this is hilarious. Is Fang Yinran out of her mind? Why is she talking so much to a blind girl? Does she really think that blind girl can pass? I hope she doesn't drag down our department's average score. Mu Qianqian paid no heed to their cruel taunts, while Fang Yinran couldn't bear it any longer and felt compelled to defend her friend. Qianqian is merely temporarily sightless. Her vision will surely return. You all keep calling her blind. Haven't your families taught you the importance of respect? You're supposed to be university students. How can you lack such basic manners? A boy with a face full of acne sneered. What is it to you, brat? Do you think I'm afraid of you? This boy, wearing thick glasses and with a rather intimidating appearance, made Fang Yinran feel slightly apprehensive, yet she couldn't help but speak up for her friend. If you dare to bully Qianqian again, don't blame me for reporting you to the counselor. Have you all forgotten about what happened at the forum? The school dealt with a whole batch of students for that incident, and the instigator, Sha Pu, is no longer here. The boys glanced at each other, fearful that she would indeed report them and bring trouble upon themselves. The boy with acne, emboldened, retorted, Go ahead and report. Who heard us say anything? Did you hear it? Or did you hear it? He mockingly asked his companions, who all chuckled in agreement. Didn't he hear a thing? I definitely didn't hear anything. The boy with acne boasted, It's just some idle chatter. Why are you all so worked up? Little fairy, I advise you not to be overly sensitive. Besides, aren't we just stating the truth? A blind girl passing an exam, unless you take the test for her. Fang Yinran urgently countered, Stop slandering her. Qianqian relies on her own abilities to take the exam. She doesn't need anyone to help her cheat. The boys leered at Mu Qianqian with lewd gazes. Sizing her up, as Mu Qianqian sensed their malicious stares, she instinctively shrank back. Just then, a basketball was thrown in their direction. Fu Qianqing, with an air of arrogance, shouted, Who is the toad over there? Get lost. The boy with acne was hit in the face by the ball, which burst one of the pimples, causing him to grimace in pain. What the hell, are you blind? He was about to curse when he realized it was Fu Qianqing who had thrown the ball, and his bravado instantly deflated. Oh, it's you, young Master Fu. We were just teaching these two girls a lesson. Please don't let us offend your eyes. Shut up, Toad. You've dirted my basketball. How disgusting. Fu Qianqing kicked the ball away, repulsed by the pus that had splattered on it. Why apologies, young Master Fu? How much is that basketball? I'll buy you a new one, Fu Qianqing disdainfully replied. This was signed by a famous player, worth $1 million. Can you afford that? It was a special gift my cousin arranged through his connections for my birthday. Now it's sullied by someone like you. How can I even keep it? The boy with acneous expression shifted dramatically, resembling a color palette, utterly horrified. I can't afford that much. Even if I sold myself, I wouldn't be able to pay. If you can't pay, then get lost. Go back to wherever you came from. If I see you acting like a toad again, don't blame me for being rude. Yes, we're leaving. The boy with acne hurriedly left with his companions, retreating in disgrace. Once they were gone, Fang Yinren couldn't help but give Fu Qianqian a thumbs up. Classmate, you really have a way with words. That guy's face was a perfect match for a toad. It must be said, Fu Qianqian's insults were remarkably precise. Yet, Fu Qianqian couldn't muster a smile. Alas, my basketball. Thank you once again for helping me, young Master Fu, Mu Qianqian said softly. Those words invigorated Fu Qianqian, making him feel as though he had been injected with vitality. No need for thanks. I'm just glad to help. Although he had lost a precious birthday gift, aiding Mu Qianqian made it worthwhile. Fang Yinren accompanied Mu Qianqian as they waited at the school gate. Shortly thereafter, Fu Sahan's figure appeared in the distance. Amid the bustling crowd, Fu Sahan stood tall, his handsome, cold demeanor radiating the allure of a mature man. Just his unique presence was enough to leave male students trailing behind in admiration. Many female students were captivated, their eyes glued to him. Wow, who is that person? So tall and handsome. His aura is so mature. He must not be from our school, right? Could he be a leader? Are there any young leaders? Fu Qianqian stole a glance from afar. How could that person resemble his renowned cousin so closely? But his cousin wouldn't he come to this school? Must be a trick of the eye, right? Rubbing his head, he turned to join some classmates who called him for a basketball game. Mu Qianqian smiled. Uncle, you're here. Fu Sahan replied coolly. Yes, let us go. The intense gazes surrounding them were impossible to ignore, prompting Fu Sahan to coolly lower his expression, his eyes icy. Observing this, the girls who initially wanted to approach for contact information hesitated. Deterred by his apparent displeasure, though handsome, he seemed to harbor a rather unfriendly temperament. The crowd dispersed. Fu Sahan grasped Mu Qianqian's wrist, leading her away from the school. He instructed in a low voice. Next time, wait for me in a less crowded area. Mu Qianqian paused momentarily, obediently nodding. All right. She understood her uncle's cold nature and his aversion to crowded places. Unbeknownst to her, Fu Sahan's disdain was not merely for crowds, but for being scrutinized by a throng of superficial individuals who, based solely on his appearance or status, would ardently fawn over him. Such shallow affections were the most trivial of sentiments, and he held them in contempt. Uncle, I want to start working at Yuncheng Hotel tomorrow. You just finished the exam. Can't you take a couple of days off? Mu Qianqian shook her head. No, I want to earn money quickly to alleviate some of the financial burden on you. Fu Sahan recalled her meticulous bookkeeping. The young girl possesses a character that is pure and unblemished, devoid of any materialistic inclinations. One should not overexert oneself. Moderate effort suffices. Yes, I am aware. The two of them strolled hand in hand beneath the dappled shade of the trees. Mu Qianqian caught a whiff of the sweet aroma of candied chestnuts from a nearby street vendor, and her steps came to an abrupt halt. Fu Sahan raised an eyebrow. Do you wish to have some? Mu Qianqian nodded eagerly. Such a little glutton. Fu Sahan smiled indulgently, leading her to the street vendor to purchase a bag of candied chestnuts. Chapter 45. The best in the world. Mu Qianqian bit into a candied chestnut, peeled off the shell, and offered it to Fu Sahan. Uncle, this first one is for you. Fu Sahan paused for a moment, then took the chestnut from her hand and ate it. Is it delicious? Mu Qianqian asked with anticipation. Quite good, he replied. The candied chestnuts were sweet and tender, reminiscent of a certain little crybaby. Unaware of his thoughts, Mu Qianqian bit into another chestnut and popped it into her mouth. The warm chestnut was both sweet and chewy. Indeed delightful. Fu Sahan's gaze inadvertently fell upon her. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a glow around her. Her delicate face was so fair it seemed as if it could yield drops of water. Her petite nose charming, and her rosy lips dusted with a hint of chestnut powder. Utterly adorable. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Fu Sahan suddenly recalled the misunderstanding concerning his grandmother. If the elders assumed they had a child and he could not produce one, he would be at a loss for words. This thought caused a deepening of his gaze. Do you think I treat you well? Mu Qianqian tilted her head, her smile innocent and pure. Of course. Uncle treats me the best in the world. Throughout her life, no one had ever been so kind to her. Buying you candied chestnuts is treating you well? Fu Sahan teased her playfully. Not at all. Uncle has helped me immensely. I owe my success in this exam to your tutoring. Otherwise, I wouldn't have answered so smoothly. Previously, she had worried that failing the exam might lead to her being held back or even expelled. Now, with Uncle, the academic genius, assisting her, all her concerns were effortlessly resolved. Just as Mu Qianqian finished peeling a chestnut, Fu Sahan snatched it away. Uncle, if you wish to eat, you can simply ask. There's no need to steal, she said. Fu Sahan, however, showed little interest in the candied chestnuts. Open your mouth, Mu Qianqian, perplexed, complied. Fu Sahan pinched the chestnut and placed it in her mouth. Her tongue inadvertently brushed against his fingertips, causing her cheeks to flush. With the chestnut in her mouth, one cheek puffed out, Fu Sahan poked her puffed cheek with his finger. Why aren't you eating? Only she knew how fast her heart was racing. It was all Uncle's fault for being so charming. Who could resist? After a brief contemplation, Fu Sahan said, Actually, I need your assistance with something. What is it, Uncle? Please tell me. I will certainly help if it's within my abilities. She looked up with eager sincerity. I will inform you in a couple of days in a private VIP room. Fu Sahan sat alone in the shadows, his demeanor austere. While others indulged in drinking and dancing, he remained aloof and unattainable. Several bold dancers attempted to approach him. This man was unlike the portly bosses. His physique, aura, and appearance surpassed even that of popular stars. Those who frequented such establishments were undoubtedly affluent, with so much allure surrounding him. Many hoped to approach him, perhaps to catch his eye and ascend to new heights. Just as a dancer was about to touch Fu Sahan's pant leg, a cold voice sliced through the air. Get lost. She looked up, his face partially illuminated, yet his gaze was filled with an icy disdain. The dancer, frightened, quickly retreated. Cheng Lin pushed aside the stunning beauty in his arms, swirling his wine glass as he approached with a smirk. I say, Fu, you wouldn't have any hidden ailments, would you? Coming to places like this without enjoying yourself would be a waste of the money I've spent. Fu Sahan frowned, glaring at the hand resting on his shoulder. Cheng Lin hastily withdrew his hand, fearing that if he lingered, he might lose it altogether. I forgot. You have a cleanliness obsession. I'll keep my distance. Cheng Lin raised his hands, retreating a few steps to lounge on the couch. His arm casually draped over the backrest. With so many beauties in my venue, Fu, is there not one that catches your eye? Fu Sahan refused to waste even a glance on them. I need to speak with you. Rest assured, I'm not here as a go-between for your family patriarch. Cheng Lin sighed in relief. However, Fu Sahan's next words nearly caused him to spit out his wine. How can one make a woman willingly bear your child? Cheng Lin coughed, bewildered. What did you say? Have a child? Fu, after nearly 30 years of being a monk, you finally see the light? Fu Sahan, known for his stoic demeanor, looked upon Cheng Lin's flippant attitude with disdain. Yet, Cheng Lin was the only one familiar with the complexities of women. This is quite the unexpected bloom from a steel tree. I assent it, and right out of the gate, it's about having children, truly efficient. Fu, stop with the banter. Tell me the method. Cheng Lin set his wine glass down, grinning. With your looks and status, just let it be known, and there will be plenty of women eager to bear an heir for the Fu family. Not just women, even I, as a man, would consider it. Who wouldn't he be envious of the Fu family's vast wealth and resources? Fu Sahan found Cheng Lin's words repugnant. This issue doesn't he require contemplation. You underestimate your own allure. Just standing there is the best solution. Fu Sahan impatiently pressed his fingers to his temple. Beyond that, even if you don't wish to reveal your identity, your face alone is enough to captivate any woman. She doesn't care for appearances, impossible. Even if she claims not to, seeing your face, she would be moved, unless she were blind. As soon as the words left Cheng Lin's mouth, Fu Sahan shot him a sharp glare. Causing Cheng Lin's heart to quiver, the alcohol's effect dissipating. He couldn't fathom which of his words had provoked Fu Sahan. After all, Fu was notorious for his unpredictable temperament. Cough, perhaps just offer more money? Surely someone would be willing to bear a child. Fu Sahan felt a profound sense of regret for seeking Cheng Lin's counsel. Although Cheng Lin was surrounded by many beautiful women, they were all drawn by the allure of the Cheng family's wealth. In the realm of fame and fortune, where true intentions are often obscured, all interactions are merely transactional. Yet, the young girl he cared for was both naive and innocent, unlikely to compromise for money. Finding no answers, Fu Sahan decided against wasting more time and rose to leave. Cheng Lin quickly stood, escorting him out in the corridor. Chung Lin could no longer suppress his curiosity and dared to ask. Fu, I'm genuinely curious. With so many socialites and beauties around you, what is it that you truly desire? Chapter 46. A steel tree in bloom. Fu Sahan paused momentarily. What type of woman did he like? How could he possibly like women? Women only brought him trouble, dragging him down. He was dedicated to his career. He had no time for such distractions. He scoffed, about to respond, when a fleeting image of Mu Qianqian's adorable face crossed his mind. His expression darkened, and his tone turned ominous, laced with a chilling threat. Chung Lin was momentarily intimidated, slapping himself for his impulsiveness. Forgive my indiscretion, Fu. Please don't take it to heart. Just don't mention to my family that I'm here enjoying myself. Fu Sahan could easily extract Chung Lin from this den of indulgence and place him in a laborious position at the company. Chung Lin dared not risk it. However, he had noticed Fu Sahan's momentary distraction. Could it be that Fu was truly on the verge of blooming? Was it possible that it was the young girl from the hospital? In front of everyone, Wang Yinru, who had previously accused her, publicly apologized to Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian, I apologized. I misunderstood the situation and thought you had stolen something, which is why I said what I did. Please don't take it to heart. I tend to speak my mind without much thought, and this was indeed my error. With so many eyes upon them, Wang Yinru, not blind, could sense the humiliation, feeling as though she had received a public slap in the face, her cheeks ablaze. It's all right. Let us consider this incident behind us, Mu Qianqian responded graciously. Her demeanor only served to further incense Wang Yinru, who felt resentful that Mu Qianqian had forced her into a public apology while feigning generosity to win others' favor. She had never encountered a woman as duplicitous as Mu Qianqian. Who was she trying to fool by playing the innocent? Yet others fell for it, siding with her and praising her for her magnanimity. Indeed, someone as pure and kind as Qianqian makes it easy to be friends with her without worrying about betrayal. She is far superior to those with ulterior motives, who pretend to be friends while secretly plotting against you. Listening to the chatter of others, Wang Yinru's fury boiled over. They were the real fools, blinded by Mu Qianqian's facade. From the moment Wang Yinru laid eyes on Mu Qianqian, she had sensed that she was no ordinary girl, undoubtedly harboring many secrets. Unlike her, who was always forthright with her thoughts. Wang Yinru clenched her teeth, assuring everyone, rest assured, if I cannot find evidence in the future, I will not speak recklessly again. After all, even if I know the truth, without evidence, who would believe me? Her words dripped with sarcasm, as if implying that Mu Qianqian had indeed stolen something, merely lacking proof. With that, Wang Yinru stormed off, seething with indignation. The hotel staff gathered to comfort Mu Qianqian. Qianqian, don't take it to heart. Wang Yinru is merely envious of you. She only took this job to climb the social ladder, as a result of her relentless efforts. Not a single executive took notice of her. You, however, have only just arrived, and already someone has presented you with such an extravagant gift. How could she not feel envious? So that is how it is. No wonder she is so intent on targeting me. Mu Qianqian displayed a faint smile, speaking with grace and poise. Her composed words once again garnered the affection of the crowd. Mu Qianqian had thought this matter would simply pass. But unexpectedly, Wang Yinru continued to stir trouble. That day, Mu Qianqian guided the esteemed guests to the exhibition hall, introducing each displayed piece. This piece, titled Snowy Landscape with Banana Trees, was created by a renowned poet. Just as Mu Qianqian began her introduction, someone raised a question. This is not a banana tree painting. It is clearly a shrimp. Are you mistaken? How could Yincheng Hotel hire such an unprofessional person to explain things to us? To make such an obvious error reflects terribly on their professionalism, and wearing sunglasses the entire time. Who do they think they are? Mu Qianqian was taken aback. In her memory, the displayed piece should indeed have been the banana tree painting. Could it be that Sisterly had rearranged the exhibits without informing her? At that moment, Wang Yinru's voice interjected, I apologize, but my colleague here is visually impaired and often makes mistakes at work. Allow me to take over the explanation. Wang Yinru unilaterally usurped Mu Qianqian's role, elaborating on the remaining exhibits. Surrounded by everyone, Wang Yinru spoke confidently, relishing the attention. Mu Qianqian quietly stood in the corner, as if forgotten by the world. Just then, a girl approached her and asked, What is your name? Following the voice, Mu Qianqian turned toward her. I am Mu Qianqian. What a unique name. I am Yuan Qing. May I befriend you? Mu Qianqian paused, blinking in surprise. Sure. Wei Wanqing took her hand and stealthily led her out through the back door of the exhibition hall to the fountain garden behind the hotel. Qianqian, you are truly beautiful. I don't know why, but I feel an odd familiarity when I see you. Mu Qianqian chuckled at her words. Miss Yi, your voice is also quite lovely. Please, don't call me Miss Yi. It sounds so formal. Just call me Wanqing. All right, Wanqing. Yi Wanqing sat on the steps, heaving a sigh. What is wrong, Wanqing? I am here in Bay City to marry my fiancé, yet I have no idea what he looks like. I don't even know if he is handsome or ugly. What if he turns out to be a real eyesore? I would be at a tremendous loss. You have never seen your fiancé? No, my family arranged this marriage for me. Point 2. Complete strangers bound together by a contract. Well, let us not dwell on that. At least I have met a wonderful friend like you upon my arrival. Mu Qianqian smiled shyly. Wei Wanqing, being quite sociable, began to chat without regard for Mu Qianqian's willingness. I noticed that colleague of yours seems quite hostile towards you. You should be cautious. She may continue to target you. Thank you for the warning. I will be careful. That evening, Mu Qianqian called her friendly. See you. I met a new friend today. Her name is Yi Wanqing. We even exchanged contact information. Why Yi Wanqing? Isn't that the name of the eldest daughter of the Yi family? If I remember correctly, she is the fiancée Yi of Lu Yunbai from the Lu family. For some inexplicable reason, the mention of Lu Yunbai's name sent a shiver down Mu Qianqian's spine. Chapter 47. The past of the Lu family. However, among the people she knew, there was no one by that name. What, then, was the source of her emotional turmoil? Qianqian, what's wrong? Li Siyu inquired. Mu Qianqian pressed her hand to her chest. It's nothing. I just find this name quite distinctive. To her, it felt oddly special and familiar. The Lu family held a significant position in Bay City, though they had fallen from grace due to an incident that occurred over a decade ago. Reducing them to a second-tier family, Mu Qianqian couldn't help but ask, what happened? Qianqian, you were never interested in the affairs of the wealthy before. Why this sudden curiosity about the Lu family? I don't know. She found herself inexplicably intrigued by the Lu family's matters, even she could not discern the reason. Since you want to know, let me tell you. Over a decade ago, the Lu family's cherished daughter went missing. For years, the head of the family and his wife have poured their hearts into searching for their lost daughter, neglecting even their business, which has led to the gradual decline of the Lu family. Such a devastating blow. How many can withstand it? Mu Qianqian remained silent, her heart inexplicably tightening. It felt as though a large hand had gripped her heart, causing her breath to catch. The Lu family was unrelated to her. Why did the news of their plight affect her so deeply? The Lu family also has an adopted daughter named Lu Yunxiang. It is said she bears some resemblance to the Lu family's biological daughter, which is why she was taken in. However, this adopted daughter has not been seen in public lately, seemingly at odds with her brother, Lu Yunbai, and her credit card has been suspended for some unknown reason. Mu Qianqian sat on her bed, lost in thought for quite some time. The scent of alcohol and tobacco wafted from her uncle, indicating that he had been out socializing again. Uncle, please take care of your health. If you can avoid these social engagements, do so. Mu Qianqian supported him, unable to resist her maternal instincts to admonish him. Fu Sahan rubbed his aching forehead and chuckled. When did it become your responsibility to look after me? Usually, I am the one who ensures you take your supplements and eat well, not to mention keeping you from crying. How amusing to see the roles reversed. Mu Qianqian shot him a glare and threatened. If you don't listen, then keep drinking. If something happens one day, I'll just remarry. Her words, soft and gentle, lacked any real threat. Nonetheless, they struck a chord with Fu Sahan. He reached out, pinching her cheek and playfully squishing her face. A smile tugged at his lips. Understood, my little caretaker. If I could avoid these engagements, I certainly would. However, as the head of the Fu family, I bear the weight of the entire corporation, and sometimes, I am left with no choice. Mu Qianqian released his arm and stood up. I won't bother with you anymore. She turned to leave. Fu Sahan spread his knees apart, resting his elbows on them, massaging his throbbing temples. He tossed his tie onto the sofa. But before long, a cup of warm water and 2 stomach pills appeared on the coffee table. Fu Sahan looked up in surprise to find Mu Qianqian crouching across from him, her face etched with concern. The reason for her anger ultimately stemmed from her care for his health. How did you find stomach medicine? Fu Sahan's voice was hoarse, his gaze dark and profound. Mu Qianqian hugged her knees. Resting her chin on her arms, looking like a little mushroom sulking, a flicker of astonishment crossed Fu Sahan's eyes. So that was I in that moment. His gaze held a more complex emotion as he looked at Mu Qianqian. Hurry and take your medicine. Do you need me to feed you? The little girl, in a huff, spoke with a tone unlike her usual self, attempting to sound fierce. However, to Fu Sahan's ears, her feigned fierceness only made her appear adorably charming. Feeling playful, Fu Sahan teased, "Your husband is suffering from a severe headache. I must trouble Mrs. Fu to help me take my medicine." Mu Qianqian's face flushed crimson at the mention of Mrs. Fu. How shameless. Mrs. Fu? When did I ever help my husband take medicine? Covering her burning cheeks, she wished she could find something to silence him. Stop talking. I can feed you. She fished out a pill and held it in her palm. After much hesitation, Mu Qianqian finally mustered the courage to offer it to him. Fu Sahan obediently took the pill. Mu Qianqian breathed a sigh of relief and lifted the water cup to give him a sip. After one sip, she continued to feed him. "1 sip is enough." Fu Sahan turned his face away. Mu Qianqian was doubtful. "But you didn't tilt your head. Did you really swallow it?" Fu Sahan was at a loss for words. This silly girl thought everyone was as clumsy as she was, unable to swallow medicine. "I already swallowed it." "Don't worry." Mu Qianqian remained half skeptical. After all, she had tried several times to swallow her medicine without success. After feeding him 2 pills, Mu Qianqian was about to leave when Fu Sahan grasped her wrist. Suddenly, the world spun around her. She found herself pinned to the sofa, overwhelmed by the scent of masculinity that enveloped her, intensely aggressive. Mu Qianqian's heart raced, her cheeks flushed deeper than a persimmon. She could barely articulate her words. What are you doing, uncle?" Under the influence of alcohol, Fu Sahan spoke words he would never normally utter. "Qianqian, bear me a child." His voice was deep and magnetic, exuding the allure of a mature man. Though Mu Qianqian could not see, she could feel his heated gaze sweeping over her, plunging her into the depths of shame. Wishing to disappear into the ground. "You don't agree?" Mu Qianqian's face reddened to the point of embarrassment. How could her uncle be so straightforward? Fu Sahan tightened his grip on her slender waist. His tone resolute and unyielding. Chapter 48. "I am willing." Mu Qianqian was so flustered that she could not utter a word, struggling beneath him. Fu Sahan assumed she was trying to escape and instinctively restrained her hands above her head. "Qianqian, speak." His deep, husky voice was tantalizingly close, his warm breath brushing against her nose. Mu Qianqian dared not exhale. Why was her uncle suddenly so direct? He seemed like a different person from his usual self. Clearly, he was indeed intoxicated today. "I am willing." The man released his hold on her. Mu Qianqian scrambled up from the sofa, standing several paces away, her breath quickening and her heart racing. He was indeed under the influence of alcohol. Behaving in such an unusual manner, at last, it seems the young girl has been quite frightened by him. She might even shed a tear. In that moment, Fu Sahan felt a surge of pain in his head. He pressed his thin lips together and coldly uttered, "Please do not take to heart the few words I spoke in my inebriated state earlier." Fu Sahan intended to follow up, but was met with a closed door. For the first time, the illustrious CEO Fu found himself at a disadvantage with a woman. Mu Qianqian had begun her shift at Yuncheng Hotel. With no esteemed guest yet arrived, everyone was chatting in the lounge. Wang Yinru strode in, draped in an expensive-looking suit jacket, exuding an air of superiority. "Yinru, where did you get that outfit? If I'm not mistaken, it appears to be a men's piece, right? Wow, look at the craftsmanship. It must be from that renowned Italian brand. It starts at 6 figures, doesn't it? Have you caught the eye of some wealthy young master? It seems your dreams are soon to be fulfilled." Such words of envy and praise made Wang Yinru feel quite elated. She lovingly caressed the jacket, speaking with a tone brimming with pride. It was gifted to me by the young master of the Yi family." With that, she disdainfully cast a glance at Mu Qianqian. "Wow, is it from the Yi family, the foremost family in Su City? I heard they are about to enter into a union with the Lu family. I saw it in the financial news. Their esteemed guests are all prominent figures in Bay City's society. Naturally, to better serve such guests, one must keep an ear to the ground regarding business currents." Wang Yinru quickly interjected, "Let us not get it twisted. The union is between the young lady of the Yi family and the young master of the Lu family. The young master of the Yi family is unbetrothed." Everyone present, being astute, could easily discern the underlying implications in Wang Yinru's words. "Shouldn't we extend our congratulations to you in advance, Yinru? If the young master were to take a liking to you while still single, Your life would be set. We struggle to even curry favor with you. These words filled Wang Yinru with delight, her smugness unable to be concealed. She feigned humility, saying, "Oh, it's still just a distant possibility. Don't spread rumors, I'm merely friends with the young master S." She fiddled with her long, crimson nails. She cast another pointed glance at Mu Qianqian. What of Mu Qianqian? No matter her scheming, she was but a fool. Once she married into the Yi family, her life would be filled with endless wealth and grandeur. From then on, she would exist in a realm entirely separate from her less fortunate friends. And as for Mu Qianqian, what was she in the grand scheme of things? During the lunch break, Mu Qianqian made her way to the fountain garden, sitting on the steps to listen to the birds chirping. Before long, Yi Wanqing emerged for some fresh air. "Qianqian, I see you again. It's you, Wanqing?" Yi Wanqing cheerfully ran over and sat beside Mu Qianqian. "What are you daydreaming about?" Mu Qianqian lowered her head. "Oh, nothing." She was merely reflecting on the events of the previous night when her uncle had been inebriated and had asked if he would like children. This morning, to avoid any awkwardness, she had skipped breakfast and hurriedly left the house. "Have you had lunch yet?" Mu Qianqian nodded. "Yes, I have." However, with her mind preoccupied, she hadn't eaten much. As the two chatted, Wang Yinru passed by in her suit. Yi Wanqing recognized her at once. "Hey, isn't that my brother's outfit?" "Indeed, it seems it was gifted to her by the young master." "Did Yinru say that to you?" "Yes." "Wanqing, why are you laughing?" "I heard my brother mention this yesterday. He said that while serving drinks, a woman had deliberately spilled wine. Out of gentlemanly decorum, he lent her his jacket. It was merely a gesture of courtesy. How did it turn into a gift in Wang Yinru's mouth?" Mu Qianqian suddenly understood. "So that's how it is." Yi Wanqing took Mu Qianqian's hand and quietly followed Wang Yinru. Upon reaching the entrance of the VIP room, Wang Yinru tossed her hair and imperiously instructed the doorman, "Go tell the young master that I'm here to return his jacket." Seizing the moment, she quickly pulled out a mirror to check her makeup and hairstyle. After a while, the doorman returned, saying, "The young master's assistant has informed us that he no longer requires the jacket. You may dispose of it as you wish." Wang Yinru's smile froze on her face. "He doesn't want it?" "This is the young master's jacket. Can his assistant make that decision?" Just as the doorman was about to close the door, Wang Yinru hastily stopped him. "Wait, can you go ask the young master again? I am Wang Yinru, who explained things to them yesterday. They even praised me for my clarity." The doorman wore a sarcastic expression. "Do you really think he cares about your trivialities?" "What trivialities? This is a jacket personally given to me by the young master. Don't you understand? Mention my name, and he will certainly see me. If the young master is not someone with time to spare for such matters." With that, the doorman shut the door firmly. Wang Yinru's face twisted in anger as she stomped her foot. How infuriating! Surely it was that doorman slacking off and not passing on my message. Otherwise, the young master wouldn't refuse to see me. Just an assistant, daring to meddle in the young master's affairs. If I end up with the young master, the first to go will be that assistant. But for now, her immediate concern was how to meet the young master. As Wang Yinru emerged from the corridor, she spotted Mu Qianqian and another unfamiliar woman. Instantly, her demeanor shifted. She smiled coyly and boasted, "Oh dear, the young master has asked to meet me alone tonight. Do you think that's appropriate? I'll have to think it over." After Wang Yinru departed, Yi Wanqing clutched her stomach and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, this woman is hilarious. My brother wouldn't even give her the time of day, and yet she's off in her own fantasy. How can such a ridiculous woman exist? I've never seen anyone like her in Sioux City before. Bay City really is a place filled with eccentric characters." Mu Qianqian couldn't help but smile at her words. Just then, her phone rang and the voice assistant chimed. "An emergency contact is calling you." "Wanqing, I'm going to take this call." "All right, go ahead." Mu Qianqian found a secluded spot, hesitating for a moment before answering. Her voice was barely above a whisper. "Hello?" On the other end, Fu Sahan's deep, magnetic voice resonated. "Have you had lunch?" Mu Qianqian tugged at her clothing nervously. "Yes, I have." "Why did you leave without eating this morning?" I had breakfast at the hotel." She feared Fu Sahan might bring up the previous night's events. "Make sure to eat well." Fortunately, he didn't mention the awkward topic. It seemed he had called solely to check if she was eating properly. A rush of unexplainable emotions surged within her, a sweet yet sour feeling mixed with youthful innocence. Once Fu Sahan ended the call, Assistant Xiao approached. President Fu, President Xia wishes to schedule a time to discuss a potential collaboration. Is it the one from the semiconductor industry? Yes. Let us arrange it for the day after tomorrow in the afternoon. All right, I will take care of it. Assistant Xiao exited the president's office and encountered Assistant Wang along the way. Hey, where did you go this morning, Assistant Wang? I didn't see you around. Assistant Wang glanced around furtively and replied mysteriously, President Fu assigned me some personal matters. Oh. Assistant Xiao, understanding the hint, didn't he pry further? I'll go arrange the meeting between President Fu and President Xia. I'll take my leave. Assistant Wang took a large cup of water and gulped it down. He had received a call from President Fu early that morning, instructing him to check if Miss Mu had arrived at the hotel. Upon arrival, he found she was indeed there. President Fu had instructed him to inform the hotel management to arrange breakfast for Miss Mu. Consequently, the hotel management unprecedentedly organized a lavish buffet breakfast for all staff. All done? Yu Wanqing inquired. Mu Qianqian nodded. Yes. Were you on the phone with your family just now? Mu Qianqian pondered for a moment. Kind of. Although her uncle was not her blood relative, since they had already registered their marriage, they were indeed family. Family, Mu Qianqian recalled her uncle's comment about having children from the previous day. Her cheeks flushing as she quickly tried to dismiss such thoughts. Qianqian, what's wrong? You seem troubled by something, Yu Wanqing asked with concern. It's nothing. Such matters were not something she felt comfortable sharing with her friend. If you ever encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out to me. I will certainly help in any way I can. Mu Qianqian felt deeply touched. Thank you. Wanqing. Of course. A group of colleagues had gathered. And at the center was Wang Yinru. Oh dear, the young master wants to meet me tonight. I feel like that might not be appropriate. What do you all think? Yinru, such a wonderful opportunity, and you're not seizing it? If I were you, I'd jump at the chance. Wang Yinru's expression was one of pride, but we women should maintain a bit of modesty, so those insufferable men appreciate us more. You certainly know how to handle men. I must consult you for advice when I start dating. Wang Yinru's confidence grew with each word, as if the young master were already hers. The hotel was busy with guests today, and Mu Qianqian stayed back to work overtime. That evening, she received a call from Yu Wanqing. Qianqian, could you come to the fountain garden? I have something to give you. What is it, Wanqing? You'll find out when you get here. Just then, a colleague rushed in excitedly. Yinru, I just saw the young master in the garden. He is definitely waiting for you. Hurry over. Hearing this news, Wang Yinru was nearly beside herself with joy. Did he overhear her earlier remarks? Is that why he specifically came to wait for her in the garden? Her heart raced at the thought, and she hurriedly pulled out her makeup mirror to retouch her lipstick. Even if the young master wasn't waiting for her, she could still use this opportunity to approach him and leave a good impression as someone who wasn't materialistic. Wang Yinru snapped her makeup mirror shut and, stepping into her high heels, strode confidently toward the fountain garden. After just a few steps, she looked up and noticed that Mu Qianqian was walking in the same direction. Wang Yinru disdainfully scoffed. What? You, a blind fool, wish to meet young Master Yi? She presumed that everyone shared her singular ambition of climbing the social ladder. Mu Qianqian merely sought her friend Yu Wanqing. Her intentions had nothing to do with men. Wang Yinru derided, Humph, you wretched creature. Pretending to be so lofty, in the midst of the fountain garden stood a small castle-like pavilion, where young Master Yi appeared, resembling a noble prince. Wang Yinru hurriedly approached him. The path to the pavilion was flanked by lush thickets. Although Mu Qianqian initially led the way, Wang Yinru, eager to present herself before young Master Yi, quickened her pace to catch up. With a haughty sway of her hips, Wang Yinru shoved Mu Qianqian aside. Fortunately, the dense foliage cushioned her fall. Otherwise, she would have landed on the ground. Wang Yinru, why did you push me? Mu Qianqian exclaimed. Oh, how did you fall? Wang Yinru feigned surprise. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed young Master Yi's gaze drawn to their commotion. Wang Yinru felt a surge of satisfaction as she helped Mu Qianqian to her feet, saying, Be careful on this uneven garden path. In a secluded corner, she leaned closer to Mu Qianqian, malevolently threatening, Get lost. If you dare ruin my chance with young Master Yi, don't blame me for being unkind. With a sway of her hips, Wang Yinru sauntered towards the pavilion. Young Master Yi, I apologize for the delay. A colleague of mine has poor eyesight and stumbled on level ground, so I assisted her. I hope you haven't been waiting long. Wang Yinru believed her words were exceptionally eloquent. Firstly, they showcased her kindness in aiding a colleague. Secondly, they demonstrated her disdain for materialism, setting her apart from other women. She cast a flirtatious glance at young Master Yi. Anticipating his praise, to her dismay, Yi Qianlin stared at her, his expression filled with confusion. He inquired of his assistant, "Who is she?" That simple, unadorned question caused Wang Yinru's face to stiffen, her expression turning grim. Just as she hesitated to introduce herself, Yi Xuanlin's assistant spoke up. "Young master, at yesterday's exhibition, her dress was splashed with wine, and you kindly lent her your coat." "Ah, it was her," Yi Qianlin mused, a vague impression forming in his mind. But failing to recall the details to him, it was merely a trivial matter, not worth remembering. Wang Yinru, thinking that young Master Yi had finally recognized her, playfully twirled a lock of her hair. "Young Master Yi, I have come to return your coat." With a radiant smile, she extended the suit in her hand. Knowing that Yi Qianlin was known for his amiable demeanor and disinclination to impose difficulties on others, she believed this would provide her an opportunity to get closer to him. "That's unnecessary," Yi Qianlin replied, his tone distant. "But this suit is so expensive. I can't possibly keep it," Wang Yinru insisted, stepping closer to him. The suit she held bore the pungent scent of women's perfume, left intentionally by her Yi Qianlin, involved in the wine business, was sensitive to odors, and upon detecting the fragrance, he recoiled in distaste. He raised his hand, signaling his assistant, "Miss Wang, please hand me the coat." After a moment's hesitation, Wang Yinru complied. Although she could not personally return the coat to young Master Yi, at least she could maintain an image of being unmaterialistic and unpretentious before him. Unfortunately, the assistant's next action shattered Wang Yinru's ambitions, leaving her utterly humiliated. He took the suit, walked out of the pavilion, and unceremoniously tossed it into the trash bin. That suit, worth hundreds of thousands, was discarded amidst the refuse, its pungent perfume now mingling with the trash. That was young Master Yi's coat. "How dare you?" Wang Yinru nearly ground her teeth in fury, her face flushed with indignation as she pointed an accusing finger at the assistant. The assistant remained expressionless. "The coat has been returned. Miss Wang, please leave." Wang Yinru cast one last glance at young Master Yi, but he showed no inclination to keep her there. All her plans for the evening had fallen to ruin. Standing outside the pavilion, Wang Yinru felt trapped, unable to leave or stayed out a clear. Melodious voice interrupted, "Excuse me, is Wanqing here?" Yi Qianlin, seated within the pavilion, paused his actions and asked gently, "What do you seek her for?" "Wanqing asked me to come to this pavilion, saying she has something for me." Mu Qianqian had been standing there for some time, yet she had not heard Wanqing's voice. If Wanqing were present, she would have rushed over to embrace her. "Is Wanqing not here?" Before Yi Qianlin could respond, Wang Yinru interjected, unable to contain herself. "What Wanqing? If you want to cozy up to young Master Yi, at least don't fabricate ridiculous excuses. I see you simply want to cling to him, concocting such a foolish name." Wang Yinru, already brimming with frustration, naturally took it out on Mu Qianqian. If she could not win over young Master Yi, how dare this inexperienced girl intrude? "You wretched girl, have you even looked in the mirror? Your figure resembles an airport. How could you possibly compare to my figure?" Hearing Wang Yinru's words, Mu Qianqian's temper flared. "You can't speak about my friend that way. We agreed to meet here. Perhaps she is just temporarily detained and will come shortly. This pavilion is large. Do you think you alone have the right to be here?" "Humph, I never said you couldn't come. I just find certain people unworthy of being here, pretending to be something they're not. Who are you trying to fool? You claim to be only interested in working for a living and have no interest in wealthy families. Yet the moment young Master Yi appears, you rush over faster than anyone. How many times must I tell you before you understand? I'm waiting for a friend. What business is it of yours? Waiting for a friend? That Wanqing is just as much a gold digger as you, eager to latch onto a wealthy man, right? Are you two plotting to ensnare men together?" Yi Qianlin slammed his teacup down heavily, splattering tea onto the table, some even dampening his long fingers. Compared to many wealthy young masters, he was known for his good temper, but that did not mean he lacked one. Lowering his gaze, he commanded, "Throw her out." Wang Yinru's face lit up with satisfaction. "Did you hear that? Get out of here quickly. You are covered in mud and leaves. How filthy, with a dazzling beauty like her present. Young Master Yi could never possibly take a liking to a mere bean sprout like Mu Qianqian." Wang Ye's command to throw someone out was undoubtedly aimed at Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian's face turned pale with anger, wishing she could scold Wang Yinru. Wasn't she dirty only because Wang Yinru had pushed her? Besides, she stood outside the pavilion. How was she obstructing anyone? I refused to leave. Still youthful and rebellious, Mu Qianqian stubbornly clung to the pavilion's post, determined not to budge until Wan Qing arrived. Her defiance elicited a slight smile from Yi Xianlin, who found her spirit reminiscent of his mischievous younger sister. Wang Yinru crossed her arms and mocked. "Oh, so your true colors are revealed. You can't move when you see a man, clinging like gum that won't come off. I'm embarrassed for you." Having endured enough, Yi Xuanlin's patience wore thin. Enough. The moment he uttered those two words, the assistant approached. Wang Yinru was eager to witness the unfolding drama, but the assistant came to her. "That girl is over there. Don't get it wrong." Wang Yinru pointed at Mu Qianqian. "This area has been reserved by young Master Yi. Please leave." "Why is young Master Yi kicking me out? If anyone should go, it should be her. Look how dirty she is," the assistant replied with disdain. "That pales in comparison to your filthy mouth." Wang Yinru stared in disbelief. Why was that wretched girl allowed to stay while she was being expelled? "I'll give you 3 seconds to leave. If you don't blame me for calling security." If it came to that, Wang Yinru would lose all face. Her complexion shifted from green to white, her nails digging into her palm. "I will leave on my own." Reluctantly, she descended the steps, casting a venomous glare at Mu Qianqian as she departed. With Wang Yinru gone, tranquility finally returned to the vicinity of the pavilion. Mu Qianqian, still bewildered by the turn of events, continued to cling to the post, staring vacantly in that direction. Yi Xianlin, with a charming smile, spoke warmly. "Little girl, did you think I would throw you out?" Mu Qianqian released her grip on the pavilion post, offering a sheepish smile. "I apologize. I thought you were in cahoots with her." Yi Xianlin, unfazed by the misunderstanding, spoke leisurely. "May I inquire if your surname is Mu?" "Yes, I am Mu Qianqian, here to wait for a friend." Fearing further misunderstanding, she quickly added, "Not to seek you out. I am a married woman and have no interest in other men." Yi Xuanlin's smile deepened, exuding an air of refined gentility. "Miss Mu, why not take a seat in the pavilion and rest for a moment?" "All right." Mu Qianqian hesitantly settled in the seat across from Yi Xianlin. The assistant had already retreated outside, leaving only the two of them within the pavilion. A gentle night breeze brushed against them, and the tea on the stove bubbled softly. After a while, however, there was still no sign of Yi Wanqing. "I'll step out for a moment to call her. Just have a cup of tea before you go." Mu Qianqian pondered for a moment. A few more minutes wouldn't hurt, so she agreed. "All right." Yi Xianlin moved with effortless grace, expertly preparing the tea, each step fluid and pleasing to the eye. Unfortunately, the person seated opposite him could not discern such beauty. "Miss Mu, please." A clear, steaming cup of tea was pushed toward Mu Qianqian. She held the cup and blew gently on the steam before taking a sip. Her face scrunched up in distaste. It was bitter. Lacking the skill to appreciate tea, she only sensed its astringency upon first taste. "Miss Mu, do take your time to savor it and enjoy the lingering flavor of this tea." Under his guidance, Mu Qianqian relaxed her mind and savored the lingering aftertaste in her mouth. The flavor seemed no longer astringent but rather fragrant, imbued with a subtle floral aroma and a hint of orchid. Unbeknownst to her, this was top-tier Preachingming Longjing tea, worth a small fortune for just an ounce. Mu Qianqian gradually began to appreciate the intricacies of tea tasting. After a while, Yi Xianlin inquired, "Miss Mu, would you like another cup?" No, I think I'll call Wanqing instead. She hasn't come for a while, and I'm a bit worried." "All right then." Mu Qianqian hurriedly rose and stepped out of the pavilion, using her voice assistant to dial Yi Wanqing. "Wanqing, I've been waiting for you here in the pavilion for ages. Why haven't you shown up?" Yi Wanqing lay on her soft bed, munching on potato chips. "Even though I didn't go, you must have received the gift I sent, right?" "What gift?" "The tea my brother made." "So, how does it taste?" Mu Qianqian paused for a moment. "The young Master Yi in the pavilion is your brother?" "Of course, we both share the surname Yi. Did you forget? You are quite slow on the uptake." Mu Qianqian, feeling a bit vexed, tapped her own head. "I didn't forget. I was just too focused on waiting for you and didn't think of that." How could she think of such matters when she was preoccupied with waiting for someone? "So, my brother's tea-making skills are quite good, aren't they? It's delicious, but I don't really understand tea tasting. I can only discern a fraction of its qualities, Mu Qianqian thought that being treated to such exquisite tea felt akin to a wasteful indulgence. Haha, that's all right. The more you drink, the more you'll learn to appreciate it. I believe in you. Sisterly then asked everyone, where's Yenru? Has anyone seen her? I don't know. She might still be on a date with the young Master Yi. She came in late today and hasn't he clocked in enough hours yet. Just wait until I dock her bonus. She had just exited the hotel and was about to ask her voice assistant to summon a taxi when a limited edition luxury car pulled up in front of her. Miss Mu, please get in. The voice belonged to Assistant So. The uncle sent someone to pick her up after work. Mu Qianqian felt a rush of anticipation. However, given how busy the uncle was, he probably didn't have the time to come personally. He likely just dispatched the assistant. Mu Qianqian relaxed slightly, opened the back door, and climbed in. As soon as she took her seat, she sensed a familiar presence and an overwhelming aura. Oh no, the uncle is here too. In that instant, Fu Sahan's deep, indifferent voice reached her ears. Why are you off work so late today? Mu Qianqian sat stiffly beside him, nervously clutching the seatbelt, too afraid to breathe. There were more customers today. So I finished late. Fu Sahan set aside the magazine he had been reading, removing his gold-rimmed glasses and placing them aside. Why do you smell like tea? Mu Qianqian wrinkled her nose and sniffed herself. Do I? She hadn't noticed anything. Fu Sahan, well-versed in fine teas, had detected the fresh scent of Preachingming Longjing the moment she entered the car, noting it was of exceptional quality. Such tea was not something everyone could afford. I made a new friend named Yuan Qing. Her brother brewed me a cup of tea. Yi Xianlin. Being in the business world, Fu Sahan was naturally familiar with the name of the young Master Yi. This Yi Xianlin was known for his elegant demeanor and deep-seated temperament, making him rather inscrutable. Instinctively, Fu Sahan felt reluctant for Mu Qianqian to engage too deeply with such individuals. After all, she was as innocent as a little white rabbit, unsuited for the company of wolves. The best way for Fu Sahan to protect her from harm was to keep her as far away from such conflicts as possible. Stay away from him. I understand. On the drive home, Mu Qianqian felt drowsy, her head bobbing slightly, yet she made no move to lean against Fu Sahan. Instead, she huddled in the corner of the car, keeping her distance as if afraid to touch him. Just lean on me if you're tired. Mu Qianqian jolted awake, hastily shaking her head. I'm not tired. Not at all. Just moments ago, her head had been nodding like a chick pecking at grain. Yet now she was claiming she wasn't tired. Fu Sahan chuckled softly, extending his long arm to pull her into his embrace. Sleep. His shoulder was broad and sturdy, exuding a comforting charm. Mu Qianqian, already fatigued, could no longer resist and soon drifted off against him. When the car arrived downstairs, Fu Sahan gazed at her serene sleeping face, carefully unfastening her seatbelt. He lifted her effortlessly, carrying her from the car and up to the apartment. Fu Sahan initially intended to place Mu Qianqian on the bed in the guest room, but the young girl, unbeknownst to him, had clung to him in her sleep, refusing to let go. With her eyes closed, her cheeks flushed with a healthy glow, and her lips slightly pouty, Mu Qianqian was deeply lost in her dreams, mumbling incoherently, "Don't go." Chapter 52. Sharing a bed. Fu Sahan froze, the warmth of the girl in his arms. Her breath carrying a captivating scent of orchids utterly enchanted him. Mu Qianqian softly murmured, "Don't leave." The usually cold and unyielding Fu Sahan found his heart disturbed by her simple plea, disrupting the calm waters of his mind. He gazed deeply at her peaceful visage, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately decided not to leave her behind. The next morning, when Mu Qianqian awoke, the uncle was no longer by her side. Yet, his lingering warmth still enveloped the bed. Did she truly share a bed with him last night? Mu Qianqian quickly sat up, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she covered her heated face. She vaguely recalled pulling him back to prevent him from leaving. And later, she remembered hugging a large warm source, blissfully drifting off to sleep. Was it all merely a dream? Mu Qianqian was uncertain. During breakfast, she occasionally glanced at Fu Sahan, who caught her gaze, his voice icy. "What are you looking at?" Mu Qianqian's face was a canvas of turmoil as she absent-mindedly stirred her porridge. "Uncle, last night, did we?" Fu Sahan stared intently at her, swallowing hard. Mu Qianqian bowed her head, her mood sinking. For some reason, she felt that the delicious food had lost its flavor. Could it be that it was all just a dream? Yet everything felt so real. The uncle's body was solid and warm. She quickly dismissed these impure thoughts from her mind. Meanwhile, Unbeknownst to her, a hint of meaning flickered in Fu Sahan's eyes. The girl tossed and turned in her sleep, generating a heat that he found hard to ignore. Had it not been for Fu Sahan's extraordinary self-control, he wouldn't have managed to sleep soundly through the night. Regardless, he found himself needing a cold shower early that morning to quell the fire within. "I'm full," Mu Qianqian declared, setting down her chopsticks and preparing to head to school. Mu Qianqian. Fu Sahan suddenly called out to her, "When you sleep, don't kick off the blankets. You might catch a cold." Mu Qianqian was taken aback at first but quickly understood his implication. Blood rushed to her head as her fair cheeks flushed bright red. Was the uncle suggesting that they indeed shared a bed last night? If they hadn't, why would he advise her against kicking off the covers? So, they truly slept in the same bed. The strong, warm body she had embraced was undeniably the uncle's. Realizing this, Mu Qianqian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Wishing she could vanish on the spot, "I'm off to school now, Uncle, goodbye." She hurriedly uttered the words and dashed out of the house, fearing her heart might explode from racing so fast. As the elevator reached the ground floor, Mu Qianqian burst out, clutching her chest. Her heart was still racing, pounding so fast it made her chest ache. The uncle had previously mentioned wanting her to have a child for him. Given that he was older and likely facing pressure from his family, she couldn't help but wonder if they had known each other long enough for such a significant step. Wasn't it too soon to talk about having children? Fu Sahan arrived at work an hour later than usual. His driver and assistant waited downstairs, and when he finally emerged, his expression was cold and forbidding, his hair still damp. "Why did you take a cold shower so early in the morning, Mr. Fu?" Fu Sahan shot a chilling glare at Assistant Wang, who immediately fell silent, too intimidated to speak further. Fu Sahan exuded an aura that kept people at bay, sending chills down their spines. After all, taking a cold shower in the morning would leave anyone feeling irritable. Today at Fu Corporation, the executives were whispering among themselves about Mr. Fu's unusual demeanor. "What's up with our boss today? He seems furious. Several proposals have been rejected, I don't know. But he's usually picky. And today he's even harder to please. Great, we should have postponed this proposal. I don't want to be the one to clash with him. If what you're working on isn't urgent, I suggest you wait until tomorrow to report to Mr. Fu that I met Wanqing's brother at Yuncheng Hotel yesterday." Licus eyes widened in shock. "You mean the young Master Yi? It should be him. The tea he brewed was exquisite. I didn't discern much at the time, but now realize how extraordinary it was. Do you know the significance of Yi Xianlin personally brewing tea? Many noble families wish to befriend the Yi family, but he remains enigmatic. People only know he has a penchant for classical elegance, excelling in tea art and other refined pursuits. Master Fu of Bay City and young Master Yi of Su City. These two are the most sought-after men in the socialite circle, ranked first and second respectively. From what you're saying, young Master Yi resembles an ancient recluse." Licu nodded. "Exactly. He doesn't come off as a businessman. Instead, he seems like a scholar untouched by the world." Hearing this, Mu Qianqian thought that young Master Yi indeed possessed a rather unique aura. However, it has nothing to do with her. The old professor entered the classroom and began distributing the examination papers to everyone. "Students, the questions this time are rather challenging, and many have failed," he remarked. "Let us hand out the papers first, and I will explain the more difficult problems." The class representative distributed the papers to the students. Li Siyu and Fang Yinran both received their papers, but Mu Qianqian found her hands empty. She stood up and timidly said, "Teacher, I haven't received my paper." A wave of mocking laughter erupted from behind her. Yao Xiner rudely jeered. This blind girl still dares to ask the teacher. Surely her answers were so poor that the teacher tore her paper up. If I were the teacher and saw her scribbles, I would have a spike in blood pressure. Not tearing it up would be a testament to my patience. These malicious jeers failed to shake Mu Qianqian. Though her figure was slender, her back was straight, resembling a resilient little flower clinging to a cliff, unyielding amidst the storms, retaining her purity and tenacity. The old professor chuckled. "Mu Qianqian, is it? Please take your seat. I will need your paper shortly." What could the teacher possibly want with her paper? Mu Qianqian was utterly confused. Chapter 53. Full marks soon. Mu Qianqian's confusion was resolved. "Students, please look at the PPT," the professor announced. On the screen appeared a flawless answer sheet. Its presentation was pristine, the problem-solving approach clear, showcasing a novel and efficient method. "Whose paper is this? It's incredible. Even the most challenging questions have been answered. Surely it will receive full marks. I recall this professor is quite stringent with grades. No one has received full marks in his class since it began. It should be impossible to achieve full marks, but certainly, it must be above 9.5. To achieve such a high score in Professor Chen's class is something one could boast about for a year. The paper bore no name, and everyone was left speculating to whom it belonged. Mu Qianqian squinted at the screen, her eyes straining, seeing only a blur. She had no idea whose paper it was. Professor Chen piqued everyone's curiosity, smiling amiably as he announced the answer. This is Mu Qianqian's paper. I did not expect that. Having just entered university, she would master such advanced methods. She is the first and the only one in our entire grade to do so. Therefore, I am making an exception and awarding her full marks. This revelation sent ripples of discussion throughout the classroom. That blind girl's paper. How is that possible? She can't see anything, so how could she answer the questions? I have review materials from seniors, and even they wouldn't employ such advanced methods. How could Mu Qianqian know? Did she learn from someone? Perhaps she has relatives who are professors. This was the only full mark given by Professor Chen in all his years of teaching, and it was awarded to a blind student. Even Li Siyu and Fang Yinran couldn't help but ask, Qianqian, where did you learn this method? Mu Qianqian smiled and replied, a friend taught me. She felt a bit embarrassed to mention that it was her husband who taught her. After all, she was still a student, and revealing her married status might attract unwelcome scrutiny. Professor Chen inquired, Mu Qianqian, may I keep this paper for a while? I would like to use it when teaching the next cohort of students to illustrate more profound knowledge. How remarkable! While others were scrambling for high scores, Mu Qianqian effortlessly secured full marks and even became a teaching tool for the old professor. In an instant, feelings of envy and admiration surged among her peers. The name Mu Qianqian would surely spread among all the new students. Moreover, seniors and other faculty members might also pay her more attention. Yet, there were those who felt a twinge of resentment, muttering sour remarks, oh, what if she has a remarkable relative? If I had such an impressive private tutor, I could achieve full marks too. All right, thank you for the professor's recognition. Her calm demeanor amidst the praise won her even more admiration from many. As soon as class ended, Mu Qianqian was surrounded by classmates eager to learn her study techniques. She generously shared her methods and problem-solving tips. Qianqian has such a good personality, sharing with us so openly. Without any hesitation. Indeed, with Qianqian as our academic powerhouse, she is bound to win the top scholarship this year. Yao Xin'er and her group of petty girls were squeezed into a corner, consumed by jealousy. So what if she excels academically? What is so impressive about that? Being good at studying simply makes one a bookworm. What use is that? Xin'er, your family is so wealthy. When Mu Qianqian graduates, remember to have her work as a cleaner in your company. Ha ha ha. Her friends flattered Yao Xin'er in the past. Yao Xin'er would have held her head high. Yet today, her face remained dark, her gaze filled with venom. Yao Xin'er understood that although Mu Qianqian came from a modest background, if she truly allied herself with Fu Qianqing, her future would be limitless. The Fu family was not only the wealthiest in Bay City, but also held a dominant position in the entire business empire. Why should a blind girl like Mu Qianqian capture the attention of the young master of the Fu family? If Mu Qianqian married into the Fu family, wouldn't she be stepping on Yao Xin'er's toes? Yao Xin'er was in a foul mood, clutching the hand of a small follower, her sharp nails leaving several scratches on the girl's hand. The follower winced, sweat beading on her forehead, nearly in tears. Yet too afraid to resist in the Liu family villa, although Shapo had failed to expel Mu Qianqian from university, the rigorous standards of the financial university meant that if Mu Qianqian failed a few exams, she would be expelled. Yet, instead of hearing news of her expulsion, they learned she had received full marks and become a top student. Wretched girl. Just wait until I catch you. Lu Yunxiang seethed, angrily sweeping all the fine porcelain in the room to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Downstairs, Lu Yunbai was meeting with the eldest son of the Yi family. Hearing the commotion from upstairs, Lu Yunbai frowned in distaste, wondering what trouble was brewing now. The butler said, Young master, I'll go check on the young lady upstairs. Go ahead, but tell her to keep it down. The butler ascended the stairs and knocked on Lu Yunxiang's door. Miss, the young master is meeting guests downstairs. Please keep the noise down. Lu Yunxiang, being merely an adopted daughter, did not dare to confront the heir of the Lu family, Lu Yunbai. She didn't even dare to show any disrespect to the family's butler, let alone shout at him. Otherwise, she could be thrown out at any moment. Suppressing her anger, Lu Yunxiang replied, "Yes, I will be careful." Last. Silence fell upstairs. Below, the hall was filled with calming incense. Wei Xianlin was not like an ordinary wealthy heir. He favored traditional Chinese robes, simple and elegant, resembling a transcendent being detached from the mundane world. "Let us leave our conversation here for today, young Master Lu. I will bring my sister to visit you another time." Lu Yunbai stood to see him off as they walked into the garden. Lu Yunbai hesitated before speaking. "Marriage is a significant matter, determined by our parents and matchmakers. A betrothal cannot be dismissed lightly." "I fear it may inconvenience Miss Wida," Wei Xianlin replied gently. "I will bring my sister to visit your elders another day. If neither of you feels any affection for the other, our family would never force the union." "Well, that's good." A lingering melancholy clouded Lu Yunbai's brow. Why did he feel that young Master Lu's features seemed familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before? Chapter 54. Drunk as school was about to end. Mu Qianqian received a call from Fu Sikan. The moment the call connected, she could not contain her excitement and shared her good news. "Uncle, thanks to you, I received the only full mark on this exam. Everyone, including the teacher, praised me for my brilliance." The young girl was bubbling with joy, her pride evident in her tone. Fu Sikan raised an eyebrow. "You're so happy over a full mark?" "Of course. This is the first full mark since Professor Chun began teaching. Am I not impressive?" Fu Sikan had indeed heard of Professor Chun, as the Fu Group had previously consulted him for financial strategies. "Not bad," he remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips. "I'm about to finish school, uncle. Are you coming to pick me up?" "I can't leave right now. I'll send Assistant Wang to fetch you." "Same place as always." Mu Qianqian responded with a slight disappointment. "Oh, okay." Fu Sikan picked up on her subtle change in mood. "What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" "No, I'm just really happy today and can't wait to share this joy with you." Thus, Mu Qianqian eagerly awaited Fu Sikan to finish work early to pick her up. After pondering for a moment, Fu Sikan replied, "I'll come to get you now." "But won't that disrupt your work?" "No, don't worry." Fu Sikan called his secretary and postponed his meeting with Dame for the night. "But this meeting is crucial for the group and may affect our deep cooperation with the other company." Fu Sikan coldly stated, "Postpone it." Outside the president's office, several high-ranking executives stood waiting. "The president should be in a good mood today, right? I plan to bring my proposal in for his approval. I just heard Assistant Wang say the president is in a much better mood now than he was this morning." It was odd. Recently, Assistant Wang had been acting mysteriously, often going out. What secret task could the president have assigned him? Just then, the door to the president's office swung open. Fu Sikan strode out, exuding an aura of authority that silenced everyone outside. Only after he left the company did they dare to whisper among themselves. The secretary announced, "The president has left for the day. If there's anything, please come back tomorrow." The secretary shrugged, adding, "I'm not sure. Perhaps something at home came up. Otherwise, the president wouldn't leave so abruptly." This explanation garnered unanimous agreement. If it weren't for a family matter, how could the president abandon his work? Fu Sikan's figure appeared at the school gate. "Qianqian, your family has come to pick you up." "Qianqian." Fu Sikan stands before her. Mu Qianqian, hearing the familiar magnetic voice, lunges forward and falls into his embrace. "Uncle, you really came," she exclaims, her heart brimming with joy. She never anticipated that such a trivial matter would be treated with such seriousness by him. Mu Qianqian had grown accustomed to being overlooked and neglected, never having met anyone who took her every little concern to heart like Fu Sikan did. A smile graces Fu Sikan's lips, his typically stern face softening with tenderness. "How could I go back on my promise?" It is then that Mu Qianqian remembers there are others present. "Goodbye." Fu Sikan glances at her. Noting the radiant joy written all over her bright face, her rosy lips curving upwards. Still a child, isn't she? A perfect score can bring such happiness. That evening, Mu Qianqian tugged at Fu Sikan's sleeve. "Uncle, shall we celebrate with some wine?" Fu Sikan's expression darkens, and without a moment's hesitation, he replies, "No, why not? You're still so young. Why drink?" Mu Qianqian pouts unhappily, clinging to his arm with a playful charm. "I've reached the legal age for marriage. Why can't I drink? Just a little, just a tiny bit." She had often seen on television how people raised their glasses together to celebrate joyous occasions. She wanted to experience that too. Her voice, soft and delicate like a kitten, was irresistible. Even a man as stoic as Fu Sik-han sighed in resignation and relented. Only a small glass. All right, Mu Qianqian agreed sweetly. Fu Sik-han made a call. And soon the world-renowned Romani Conti red wine was delivered. As soon as the wine was opened, Mu Qianqian was enveloped in the rich, deep aroma of grapes, igniting her cravings. Drink slowly. This wine is potent and has a strong aftertaste. Mu Qianqian lifted the wine glass, swirling it gently as she had seen on TV, coaxing out more of its robust fragrance. She took a delicate sip, utterly captivated by the complexity and richness of the wine. Do you like it? Mu Qianqian nodded with her eyes closed. The vibrant red wine stained her lips, resembling an alluring touch of colored. Fu Sik-han fixated on her lips, suddenly feeling parched. Deep within, an unfamiliar urge surged. He downed his glass of red wine in one go, suppressing the wicked thoughts that threatened to surface. Having consumed only half a glass, Mu Qianqian began to feel lightheaded. She swayed unsteadily, and before she knew it, she had tumbled into Fu Sik-han's arms. Attempting to stand, she found herself too soft and weak from the alcohol to muster any strength. Her clumsy movements inadvertently stirred emotions in those around her. Fu Sik-han's strong arms encircled her tightly, his voice hoarse as he suppressed a dangerous undertone. Don't move. A tipsy little girl is hardly obedient. The more he urged her to stay still, the more she wriggled in his embrace. With soft, delicate sounds escaping her lips, she was blissfully unaware of how enticing her antics were to others. Fu Sik-han's breath became heavier. He gripped her chin. His voice low, commanding, little girl, if you keep teasing me, don't blame me. Mu Qianqian, intoxicated, found her thoughts racing like a roller coaster. Unaware of her precarious situation, she slurred, uncle, even though you're not handsome, I don't mind you. With that, she blinked her onyx-like eyes and let out a soft, tipsy burp. Sitting on Fu Sik-han's lap, she cupped his face with both hands, playfully molding it into various shapes. It was as if she had found a beloved toy. Unable to let go, no one had ever dared to be so audacious before Fu Sik-han. His face darkened as he swatted her hands away. Be good. That hurts, Mu Qianqian pouted. Looking utterly pitiful, Fu Sik-han glanced down, noticing a red mark left on her delicate wrist from his light tap. How could such a gentle touch leave a mark on her tender skin? Furrowing his brow, he grasped her wrist, gently rubbing it. Uncle, it's all right. Mu Qianqian offered her wrist to him, her hand fragrant and soft, as if just plucked from a floral bath. Fu Sik-han felt a pulse in his brow. His expression remained grim as he struggled against her charms. Exhaling sharply, is it better now? Mu Qianqian grinned, nestling into his embrace and laughing foolishly. Yet, she clung to him, refusing to let go. Fu Sik-han inhaled deeply, lifting her as one would a child. Mu Qianqian was thrilled as her perspective changed. Wow, I'm so tall now. I'm almost touching the ceiling. Fu Sik-han had no words. He decided not to argue with a drunken girl. No, uncle, don't leave me. I want to sleep with you. Fu Sik-han's eyes glinted with danger. Are you sure? Yes, Mu Qianqian affirmed, nodding vigorously as she draped herself over his shoulder, her voice thick with emotion. My family doesn't want me anymore. Uncle, you can't abandon me. The chill against his neck stirred something within Fu Sik-han. For the first time in many years, he felt a pang of something new. This is what you promised. Don't regret it tomorrow. I want to regret it. I absolutely want to, Mu Qianqian replied with a cheerful smile. Her mood changed swiftly. Fu Sik-han smirked, carrying her to the master bedroom. Once there, Mu Qianqian couldn't help but roll around on the soft, fragrant bed. This bed is so soft and fragrant. She didn't want to sleep. She wanted Fu Sik-han to play with her. Fu Sik-han caught her hands and pinned them behind her back firmly. Time for bed. Stop moving. No, I can't sleep. Uncle, tell me a story. Fu Sik-han never imagined that Mu Qianqian, who usually appeared quiet and well-behaved, could become so clingy when intoxicated. He half-heartedly recounted a tale of a mountain long ago. I want to hear more. I want to hear more. Mu Qianqian, still unsatisfied, squirmed in his embrace. That's enough. Fu Sik-han's forehead throbbed as he exhaled heatedly. His gaze was fierce, as if he might devour her whole. However, Mu Qianqian remained blissfully unaware. Uncle, she called sweetly. Fu Sik-han's fists clenched tightly, reaching his limit. He would rather work late at the office than soothe a tipsy girl. Just looking and not touching was more than even his iron will could bear. His eyes, now a deep red, remained locked on her. Mu Qianqian, if you don't sleep now, you won't get to sleep at all tonight. Mu Qianqian blinked in confusion. Uncle, what do you mean? Fu Sik-han caught her hands, pinning them above her head. With a swift motion, he rolled over, holding her down. Little girl, are you still going to be mischievous? Mu Qianqian shoved at his shoulder but failed to budge him. She felt like a small rabbit lost in a wolf's den. Vulnerable and delectable, with no chance of escape. Uncle, you're so heavy. I can hardly breathe. Inside, Fu Sik-han wrestled with a voice urging him to abandon reason and devour her whole. Yet, gazing at her innocent expression, he hesitated. Was it right to act before she regained her clarity? The little girl was kind-hearted and gentle, likely not to hold it against him. But for reasons unknown, Fu Sik-han didn't wish to take advantage of her. After a long day of playful antics, Mu Qianqian finally began to feel sleepy. Uncle, even though you're ugly and not very wealthy, I still like you, she murmured, her voice dwindling. Were it not for Fu Sik-han's exceptional hearing, he might have missed her words entirely. Forget it, if I take her now, she would think she was taken by an ugly man, and that would be unbearable for her. I'll wait until her clarity returns. Once Mu Qianqian fell asleep, Fu Sik-han gently pulled her from his body, then rose from the bed, heading to the bathroom. The cold shower was just what he needed to cool off. Mu Qianqian slept soundly for a long time. If I had known my tolerance was so low, I wouldn't have touched the wine at all. One glass was fine, but what embarrassed her most was that her foolish antics were all witnessed by her uncle. How could she ever face him again? Footsteps echoed from the doorway. Without thinking, Mu Qianqian threw the covers over herself. Fu Sik-han stood at the bedside, staring at the mound beneath the blanket for a long while. Come out, don't you feel stifled hiding like that? With that, he pulled back the covers, revealing Mu Qianqian's fluffy head and her flushed face, unsure if it was from embarrassment or the heat of the blanket. Seeing her timidly cute demeanor, Fu Sik-han felt an overwhelming urge to gather her into his arms and ruffle her hair. What you did and said while drunk yesterday doesn't count. I won't hold it against you, Mu Qianqian weakly replied. Really? Yes. Now get up, you'll be late. Oh no, I forgot I have class today. Mu Qianqian smacked her forehead and hurriedly climbed out of bed. After she left, Fu Sik-han stared at the chaos left on his bed, his head throbbing. His bed was now filled with the subtle yet delightful fragrance of a young girl. How would he manage to sleep tonight? During class, Mu Qianqian found herself lost in thought. After the lesson, Fang Yinren asked with concern, Qianqian, what's wrong? You seem troubled. Mu Qianqian rested her chin on her hands, appearing somewhat distressed. Yinren, tell me, if a woman takes the initiative, but the man remains unmoved, what does that mean? Is the woman beautiful? Mu Qianqian pointed at herself. I'm not very pretty, am I? Not very pretty? You're not even close. Haha, these are truly unparalleled beauties. I can't believe any man could resist, unless he is Lu Xiaohui. Yet, he has done nothing at all. Fang Yinren asserted confidently, there are only two possibilities. What are they? The first is that he has someone else in his heart. The second is that his sexual orientation is unconventional, and he has no interest in women. Mu Qianqian felt that the second possibility seemed unlikely. If the gentleman truly had an unusual orientation, he would not have married her. He is a very responsible man and would never engage in a marriage of deceit. So, is the first possibility the only one left? Does the gentleman have someone else in his heart? The thought of this possibility made Mu Qianqian's heart ache, as if pricked by needles. Qianqian, you're not talking about your own situation, are you? Mu Qianqian forced a smile. How could that be? This is about a friend of mine. I am just asking on her behalf. Liu Yunxiang had been plagued by nightmares for several consecutive days. She realized she could no longer sit idly by. Seizing the opportunity while Lu Yunbai was at work, she stealthily slipped out of the Lu family's old residence. Wearing a mask and sunglasses, she made her way to Mu Qianqian's home. Who are you? Mu father asked warily. Liu Yunxiang tossed out 100,000 yuan, instantly captivating the attention of all the Mu family members. Don't worry about who I am. Just do what I ask, and this money is yours. Mu mother greedily clutched the money to her chest. Noble one, what do you wish us to do? Just say the word, and we will ensure it is accomplished. Create a disturbance at the finance university to get Mu Qianqian expelled. Mu Qianqian is at school? Impossible! That wretched girl can't afford the tuition. She must have been expelled ages ago. You just go, or else this 100,000 yuan. Mu mother, with a fawning expression, quickly replied, all right, we will go. That wretched girl, who knows where she got the money to pay for tuition, should have brought some home instead of being such a burden. Mu father's eyes glinted with malice, revealing his scheming nature, a double-edged sword. Husband? Mu Qianqian has a husband? Lu Yunxiang pressed eagerly. Indeed. Although he is a cripple and significantly older than her. Yet, he has paid the bride price and is determined to marry this blind girl. Who would have thought she would dare to run away from the wedding? A girl loitering around. Who knows which wild man she is mingling with? A cruel smile curled on Lu Yunxiang's lips. It seems fortune favors the diligent. To think Mu Qianqian is already married, and to a crippled old bachelor at that. Excellent. Take her husband along when you create the ruckus. I want to ruin Mu Qianqian's reputation so she can never show her face at Finance University again. If you accomplish this splendidly, I will reward you with another 100,000. Upon hearing this, Mu parents nearly fell to their knees before Lu Yunxiang. This was a total of 200,000 yuan, and combined with the bride price, it amounted to a staggering 400,000. If they could obtain this money, along with the previous extortion of 1 million from old lady Fu, they could buy a house for their son and find him a wife. Mu mother, with a sycophantic demeanor, said, "Thank you, benefactor. You are truly a living bodhisattva. I can see from your appearance that you are blessed, unlike our wretched girl, born to a life of misfortune. Anyone who desires her is already fortunate. Yet she dares to be choosy." Lu Yunxiang looked down on the Mu family, a nest of impoverished people, from the bottom of her heart. However, Mu mother's belittling of Mu Qianqian while elevating Lu Yunxiang was quite gratifying to her. Lu Yunxiang's eyes sparkled with malice. A life of misfortune should remain among the impoverished. Mu Qianqian, hurry up and leave Beishur. During class, a leaf fluttered down onto Mu Qianqian's desk. She picked it up and began tearing it into small pieces. The gentleman has someone he likes, or he does not, or he has someone he likes. Fang Yanran, noticing her fidgeting lips, asked curiously, "Qianqian, what are you doing?" "Oh, nothing, nothing." Mu Qianqian blushed and collected all the leaf fragments, tucking them into her pocket. After school, as Mu Qianqian and Fang Yanran approached the school gate, they heard a commotion. "What is happening?" Fang Yanran remarked. "It seems someone is trying to break into the school but has been stopped by the security." A burly farmer, hands on her hips, shouted, "Let us in. We already told you we are parents of students. Why won't you let us in?" The security guard calmly explained, "This is school policy. If you want to enter, please call your child and have her come out to escort you in." Mu mother's face turned a deep shade of purple as she shouted, "That wretched girl won't answer our calls. How can we get her to come out? Let us in first, and when we find her, just wait and see what her father will do to her." Following Lu Yunxiang's lead, Mu parents arrived at Finance University to cause a scene. They even brought along a crippled old farmer who had a squashed face and squinting eyes, leering at the young female students passing by, making one feel repulsed. The security guard had never encountered such unreasonable parents and immediately expressed doubt. "Are you truly the parents of a student? What kind of parent speaks about their own child in such a manner? Call your child again. If no one comes to escort you, I cannot let you in." What kind of parent insults their own child? Calling her a wretched girl is akin to the foul-mouthed women from the countryside. The security guard was reluctant to let them in, fearing for the safety of the students in the school. Mu father, smoking on the side, quietly permitted Mu mother to create a scene, his murky eyes flashing with countless schemes. Suddenly, he spotted Mu Qianqian approaching. "Isn't that Qianqian?" The previous Mu Qianqian was so thin and small, resembling a stick. Now she is slender and graceful, her complexion radiant and poised, like a pampered young lady from a wealthy family. Mu mother followed his gaze, her eyes instantly filled with venom. "I see that the wretched girl? When she sees her parents coming, she doesn't even call for help. What an uncultured thing." Hearing this voice, Mu Qianqian felt as if she had fallen into an ice pit. She was all too familiar with Mu mother's voice. Such sharp insults had accompanied her for over a decade, becoming a psychological shadow. Instantly, Mu Qianqian felt her limbs turn cold as she grasped Fang Yanran, wanting to flee. "Yanran, let us hurry and go," before she could finish her sentence. Mu mother had already rushed over, raising her hand for a slap. The suddenness of the blow left Fang Yanran in shock. "Who are you? On what grounds do you hit people?" Mu mother rolled up her sleeves, her face fierce. "On what grounds? I am her mother. Why can't I hit her? Today, I will beat this disobedient wretched girl to death." She grabbed Mu Qianqian by the hair and yanked hard. Wretched girl, do you dare to run again? If you dare to run again, just wait and see if I don't beat you to death. Mu Qianqian felt her scalp nearly tearing away. Fortunately, at that moment, Li Siyu was passing by with friends and, upon witnessing the scene, quickly instructed her friend to call security. There is someone fighting at the school gate. Hurry and summon the security team. Okay, I'll go right now. Li Siyu rushed over, seized Mu Mother's arm, and forcefully pulled it away. With a crack, Mu Mother let out a pained scream. Ah, you little harlot, how dare you hit me? I'll hit you. So what? In broad daylight, if you bully my friend, don't blame me for not respecting the elderly. Chapter 57. Strike back hard. Li Siyu had studied martial arts, and no matter how strong Mu Mother was, she could not overpower Li Siyu, who had trained in techniques Mu Father had initially intended to intervene. But seeing Li Siyu's prowess, he dared not move. Meanwhile, the crippled old man approached, revealing his yellowed teeth as he cursed. Li Siyu was so disgusted, she almost vomited her meal. Old fool, if I don't beat you until you're searching for your teeth today, I want to carry the surnamely. With a swift kick, Li Siyu sent the cripple sprawling to the ground and followed up with a forceful kick to his face. The cripple was sent tumbling, spitting out a foul-smelling tooth. Lying on the ground and howling, his filthy mouth could finally say nothing repulsive. In the end, only Mu Father, the most insidious of them all, remained. He dared not approach too closely, forcing a smile as he said, Li Siyu, is it? You should know that it is natural for parents to discipline their children. But if you dare to hit my wife, just wait for the compensation and jail time. Rest assured. Our family is wealthy enough to pay. Today, even if I were to break all your arms and legs, my parents wouldn't utter a word of reproach. Li Siyu had been pampered since childhood. Her parents had always cherished her, giving her the confidence to fear nothing. They had never scolded her, so what were these old fools to her? How dare they raise their voices at her? Were they tired of living? Mu Father, also known as Mu Qianqian, I kindly advise you, it's better for a girl to be virtuous. Otherwise, you might find it hard to marry later. That's none of your concern. Mind your own business, or you might meet an early demise. This remark nearly choked Mu Qianqian. At that moment, the school security team arrived, escorting them all to the security office and summoned school leaders as witnesses. Mu Qianqian, eager to curry favor, offered cigarettes to the leaders, bowing and scraping. School leaders did not accept his cigarettes but turned to Mu Qianqian. With a dazed expression, she lowered her head, her face pale. Clearly terrified, Mu Qianqian is an outstanding student. Why should she not be allowed to continue her studies? Even if your family's situation is poor, you can apply for national scholarships. It won't cost your family a dime. Mu Qianqian was a classic bully at home, showing off in front of family but daring not to act in front of outsiders. A bespectacled young female teacher crossed her arms and asked, Who are you marrying her off to? It wouldn't be that crippled old man, would it? Mu Qianqian lied through his teeth. He is a bit older, but he is an honest and decent man. Qianqian is blind. Marrying him is de loss. The female teacher cursed under her breath, You old beast, and taunted. You think he is honest? Why don't you marry him yourself? Why push your daughter into a pit of fire? Hearing this, Li Siyu and Fang Yinran exchanged looks and gave her a thumbs up, feeling a sense of satisfaction. It was clear that the school's teachers had a better sense of reason than these ignorant and malicious individuals. The female teacher adjusted her glasses and continued, I see that both of you, as a couple, possess the ability to work hard and support yourselves, especially with a grown son. Why must you sacrifice Mu Qianqian? She is a remarkably perceptive child. If you cannot afford her tuition, I, as her teacher, am willing to cover the entire cost. If you dare to trouble her again, I will not hesitate to call the police and have you all arrested. Mu Qianqian glared at her with a sinister look. On what grounds do you threaten us? You sell your daughter for a bride price, and you think we cannot retaliate? The Mu couple and that old man fell silent. Daunted by her words, for a fleeting moment, Mu Qianqian felt a pang of guilt and hastily lowered his head. They could not involve the police. If that incident came to light, their family would be doomed. This school is a place for learning, not a venue for your disturbances. Should you dare to cause any more trouble, I will instruct the security team to escort you directly to the police station. Yes, the Mu couple and the old man were unceremoniously expelled. With a broken arm, Mu mother and the old man, whose teeth had been knocked out, struggled to walk, their pain fueling their hatred. A crowd of students gathered at the school entrance, pointing and gossiping about them. Who are these people? Coming to school to fight? Is there no law left? I don't know, but it seems they have learned their lesson. They deserve it. Frankly, they got off lightly. Considering their earlier arrogance, breaking an arm would have been a light punishment. Mu Qianqian, embarrassed, anxiously pulled Mu mother away, as he tugged her. He inadvertently yanked at her wound, causing her to scream in pain and faint. The entrance descended into chaos, while Mu Qianqian remained unaware. She thanked the teacher who had supported her earlier, saying, "Thank you for standing up for me. No need for thanks. I am merely fulfilling a promise." The teacher replied, "My surname is He, and my name is He Ting. You may call me Teacher He or Sister He Ting from now on." Fulfilling a promise? Mu Qianqian asked, puzzled. Teacher He, who is the person that helped me? Chapter 58. The gentle affection of the uncle He Ting winked mysteriously. That is something I cannot disclose at the moment. But rest assured, I bear you no ill will. Whatever happens, you can always come to me. Mu Qianqian was immensely grateful. Thank you, and please extend my thanks to the person who helped me. After she left, He Ting sent a message to Fu Sikhan. That little girl's parents came to trouble her. But I have resolved the issue for you. However, for safety's sake, you should still take action. The Mu family and the Fu family had been long-standing friends. Once, when the He family faced difficulties, it was Fu Sikhan's intervention that saved their family business. Since the last incident where Mu Qianqian almost got into trouble, Fu Sikhan had asked He Ting to look after her. After finishing a meeting, Fu Sikhan's brow furrowed upon reading the message. He called He Ting urgently, asking, "Has Qianqian been hurt?" The urgency in his voice was unmistakable. "No, don't worry. That little girl is fortunate to have two genuine friends looking out for her. She hasn't suffered much." Fu Sikhan's expression darkened ominously. His assistants and secretaries lowered their heads, too afraid to speak. Since Fu had taken charge of the Fu family, he had rarely shown his emotions, but it was evident now that he was genuinely furious. Who could have the audacity to provoke Fu Sikhan? Returning home, he expected to find the little girl quietly crying, but was surprised to see her comfortably seated on the sofa, watching television. Of course, she could not see it. She could only listen. Upon hearing familiar footsteps, Mu Qianqian sweetly called out, "Uncle." Was it just her imagination? Or did his footsteps seem more chaotic than usual? Fu Sikhan's brow furrowed deeply as he approached her swiftly. The sight of her swollen cheek hit him like a dagger, and his clenched fists trembled at his sides. "Has someone bullied you?" Mu Qianqian shook her head, striving to force a smile. "No, I'm doing just fine." Fu Sikhan gazed intently at her. "Qianqian, no matter what grievance you bear, you can tell me. Don't forget. This is your home." A wave of grievances surged within her, and her eyes stung with tears. She dared not tell her uncle about her family. She feared he would disdain her origins. "Really, truly, I am fine." Fu Sikhan grasped her shoulders firmly. "Qianqian, I am your husband." The warmth of his palm seeped into her heart. In that moment, her emotions found an outlet, and she crumbled. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she sobbed. "I'm sorry, uncle. I never told you that my family is terrible. Why parents only care for my brother and younger sibling. They don't love me. They want to marry me off to an old cripple for the bride price. Did they come to find you today?" The little girl wept, her shoulders trembling, her nose reddened, making her appear utterly pitiful. Although she was the one crying, Fu Sikhan felt as though his heart was being twisted, the pain more acute than any he had ever endured. Without a moment's thought, he instinctively opened his arms and enveloped her in a warm embrace. "Don't be afraid. I am here." His embrace felt so warm, instilling a profound sense of security. Yet, Mu Qianqian dared not linger in that warmth. The kinder he was to her, the deeper her feelings of inferiority ran. Cautiously, she asked, "Uncle, will you abandon me?" Fu Sikhan's expression darkened. "What foolishness are you speaking? In the Fu family, there is no talk of divorce. Only of widowhood. As long as Mu Qianqian is alive, she is destined to be my wife for life. But my family will be a burden to you. They are unreasonable, greedy, and selfish. They will drag you down." Because of her inferiority complex regarding her origins, Mu Qianqian had never dared to open her heart. With a family like hers, she felt unworthy of love. Yet, what she did not realize was that matters of the heart could not be controlled by mere will. Do not overthink it. They are who they are, and you are who you are. You did not choose your origins, and you need not feel inferior because of them. I will handle this matter. Fu Sihan gently ruffled her hair, a fleeting glint of ruthlessness passing through his eyes. Go wash your face. I will help you apply some ointment. Okay. Does it still hurt? Mu Qianqian resolutely shook her head. No, it doesn't. Compared to the beatings she had endured in the past, this injury was nothing. Nonetheless, Fu Sihan meticulously applied the ointment to her wounds, fearing that any scars would trouble her beauty. He himself was indifferent but worried that the little girl might be vain and harbor insecurities over it. After applying the medicine, Mu Qianqian clutched Fu Sihan's sleeve. Uncle, do you think I am too heartless for being unfilial to my own parents? Fu Sihan replied solemnly, no, not everyone deserves to be a parent. The Mu family's wretched parents do not deserve to be called Qianqian's mother and father. According to his previous investigations, Mu Qianqian had not only been responsible for cooking for the family, but also for washing her brother's shoes and clothes in the frigid winter, leaving her fingers numb with cold. The family treated her like a servant, beating her when they were in bad moods. Previously, Mu Qianqian had subsisted on leftovers and had never truly been full. Thus, when Fu Sihan first encountered her, he thought her frame was that of a minor. It took her quite some time living by his side to gain some weight, yet compared to her peers, she remained quite slender. Fu Sihan resolved to hire a nutritionist to help her regain her health. Leaning comfortably against him, Mu Qianqian soaked in his warmth. Uncle, you are so good to me. I now believe what the fortune-telling old woman said is true. What did the old woman say? When I graduated high school, I encountered a blind fortune-teller. She said I had already endured all the hardships of this life, and from now on, only good days awaited me. I got into my dream university and married such a wonderful uncle. And no matter how terrible her original family was, her uncle was willing to stand by her side without abandon. Where else could she find such a good man? For Mu Qianqian, this was indeed living a good life. Fu Sihan smiled, nodding as he playfully tapped her nose. The old woman spoke wisely. Fu Sihan had always scoffed at metaphysics, and had someone familiar with him heard this, they would likely be astounded. Go comfort his little darling. Fu Sihan had cast aside his own principles. Just then, as Mu Qianqian removed her coat, a handful of torn leaves tumbled out of her pocket. Fu Sihan picked up 2 pieces of leaf fragments, his brow furrowing in suspicion. What are these? Chapter 59. An unexpected springtime. Mu Qianqian tilted her head. Uncle, what did you say? Why do you have a bunch of torn leaves in your pocket? Mu Qianqian's eyes widened in surprise, and she blushed slightly. Those are just some I tore apart to play with. Fu Sihan studied the leaves in his hand, frowning. You were playing with leaves during class? Are you a college student or an elementary school child? Focus on your studies and stop fidgeting. He emptied the leaves from her pocket and tossed them into the trash can. Mu Qianqian shyly murmured in agreement. If Uncle found out she was foolish enough to use leaves to divine his feelings, he would probably laugh at her. She couldn't quite understand why she was so concerned about him. In her secondary room, Mu Qianqian was on the phone with Li Siyu. Qianqian, does your husband know about your family situation? He doesn't look down on you, does he? Li Siyu had resolved that if Mu Qianqian's husband showed even a hint of disdain, she would unconditionally support Mu Qianqian's decision to divorce. Her best friend should not have to suffer any injustice. Sitting cross-legged on her bed, Mu Qianqian nodded. He already knows. Did he look down on you for it? No, he said I shouldn't feel inferior because of my background. They are who they are, and I am who I am. Li Siyu sighed in relief. He seems quite decent. Such a responsible man is hard to come by. Were it not for the extraordinary nature of Mu Qianqian's husband, ordinary men would have either doubted her character due to the greed and laziness of her parents or feared that the Mu family was a den of vampires, eager to rid themselves of the burden she represented. Fortunately, her husband was not of such ilk. Mu Qianqian sweetly smiled, exclaiming, yes, my dear uncle treats me exceptionally well. Your husband, being older, knows how to cherish others. At least far better than those young boys at our school. Ha ha ha, indeed. However, Qianqian, has your family recently learned something? Why have they suddenly come to find you at school? Mu Qianqian shook her head. I do not know. She had thought she had escaped that den of despair and could embrace a new life. How could they have found her at school? She suspected someone might be meddling behind the scenes. Li Siyu, furious, declared, if I catch him, I will beat him until he can't find his teeth. With Li Siyu's words, Mu Qianqian felt a surge of security. Siyu, please refrain from resorting to violence. I fear it may bring you trouble. You need not worry. I know my limits. But who could be the one entrusted by teacher 2 to look after me? I do not know. Mu Qianqian pondered all night, but could not deduce the identity of that person. Never mind. She would think about it later at tea that moment. In the Mu household, Mu mother, with her hair disheveled and clutching her painfully injured arm, scolded. The transformation in Mu Qianqian is simply staggering. Dressed in bright new clothes, her skin is tender as a peeled egg and possessing an air of elegance that surpasses even our landlord's daughter. How could a mere girl like her afford such finery? Mu eldest brother complained. Mother, I've labored outside all day, and you present me with pickled vegetables? Mu father scolded in return. You cannot even wash your bowl. It has gone rotten. Mu second brother, in a fit of rage, kicked the door. Why didn't you wash my shoes? I need them for tomorrow, damn it. How many times must I repeat myself? The three of them were all berating the injured Mu mother, in front of these three men. Mu mother dared not utter a harsh word. My arm is incapacitated. You all can prepare your own meals. Once my arm heals, I will resume these chores. It is all that wretched girl's fault. Had she not run away, would our home be in such disarray? Her filthy clothes and stinking socks are piled high, and no one is willing to lend a hand to wash them. We cannot call the police, Mu father suddenly shouted, startling everyone in the household. Under no circumstances must we alert the authorities. If I find anyone daring enough to report, I will break their legs. His eyes were fierce, akin to an enraged hyena, and none dared to counter his words. If we are not reporting, then so be it, Mu eldest brother Mu Qianqian said, though a glint of calculation flashed in his eyes. He always felt that his parents were concealing something from him. Yet, at over 20 years of age, he had never been in a relationship, and his family could not afford a home. The longer he delayed, the more he would become a subject of ridicule as an old bachelor. He could not afford to wait. Fu Sik-han knocked on the door of the secondary bedroom. Pass me your household registration book. Mu Qianqian, bleary-eyed, approached the door, rubbing her eyes. Uncle, what do you need my household registration book for? Oh, all right. Here you go, uncle. Yet, Fu Sik-han hesitated to take it. His deep gaze lingered on her rounded shoulders. The young girl had just awakened. Appearing somewhat dazed, her expression adorably innocent. She wore a thin nightgown, the straps slipping down, revealing her delicate, fair shoulders. The subtle allure was utterly captivating. Uncle? Mu Qianqian called out, puzzled. Fu Sik-han cleared his throat, pulling his heated gaze away from her. Yes, hand it over. Once he left, Mu Qianqian shut the door, intending to change her attire. It was only then that she realized her nightgown straps were nearly at her elbows. Goodness, had she inadvertently exposed herself before her uncle? Would he think her frivolous upon seeing her like this? The door was knocked on once more. Why aren't you out for dinner yet? Mu Qianqian then realized she had been agonizing over this for quite some time. Coming, I'll be there shortly. With feelings of embarrassment and shyness, she slowly walked out of her room. At the dinner table, Mu Qianqian felt utterly uncomfortable, sensing her uncle's gaze upon her was unusual. Although she was now properly dressed, the morning's mishap weighed heavily on her mind. Did her uncle see her? Chapter 60. Changing the household registration, Fu Sik-han observed the distracted young girl and asked in a low voice, Are there no classes today? Mu Qianqian, caught off guard, sat up straight with a start. Huh? Yes, I have class. Fu Sik-han frowned. Then why aren't you eating quickly? Oda. Mu Qianqian hurriedly dismissed the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind, quickly shoveling a few bites of food before slinging her little yellow duck backpack over her shoulder and heading out the door. Unbeknownst to her, a shadow followed closely behind her as she appeared at the school entrance. Mu Qianqian stared at the lovely figure ahead, scarcely able to believe that such a beautiful girl was his sister. When did she become so fair and delicate? Originally, Mu Qianqian intended to blend in with the crowd and stealthily follow the others into the university to take Mu Qianqian away. However, the security guards were not to be trifled with. Halt! Where is your student card? Mu Qianqian chuckled nervously. I forgot it. He was promptly chased out, left outside the campus, watching helplessly. This wouldn't do. He had taken leave to come out, and wasting a day meant losing a day's wages. Squatting by the roadside, Mu Qianqian lit a cigarette, growing increasingly restless. Never mind. He would report it to the police first. At his age, Mu Qianqian appeared to be in his 30s. When he called the police and requested their assistance, they could only shake their heads in disbelief. I'll see what I can do. Your sister's household registration was moved long ago. Impossible. How can it be impossible? Check for yourself. When Mu Qianqian glanced at the screen, he noticed that their household registration, once listing 5 members, now contained only 4. Mu Qianqian's page was missing. Someone had taken care of her household transfer without his knowledge. She was no longer part of their family. Therefore, we cannot disclose her information to you, Mu Qianqian urgently inquired. Where has her household registration been moved to? That is private information, and we cannot disclose it to you. But she is my sister. Our entire family is frantic searching for her, Mu Qianqian exclaimed, exasperated. After spending half a day, he ended up with nothing. I'm sorry. We cannot disclose that information. Even if Mu Qianqian had simply moved to an ordinary family, they still wouldn't reveal her information to Mu Qianqian. Moreover, the household registration she now belonged to was not something just anyone could access. Frustrated, Mu Qianqian began to make a scene. Those processing business nearby quickly distanced themselves, fearing the madman would latch onto them, disrupting public service, throw him out. He was forcibly escorted away. Slamming his fist against the ground in rage, he gritted his teeth. That wretched girl dares to sneakily transfer her household registration, abandoning her own family. I wasted so many years raising her. A sharp stone punctured his fist, causing him to grimace in pain as he rolled on the ground. That evening, Fu Sihan came to pick up Mu Qianqian, returning her the household registration book. This is the Mu family's household registration. It will no longer hold any significance for you, Mu Qianqian, clutching the straps of her backpack, asked in confusion, Uncle, why is that? Your household registration is no longer with the Mu family. Then where is my household registration? Fu Sihan smirked. Of course, it is with your husband. Now, Mu Qianqian shared the same household registration with him. Upon hearing this, her heart raced. Feeling a bit shy, she playfully chided, Uncle, why didn't you tell me beforehand? What? You are unwilling. This is the Fu family's household registration, and countless socialites in Beishir would give anything to have their names on it. Yet this little girl seems hesitant. No, Mu Qianqian quickly shook her head, stammering, I just find it too sudden. It caught me off guard. Fu Sihan chuckled. Little girl, it seems you have yet to acclimate to the fact that you are now married. Mu Qianqian blushed, murmuring, I will get used to it gradually. Dio, you want to keep this household registration? I no longer wish to have any ties with the Mu family, then toss it away. There happened to be a trash bin by the roadside, and Mu Qianqian discarded the Mu family's household registration into it. Trash belongs where it should be. From now on, you will have no connection with the Mu family. Should they dare to trouble you again, simply inform me. With Fu Sihan's assurance, Mu Qianqian felt an overwhelming sense of security. For the first time in her life, she had someone to shield her from the storm. Providing her with a sense of protection, Mu Qianqian smiled and replied, All right. Lu Yunxiang called the Mu family. Weren't you supposed to bring Mu Qianqian's husband to cause a disturbance? What have you accomplished? Why has there been no news from the school? I have been waiting for several days without hearing of Mu Qianqian's expulsion. Not a whisper of gossip has circulated, as if someone is secretly aiding her and suppressing all negative information about her. Who possesses such influence? Mu mother forced a smile. Miss, please be patient for a few more days. Her father and I are still deliberating on how to manage this. That obstinate girl has no idea who has bolstered her confidence. She no longer listens to us. Once timid and bullied, Mu Qianqian now seemed to have found her voice, and no one knew where she derived her newfound courage. After Lu Yunxiang finished her venomous tirade, she hung up the call in frustration. That moment, a servant approached. Miss Gu Qingyu has come to see you. Qingyu is here to see me. Lu Yunxiang hastily instructed the staff to prepare her makeup, ensuring she would not be outshone by her own sister. Jiu Qingyu stormed in, exclaiming, I'm furious, absolutely furious. What is wrong? Lu Yunxiang asked sweetly, feigning concern. From nowhere, a young girl appeared next to Sihan, and I have never seen him treat a woman so well. Sihan has never shown interest in women. What makes him care for this wretched girl? Chapter 61. Competing for a man who is that shameless girl, daring to vie with Qingyu for her fiancé? Just a country bumpkin, too poor to even pay her tuition and forced to work for a living, Gu Qingyu scoffed. Yet, how could such a simpleton catch Sihan's eye? How could she not harbor resentment? At that moment, Lu Yunxiang was unaware that the person Gu Qingyu referred to was none other than Mu Qianqian, whom she intended to deal with. Don't be too upset. Perhaps President Fu is merely intrigued for the moment and does not genuinely like her. If he truly had feelings, Why not make it public within the circle? This remark struck a chord with Gu Qingyu. Indeed, once Si Han grows tired of her, I'll show her what's in store. Lu Yunxiang inquired, haven't you dealt with that girl yet? This isn't like you. Yu Qingyu had sneaked out while her family was away, shedding the watchful eye of her bodyguard. By the way, Yunxiang, why are you also grounded? I heard you had a quarrel with your brother? What happened? Lu Yunxiang's gaze flickered, revealing a hint of guilt. It's nothing, just a minor misunderstanding with my brother. She was grounded for daring to scheme against the Fu family, having angered Lu Xiao, Lu Yunbai. Naturally, Lu Yunxiang could not divulge the truth to Gu Qingyu, for her obsession with Fu Sihan was well known. If she were to discover that Lu Yunxiang also harbored feelings for Fu Sihan, she would certainly disregard their friendship and turn against her. Is it really just a misunderstanding that has led to your grounding? Why is Lu Xiao so harsh? Don't your parents intervene? Panic surged within Lu Yunxiang, prompting her quick invention of an excuse. My parents are preoccupied with looking for my sister. Yu Qingyu scoffed. I know. They've disregarded everything else in their search for your sister. I simply don't understand why they neglect such a capable eldest daughter in favor of a wayward younger one. Who knows? Your sister may well be dead. Yunxiang, I speak plainly. Don't take it to heart. Gu Qingyu, proud as a peacock due to the Gu family's status, had spoken such words on more than one occasion. Although she was a good friend of Lu Yunxiang, she was oblivious to her true background. To outsiders, Lu Yunxiang was the eldest daughter of the Lu family, while the lost one was the younger daughter. Lu Yunxiang lowered her head. It's all right. I know you mean no harm. However, it's best not to mention this in front of my parents. I fear it might hurt them. Yu Qingyu chuckled coldly, fiddling with her sharp nails. Lu Yunxiang clutched her chest, appearing weak and pitiful, yet feigning vulnerability as she spoke. Alas, she is my biological sister. Just the thought of her enduring hardship out there pains me. A glint of cruelty flashed in Gu Qingyu's eyes. She cared little for familial ties. Her father had sown wild oats outside, resulting in several illegitimate children vying for family wealth. The sight of those wretches irritated Gu Qingyu. She wished she could eliminate them all. By the way, Qingyu, what is the name of that despicable girl you mentioned? I've looked into it. Her name is Mu Qianqian. With a sudden clatter, what happened? Gu Qingyu asked impatiently. It's nothing. I accidentally spilled my tea. Lu Yunxiang feigned calm, yet her hands, hidden beneath the table, were tightly clenched. So it's her? How could she possibly be involved with President Fu? No wonder the financial university has been unusually quiet. Not a whisper of harmful rumors about Mu Qianqian can be heard. It turns out this girl has a powerful backer, the head of the Fu group. Rest assured, Qingyu, I will assist you in dealing with her. After all, we are good friends. Thank you, Yunxiang. I trust no one else but you. After all, you have no feelings for Sihan, right? Lu Yunxiang's smile did not reach her eyes. Indeed, he is the man you adore. Why would I compete with you? After Gu Qingyu left, Lu Yunxiang promptly called the Mu family, instructing them to refrain from any rash actions. She had believed her previous actions regarding the car accident were sufficiently discreet, only to discover they had been uncovered so swiftly. She could not underestimate the Fu family's power. If she were to act against Mu Qianqian, she would have to be exceedingly cautious. Recklessness could lead to her ruin. The fate of Shapu served as a cautionary tale. Having not visited Yuncheng Hotel for several days, when Mu Qianqian returned, she found everyone engaged in lively conversation. Wow, Yinru, your outfit today is simply stunning. Are you going on a date with young Master Yi? Wang Yinru tossed her hair, feigning shyness as she replied. No, don't say such things. Oh, look at you blushing. It must be a date with young Master Yi. You've been absent for days. Who else could it be? Wang Yinru smiled bashfully, neither confirming nor denying. Young Master Yi prefers to keep a low profile, so please keep this under wraps for me. The group erupted in teasing. Wang Yinru reveled in the attention, her vanity thoroughly satisfied, despite knowing it was all a facade. As Mu Qianqian passed by, she had no intention of engaging, yet Wang Yinru was determined to ensnare her. That day I was on a date with young Master Yi, and Qianqian was there too. However, Qianqian was tossed out by his assistant, covered in dirt. I intended to plead for her, but young Master Yi was furious. And there was nothing I could do. When I asked her, she claimed she fell, but it turns out she was thrown out by young Master Yi. TSK, so that's how it is. If I were her, I would be too embarrassed to come to work after such a disgrace. She lost such face and still acts as if nothing happened. How thick-skinned! In an instant, the way everyone looked at Mu Qianqian turned subtly. She had come here merely to earn a little extra money. As for the rest, she was indifferent and too lazy to explain. During a break, she and Yuanqing sat in the garden chatting. Qianqian, I've been quite troubled lately. What's the matter, Yuanqing? Have you encountered something? Yuanqing rested her chin on her hand, a troubled expression on her face. Next month, my brother plans to take me to the Liu family for a visit. They might arrange my marriage, but I just want to be a free spirit, enjoying life without any constraints. Who wants to marry? Chapter 62. Kidnapping. Mu Qianqian smiled gently. You don't want to marry into the Liu family? Yuanqing pouted. It's not that I don't want to marry him. I don't want to marry anyone. She picked up a stone and tossed it into the nearby pond, causing a splash. Just then, she looked up to see her brother's handsome face. Brother, you're here. Yuanqing quickly stood up, brushing off the dirt from her clothes. The fearless daughter of the Yi family, who was unafraid of anything, was notably intimidated by her elder brother. Qianqian, my brother is here. Why? Yuanqing tugged at Mu Qianqian, whispering a warning. Mu Qianqian politely greeted him. Young Master Yi. He then turned to his unruly sister. What did you just say? You don't want to get married. Yuanqing hid behind Mu Qianqian, murmuring defiantly, I just don't want to marry. Yi Xianlin narrowed his long, phoenix-like eyes, calmly assessing her. Yuanqing shuddered from his gaze and quickly added, I'm still young. Can't I enjoy a couple more years of freedom? Qianqian isn't married yet. I'll marry when she does. Mu Qianqian blinked, realizing she had become Yuanqing's shield against marriage. However, she was already married, though Yuanqing remained blissfully unaware. This engagement was set by the elders. It's not something you can simply refuse. Still clad in traditional robes, Yi Xianlin turned gracefully to leave. Cherish your freedom while it lasts. Upon hearing his final words, Yuanqing clung to Mu Qianqian, wailing, Heavens! Is there anyone who can save me? Mu Qianqian patted her hand, smiling reassuringly, Don't worry, Yuanqing. Things might not be as dire as they seem. She believed that good deeds would be rewarded. Such a wonderful person like Yuanqing would surely have a smooth life ahead. That day, Mu Qianqian went to the supermarket to buy a bag of cat food. There were a few stray cats on campus, all skin and bones. Thinking of them reminded her of her own past. Thus, with no classes that day, she decided to buy cat food to feed them. However, just as she was nearing the school, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. A man suddenly emerged from around the corner, covering her mouth and dragging her backward. Mu Qianqian gasped in horror, frantically clawing at his hand, but to no avail. She was forcibly pulled into a van. Drive quickly! The driver glanced back in panic, nearly losing his composure. You only mentioned helping with cargo. How did this turn into a kidnapping? He was merely a delivery driver and wanted no part in any abduction. Is she really your sister? The driver asked skeptically, Do you think I would lie to you? Who would dare to kidnap someone in broad daylight? The one who had abducted Mu Qianqian was none other than Mu Qianhui, the eldest of the Mu family. Although Liu Yunxiang had previously called to instruct them to hold off on any actions, he had always been a failure in life, resting all his hopes on this 20,000. Mu Qianhui said viciously, Mu Qianqian, tell the driver I'm your brother. Only Mu Qianqian knew that behind her, a sharp knife was pressing against her back. Her blood ran cold, and she dared not gamble on whether this madman would harm her. With a pale face, Mu Qianqian replied, You see, she is my biological sister. You can trust me, just drive 0.3 times the fare one T do. I'll give you 5 times, just drive straight to Maja village, and I'll deliver her to her husband and leave. The driver glanced in the rearview mirror and, ultimately swayed by greed, pressed the accelerator. Yu Chenghui gripped the knife with one hand, blood oozing from the other. Wounded by Mu Qianqian's earlier struggle, his phone rang, and he answered it, placing it to his ear. Hello, Ma Qiezi? Why are you in such a hurry? I'm about to deliver the person to you. Have the bride price ready. When it's time, money for the person. Taking advantage of his phone call, Mu Qianqian stealthily reached into her pocket and dialed her emergency contact. Terrified, she pressed herself against the car door. Trembling incessantly in her heart, she silently prayed. Meanwhile, Fu Sahan's phone screen illuminated. He was currently engaged in a strategic meeting for the Fu Group, and as the phone rang, the president of a subsidiary was still presenting. Fu Sahan furrowed his brow. Why would Qianqian call him at this moment? He raised his hand, and the reporting president immediately fell silent. the large conference room enveloped in stillness. Fu Sahan answered the call. Placing the phone to his ear, however, instead of the girl's voice, he was met with the repugnant chatter of a man. The banquet can be set up right away. I'll be at Ma family village in just over an hour. Don't worry, this girl is perfectly fine. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Hee hee, Ma Qiaozi, you're in for a stroke of luck today. Enjoy your night as the groom. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing these words, Fu Sahan instantly realized that Mu Qianqian was in trouble. A flash of hostility crossed his eyes. He remained silent, listening intently to the call while hastily jotting down a few words on paper. Mu Qianqian's palms were clammy with sweat. She couldn't see the screen and had no idea if the uncle had answered her call. She hoped he could hear her, but deep down, she knew that hope was likely in vain. Mu Qianqian had to save herself. She fumbled to find the door lock, pulling twice with no response. Upon seeing her actions, Mu Qianhui sneered, "You think you can jump out of the car? No way. The door is locked. Don't even think about escaping. Today, you're going to obediently marry Ma Qiaozi, or you'll suffer the consequences." Mu Qianqian's heart sank further into despair. Meanwhile, Fu Sahan hurriedly exited the conference room, handing the note he had written to his assistant. Seal off all exits from Beishur. Check the surveillance near Mingyuan community and locate a place called Ma Family Village. Fu Sahan's demeanor was cold and ruthless, his eyes tinged with a crimson hue. Anyone who dared to harm the girl would pay with their life. Mr. Fu, we have a lead. A van with the license plate XXXX has been lingering near Mingyuan community and is currently heading towards Ma Family Village. Surveillance footage indicates a man has abducted a woman into the vehicle. Intercepted immediately. Understood. I'll mobilize the team right away. The van was on the verge of leaving Beishai. Mu Qianhui could already envision 200,000 red bills beckoning to him. After all, his parents were older and hesitant, lacking the boldness he possessed. This was an easy score, wasn't it? But just as he reveled in his triumph, dozens of black luxury cars sped in, surrounding the van completely. The driver trembled, sensing an ominous premonition. The doors of the luxury cars swung open in unison. Dozens of black-clad bodyguards descended, encircling the van. Behind them, a handsome man in a tailored suit stepped forward with measured strides. Chapter 63. The uncle's fury at the sight of Fu Sahan's imposing aura. Mu Qianhui realized he was not an ordinary person. After all, having worked as a security guard in a large company, he occasionally encountered upper management and could easily discern the difference between them and common folk. Mu Qianhui patted the driver's shoulder. "You go down and assess the situation." The driver opened the door and tumbled out, trembling as he asked, What do you want?" Fu Sahan's icy gaze swept over the van's back seat. Spotting Mu Qianhui and the frightened girl huddled together, Mu Qianqian appeared to be unharmed for the moment. Fu Sahan felt a weight lift from his heart. Assistant Wang spoke up, "Have everyone in your vehicle step out. Our president's home was robbed, and we suspect you are the thieves. This is absurd. I am just a delivery driver. How could I possibly steal anything? You haven't stolen anything, but are you certain your passengers haven't? Have them all step out for inspection," Mu Qianhui retorted angrily. "If someone stole something, how could it lead back to us?" What bad luck, however. Learning that they were not after Mu Qianqian eased his tension somewhat. The driver urged, "Just comply. They have so many people. If we finish the inspection quickly, we can leave sooner." Mu Qianhui threatened Mu Qianqian. "You better watch what you say. If I hear anything inappropriate, I'll ruin your face. Do you understand?" "Why, yes, I understand." The three from the van stepped out. Assistant Wang commanded, "Search them." Hearing that familiar voice, Mu Qianqian instinctively looked up. Could it be that the uncle had come to rescue her? The thought quickened her breath. She gazed at the tall figure in the crowd, which bore a striking resemblance to her uncle. As several bodyguards approached, preparing to search them, one suddenly made a move, seizing Mu Qianhui's wrist and twisting it forcefully. With a sickening crack, a bone snapped. A dagger fell from his sleeve with a clatter. Mu Qianhui let out a pained howl, his face contorted in shock. "What are you doing? In broad daylight, you dare to kidnap someone? You really have guts." Assistant Wang coldly reprimanded. "Who said I was kidnapping anyone? Do you have any evidence? Save your breath for the police." Fu Sahan extended his hand toward Mu Qianqian. "Qianqian. Uncle, it really is you." Mu Qianqian beamed brightly, rushing towards Fu Sahan like a butterfly fluttering into his embrace. She clung to his neck, trembling in fear. "You scared me to death just now." Fu Sahan patted her back reassuringly. "Don't be afraid. I am here." Leaning against him, Mu Qianqian inhaled the familiar scent of sandalwood, her racing heart gradually calming. "Uncle, weren't you very busy today? How could you find the time to answer my call?" Fu Sahan replied solemnly, "If it weren't urgent, you wouldn't have called me so readily." Thus, even in the midst of an important meeting, he had answered her call without hesitation. She sincerely praised him. "Uncle, you're so clever." He not only immediately recognized her predicament, but also remained silent during the call, feigning a search for lost items to lower Mu Qianqian's guard. Successfully rescuing her, Mu Qianqian's simple compliment brought Fu Sahan great delight. Causing a smile to flicker on his lips, in the next moment, Mu Qianqian was swept off her feet and cradled in his arms. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around Fu Sahan's neck. "Uncle, hold me tight." Fu Sahan's calm voice resonated in her ear. Mu Qianqian clung to him as he carried her to the back seat of the luxury car. Her cheeks flushed with warmth, a tinge of embarrassment washing over her for being held in front of so many people. "Wait here for me for a moment," he instructed. "Okay." Mu Qianqian nodded obediently. Fu Sahan ruffled her hair, removing his expensive watch and placing it in her palm. Sitting quietly in the car, Mu Qianqian wondered where her uncle had gone. "Uncle, you smell like blood," she remarked, noticing a faint metallic scent in the air.doi. "You must be mistaken," Fu Sahan replied coldly. "Help me put on the watch." Mu Qianqian slipped the watch back onto his slender wrist. The cool metal warmed to her touch. Her small hand fell into his larger, rough palm. "Let us go," Fu Sahan instructed indifferently. The driver, trembling with fear, started the car. Assistant Wang, seated in the front passenger seat, wore an unusual expression, his demeanor more cautious than usual. After all, Fu Sahan's earlier display had taken them all by surprise. Since taking charge of the Fu family, he had rarely shown such fury. The cold and ruthless reputation he had garnered in the business world stemmed from his unyielding nature during cutthroat competition. Yet this time, he had personally intervened with considerable force. Mu Qianqian was nearly incapacitated. Recalling the earlier scene sent a shiver down Wang's spine. It seemed that Fu Sahan was deeply concerned about Mu Qianqian, a fact that left one pondering whether it was a blessing or a curse. When Mu Qianqian inquired about Mu Qianqian's fate, Fu Sahan replied calmly, "He won't be appearing anymore." The remaining details he chose not to disclose, leaving Mu Qianqian unaware. "I originally intended to go feed the stray cats, and it's his fault that I lost the cat food I just bought," Mu Qianqian lamented, sinking into the sofa with dismay. Her delicate face and rosy lips made one want to pinch her cheeks. Fu Sahan couldn't resist and playfully pinched her cheek. "You can buy more, but that bag of cat food costs several hundred. I haven't fed a single stray. They didn't get a bite. And now it's all gone." For Mu Qianqian, that amount was significant, as her monthly living expenses had rarely exceeded a few coins. She angrily thumped the pillow a few times. "It's all Mu Qianqian's fault. All his fault." Fu Sahan was unaccustomed to hearing about such a sum of money. Several hundred. He paused for a couple of seconds before realizing it wasn't hundreds of billions or millions. Merely a few hundred. A smile crept onto Fu Sahan's lips. It was trivial, and he advised, "Just buy it again next time. Don't get upset over such a minor issue." Mu Qianqian puffed out her cheeks and earnestly stated, "Uncle, it's not easy for you to earn money. I can't spend it extravagantly. We should save a bit. Just in case." "In case of what?" Fu Sahan inquired. Mu Qianqian counted on her fingers, her cheeks flushing. "In case we have children in the future. There will be even more places to spend money." Fu Sahan was at a loss for words. Since birth, he had never needed to worry about finances. So Mu Qianqian's concerns had never crossed his mind. "Uncle, I forgot to tell you earlier. Please don't buy me so many limited edition clothes. I have enough to wear, and my wardrobe is almost overflowing." Without a moment's hesitation, Fu Sahan replied, "Then just get a bigger wardrobe." Mu Qianqian was left both amused and exasperated. How could her uncle be so careless with money? Chapter 64. Accompanying my wife. Mu Qianqian nestled against Fu Sahan's arm, her voice soft and beguiling. "Uncle, can we adopt a cat? There are so many stray cats at our school, and they look so pitiful." Without hesitation, Fu Sahan firmly declined. No. Mu Qianqian pouted in disappointment, her brows furrowing. "Why not?" "I simply dislike them," Fu Sahan replied with a cold countenance. The truth was, Fu Sahan was allergic to cat fur, making it impossible to keep one. Disheartened, Mu Qianqian relented. "All right then, we won't adopt one. Unable to rescue the strays, she resolved to buy cat food and find opportunities to feed them instead. A call from Madame Fu came through, her voice laced with concern. "Sikhan, have you taken Qianqian to the hospital yet?" "Not yet." "How long has it been? Why haven't you taken her to see a doctor?" "As her husband, you should be more attentive. Qianqian's condition has changed so much, and you haven't even noticed?" Fu Sikhan had no choice but to acquiesce to the elder's wishes. "I'll take her tomorrow, I understand. I will heed your advice." Satisfied, Madame Fu ended the call, leaving Fu Sikhan alone in his worries. He knew what the elder anticipated. Yet the examination scheduled for tomorrow would inevitably disappoint her. He and Mu Qianqian had yet to share a bed. Where would he find a grandchild for her? Meanwhile, the Mu household was in disarray. Mu Qianhui lay bedridden with a broken leg, relying on others for care. He had lost his job, now resembling a mere shell of a man. After all, he was the one who had initiated the kidnapping, and as a perpetrator, he dared not report it to the authorities. The fear instilled by that man, coupled with the oppressive aura of authority, left an indelible mark on him, quelling any thoughts of resistance. How could that wretched girl, Mu Qianqian, have attached herself to such a formidable man? Mu Qianhui had a premonition that from this point forward, Mu Qianqian was likely to inhabit a realm far removed from theirs. They could never contend with her. "Why are you so impulsive? Is there nothing that can be discussed with the family first?" Mu Qianghui's heart was a desolate void as he mocked. "Discuss what? You two are keeping secrets from me, unwilling to part with that 100,000. Why should I engage in discussions with you? We are merely saving it for you. This money will ultimately belong to you," his father retorted, exasperated. Mu Qianhui scoffed sarcastically. "Who knows, perhaps you'll end up sharing it with Cheng Yao, leaving me with nothing. Have you lost your mind? Why should family members be so divided?" Mu Qianhui shouted. "At my age, I still have no partner, and relatives and friends look down on me. How can I not be anxious? Is it not your failure as parents to provide for me, unable to buy me a house or a wife?" Mu's mother secretly wiped away tears. "If it weren't for your interference, I would have sent her to that lame man's bed long ago. That 200,000 was rightfully mine." All of Mu Qianghui's grievances were unleashed upon his parents. It was all their fault for being indecisive, causing the 200,000 that was so close to slip away. His father slammed the water pipe down, exclaiming, "What do you know? If we report that girl, your mother and I will end up in jail. Who are you trying to scare? The police have no reason to arrest you." In a moment of heat, Mu's father realized it was because Mu Qianqian was the one in charge. His mother quickly grasped his arm, signaling him to be quiet. "You don't need to know about this. Just focus on recovering. We'll handle the matter of finding you a wife." Initially, Mu Qianqian had saved someone, resulting in her blindness, and they had extorted 100,000 from the Fu family. Now, that sum was perfectly poised to cover Mu Qianhui's leg treatment. A tit-for-tat arrangement. Mu Qianqian was taken by Fu Sikhan to the hospital for a thorough examination. She did not suspect anything, thinking it was merely a routine checkup. Sitting on the hospital bed, she chattered away. "Uncle, I have good news. There are no more stray cats at our school. They've all found homes." Fu Sikhan, peeling an apple nearby, responded absently, "Oh, I heard a kind-hearted entrepreneur donated a significant sum and established a cat rescue foundation. There are now several cat shelters on our school's lawn, and people come daily to feed them meat and grain. When they fall ill, they are taken to a pet hospital. That's wonderful, isn't it? I never expected such benevolence from a businessman. Too bad I don't know his name. Otherwise, I would express my gratitude." That moment, Mu Qianqian was blissfully unaware that the kind-hearted entrepreneur stood right before her. Fu Sikhan placed a piece of apple into her mouth, and she eagerly accepted it. Her cheeks puffed out adorably. She glanced out the window, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh, what is it?" Fu Sikhan instantly rose to his feet. "Uncle, I think I can see a bit of color." Mu Qianqian pointed at the flower beds outside, her eyes sparkling with joy. "I see yellow flowers and green grass." For so long, Mu Qianqian had lived in darkness, nearly forgetting how beautiful this vibrant world could be. Her vision was finally beginning to return. Soon, she would be able to bask in the light once more. Hearing this news, a glimmer of joy flickered in Fu Sikhan's eyes. "Don't stare at bright lights for too long. It's not good for your eyes, I know," Mu Qianqian replied, pulling out her sunglasses and closing her eyes, savoring the gentle breeze wafting in from the window. The sunlight draped softly over her slender shoulders, as if cloaking her in a delicate halo, making her appear like a fairy stepped out of a painting. Fu Sikhan set down the fruit knife and stood up to draw the curtains. However, he left a gap to allow the fragrance of flowers and the sounds of birds to filter into the room. Mu Qianqian, brimming with enthusiasm, said, "Uncle, there's a cat at our school that's about to give birth. Can we buy some milk powder for it later? Kittens drink their mother's milk, but the mother can have milk powder for extra nutrition." Fu Sikhan initially considered refusing, thinking of his upcoming work commitments. Yet, the sheer joy radiating from the young girl made it hard to dampen her spirits. The workaholic Fu Sikhan ultimately chose to accompany his wife. "I'll take you later." Coincidentally, Madame Fu was also at the hospital for a checkup. Upon learning of Mu Qianqian's room, she was about to visit. As she reached the door, she overheard her mentioning kittens and milk powder. Madame Fu's face lit up with joy. "Fu family's daughter is here to support you." "Mother, are you going inside? I won't interrupt. Let the two of them have some alone time. It seems like we'll soon have good news from our family." Chapter 65. Pampering my wife after leaving the hospital. Fu Sikhan and Mu Qianqian strolled through a supermarket. Whatever Mu Qianqian expressed a desire to buy, Fu Sikhan promptly selected the most expensive item and tossed it into the cart. Upon reaching the toy section, Mu Qianqian's fingers brushed against a soft little rabbit, and she was instantly enamored. "Uncle, I want a plush toy, just one. Is that all right?" She had always envied the girls on television who had beds filled with plush toys to cuddle while they slept. Yet, her own bed was cluttered with dirty clothes and miscellaneous items. For her, plush toys represented an unattainable princess dream, embodying the carefree moments she had never experienced. Fu Sikhan inquired, "Which one do you want?" Mu Qianqian joyfully began selecting from the toy section. This little rabbit felt so soft. This bear was also nice. She picked her 3 favorites but soon found herself in a dilemma. Which of the 3 should she choose? "If you like them, take them all," Fu Sikhan declared, swiftly retrieving the 3 toys from her arms and placing them atop the shopping cart. Mu Qianqian bit her lip, hesitating. After all, these toys serve little purpose. And buying so many felt wasteful. In her perspective, she could only purchase what was most useful. Every additional penny spent was deemed a waste. Fu Sikhan smiled. "Making you happy is their greatest utility." At the checkout, the hefty bill left Mu Qianqian stunned. Upon hearing the price, she dared not proceed with the purchase. Struggling with her reluctance, she displayed understanding and readiness to back down. The thought of spending 5,000 on 3 plush toys made her heart ache for her uncle. Fu Sikhan carried the shopping bags with one hand while holding Mu Qianqian's hand with the other. She needed only to clutch her toys, without concern for anything else. "I earn money to spend on you, so there's no need to feel guilty," Fu Sikhan stated in a low voice. That simple sentence sent warmth coursing through Mu Qianqian's heart, soothing the wounds left by her childhood. Unable to resist, she tiptoed and gently kissed Fu Sikhan's cheek. "Uncle, you're so wonderful." Being cherished felt so exquisite, even more than she had imagined. Fu Sikhan stiffened slightly, his gaze deepening. In that fleeting moment when Mu Qianqian leaned in, he could have pushed her away, but he chose not to. Having never had a woman close to him, let alone sharing a kiss, he found the sensation surprisingly pleasant. Her soft lips brushed against him, imbued with floral fragrance and the unique scent of youth, intoxicating in its own right. Though only in her case, Fu Sikhan inhaled deeply, maintaining his composure. "Let's go." "Michim," Mu Qianqian replied, clutching her toys and skipping ahead. Nearby, a young couple watched, the woman holding a child while carrying another on her back, enviously eyeing Mu Qianqian's retreating figure. That man is so generous, willing to buy such expensive things for his wife. However, her husband impatiently snapped, "What are you rambling about? Hurry up and pack those condiments, or we won't manage to carry them on the bus later. Don't spill that soy sauce bottle and dirty my fishing gear." The young wife sighed, juggling the fussy child while tidying up various household items. Her husband stood aloof, only concerned with his fishing equipment. She envied not the man's wealth but his attentiveness and care for his wife. If a man holds her in his heart, even the act of gifting her a modest piece of chocolate would sweeten her spirit. How different it is now, alas, as she settled into the car. Mu Qianqian clutched her 3 beloved stuffed animals, unable to part with them. "This little bear is named Cici, this puppy is called Haha, but what shall we name this rabbit?" With great enthusiasm, Mu Qianqian said about naming her toys. Just then, Fu Sikhan, lost in thought with his eyes closed, suddenly interjected, "Qianqian." She tilted her head to look at him, asking, "What is it, uncle?" Fu Sikhan's voice, laced with warmth despite its usual coolness, replied, "I say this rabbit shall be named Qianqian." Observing the bewildered expression on Mu Qianqian's face, her large, bright eyes round with surprise, Fu Sahan felt his mood lift. The little girl was soft, cute, and obedient, much like the rabbit itself. Moreover, she shared the rabbit's penchant for hopping about joyfully. Mu Qianqian's cheeks flushed. She realized her uncle was teasing her. In a huff, she declared, "No way, from now on, this rabbit will be called Uncle." Since he had bestowed his name upon her toy, she would return the favor. Fu Sahan couldn't suppress a chuckle. "Are you certain you want such an adorable rabbit to bear that name?" Mu Qianqian, her face a delightful shade of crimson, asserted confidently, "I am." Thus, the unfortunate pink plush rabbit was dubbed Uncle. The Fu family, with their vast enterprise, placed a heavy burden on him as the sole heir, leaving little room for relaxation. Together with Li Siyu, Mu Qianqian tended to the mother cat during her delivery. "Qianqian, I'll prepare the formula. Just be careful not to scald yourself with the hot water." "Okay, thank you. Siyu, we don't need to thank each other." Under their attentive care, the mother cat successfully delivered, and the warm nest was filled with several tiny kittens. Their eyes still tightly shut, Licu attempted to pick one up, but Mu Qianqian stopped her. "Siyu, wait. It's best not to touch these kittens right now." "Why?" Mu Qianqian explained, "If we leave our scent on them, the mother cat might think they aren't hers and could abandon them." Grateful that she hadn't touched them, she thought of the consequences if the kittens were discarded. "Such a grave ascion," Licu praised her. "Qianqian, you're so considerate. I believe you will be a wonderful mother one day. Your child will be so fortunate." Mu Qianqian's cheeks flushed slightly. "You're thinking too far ahead. It's still early. Who knows? After all, you are already married with a husband. It is possible you might have a little life growing inside you one day." Mu Qianqian gently touched her belly, a faint smile gracing her lips as a flicker of hope ignited within her. With a mature and responsible man like Uncle as a father, her child would undoubtedly be blessed. Chapter 66. Touching faces. That evening, Mu Qianqian sat at her desk, meticulously keeping track of her expenses. She had spent quite a sum at the supermarket today, and Uncle had gifted her plush toys that cost over 5,000. After completing her accounts, she turned on her beige bedside lamp and lay on her bed, lost in thought. Earlier, in a moment of joy, she had boldly kissed Uncle's cheek. Oh my! She had never dared to imagine being so forward with a man. However, Uncle's skin was smooth and delicate, nothing like the moon's surface as he had jested. Mu Qianqian, and a knock sounded at the bedroom door. Slipping into her fluffy slippers, she hurried to answer. A tall, handsome man stood at the threshold, offering her a glass. "You haven't drunk your milk yet, Dotto. I forgot." Mu Qianqian accepted the glass and sipped the milk slowly. When she reached the ginger and red dates, her eyes widened in surprise at Uncle's thoughtfulness. She had just started her period, and he had included these nourishing ingredients in the milk. After finishing, she placed the cup in the sink. "You don't have to wash it." As she was about to clean the glass, it slipped from her hand and shattered on the floor, scattering shards everywhere. Her face turned pale with fright as she stammered, "I accidentally broke the cup." Clumsy as she was, it seemed she could break anything, even a cup, while rinsing. Bending down to pick up the glass pieces, Fu Sahan grasped her hand firmly. "Don't move. Wait outside." As soon as he finished speaking, he swept her up in his arms. Her body lifted off the ground. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around his neck. Hanging onto him, resting her head against his shoulder, she secretly inhaled his pleasant scent. Fu Sahan carried her past the glass shards and out of the kitchen. He called Louis to come and clean up the mess. "Did I not tell you? You're not to wash cups. Why did you touch cold water?" He set her down, his tone stern, sounding somewhat fierce. Mu Qianqian lowered her head, softly replying, "I want to do it again." All she wanted was to quickly wash the cup to prevent the milk from drying and becoming difficult to clean. But her vision impeded her, making her clumsy, and she had managed to make a mess while washing a cup. With her head bowed, Fu Sahan could only see the top of her fluffy hair. Combined with her sweet, soft voice, it was hard to remain angry. "This shall not happen again." "All right." He turned her wrist over, asking, "Is your finger cut?" When she felt something sticky, she let out a small gasp. "Does it hurt?" Mu Qianqian's voice was pitiful, just a little. The cut was so fine that she had initially not noticed. It was only now that the pain began to register. Fu Sahan had her sit on the sofa while he fetched the first aid kit to disinfect her wound. Since living with Mu Qianqian, The kit had been used more frequently as he applied a band-aid. Mu Qianqian gazed up at him, trying to discern his features. Yet, his outline remained elusive, no matter how hard she tried. Unconsciously, she extended her other hand and gently touched his chin. Fu Sahan froze. "Uncle, may I touch your face?" He pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Anticipation welled within her, quickening her heartbeat. Her delicate fingers cautiously traced the edge of his jaw, then glided along his cheek. Ascending slowly, the sensation beneath her fingertips was smooth, more refined than her own skin. Just as she was about to reach his straight nose, Fu Sahan coldly interjected, "Do not touch." He turned his head aside, evading her hand. The image of his partial face that had just begun to form in her mind was once again obscured. Suppressing her disappointment, she let her hand drop. "So concerned about your husband's appearance?" Fu Sahan asked with an enigmatic tone. Mu Qianqian nodded, then shook her head. Fu Sahan, intrigued, pressed on. "What do you mean by that? Are you concerned or not?" Mu Qianqian puffed out her cheeks, her face slightly flushed. "I am not concerned about your looks. I'm just curious about what you really look like." She wished to know the man who accompanied and pampered her daily, so her imagination wouldn't be so aimless. "Once your eyesight improves, you'll naturally see." Mu Qianqian sulked, "But I want to know now. Take good care of your eyes. Strive for an early recovery of your vision, and you will see me sooner." His words held an air of mystery. The flame of anticipation ignited within her, and she clenched her fist, resolutely stating, "I will take good care of my eyes, for the sake of seeing Uncle sooner." She vowed to protect her eyes and refrain from shedding tears lightly. The little girl truly treated him as an unfeeling statue, wandering her hands over his face. Little did she know how difficult it had been for him just then. Nearly breaking composure. While dining in the cafeteria, Mu Qianqian was approached by a boy. "Miss, may I have your contact information?" he asked in a nonchalant manner. Mu Qianqian declined. "Sorry, my phone is dead." The boy blocked her path, insisting, "Just tell me your number. I'll save it." Fang Yinran recognized this boy and whispered to Mu Qianqian, "He's like Yao Xiner, just relying on his family to get by. I heard he changes girlfriends frequently. We should avoid him." Murmurs surrounded them. "Who is Feng Xiao targeting now? Didn't he just break up with the literature department's beauty? Isn't that the prodigy Mu Qianqian? She seems to have poor eyesight, but her looks are absolutely stunning, 100 times better than in photos. She is so beautiful. I think she is way prettier than Feng Xiao's ex-girlfriend. Well, if Feng Xiao has his eye on her, she probably won't escape his grasp. TSK, our school will have yet another lovesick girl." Feng Xiao, known as Feng Song, was renowned in the finance university for being a spoiled rich kid, changing girlfriends more frequently than one changes clothes. The girls he set his sights on usually fell for his charms. Tall and handsome, with a wealthy background, it was hard for any girl to resist his persistent advances. However, his relationships were fleeting, often lasting only a couple of days before he grew bored. Mu Qianqian would likely end up like his previous girlfriends, clinging to him stubbornly. Chapter 67. Shaking off harassment. Mu Qianqian furrowed her brow slightly. "I don't remember my number, sorry. Could you please let me pass?" Her refusal only elicited laughter from Feng Song. "In a way, a brilliant scholar like you can't even remember your own phone number?" He found her aloof demeanor amusing, igniting a challenge within him. Women, when faced with a wealthy and handsome man, find it hard to move. With a little cash, what woman can't be won over? "I am going to eat. Please don't disturb us." Mu Qianqian tugged at Fang Yinran, attempting to weave her way out of Feng Song's encirclement. Feng Song stroked his chin, leering at her graceful silhouette as she slipped away. Mu Qianqian's legs were longer and more elegant than those of a dancer, straight and fair, truly a sight to behold. Once he had her, he intended to enjoy himself thoroughly. "Qianqian, are you only eating this little?" Fang Yinran inquired, concerned. Mu Qianqian pursed her lips, feeling disheartened by the earlier encounter that had robbed her of her appetite. Fang Yinran urged, "Do eat a bit more. It's not worth getting upset over someone like that." Reflecting on the uncle's admonitions, Mu Qianqian lowered her head and picked at her food. If he were to learn that she was neglecting her meals, she would undoubtedly receive another lecture. Fang Yinran scrolled through her phone and discovered that the incident had already been sensationalized and posted on the forum. There were even public bets on how long it would take for Feng Song to win Mu Qianqian's heart. "I bet a week," someone exclaimed. "Feng is quite the charmer. The class beauty only lasted 3 or 4 days before succumbing to him." Mu Qianqian appeared to be the type of girl who would struggle to resist a rogue like Feng. I estimate they LLB together in less than a week. What a pity for such a naive and beautiful girl to cross paths with a seasoned flirt like Feng. Once he tires of her and breaks it off, I can only imagine the blow to Mu Qianqian, a top student, heartbroken, would likely spend her days weeping. Feng Yanran, upon reading these cynical speculations, felt a surge of anger. These people are infuriating. Our Qianqian would never stoop to such a frivolous scion. Mu Qianqian blinked, puzzled. What's wrong? There are people online stirring up trouble. It's quite aggravating, Feng replied. With a gentle smile, Mu Qianqian said, then let us not pay them any mind. They can say what they wish. I truly don't care. Feng Song possessed commendable qualities and knew how to win a girl's affection. I am a bit concerned that you might waver, Qianqian. Shaking her head with conviction, Mu Qianqian replied, I want to. Why not? She blinked her lustrous almond eyes. Because I am already married. However, she did not voice this truth, merely flashing a mysterious smile. I'll tell you later. From dawn till dusk, he sought her attention, whether by sending flowers or breakfast, or gifts of bags and lipsticks. Yet, Mu Qianqian accepted none of these offerings. Many were watching Feng Song's antics, yet he remained supremely confident. Rest assured, there is a woman I cannot win over. The harder they are to chase, the more it ignites my determination. He had encountered women who played hard to get before. A slight aloofness from him would cause them to unravel, and no matter how beautiful Mu Qianqian was, she was merely a sheltered girl. Could she withstand his fervent pursuit? The moment Mu Qianqian stepped out of class, she was surrounded. Get together. Accept him. It turned out Feng Song had arranged numerous heart-shaped balloons on the grass, strewn with rose petals, creating a scene reminiscent of a wedding. Dressed in a suit and holding a microphone, he approached her amidst the music. Mu Qianqian, my feelings for you are sincere. Will you grant me this chance? He held out a large bouquet of flowers. This romantic spectacle prompted envy among many girls at the school, who wished they could take her place. Feng is so skilled. If I were Mu Qianqian, I'd surely be unable to resist. Surely, they were destined to be together now. Although the class beauty next door had been crying in her dorm for several days. Get together. Accept him, Mu Qianqian. Yet, even amidst the throng, Mu Qianqian remained unmoved. Her delicate face grew cold as she replied with displeasure, Feng, please do not disturb my studies. I have no interest in you. Never had she encountered such a self-absorbed and obstinate individual. Having made her feelings clear, why did he persist in his pursuit? This brought her considerable trouble. The atmosphere turned awkward. Feng Song, once brimming with confidence, now wore a crestfallen expression, feeling like a fool. Mu Qianqian, I pursue you out of respect. Don't be ungrateful. There's a limit to playing hard to get, and you've crossed it this moment. He still fancied that Mu Qianqian was merely engaging in a game of pretense. He refused to believe she was genuinely disinterested. Please refrain from bothering me in the future, or I will inform the teachers. With that, Mu Qianqian turned away without a backward glance. The speakers continued to play love songs. And in a fit of rage, Feng Song kicked the speaker to pieces. What does he think he is? How dare he challenge me? I could easily find dozens of women like her at a nightclub. His entourage chimed in. This woman truly lacks self-awareness. Feng, do not let her get to you. Feng grinned maliciously. She is just pretending to be innocent. Soon enough, she'll be begging for my attention. I'm only toying with her. She thinks she is a princess. Even if she were, she'd only be a nightclub princess. I've heard she has been cozying up to Fu Qianqing. Perhaps she is aiming to marry into the Fu family. As if she stands a chance. The Fu family's stature is well known. They'd never let a country bumpkin like her cross their threshold. If that ever happens, I'd rather live-stream myself running naked through the streets. Ha ha ha. Finally free from Feng Song's harassment, Mu Qianqian felt a breath of fresh air. As soon as her uncle finished work, he came to pick her up. Fu Sahan asked with a stern voice. Why is your face so flushed? Who upset you? It's nothing, just an inconsequential person, Mu Qianqian replied, tugging at Fu Sahan's arm eagerly. Uncle, let me take you to see the kittens. They're absolutely adorable. You will love them. Fu Sahan hesitated. He was allergic to cat fur. How could he possibly enjoy that? Uncle, why have you stopped? Fu Sahan collected his thoughts and casually suggested, let us go. Chapter 68, The Unenlightened Qianqian Shu. Uncle, you must tread lightly. Mama cat just gave birth and is easily startled. Mu Qianqian approached the nest quietly, crouching beside it, listening to the soft sounds of kittens nursing and the occasional mew from the mother. Fu Suhan stood at a distance, watching her as she fed the kittens. She stealthily reached in to stroke their mother's soft fur. Mew. The mother cat, familiar with her, affectionately rubbed against Mu Qianqian's arm. Sometimes, animals can be far kinder than humans. Contentedly petting the cat, Mu Qianqian called out, "Uncle, won't you come pet them? They're so gentle and unafraid of people." Fu Suhan kept his distance. "No, thank you." Though he stood apart, he could still feel a slight itch in his throat, a sign of an impending allergy. "They're very clean. Not dirty at all. Really, you'll see. They're incredibly soft." Despite her repeated invitations, Fu Suhan remained unmoved. The little girl mumbled, "You can resist petting such adorable kittens? Uncle, have you ever been addicted to something?" With a resigned sigh, Fu Suhan stepped closer and ruffled her hair. "All right, let us go. It will be dark soon." He felt indifferent towards the cats, yet whenever he saw the lovely Mu Qianqian, he found it hard to resist the urge to reach out. "All right, I won't disturb them anymore." Just as Mu Qianqian was about to leave, a plump girl rushed over. "You're Mu Qianqian, right? My friend wants to meet you." "Who is your friend?" "Lu Shi, you must have heard of her." Mu Qianqian thought for a moment and shook her head. "I haven't heard of her." The girl assumed she was pretending, stamping her foot in frustration. "She is the beauty of our department, Feng Song's ex-girlfriend. How could you not have heard of her?" "Lu Shi hasn't eaten for several days. Can you bear to watch her continue to deteriorate? She just wants to talk to you. Why are you being so difficult?" As a fellow girl, "Don't you have any sympathy?" Mu Qianqian was bewildered by the sudden reprimand. "I don't even know her. What is there to talk about?" Fu Suhan, noticing her being cornered, furrowed his brow and approached. "What is going on?" "Someone wants to talk to me, but I don't know her and have nothing to say to." Fu Suhan took her hand, asserting, "If you don't want to go, then don't." A few cat hairs clung to Mu Qianqian's hand, and when Fu Suhan grasped it, he felt a prickling sensation, both itchy and painful. He pressed his lips together but did not release her. Standing protectively beside her, his voice turned cold, sending a chill down the spine. "She said she doesn't want to go. Can't you hear that?" The plump girl felt a shiver run down her spine. Unable to meet his gaze and redirected her ire towards the seemingly easy target, "Mu Qianqian, you are truly overstepping. I never imagined you to be so cold-hearted. If anything were to happen to Lu Shi, it would be your fault." With that, the unfamiliar girl stormed off in a huff. Mu Qianqian was left utterly confused. "What does this have to do with me? This is so ridiculous," Fu Suhan inquired. "Is someone bothering you at school? Recently, there is a person who likes me. It's all his fault." Fu Suhan paused, a flicker of danger in his gaze. "Someone likes you?" The words struck like ice, chilling her to the bone. Oblivious to his reaction, Mu Qianqian continued, "Yes, I've hardly seen him. Yet he is making a grand spectacle of pursuing me. I dislike such superficial people. He even confessed in front of so many people, making it so hard for me to respond. It's affecting my studies." Her tone was devoid of the excitement typically associated with being pursued. Instead, it was filled with annoyance. Fu Suhan raised an eyebrow, suddenly amused. His little girl had yet to grasp the situation. If it were any other girl, she'd likely be swept away by the romantic gestures and would agree without hesitation. Yet Mu Qianqian, who preferred to stay out of the limelight, focused solely on her studies, found this display bothersome. "What is his name?" "I'll handle it." Mu Qianqian's eyes sparkled as she sweetly replied. "No need, uncle. He probably won't bother me again. Should he disturb you again, inform me immediately." Mu Qianqian couldn't help but smile, revealing her pearly white teeth. "Uncle, you sound like a concerned elder." It was as though an elder was cautioning a child. Fearing she would be bullied at school, Fu Suhan felt a pang in his chest. His concern for his wife had somehow translated into her eyes as that of a benevolent elder. Wasn't that a bit of a generational gap? Fu Suhan gently pinched her small face, his voice grave as he instructed, "Focus on your studies at school and keep your distance from those immature boys. They will only hinder your progress. Do you understand? If there's a gap, then let it be. I must say what needs to be said to prevent that day when the little girl gets led astray by others. And I find myself regretting it too late." Mu Qianqian obediently nodded. "I understand, uncle." She too felt that those boys preoccupied with love were exceedingly childish, lacking any maturity, not at all her type. Upon returning home, Aunt Lou had prepared dinner and was just about to remove her apron to step outside. When she looked up, she gasped, "Mr. Fu, why is your neck so red? Are you feeling unwell?" Fu Sahan's neck was flushed a deep red, reminiscent of someone who had overindulged, making it somewhat alarming to behold. "It's nothing. You may go ahead," he replied. "Shall I call a doctor?" "No need." Aunt Lou dared not press further, closing the door behind her as she left for the next room. Mu Qianqian's small face adopted a look of concern. "Uncle, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Yet her eyes betrayed her, revealing nothing. "What ails you?" The warm breath escaping her lips brushed against Fu Sahan's neck, akin to soft feathers gliding over his skin. Fu Sahan, already troubled by an allergic reaction, found her breath intolerable. The wave of heat surged within him, and his gaze turned inscrutable. Taking a deep breath, Fu Sahan gently pushed her away. "Uncle, why are you silent? Let me take you to the hospital," Mu Qianqian urged, her tone laced with anxiety. Fu Sahan felt a profound sense of helplessness. How could this little girl, with her limited vision, suggest taking a grown man to the hospital? What would people think? "Rest assured, I'm fine. I'll just have Dr. Song come by to prescribe some medication later." Mu Qianqian, desperate, attempted to tug at his collar. Fu Sahan quickly grasped her wrist and headed to wash his hands, overwhelmed by her concern. "I'll go right away," he called their family doctor, requesting he bring along medication for the allergy. Chapter 69. Applying medicine for Uncle Dr. Song arrived promptly, immediately discerning that Mr. Fu was suffering from an allergy. "Mr. Fu, did you come into contact with a cat?" Before he could finish, Fu Sahan silenced him with a glare. The doctor wisely fell silent, though he couldn't help but wonder why Mr. Fu, fully aware of his allergy to cat fur, would approach a cat in the first place. Had he developed a newfound fondness for them? Unbeknownst to Mu Qianqian, who failed to notice the silent exchange, she inquired with genuine concern, "Doctor, what's wrong with Uncle?" "Ahem, Mr. Fu is fine. He just needs some ointment applied," Dr. Song responded, providing 2 prescriptions, one for internal use to suppress the allergic reaction, and the other for topical application on his neck. "Miss Mu, this medication is entrusted to you. Please help Mr. Fu apply it later." "All right, leave it to me," she replied. Once Dr. Song completed his duties, he cheerfully hummed a tune as he exited the elevator. Mu Qianqian squeezed some ointment onto her palm. "Uncle, let me help you with the medicine." Fu Sahan replied, comfortably seated on the sofa. The young girl, her cheeks slightly flushed, leaned closer. Her fingers, coated with the ointment, coolly touched his inflamed skin, providing a moment of relief. However, as she drew nearer, the sweet scent of her youthful fragrance wafted into Fu Sahan's nostrils, a delicate floral aroma that was oddly addictive. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, Fu Sahan asked, "What shower gel do you use?" Mu Qianqian blinked. "It's the one you bought for me. Have you forgotten?" How curious that he would inquire about a shower gel he had gifted her. Fu Sahan's expression stiffened momentarily, a hint of embarrassment surfacing. However, he soon lost the capacity for embarrassment as Mu Qianqian's delicate fingers began to swirl around his neck, igniting sparks wherever they touched. His body involuntarily tensed. Suddenly grasping her wrist with a fervent heat, he replied, "I'll get a mirror." "All right," she acquiesced, unable to see the redness and thus relying on his guidance. He took her hand, instructing her on where to apply the ointment a bit higher. To the left, Mu Qianqian's fingers followed his commands, wandering lower until they grazed the contours of his collarbone, then descending further onto his firm, broad chest. Though the skin on Fu Sahan's chest remained unblemished, he brazenly lied, a bit lower. His voice carried an unusual huskiness, laced with an alluring undertone. Mu Qianqian's fingers felt warm, and she shyly bit her lip. "Uncle, perhaps you should apply it yourself." Though she could not see, her sensitive fingers painted vivid images in her mind, causing her thoughts to wander. Fu Sahan's gaze narrowed slightly, his tone cool as he teased, "Little girl, are you truly so heartless as to leave a sick man to tend to his own medicine?" His words struck a chord of guilt within Mu Qianqian. Uncle has been so good to me. Yet here I am, unwilling to help him even with medicine. How ungrateful of me. "I will help you apply it," she finally declared, steeling her resolve as her small hand slipped beneath his collar. Probing downward by half an inch, the man's skin was smooth and delicate, Yet his muscles were taut with latent strength. Mu Qianqian's cheeks flushed deeply, her fingers trembling as she managed to apply the ointment. "All right, it's done," she murmured softly. Just as she prepared to lift her gaze, Fu Sahan's eyes met hers, his lips brushing against her cheek in an unexpected encounter. Both were momentarily stunned by the contact. Fu Sahan's deep-set eyes bore into her, akin to a wolf poised to strike, while Mu Qianqian, breathless with tension, felt her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat in a flurry. She sought an excuse and fled, her escape swift enough to collide with the door of the next room with a resounding thud. "Are you all right?" Fu Sahan's concern echoed from behind her. Mortified, Mu Qianqian wished for a place to hide. Rubbing her forehead, she hurried into the room, slamming the door shut. Leaning against it, her heart raced, breath still unsteady. The spot where Uncle had kissed her felt as though it were aflame. Oh heavens, had she transformed into a lovesick fool? Her thoughts spiraled out of control. Embarrassed, Mu Qianqian leapt onto her bed, burying herself under the covers. Eye in the darkness, the sound of her racing heartbeat persisted. The following day, as Mu Qianqian entered school, she found herself surrounded by Lu Shi and several girls, one of whom was the chubby girl who had stopped her the day before. The chubby girl pointed. "That's Mu Qianqian." Lu Shi's eyes were red-rimmed, her face gaunt, and her cheeks hollow. Leaning weakly against her friend, she questioned Mu Qianqian. "Why didn't you come to find me yesterday?" Mu Qianqian pursed her lips. "I don't know you. Please speak plainly if you have something to say." The bustling crowd at the school entrance drew attention to this unfolding drama, with whispers spreading like wildfire as more onlookers gathered. The campus belle was confronting Mu Qianqian. This was bound to be entertaining. Why was the campus belle seeking trouble with Mu Qianqian after she had rejected Feng Xiao? Was there a secret liaison between them? Speculation ran rampant. Before Lu Shi could speak, tears streamed down her cheeks. "Mu Qianqian, please, can you return Song Gu to me? I cannot live without him. He was the first boy I ever liked, and I have never tasted the sweetness of love before. He is the most important person in my life, Mu Qianqian. You can have any number of boys flocking to you with just a wave of your hand. So why must you take Song Gu from me? Are you trying to drive me to despair?" Mu Qianqian felt overwhelmed. "I don't understand what you're saying." Lu Shi's companion chimed in. "Sierra, why are you wasting your breath on this green tea girl? She wouldn't listen to you. Women like her thrive on stealing others' men to showcase their allure." Chapter 70. The soy milk campus belle. Mu Qianqian's face turned pale with indignation. "I don't even know you. What right do you have to speak here?" The chubby girl crossed her arms, sneering. "If you hadn't lived a dissolute life, how could Feng Xiao have been bewitched by you?" Mu Qianqian retorted. "What Feng Xiao has to do with me is irrelevant. If you like him, go pursue him. Don't bring your troubles to me. Look at how emaciated Lu Shi has become. Can't you feel any sympathy for her? If you take someone else's man, one day, yours will also be taken away. When that time comes, will you still hold your head high?" Mu Qianqian's head throbbed. "I'll say it once more. I don't know Lu Shi, and I have nothing to do with Feng Xiao. Don't drag me into your relationship troubles." Lu Shi wept like a wilting flower, drawing the sympathy of many boys present. "Who believes you have no connection with Feng Xiao? If you truly had no ties, how could he profess his feelings for you in front of so many people? When Feng Xiao pursued her, he never put in such effort. How could Lu Shi not feel envious?" Mu Qianqian couldn't comprehend. "His confession has nothing to do with me. I didn't confess to him." "What is happening here?" a mature voice interjected. He Ting had just arrived at the school and, seeing the crowd of students gathered, approached with curiosity. "Teacher He?" Hearing her voice, Mu Qianqian quickly recounted the events. "I swear I didn't steal anyone's boyfriend. I have had no communication with Feng Song." "Teacher, you must believe me." He Ting smirked, glancing at Lu Shi and the others, realizing they were unaware that this little girl had long been taken. Besides, she was involved with a formidable figure in Beishur, with Fu Sahan as her backing, who would still look at these aimless playboys. Even if one does not compare appearances or figures, nor knowledge and cultivation, the wealth of the Fu family far surpasses that of the Feng family. He Ting, donning frameless glasses and sporting a neatly cropped hairstyle, presents herself as mature and intellectually refined. "Lu Shi, have you not already broken up with Feng Song? If you still harbor feelings for him, why not pursue him instead of entangling yourself with Mu Qianqian?" Lu Shi's lips quivered as she responded. "Teacher, I actually still have contact with Feng Song. Therefore, Mu Qianqian's actions are tantamount to intruding upon our relationship. May I inquire, Heating pressed, does Feng Song acknowledge you as his girlfriend? Lucy faltered. No, it was common knowledge that she had been discarded by Feng Song. Had Feng Song pursued Mu Qianqian? Not at all, Lu. She clenched her teeth, unwilling to concede. But Mu Qianqian is seducing Feng Song. She is the other woman. She does not appear as innocent as she seems. He Ting's next words rendered Lu Shi speechless. Do you have any evidence? Lu Shi stammered. I don't, although I currently lack evidence. But, without evidence, do not spread rumors, or else you will be slandering. He Ting's voice turned icy. Lu Shi, you are also a girl. Do you not understand the harm that spreading such falsehoods can inflict on another girl? I just like Feng Song too much. Is it wrong to love someone? How you feel about him is your own affair, but you cannot impose on others. Otherwise, do not blame me for reporting you to the school and suspending your classes. If she were suspended, Lu Shi would have even less opportunity to approach Feng Song. Reluctantly, she lowered her head and apologized. I'm sorry, teacher, I will not do this again. You should not apologize to me. You ought to apologize to Mu Qianqian, the student you have wronged. Lu Shi's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, utterly humiliated. Having been pampered since childhood, she had never endured such an affront. This debt, she would remember. With a sullen face, Lu Shi begrudgingly apologized to Mu Qianqian, her voice barely audible. I'm sorry. The matter was finally resolved, and the onlookers dispersed. However, this incident was destined to become a topic of gossip. And Lu Shi, the love-struck belle, had lost all face. Mu Qianqian let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, teacher. He Ting smiled gracefully. No need to thank me. It is my duty. Now, off to class. All right, goodbye, teacher. Mu Qianqian waved as she walked towards the classroom. Her emotions clearly reflected on her face, every movement exuding an innocent charm, reminiscent of a child who had yet to grow up. He Ting had not expected that such a handsome and mature man as Fu would be drawn to someone like this. It seems that harmony between the sexes requires a complementary balance to spark true chemistry. As soon as Mu Qianqian entered the classroom, she was surrounded by Fang Yinran and Li Siyu. Qianqian, we just heard about what happened at the school gate. We were about to look for you. Are you all right? I'm fine, thanks to teacher He. She helped me resolve the issue. Fang Yinran remarked, this teacher He is quite remarkable. She is dedicated to research, not teaching. Her research level ranks among the best in our department, and she comes from an esteemed background. Even the dean dares not offend her. However, I heard she is deeply engrossed in academia and usually avoids meddling in others' affairs. So I did not expect her to assist you twice. Mu Qianqian suddenly recalled that teacher He had mentioned previously that her assistance was due to a request from someone. Who could this kind-hearted person be that helped her from behind the scenes? When did she become acquainted with such an influential figure? Li Siyu, brimming with curiosity, chimed in. Let's set that aside for now. Did you see the forum? Lu Shi has acquired a new nickname, Soy Milk Belle. Ha ha ha. Why is she called that? Mu Qianqian inquired. Because Feng Song bought her soy milk for a few days, and that's how he won her over. A few cups of soy milk made her infatuated. Her brain must have been soaked in it. Mu Qianqian could only smile wryly. She had thought Feng Song treated Lu Shi exceptionally well, but it turned out to be merely a few cups of inexpensive soy milk that kept Lu Shi so enamored. Fang Yinran laughed uncontrollably. See you? You've consumed all the bamboo shoots on the mountain. Ha ha ha. While taking notes, Mu Qianqian couldn't help but smile. All right, enough with the forum. Let us study together, Licu joked. It's bad enough that the academic genius is so clever. But now she's also so diligent. Do we even stand a chance? In the daylight hours at school, Fu Sahan had already heard about the events that transpired. When he arrived to pick up Mu Qianqian, he found the young girl playing with a string of flowers, appearing quite cheerful. Qianqian. Upon hearing Fu Sahan's voice, Mu Qianqian tucked away the string, saying, Yinran, let's play again next time. Fang Yinran teased, Qianqian, you prioritize looks over friends. But who can blame her for having such a handsome relative? If I had a strikingly handsome guy around, I would also want to leave my friends behind to spend every hour with him. Mu Qianqian blinked and replied softly, Uncle, what beauty is there? Yinran, please refrain from bringing that up. Uncle is clearly an unattractive man. How could he possess any charm? She needed to be considerate of her uncle's self-esteem. Fang Yinran was left speechless by her friend's taste. Qianqian, once your eyes are better, you should visit another hospital for a checkup, she advised earnestly. Such a stunningly handsome man was before her, yet she dismissed him as ugly and unworthy of her attention. Qianqian, you should really get your eyes checked again. All right then, I'll take my leave. See you tomorrow. Mu Qianqian waved goodbye to her friends. Fu Sahan held one of Mu Qianqian's hands while carrying her backpack with the other. The tall, handsome man, with a cold demeanor that kept others at bay, held a small yellow duck backpack in his hand, creating a rather incongruous scene. Many passers-by glanced their way. Fu Sahan weighed the backpack, questioning, "Why is it so heavy?" "I've had more classes lately," Mu Qianqian explained. "Are you facing difficulties in your studies?" "Just a little bit." "All right, thank you, Uncle." Mu Qianqian happily shook his arm. "Has anyone caused you trouble today?" After a moment's thought, Mu Qianqian replied, "Yes." Fu Sahan's gaze turned icy. "What is his name?" "She is the belle from our neighboring department. She blocked me today." Mu Qianqian recounted the day's events to her uncle. He was both a guardian and a friend, and she felt comfortable sharing any troubles with him. "Fortunately, teacher, he assisted me, so I didn't miss any classes," Fu Sahan warned. "If anyone bothers you again, inform me immediately." "I know." However, Mu Qianqian felt these matters were trivial and did not warrant troubling her busy uncle. After all, the petty tactics employed by those forming cliques at school were far too juvenile for her to regard seriously. "Speaking of which, I find Lu Shi rather pitiable," she mused. Fu Sahan chuckled in disbelief. "She bullies you, and you feel sorry for her? How can this girl be so naive?" "Not in that sense. I merely think that those who are pitiable often have their own faults. And those who are hateful also possess some degree of pity." "You make a fair point. Go on." Mu Qianqian asserted. She always believes others have stolen her boyfriend, but in reality, a relationship that can be easily taken is the most worthless. "I wouldn't want it even if it were offered to me." A truly precious relationship must endure trials and resist temptations. If a man can be swayed so easily, she should not desire him. Fu Sahan regarded her with newfound depth in his gaze, ruffling her soft hair with an unrecognized tenderness. "I never imagined you to be a little philosopher." Mu Qianqian felt a blush rise at his praise. She was hardly a philosopher, merely someone who had read a few romance novels. Passing by a milk tea shop, Mu Qianqian heard cheerful music emanating from the speakers, stirring her cravings. "I love you." "You love me?" She tugged at Fu Sahan's sleeve, whispering, "Uncle, I want to have a cup of milk tea." Fu Sahan, who disliked sweets and unhealthy foods, frowned at the thought. Given her frail health, indulging in such drinks would not contribute positively to her well-being. Mu Qianqian pouted, her fair face falling. Although the nutritional drinks came in various flavors, she occasionally yearned for something indulgent. "Uncle, I've never had milk tea before. Please let me have just one cup." Her pleading expression tugged at Fu Sahan's heart. Even he felt a twinge of guilt. Perhaps he was too strict. Ultimately, he relented and established a rule. "You can have it twice a month." Mu Qianqian's face instantly brightened, beaming like a flower. "All right." Fu Sahan suddenly felt as though he had been outsmarted. "It's the Mu household." Mu's mother's sharp voice echoed. "What did you say? That wretched girl. Has she really latched onto a wealthy man?" Mu Chenghui, reclining on the bed and gnawing on fatty meat, sneered. "Isn't that the case? She is transformed from a swan into a beautiful swan. Has she forgotten her poor parents? That girl now disregards family ties, indulging herself while forgetting about us. Just because she is blind. Do not forget her looks. Even if she is blind, she is still attractive, and people will still like her." Mu's mother threw down the cloth she was holding, exclaiming, "After raising her for so many years, the grace of nurturing is greater than the heavens. Now that she has found a wealthy man, why should she not support her family? If you have the ability, go find her and see if she recognizes you as her mother. Perhaps in due time, they might simply send 2 dogs to chase you away." Mu's eyes darted around, filled with schemes. She had long perceived that this girl was one who despised poverty and adored wealth. All these years had been in vain. She had encountered heartless individuals before, but never one so devoid of conscience. Now that she had found success, she no longer cared for her own parents. Upon hearing that Mu Qianqian had latched onto a wealthy patron and was enjoying a good life, Mu felt a pang of jealousy. Why should it not be her family, Cheng Hui and Cheng Yao, who were leading a prosperous life? Instead, it was that wretched girl who had reaped the benefits. No, she must devise a plan to seize that wealthy patroness' money for herself. Chapter 72. An oddity. Just as Mu Qianqian emerged from school, she unexpectedly encountered someone she wished to avoid. "Finally, you've finished school. Your brother and I have been waiting for you for ages." Upon hearing Mu's voice, alarm bells rang in Mu Qianqian's mind, turning her face pale with fear. "What do you want from me?" She retreated a couple of steps, nervously scanning her surroundings. Her hand slipped into her pocket, gripping her phone, ready to call her uncle at any moment. The shadows cast by the Mu family had loomed too large in her life. Noticing her defensive demeanor, Mu's expression soured, and she admonished her in a habitual manner. "Oh, look at you, frightened. I am your mother. How could I harm you? Your brother has a sports event today and isn't in class. So I brought him to find you. Is it too much to ask for a meal together? Now that you've become successful, you look down on your poor parents, don't you?" Remembering Mu's father's admonition, she refrained from speaking too harshly. She needed to coax this girl into parting with some money. "I didn't mean it that way," Mu Qianqian stammered, feeling helpless. "Enough of this useless chatter. Let us hurry and eat." "Your brother has been running all morning and is nearly starving," Mu Qianqian, displaying impatience, interjected. "I'm about to die of hunger. Why are you still talking?" After a moment's hesitation, Mu Qianqian nodded. "All right." Her vision was often obscured, and she relied on her cane to navigate. Mu Qianqian, noticing, stifled a laugh. "Mom, look at her. It's hilarious. What a waste of potential. She chose to save others and ended up blind herself. Truly foolish." Mu shot him a warning glance. "Lower your voice. Don't let her hear you." Though he kept silent, his face wore a smirk of derision, his eyes filled with disdain. He recorded a video of Mu Qianqian walking, sharing it in their class group to mock her. "Look at my blind sister. Is your sister studying at the finance university? Quite impressive." Others chimed in. "What use is it for a girl to be capable? In the end, she'll still have to marry and bear children. Just a waste of effort." He and his brother were the true pillars of the family. Upon arriving at a nearby shopping mall, Mu's eyes scanned for the most expensive restaurant and she declared, "Let us eat here. It's rare to see you." Normally, such establishments were beyond the Mu family's reach. Mu Qianqian nodded vacantly. As they entered the upscale restaurant and perused the menu, Mu unceremoniously ordered the priciest dishes. She handed the menu to her younger son. "Take a look and order whatever you fancy. Don't hold back on your sister's account." With greed in his eyes, Mu Qianqian ordered a feast of over 10 dishes. "This one, that one, and all on this page. I want them all." "Then let us start with these," Mu affirmed decisively. The waiter stood awkwardly by. "Madam, are you not ordering for yourself?" The Mu family was accustomed to overlooking Mu Qianqian, relegating her to the scraps left behind. Did she even deserve a say? Mu rolled her eyes, curtly retorting, "Just bring her a bowl of rice." The waiter chuckled awkwardly. All right. She had never witnessed such a peculiar family dynamic, parents and son indulging while the daughter received a mere bowl of rice. The disparity was striking. Soon, the dishes began to arrive at their table. Mu Qianqian devoured his steak as though he had never tasted meat before. No wonder it's a fancy restaurant. The flavors are far superior to our dingy little eatery. Mu, who typically refrained from indulging in meat, was now savoring every bite, her eyes gleaming with delight. After all, this girl had found a wealthy patron, so the money was certainly not for her family alone. Why should it benefit outsiders? The mother and son gorged themselves, devouring food ravenously, while Mu Qianqian sat before only a bowl of white rice. Spotting an untouched plate of steak, she assumed it was reserved for her and reached for the knife and fork. Smack! Mu struck her hand hard, reddening it instantly. "Why are you so greedy? Why stretch your chopstick so far? Wait until Qingyao is done. You can eat whatever he leaves behind. Why the rush?" The loud slap and scolding drew the attention of several diners in the restaurant. Many were observing this odd family dynamic. This is what favoritism looks like. That poor girl looked so pitiful. The onlookers noticed the stark contrast between the stout brother and the frail sister, and most assumed Mu Qianqian was the elder sibling due to his size. Mu Qianqian lowered her head quietly, her eyes brimming with tears. She gripped her fingertips tightly to suppress the urge to cry. The commotion had drawn attention from guests upstairs. "Isn't that Qianqian?" Yi Wanqing instantly recognized her. Who is that person? How can they hit someone so casually? She felt indignant on Mu Qianqian's behalf. Yi Xianlin glanced downstairs, thinking it was none of their business. Mu Qianqian is my good friend. Yi Wanqing protested. "If no one else cares, I will. Even if they are family, they shouldn't treat her this way." Clenching her fists, she stood up, leaving her utensils behind. Yi Xianlin was concerned his sister might cause trouble, so he followed her down. "Qianqian, who are those two?" Yi Wanqing approached Mu Qianqian, her smile warm. Hearing her friend's voice brought a flicker of joy to Mu Qianqian. Wanqing? What are you doing here? I came out to eat with my brother, and I didn't expect to run into you. Yi Wanqing gestured to the tall man beside her, who was likely her brother. Yi Qianlin. These are my family members. This is my mother, and this is my brother. Yi Wanqing smiled innocently. Oh, so they're your family. Qianqian, I need to talk to you. Can you step outside with me? Sure. Mu Qianqian assumed she merely wished to have a private conversation and didn't take anything with her. Yi Wanqing grabbed her small yellow duck backpack while Yi Qianlin picked up her cane. The trio exited the restaurant into the beautifully landscaped courtyard. Qianqian, are those two really your family? Why are they so harsh with you? Mu Qianqian felt a wave of emotion and nodded. They are my family. But they do not love me. Chapter 73. Dealing with scoundrels. Yi Wanqing felt a surge of sympathy. It infuriates me. With such a lavish spread, they would rather waste food than let you have a bite. What kind of family is this? How can anyone be so cruel to such a kind-hearted girl? Are their hearts made of stone? Forget it. Wanqing, I've long grown accustomed to it. Don't let it upset you. It is not worth it. Mu Qianqian felt a pang in her heart but managed to smile brightly. She didn't want to burden her friends with negativity. She wished for them to be happy. Yi Qianlin regarded her with a more scrutinizing gaze. This girl seemed different from others. Don't worry about comforting me. Focus on your own well-being. Yi Wanqing held her wrist, her eyes growing moist. You re so thin. I thought I was skinny, but you're even thinner. With how they treat you, you should just ignore them. Mu Qianqian sighed. They sought me out today and said they wanted to take me out to eat. I thought they were trying to mend our relationship, but their attitude remained as wretched as ever. Perhaps it was her own wishful thinking. She longed for a family, which led her to agree to dine with them. Old habits die hard. Even if they pretend to be kind, they surely have ulterior motives. Don't fall for it. Mu Qianqian nodded. I understand. She couldn't afford to be deceived in the same manner again. That would be foolish. Once Yi Wanqing left, only Mu Qianqian and Yi Qianlin remained in the courtyard. Feeling slightly awkward in the presence of this tall man, Mu Qianqian hesitated. This cane belongs to you, right? Yes. Yi Qianlin returned the cane to her. Grasping her familiar object brought her a measure of comfort. She worried aloud. Do you think Wanqing will be all right alone? I fear she might provoke a conflict with the Mu family. Given Mu Qianqian's size, she was concerned for Wanqing's safety. Yi Qianlin smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. Wanqing is quite the force of nature. If you can handle her. Upon hearing this, Mu Qianqian finally felt at ease. She had not noticed the way Yi Qianlin's gaze lingered on her, filled with scrutiny. I thought they might have had a change of heart and were concerned about you. Instead, it seems they only wanted to drag you into paying the bill. What kind of people are they? If it weren't for you, I would have loved to slap those shameless mother and son duo. Just one slap each. They have such thick skin. They can take it. Mu Qianqian managed a wry smile. I had already suspected as much. After the earlier incident at the restaurant, she no longer held any expectations for Mu. Qianqian, do not pay for their meal. Otherwise, you'll become the fooled. Yi Wanqing urged. That sounds more like it. Yi Wanqing flashed a cunning smile. I just ordered a few extra dishes for them. Didn't they enjoy eating? Let them indulge themselves this time. As for those friends who wish to take advantage of her, not a chance. If they want to benefit, they can suffer the consequences on their own wallets. Mu Qianqian couldn't help but curl her lips in gratitude. Wanqing, thank you. Yi Qianlin found himself unable to refuse, already arranged by his sister. After Mu Qianqian left, Mu's mother and Mu Qianqian stared at the exorbitant bill, utterly dumbfounded. Mu's mother's voice suddenly rose. Why is it so expensive? A single meal costs tens of thousands? Are you robbing us? Ma'am, our menu is clearly priced. I also reminded you that the portions were excessive, yet you insisted on ordering so much, the waiter replied. Mu's mother, furious, felt her face flush with indignation, almost grinding her teeth in frustration. At that moment, she had ordered with the expectation that Mu Qianqian would settle the bill, but that wretched girl had sneakily run off with her friends to avoid paying. How dare this ungrateful child eat for free? What kind of education did she receive at school? Fuming, Mu's mother cursed, if I ever see her again, I will teach her a proper lesson. This ungrateful girl. 3 days without a beating and she gets restless. The waiter continued to urge, Ma'am, when will you settle the bill? Why are you rushing? We aren't trying to avoid paying, Mu's mother shouted. Lacking cash, she had no choice but to call Mu's father. The wretched Mu Qianqian has run off without paying, leaving Qingyao and me stuck here. You need to think of a solution and come pay for us. How much? Mu's father asked, his voice trembling as she relayed a staggering amount. He immediately became frantic. Are you out of your mind? Spending that much on a meal? Are you pigs? Figure it out yourself. Don't bother me, he yelled, slamming the phone down. When he tried to call back, no one answered. Just out of the police station, Mu's father slapped Mu's mother across the face. Spendthrift. How could I have married such a foolish woman? I've told you countless times to maintain a good relationship with Mu Qianqian and coax her into parting with some money so we could buy a house for Chenghui and find him a bride. And you? How could you mess up something so simple? Humiliated and angry, Mu's mother felt both rage and shame as she stood in public. How was I to know that girl had become so defiant? A few words of scolding and she gets upset. Is she really that precious now? Now that she's with a wealthy man, she can't even take a little criticism from her mother. Previously, Mu Qianqian had been subject to all kinds of bullying at home, and Mu's mother had grown accustomed to domineering her. How could she expect to reverse roles and appease Mu Qianqian? When Mu's father suddenly had to cough up so much money, the pain was almost unbearable. Chapter 74. Jealousy and favoritism. Mu Qianqian was listening to music on the sofa when she recognized familiar footsteps, prompting her to remove her headphones and rush to greet him. I'm not hungry. I wanted to wait for you to eat together. The dishes on the table had already grown cold. Fu Sahan instructed, next time, you don't have to wait for me. Eat if you're hungry. Okay. At times. When the little girl became stubborn, even Fu Sahan found himself at a loss. I'll heat the dishes. You just sit tight. After reheating the food, he brought it back to the table, placing all of Mu Qianqian's favorite dishes in front of her. Sweet and sour ribs, cola chicken wings, and her beloved prawns. As the fragrant aroma wafted in, Mu Qianqian realized that all the delicious food was laid out before her. She reached for a piece of fish, only to be noticed by Fu Sahan. Want some fish? Mu Qianqian licked her lips. Yes, she resembled a little kitten. Fu Sahan's lips curved slightly, the icy demeanor on his face melting into warmth. Having lived together for so long, he gradually understood her preferences. She adored sweet flavors, couldn't handle spicy dishes, and had a particular fondness for fish. Don't touch the chopsticks. Mu Qianqian obediently set them down. Fu Sahan served the fish to himself, meticulously picking out the bones. You can eat now. Be careful. The boneless fish was placed in front of Mu Qianqian. As she savored the tender fish, an overwhelming urge to cry surged within her. Her family had only ever offered her plain rice and leftovers, while uncle would always present her with all the delectable dishes. This was the favoritism she had longed for. She didn't seek wealth or luxury. She merely desired perpetual affection. Noticing Mu Qianqian frowning and not eating, Fu Sahan's expression shifted to one of concern. What's wrong? Is there a bone? He extended his hand towards her, urging her to spit it out. For someone with a cleanliness obsession, it was astonishing that he would allow her to spit into his hand. Mu Qianqian shook her head. No, spit it out quickly, Fu Sahan insisted, a hint of urgency in his tone. He pinched her face, compelling her to open her mouth. Startled by his intensity, Mu Qianqian had no choice but to spit the fish into his hand. Is it better now? Are there still any bones? She timidly replied. No, in truth, there had never been any bones. Fu Sahan had meticulously ensured they were all removed. With a sigh of relief, he discarded the remnants into the trash and went to wash his hands. Repeating the process multiple times at the sink, he couldn't fathom why he had allowed her to spit into his hand. After much contemplation, he concluded it was merely a precaution. If Mu Qianqian had choked on a bone, he would have to take her to the hospital, and then Grandma would scold him for not properly caring for his wife. By doing this, he had spared himself considerable trouble and avoided Grandma's nagging. After dinner, Mu Qianqian deliberated on whether to share the events of the day with Uncle. She understood her own inexperience and immaturity, believing that discussing matters with him would be beneficial. Did they come looking for you? Upon hearing the names of her family, Fu Sahan's brows furrowed in discontent. He was acutely aware of how they had tormented Mu Qianqian. Nodding in approval, he said, Well done. Mu Qianqian bit her lip. Hesitating before speaking, Uncle, I feel a bit guilty. She wasn't sure if her actions had been too extreme. It's entirely normal to feel that way. The pressures from your family of origin aren't easily shaken off. The fact that you can recognize their harm and feel a desire to resist shows you've made progress. Previously, Mu Qianqian wouldn't have dared to confront her family. This time, Her courage to deny them the opportunity to exploit her was already commendable. "Uncle, do you think what I did was right?" she asked anxiously, fearing he might consider her too cold-hearted. However, unbeknownst to Mu Qianqian, her worries were unfounded. Tio Fu Sahan, the level of retaliation was hardly worth noting. If you're unsure how to treat others, imagine yourself as a mirror. Treat them as they treat you. His words left Mu Qianqian deep in thought, and after a moment of contemplation, she found clarity. The tangled emotions in her heart dissipating. "Thank you, uncle. I now understand how to proceed." Fu Sahan momentarily paused, the atmosphere around him suddenly turning frigid. His gaze darkened, his voice low and sensual. "Yi Xiaoya? Yi Xinlin?" Mu Qianqian, unaware of the danger lurking in his eyes, nodded honestly, yes. However, guilt soon crept in. After all, she had previously promised uncle to keep her distance from Yi Xiaoya. Yet, it wasn't as if she intentionally sought his company. She was merely friends with Wan Qing, and encounters with Yi Xiaoya were inevitable. What was she to do? Fu Sahan pinched her cheek. "Next time you find yourself in such a situation, call me. I'll send someone to pick you up." "Okay, I'll remember." Mu Qianqian naively thought the matter would pass without consequence. Yet, she underestimated the pettiness of certain men. That evening, while Fu Sahan tutored Mu Qianqian, he presented her with a few problems to solve. Upon hearing the questions, Mu Qianqian felt a sense of foreboding. After scribbling on paper for quite some time, she remained utterly stumped. "Uncle, these questions are really difficult. Can you give me a hint?" Fu Sahan replied coldly. "Note, all right." Mu Qianqian had no choice but to think for herself. The questions were not only challenging, but there was also a substantial amount of them. She tugged at Fu Sahan's arm, pouting, "Uncle, can I do these tomorrow instead?" This tactic usually worked well. A little playful persuasion would often get her what she wanted. Yet today, her charms fell flat. No, tomorrow has its own set of questions. Mu Qianqian, frustrated, spent the entire evening grappling with the difficult problems. Her mind, too, occupied to think of Yi Xiaoya or Hua Xiaoya. Even in her dreams, she found herself at the desk, forcefully made to solve problems by uncle. Chapter 75. The richest in Bay City. When Mu Qianqian went to class, she encountered her family again, this time her father, Mu Qianqian. Drawing from her experience the previous day, Mu Qianqian harbored no expectations from her family. Her father feigned a kind demeanor. "Qianqian, your mother came to see you yesterday and mentioned you've been studying hard. I brought you some boiled eggs from home. Eat them when you're hungry to nourish your body." In the past, she might have been swayed by such small gestures of kindness. But now, she was no longer that naive girl. She could discern who genuinely cared for her and who had ulterior motives. Mu's father persisted. "We were wrong in the past. We thought you were the most sensible and obedient, so you would understand our good intentions. We never meant for you to misunderstand. Your brother and younger brother simply don't understand, which is why we focus more on them. Please take these eggs. You have morning classes and probably haven't had breakfast yet. Hurry and eat one so your mother and I won't worry." Mu Qianqian resolutely shook her head. "No, I've already eaten." Her father forcefully shoved the eggs into her arms. "You must take them. If you refuse, it means you haven't forgiven your mother and me." Mu Qianqian retreated with her hands behind her back, causing the eggs to fall and shatter on the ground. "I've moved my household registration, and from now on, I have no relationship with you. Don't come looking for me again." Having uttered these words, Mu Qianqian bypassed her father and strode directly into the school. Mu's father cast a malevolent glare at her retreating figure, secretly spitting in disdain. "That wretched girl, still putting on an act with me?" He picked up the shattered eggs from the ground, peeled off the shell, and shoved them into his mouth. To him, Mu Qianqian had never received love from her family since childhood, and was thus the most deprived of affection, easily fooled with a few sweet words. Eventually, she took a different path to school, entering through another gate, leaving Mu's father without even a glimpse of her silhouette. Passers-by students glanced over, whispering amongst themselves, "Who is this madman? Why is he scaring people at the school entrance?" It was unclear who reported this incident to the security guards, but several of them arrived promptly and forcibly expelled Mu Qianqian, advising him to seek treatment for his apparent madness and not to act deranged on school grounds. Unbeknownst to Mu Qianqian, an uproar had erupted at the school entrance. However, without the interference of her family, she relished the tranquility. That day, she went to work at Yuncheng Hotel. Wei Wanqing eagerly grabbed her hand. "Qianqian, you won't believe who I met at a banquet yesterday." Mu Qianqian shook her head. Perplexed, I have no idea. Who was it? I encountered the legendary figure. Mu Qianqian remained bewildered. Yet, this did not dampen Yu Wanqing's excitement. She continued to chatter. You probably don't know, but he is a significant person in the capital. The wealthiest man in Bay City. Several buildings at your school were donated by him, and Yunchang Hotel is also one of his properties. However, he is quite low-key and seldom appears in financial magazines or participates in such soirees. The wealthiest man in Bay City sounds impressive, Mu Qianqian marveled. Yet, this was far removed from her own life. She was merely an ordinary person, and these tycoons and affluent families had no bearing on her existence. However, listening to gossip was still entertaining. But it's not just impressive. I always thought he was just an ordinary man, but when I caught a glimpse of him yesterday, I nearly swooned from his handsomeness. Yu Wanqing exclaimed, clutching her fluttering heart, nearly fainting from excitement. Is he really that handsome? Mu Qianqian expressed her skepticism. Absolutely. He is even more handsome than the celebrities you see on television. He wore a custom-tailored suit. Standing under the chandelier on the second floor, conversing with the Cheng family's young master. Though I only caught a distant glimpse, his features were akin to those described in novels, chiseled and strikingly cold. Mu Qianqian chuckled, Wanqing, you are exaggerating. Even she, an admirer of beauty, found it hard to believe that such a man could exist in reality. Surely, Yu Wanqing had read too many novels, leading to such infatuated fantasies. I am not exaggerating. If you saw him in person, you would understand that I speak the truth. Yu Wanqing insisted eagerly. Qianqian, when will your eyesight recover? I must take you to see this handsome man. It should be soon. The doctor mentioned my recovery is progressing rapidly. I truly hope you regain your sight swiftly. Mu Qianqian smiled. So do I. Yu Wanqing propped her chin on her hand, looking somewhat troubled. However, it seems he and my brother don't get along. Why is that? I don't know. Yesterday, my brother wanted to discuss a collaboration with him, but his demeanor was rather cold. That shouldn't be the case. Although our Yi family may not compare to theirs, we are not without our strengths. Yu Wanqing pondered, perplexed. When had her family fallen so low? The head of the Fu family had actually ignored her brother. Her brother, in Sioux City, had always been the one to be courted and had never experienced such treatment before. Mu Qianqian shook her head. I don't understand either. She was utterly clueless about such matters. Let's not talk about that for now. Qianqian, do you have time next week? I need a favor. I should be free. Just tell me what you need. Yu Wanqing nervously rubbed her hands together. I heard that Mrs. Liu has been feeling better these past few days, so my brother scheduled a visit to the Liu family next week. But I'm so nervous. Could you accompany me? It was her first meeting with her fiancé, and she was exceedingly anxious. Having a good friend by her side would ease her nerves, but I've never been to such an occasion. It's fine. Just accompany me as a friend. You don't have to do anything with you there. I'll feel at ease. Mu Qianqian hesitated for a few seconds before agreeing. All right, I'll go with you. Thank you, Qianqian. You're so kind. Mu Qianqian smiled, playfully winking. You've helped me out numerous times. If I don't assist you with this small favor, I'd be heartless. Great, then it's settled. My brother will pick you up from your neighborhood next week. However, Mu Qianqian's expression grew troubled. Could we not trouble young Master Yi? Why not? Mu Qianqian certainly could not reveal that her family member was overly strict. After a moment of hesitation, she concocted a flimsy excuse. Young Master Yi drives too fast. I'm not used to its that all? Yu Wanqing reassured her. Don't worry. My brother has a driver. I can ask him to drive slowly. Mu Qianqian grasped Yu Wanqing's arm. Let us go together. Having your brother around makes me a bit anxious. All right, we'll do it your way. Yu Wanqing harbored a secret agenda in her heart. She wanted to play matchmaker between her brother and Qianqian. One was her closest brother, and the other was a friend she clicked with. If they could become a couple, that would be a wonderful outcome. Her brother was not young anymore and had no woman by his side. And she, as a sister, was quite worried for him at that moment. Wang Yinru sauntered over, her hips swaying. You and Miss Yi are good friends. Yes. Mu Qianqian responded indifferently. I never expected you to look so innocent while being quite scheming. You know to approach people close to young Master Yi to achieve your own ends. Mu Qianqian frowned and retorted seriously. I am friends with Wanqing not because of her status or her brother. Wang Yinru sneered. Pfft, who would believe that? It's just the two of us here. No need for you to put on an act. I'm not as hypocritical as you. I can say whatever is on my mind. I don't care whether you believe it or not. The moment Mu Qianqian finished her sentence, Wang Yinru was left dumbfounded. This girl, who usually seemed like a soft little bun, had never retorted to any mockery before. Mu Qianqian herself was taken aback by her own words, but then felt a rush of exhilaration from this newfound defiance. Don't think that just because you're close to Miss Yi, you can latch onto young Master Yi. I'm telling you, that's impossible. Initially indifferent to the idea of young Master Yi, Mu Qianqian felt a surge of rebelliousness ignited by Wang Yinru's attitude. Thus, she deliberately remarked, whether it's possible or not, that's not for you to decide. I find young Master Yi quite easy to get along with. At the very least, he wouldn't toss me out like someone did last time. You? Wang Yinru's face turned pale, her slender finger pointing accusingly at Mu Qianqian. She was so furious her face turned purple, yet she couldn't utter a single word. Mu Qianqian felt a surge of satisfaction within her. Excuse me, I need to get to work. She opened the door to the break room, only to find a tall man standing outside. Just as she was pondering who it could be, she heard Wang Yinru exclaim behind her. Young Master Yi. Now she understood. Standing at the door was Yi Xinlin, and Mu Qianqian suddenly felt her toes curling in embarrassment as she recalled her earlier words. Had young Master Yi overheard her? Would he misunderstand that she had feelings for him? Yi Xuanlin's gentle gaze fell upon Mu Qianqian. You left your phone in the garden. Wan Qing had something to attend to, so she asked me to bring it to you. Mu Qianqian patted her pocket and realized her phone was indeed missing. Thank you, young Master Yi. Also, please extend my thanks to Wanqing.its, just a small matter. Nothing to mention, Yi Xinlin replied, his voice warm. Before turning to leave, Mu Qianqian tucked her phone into her pocket and stepped out of the break room, leaving Wang Yinru seething with jealousy behind her. How could this be? How could Mu Qianqian, this cunning green tea, be tch, compared to her? Had she known earlier that young Master Yi had a sister, she should have made her move first and established a good relationship with the Yi family's young lady. If she had been close to Miss Yi, it should have been her receiving young Master Yi's gentle treatment, not Mu Qianqian. That day, Fu Sahan happened to be free and came to pick Mu Qianqian up after work. As soon as she got into the car, she eagerly shared gossip with him. Uncle, have you heard about the wealthiest man in Bay City mentioned in the news? The driver in front and assistant Wang both perked up their ears. Fu Sahan raised an eyebrow with interest, coolly replying, I haven't heard. Let me tell you. Wan Qing attended a banquet yesterday and met the wealthiest man in Bay City, Mu Qianqian said excitedly, awaiting Fu Sahan's astonished reaction. But after a long pause, he remained as unmoved as a mountain, his voice flat and calm. Oh, aren't you curious? I heard the wealthiest man in Bay City is quite low-key and never participates in interviews. Wan Qing also told me he is exceptionally handsome, even more so than male celebrities. Seeing the excitement written all over Mu Qianqian's face, Fu Sahan felt a strange discomfort in his heart. His expression darkened as he coldly asked, You seem quite interested in him? Not really, I'm just a bit curious. As a seasoned admirer of beauty, Mu Qianqian's curiosity about this man reached its peak. She was not particularly interested in the wealthy man himself. Rather, she simply wanted to know what a man more handsome than a celebrity looked like. Fu Sahan's gaze flickered, and after a moment of silence, he replied expressionlessly, I've seen him. He is quite average-looking. Hearing this, the driver and assistant Wang in the front seat nearly lost their composure. Average-looking? Fu Sahan? Had their boss never looked in a mirror? But you just said you hadn't heard of him. Fu Sahan's face remained calm. I forgot earlier, Mu Qianqian let out a disappointed OH, so it turned out Wan Qing was just exaggerating. She thought to herself that Wan Qing had painted that man as if he were a god. How could there be such a perfect man in this world? Are you disappointed? For a moment, Fu Sahan felt even more uneasy. Not at all. Whether he is handsome or not has nothing to do with me. So why would I be disappointed? Realizing this, the smile at the corners of her mouth was hard to suppress, her eyes sparkling like stars. She hurriedly clutched the uncle's arm, repeatedly assuring him, I have no interest whatsoever in that tycoon. I merely wish to share this gossip with you. After all, having reached the pinnacle of wealth, he likely does not possess great looks and must be in his 40s or 50s. He could nearly be my father. How could I possibly be interested in him? A profound silence enveloped the vehicle. Assistant Wang, mustering his courage, stole a glance at the boss's expression through the rearview mirror. At that moment, Fu Sahan's countenance was nothing short of spectacular. He was neither pleased nor displeased. Who could blame him for lifting a stone only to drop it on his own foot? Uncle, why have you fallen silent? Mu Qianqian innocently shook his arm. Unbeknownst to her, her attempts at comfort had not only failed but had instead plunged a knife into his heart. Chapter 77. Uncle is so fierce. Fu Suhan took a deep breath, the veins on his forehead throbbing. The young girl was adorably naive, irritating yet blissfully unaware. Yet he could not retaliate against her. He could only stew in his own frustration. Fortunately, Assistant Wang was adept at reading the room and promptly diffused the awkward atmosphere. Mu Qianqian, a true foodie, quickly redirected her attention. She tasted a piece of chocolate, its silky richness far surpassing that of supermarket varieties. If Mu Qianqian's eyesight were restored, she would see that each chocolate piece bore a unique code, each one distinctly individual. So sweet. Thank you, Uncle, Mu Qianqian exclaimed, her eyes squinting with delight at the array of sweets. All right, but no more than 2 pieces a day. Upon hearing this, Mu Qianqian's brows furrowed immediately. The uncle could have informed her of the rules from the start, allowing her to savor it slowly and prolong her enjoyment. Yet he chose to wait until she had finished, as if deliberately opposing her. But she had done nothing wrong, nor said anything amiss. Uncle, may I have just one more piece? Just one. Fu Suhan coldly refused. No, too much sweet food can lead to cavities. Mu Qianqian huffed lightly, pouting. Uncle, are you worried I'll gain weight from eating too many sweets? Fu Suhan could not help but chuckle. Not at all. The little girl's fanciful thoughts often led her to utter unexpected remarks. Mu Qianqian murmured softly. Of course you are. She pinched her soft belly. Realizing she had gained quite a bit of weight recently compared to before, a deep sense of conflict washed over her small face. Could it truly be because she had put on weight? Was that why the uncle began to take notice of her figure? Would this lead to his disdain? Fu Suhan replied nonchalantly, your body is still catching up with your nutrition. It is far too early to fret over your figure. Mu Qianqian remained somewhat troubled. Uncle, do you prefer slimmer figures or more plump ones? This question left Fu Suhan stumped. He had no preference for either. He had no interest in women at all. However, given Mu Qianqian's relentless inquiries, Fu Suhan reluctantly returned a piece of chocolate to her. I'll let you have one more piece. But starting tomorrow, only 2 pieces a day. No more. Thank you, Uncle, Mu Qianqian exclaimed, unwrapping a new chocolate and savoring it delicately. After finishing one piece, she unwrapped another. Just as Fu Suhan was about to lecture her, his mouth opened, only to be filled with a sweet morsel. The rich cocoa flavor melted on his tongue, bittersweet yet overwhelmingly delightful. I haven't overeaten. This piece is for you, Uncle. Mu Qianqian sat in her seat, swinging her legs like a jubilant schoolgirl. Assistant Wang, seated in front, was Agape, nearly able to fit an egg into his mouth. Their President Fu had always despised sweet foods, yet Mu Qianqian had audaciously offered him chocolate. This could end badly. Surely President Fu would spit it out. To avoid further embarrassment, Assistant Wang quickly conceived a strategy in his mind. Yet he was taken aback when, apart from initially furrowing his brow, Fu Suhan made no other move. He did not expel the chocolate. Could it be that President Fu had finally warmed up to sweets? However, there had been no such reports from the secretary's side. Fu Suhan felt the unfamiliar sweetness on his tongue, caught between chewing and spitting it out. Yet as time passed, the chocolate melted faster than he could refuse, the sweetness seeping deeply into his heart. Is it delicious? Mu Qianqian inquired, her smile radiant as she sought his approval. Fu Suhan's face darkened, and he flicked her forehead, coldly admonishing, this shall not happen again. Do not feed me random things. Mu Qianqian covered her forehead, pouting with a hint of grievance. Uncle, you are so fierce. The young girl's eyes sparkled with moisture, reminiscent of water-drenched obsidian, bright and pure. When she playfully acted spoiled, she easily evoked thoughts of harmless, adorable creatures, tugging at one's heartstrings. Even Fu Suhan was not immune to her charm. Today, I shall not assign you extra homework. Take the time to rest. All right. Mu Qianqian's expression swiftly shifted from gloomy to sunny. She rolled down the car window, letting the breeze in, and began humming a cheerful tune. Fu Suhan couldn't help but curve his lips slightly. The young girl was indeed easy to please. Licu called. Qianqian, do you remember that beauty from the neighboring department, Lu Shi? I remember her. What of it? Mu Qianqian replied, lounging on the sofa, hugging a cushion while watching television. It seems she has reconciled with Feng Song and has posted a plethora of passive-aggressive remarks on her social media and forums. Mu Qianqian asked, what did she say? Let me read it to you. Those who truly love one another will ultimately be together. Even if some ill-intentioned individuals appear in between, the outcome is always good. And there's more. My relationship with Asong is wonderful. Thank you all for your concern. To those who wish to meddle, I advise you to maintain your dignity. It is better for a girl to have self-respect and self-love. Listening to this, Mu Qianqian felt a sense of discomfort, yet could not pinpoint why. The most outrageous part, Li Siyu's tone turned irate, is that she posted a selfie wearing sunglasses, claiming her vision is impeccable and that she would never steal someone else's boyfriend, unlike certain individuals. Everyone was well aware of whom she was hinting at. The entire school knew that Mu Qianqian, being an academic prodigy, had poor eyesight and often wore sunglasses. How did she win him over with bottled water? She went to watch Feng Song play basketball. And after he handed her the unfinished half bottle of mineral water, she sweetly drank it and agreed to reconcile. Mu Qianqian couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh at the absurdity of it all. What a riot! This is even funnier than the dramas I watch. In the shows, at least there was a bowl of white porridge personally made by the male lead, Licu, known for her sharp tongue. Remarked indeed, such a love-struck brain, yet she still has the audacity to mock others. If she wants to see a joke, she should just look in the mirror. By the way, Qianqian, the school is hosting a beauty pageant. Will you participate? Chapter 78. Dancing. Mu Qianqian replied earnestly, I think I will pass. I am not particularly beautiful. Her words nearly choked Li Siyu. Cough, cough. What did you say? You think you aren't beautiful? Mu Qianqian smiled gently. Yes, I am just an ordinary person. Participating in a beauty pageant would be self-deprecating. Licu seriously advised. Oh, Qianqian, you really ought to take a good look at yourself. I finally understand why Feng Yinran always urged you to get your eyes checked. I share the same sentiment now. It was not that Mu Qianqian had poor eyesight, but rather that her sense of beauty was exceptionally unique. If she deemed her angelic face unlovely, who could possibly be considered beautiful? Qianqian, if you entered the entertainment industry, you would undoubtedly become a star. I am not that good-looking. You have a friend filter when you look at me. Mu Qianqian was entirely unconvinced by Li Siyu's words. After all, during her time at the Mu family, she was constantly subjected to various insults and belittlements, never receiving a single compliment. Years of deeply rooted inferiority could not be altered overnight in any case. I think participating in this selection would be worthwhile. I heard that some big shots from Bay City will be paying attention to this selection, perhaps hoping to scout promising talent for the entertainment industry. That has nothing to do with me. I just want to focus on my studies. Licu changed the topic, but this selection has a cash prize. A cash prize. How much? Mu Qianqian's interest peaked immediately. The school flower would receive a prize of 20,000, and if she secured first place in all of Bay City, that would amount to a whopping 100,000. Furthermore, she could sign with a top-tier agency, making her entry into the entertainment industry smooth and profitable. I do not wish to enter that world. Just winning 2,000 would be quite remarkable. Mu Qianqian had previously shown no interest, but upon hearing about the potential earnings, her attitude did a complete turnaround. Who would ever say no to money? Moreover, she owed the uncle quite a bit, making her desperate for funds. All right, I will sign you up. You will surely overcome all obstacles and claim the top spot. Many participants were eager to join. Not only Mu Qianqian but also her rivals, Yao Xiner and Lu Shi. The students from the finance department whispered among themselves, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. Who would emerge victorious, Mu Qianqian or Lu Shi? I suspect it will be Mu Qianqian. Her face is simply stunning, pure and sweet, a total knockout. However, the beauty pageant would not solely judge by looks. Talent and popularity were also key factors. Lu Shi had Feng Xiao backing her, which could potentially elevate her. Isn't Fu Qianqing fond of Mu Qianqian? The Fu family's financial power far exceeds that of the Feng family. You may not know this, but Fu Qianqing has a powerful figure overseeing the Fu family. It is said that he is indifferent to women, keeping the younger generation in check, making them as chaste as monks. If Fu Qianqing dared to interfere in the beauty pageant, he would likely be expelled from the family. Standing in line for the pageant, Mu Qianqian felt a flutter of nervousness. It wasn't the selection that made her anxious, but the fear of the uncle discovering this endeavor. She hadn't dared to tell him. If he found out, she wondered whether he would be upset. Next, contestant 233. Here I come. Mu Qianqian was just about to sign up when someone bumped into her shoulder from behind, causing her to stumble aside. Number 233. Yao Xiner. Yao Xian'er, chewing gum, brazenly cut in line and stood right in front of Mu Qianqian. Rubbing her sore shoulder, Mu Qianqian frowned. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and register. Yao Xian'er barked. The senior responsible for registration dared not confront her and hastily wrote down Yao Xian'er's name. After completing her registration, Yao Xian'er swaggered over to Mu Qianqian. What brings a blind person like you to sign up for the school beauty selection? What will you perform? Blindly feeling an elephant? Her words elicited laughter from those around, and Mu Qianqian's delicate face turned cold. What I choose to perform is none of your concern. You should focus on your own business. Oh, did you take the wrong medicine today? Daring to retort? Yao Xian'er never expected that Mu Qianqian, usually meek, would show such defiance. She spat her gum onto the ground and maliciously asked, Do enlighten me. What should I be concerned about? With an innocent demeanor, Mu Qianqian said something that was infuriating yet truthful. I just heard you want to sign up to sing, but your voice sounds like a duck's quack. Can you even sing well? Her tone was sincere, as if she genuinely cared for Yao Xian'er. This incited Yao Xian'er's ire, wishing she could slap this white lotus away. How dare you insult me? Mu Qianqian feigned innocence. I'm merely speaking the truth. After saying that, she bypassed the furious Yao Xian'er and headed straight to the person in charge to register. Yao Xian'er glared at her retreating figure. Burning with rage and the past, she would have led her clique to teach Mu Qianqian a lesson. However, with Fu Qinqing backing her, she dared not lay a hand on Mu Qianqian in public. Otherwise, she could forget about entering the Fu family's door in the future. Clenching her fists in frustration, she thought, We'll see about this. Her voice became even more like a duck's quack when she was angry. Laughter erupted from the crowd, and Yao Xian'er glared fiercely before storming away. Qianqian, have you thought about what talent you want to showcase? Li Siyu asked with concern, and Mu Qianqian hesitated. I haven't decided yet. Your voice is so melodious, choosing to sing would be a safe bet, but I recall you learned a bit of dancing back in high school, right? Mu Qianqian nodded yes. That is why I'm torn. However, the Mu family was so strict with her that it wasn't them who sent her to learn dance. It was merely that there was a well-off student in her class preparing for the arts exam. And Mu Qianqian would help her with homework and run errands to earn some pocket money. While waiting outside the classroom, she secretly followed along to learn dance. Until one day, her dancing caught the teacher's eye, who praised her greatly. The arts student, unhappy that Mu Qianqian was stealing her spotlight, kicked her out of the training base. Returning home, Mu Qianqian put on a pure white lace dress and danced barefoot on the floor. Lost in the music, she was so absorbed that she didn't even hear the door open. On tiptoe, her long, slender legs and graceful neck resembled a pure and flawless white swan. Chapter 79. No dancing allowed. Mu Qianqian was so engrossed in her dance that it wasn't until she finished a piece that she noticed someone else in the house. You can dance? Fu Sahan gazed deeply at her. Yes, I learned a little before. Mu Qianqian turned off the music, her cheeks flushed as she approached him. Recently, as her nutrition improved, her figure had begun to develop gracefully. The fitted dress she wore accentuated her curves perfectly, all of which Fu Sahan took in. His throat tightened, and he gulped down a glass of cold water to quell the fire igniting within him. What made you suddenly want to dance? Fu Sahan's voice was husky, imbued with a sensual timbre that sent shivers through her. Mu Qianqian puffed up her cheeks. I'll explain later. She didn't dare bring up the school beauty selection for fear of upsetting him. Then let us eat. During dinner, Mu Qianqian was distracted, barely touching her seafood porridge. Fu Sahan wished he could pull her into his arms and feed her spoonful by spoonful. What are you daydreaming about? Mu Qianqian snapped back to reality. Huh? Nothing. I'll tell you later. After dinner, Fu Sahan sat on the sofa, handling company matters, and Mu Qianqian approached with a fruit platter, placing it in front of him. Uncle, I have something to discuss. She nervously pinched her fingers, her face a mix of anxiety and apprehension. Fu Sahan looked at her leisurely. Go ahead. Uncle, our school is holding a school beauty selection, and the first prize is 20,000 yuan. Fu Sahan, being astute, immediately guessed her intention. You want to participate? Mu Qianqian cautiously nodded. Yes. So that's why you dressed like this and danced at home? Mu Qianqian nodded, her face heating up involuntarily. Yes. Fu Sahan's gaze lingered on the hem of her short dress, which barely covered her thighs, exposing her long, slender legs. A tinge of displeasure surged within him. You are not allowed to participate. Why not? Because I said so. But the prize is 20,000 yuan. Mu Qianqian sat beside Fu Sahan, tugging at his wrist playfully. almost tearing off his cufflink. She wanted to join the competition to win the prize, unaware that just one of his diamond cufflinks was worth over $200,000. Fu Sahan coldly replied, "I don't need the money." He wasn't so impoverished that he required his wife to scramble for funds. Sitting on the sofa, Mu Qianqian unconsciously leaned closer to him, her long legs brushing against his. Fu Sahan's eyes darkened, his body tense. He grasped both of her hands and tied them with his tie. "Uncle?" Mu Qianqian was bewildered. Her hands restrained. Fu Sahan had already risen, looking down at her with dark, unfathomable eyes. Unfortunately, this clueless girl had no idea of his restraint. Mu Qianqian struggled a couple of times, showing no signs of escape. Her cheeks flushed. She looked at him pitifully. "Uncle, please let me go." Fu Sahan's expression was ice-cold. "Promise me you won't go, and I'll release you." Mu Qianqian pouted. "I won't agree." Participating in the beauty selection was also for the sake of their family. It was too much that her uncle not only didn't support her, but also bound her hands. Fu Sahan found her stubbornness amusing. "Then I'll keep you tied up." Mu Qianqian's eyes glistened, fighting back tears. "Bind me if you want. I'm not afraid." Yet, the quiver in her voice betrayed her. Fu Sahan looked down at her restrained wrists, which were turning faintly red. Her skin was so delicate that it was likely painful from the binding. "Mu Qianqian, I officially tell you, I don't need this 20,000 yuan. Feeling wronged, tears rolled down her cheeks one by one. "But I want to earn more to help ease your burden. Why won't you support me?" Seeing her cry, Fu Sahan panicked, realizing just how worried he was. "Don't cry." Understood. He knelt on one knee, using a tissue to wipe her tears. "No more crying. If you want to go, then go." Mu Qianqian's tears abruptly stopped. She blinked her glistening almond-shaped eyes. "Really?" Fu Sahan gazed at her, helplessly conceding. "Really?" Mu Qianqian instantly broke into a smile. "Uncle, don't worry. I won't embarrass you. I'll definitely strive for a good ranking." Fu Sahan rubbed his temples in frustration. That wasn't his concern, but explaining it to this silly girl was futile. Coldly, he stated, "And one more thing, no dancing." "Why?" "No why. You can participate, but you are not allowed to dance." "All right then, I'll choose to sing." Mu Qianqian decided to forego dancing during the competition. After all, she was only an amateur, unable to compete with the professionals. It would be better to sing and showcase her vocal strengths confidently. Hearing her agreement, Fu Sahan sighed with relief. The sight of her dancing was too alluring. He didn't want anyone else seeing it, not even other women. "I'll help you untie it." Fu Sahan knelt before her on one knee and loosened the tie around her wrists. Noticing the angry red marks on her skin, he felt a twinge of regret. "Does it hurt?" Mu Qianqian extended her wrist toward him, sweetly saying, "Uncle, if you blow on it, it won't hurt anymore." Fu Sahan's brow furrowed into a small mountain. Ultimately, he reluctantly blew on her wrist a couple of times. Mu Qianqian rubbed her wrist, her heart bubbling with sweetness. Fu Sahan was more anxious about her eyes than she was, fearing something might happen to them. Thus, rules still had to be established. Fu Sahan ominously warned, "If you dare to cry again, I will." Chapter 80. Qianqian's revenge on Uncle. "Do you realize your mistake?" Came Fu Sahan's cold, deep voice from behind. "You old brat, I'm ignoring you." How would she face him after this? Left in the living room, Fu Sahan watched her leave, a smirk curving his lips. He would see if she dared to shed another tear. The next morning at breakfast, Mu Qianqian kept her head down, as if trying to bury it in her bowl. Aunt Lu, the housekeeper, asked with concern. "Miss Mu, did you have a fight with Mr. Fu?" "No, that's not it." Seeing the little girl's defiance, Fu Sahan knew she was still upset about yesterday's events, and couldn't help but smile. Hearing his chuckle only fueled Mu Qianqian's anger. She slipped into the kitchen, secretly adding a copious amount of sugar to the seafood porridge before serving it to Fu Sahan. "Uncle, here's a bowl of porridge for you." Fu Sahan looked somewhat surprised. Upon taking a sip, a rich sweetness instantaneously enveloped my palate, mingling with the briny essence of the seafood, creating an invigorating sensation. Mu Qianqian smiled gently, her expression reminiscent of a cunning little fox. "Uncle, is this bowl of porridge sweet?" Fu Sahan's face darkened as he pronounced each syllable with precision. "Mu Qianqian. Uncle, is there something you wish to discuss?" Mu Qianqian blinked innocently. "This porridge has been simmered by Aunt Lu for quite a while. Please do not waste it. I'm off to school now." With that, she donned her small backpack and skipped out the door. Fu Sahan pressed his fingers to his forehead in frustration. This little girl was becoming increasingly unruly. One could only wonder who indulged her so in the Fu family's ancestral residence. The elderly matriarch remarked, I have heard that MRSLU has been recovering well lately. Perhaps we should invite her to our home for a visit. Upon hearing this news, the matriarch smiled broadly and nodded in agreement. Indeed, let us extend the invitation. After such a long wait, it is finally time to see MRSLU again. Her lingering questions could only be addressed in the presence of Mrs. Liu. Thus, the Fu family sent a formal invitation to the Liu family. Mrs. Liu, not daring to neglect her elders, visited the Fu residence the following day. She appeared to be in good spirits. How delightful to see you. Mrs. Liu, the matriarch greeted warmly. Lu gently brushed her forehead. Isn't it about time for Yunbai's engagement? With this joyous occasion at home, my heart feels lighter, and I think less of Yao Yao. Yao Yao was the nickname of the Liu family's lost daughter, whose full name was Liu Yunyao. The name alone revealed the deep affection the Liu family held for her. Sipping her hot tea, the matriarch surreptitiously observed Mrs. Liu. The moment she entered, the matriarch was reminded of her granddaughter-in-law, Mu Qianqian. They bore an uncanny resemblance, as though sculpted from the same mold. However, the years of worry had taken a toll on Mrs. Liu, rendering her somewhat gaunt and weary. Mrs. Liu, how did your daughter go missing? The matriarch inquired gently. It was entirely my fault, Mrs. Liu sighed, her voice heavy with sorrow. I shall never forget that day. It was Yao Yao's 5th birthday, and our entire family was bustling about preparing a grand celebration for her. She adored flowers, so we planted numerous exquisite blooms from abroad in the garden and even hired a few gardeners to tend to them. Little did I know, it was those very flowers that led to my daughter's disappearance. As she recounted the tale, tears welled in her eyes. If only I had held on to her then. I never imagined that, in the blink of an eye, she would vanish. The matriarch sighed and placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Mrs. Liu's eyes were red-rimmed, her grief palpable. After searching for so many years, her heart had been battered by disappointment, leaving it in tatters. How could such an incident occur within your household? The matriarch pondered. I cannot fathom it either. Where could Yao Yao have gone? Eventually, we discovered a small hole at the back of the yard, and the family speculated that she must have slipped through there. Yet, that defies logic. She was heading to the garden to admire her flowers. How could she have ended up in the backyard? And why would she leave through the back in the pouring rain? The only plausible explanation is that someone took her away. The mere thought of this possibility pierced Mrs. Liu's heart like a needle, leaving her breathless. Mrs. Liu, does your daughter bear any distinguishing marks? Mrs. Liu dabbed at her tear-stained eyes. Yes, I shall not conceal it from you. Yao Yao has a red butterfly birthmark on her back. When she was younger, we affectionately referred to her as Little Butterfly Fairy. Such a cherished child, who could possess the heart to abduct her. Had it been anyone else, Mrs. Liu would have been reluctant to divulge her daughter's details. However, seated before her was the matriarch of the Fu family, a family of significant standing, with no need for subterfuge. The butterfly birthmark, the matriarch mused. How could I part with my cherished pearl so easily? This revelation left the matriarch in a quandary. If the Liu family were to oppose the union, would Qianqian and Sahan be torn apart? After Mrs. Liu's departure, Fu's daughter remained beside the matriarch, engaging in conversation. Mother, do you intend to inform Sahan of this matter? Chapter 81. To the Liu family, the matriarch sighed, it is a dilemma whether to speak or remain silent. Have you already concluded that Mu Qianqian is the lost daughter of the Liu family? It seems highly probable. Can one truly believe in such coincidences? Two individuals without blood ties resembling each other more than a mother and daughter. Fu Sahan's aunt began to massage the matriarch's legs. Indeed, I have met Qianqian as well. She bears a striking resemblance to Mrs. Liu. If one were to claim they share no blood relation, I would find it hard to believe. You hesitate to disclose this matter because you fear the Liu family may object to the marriage. Indeed. While our family holds a respectable status, the Liu family is not lacking in wealth. Given their fondness for their daughter, they may not readily agree to her marrying so young. Moreover, Sahan is nearly a decade older than Qianqian. The matriarch's concerns deepened as she contemplated the situation. Are you planning to keep this a secret for now? Her daughter inquired. Concealing it is not a solution. After all, mother and daughter have not seen each other for over a decade. I cannot prevent them from recognizing each other. How about this? We shall host a family gathering next time, and I will discreetly inquire Sahan if Qianqian bears that birthmark. If she truly is the Liu family's daughter, it will be up to her to decide whether to acknowledge her roots. I shall not interfere as a grandmother. As for whether Sahan can keep his wife, that depends on his own actions. Oh, I fear for Qianqian's fragile health. If she has finally conceived, what if she suffers another shock and endangers her well-being? Mother, do not fret. The fortunes of the next generation belong to them. Sahan will manage it well. Mu Qianqian took the day off and went to Yuncheng Hotel, preparing to accompany Wanqing on a visit to the Liu family. Yi Wanqing sat before the vanity, the makeup artist enhancing her beauty. Qianqian, would you like to have your makeup done too? I think I'll pass. Come on, let us do it together. I've yet to see you made up. You'll surely dazzle everyone. Today is your visit. Why would I want to steal your spotlight? Mu Qianqian had no desire to overshadow her good friend. You are my dear friend. If you dazzle, it only brings me greater pride. It's all right, just come over. I don't want you to be bored waiting for me. Yi Wanqing, ever carefree, was not one to envy her friend's beauty, nor would she view it as a threat. Having such a stunning friend only reflected her good taste and amiable nature. What was there to be envious of? With Wanqing's persistent encouragement, Mu Qianqian eventually settled in front of the mirror. Allow me to assist you in designing your look and makeup, another makeup artist eagerly offered. Very well. Mu Qianqian possessed such exquisite features. Her skin was flawless. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with life, as if they could converse. Her lips were rosy and plump, adorned with a charming Cupid's bow. With a face like hers, any style would render her breathtaking. However, the makeup artist, perhaps with ill intentions, deliberately applied a dark foundation, created lashes that resembled flies' legs, exaggerated purple eyeshadow, and lipstick that smeared beyond her lips. Once a goddess of natural beauty, after the heavy makeup, Mu Qianqian appeared rather unremarkable. Yi Wanqing instantly erupted in fury, tossing down her comb. What have you done? It looks worse than Qianqian's bare face. Miss Yi, today is a significant day for you. You are the star of the show. Others should simply play supporting roles. Yi Wanqing was fuming. Who asked you to take such liberties? Remove this and redo it. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Yi Qianling's voice called out, Wanqing, are you ready? The makeup artist hesitated. Miss Yi, we may not have enough time. That one to do. First, remove this hideous makeup. Mu Qianqian, unfazed, interjected. It's all right, Wanqing, let us hurry. It would be quite rude to arrive late for your first meeting with your fiancé's family. Time was of the essence, and Wanqing reluctantly abandoned her plan to fix Mu Qianqian's makeup. I'm so sorry. Qianqian, I intended for you to shine, but it seems I've made you look worse. No worries, let us just get going. Yi Wanqing pointed at the makeup artist and declared, You're not welcome in our home anymore. We cannot afford someone with such misguided intentions. Miss Yi, I didn't mean it. I am truly sorry. Ignoring the makeup artist's flustered apologies, Yi Wanqing linked arms with Mu Qianqian and they exited together. Upon opening the door, Yi Qianling stood outside, glancing at his watch. As he raised his gaze, he noticed an unfamiliar figure beside his sister. This is, Yi Wanqing whispered, brother. This is Qianqian. Yi Qianling's pupils dilated in shock, and he stammered. She is Miss Mu? Indeed. Yi Wanqing lamented, regretting her insistence on applying makeup. Now, the stunning beauty appeared oddly incongruous, looking less appealing than an ordinary passerby. Mu Qianqian blinked. Yi Xiao, it's me. Upon hearing her familiar, melodious voice, Yi Qianling finally believed that the exaggeratedly made-up woman before him was indeed Mu Qianqian. He could not help but note how mismatched her appearance was with her voice. When had his sister's makeup artist become so unprofessional? Let us proceed, Yi Qianling said, leading the way while Mu Qianqian and Wanqing followed. Yi Wanqing commented, during my time in Su City, I absolutely despise those women who constantly compared appearances, regardless of how close they were. What kind of friendship is that? Indeed, Mu Qianqian agreed, true friends do not seek to overshadow one another. Qianqian, please don't misunderstand. This was entirely the makeup artist's decision, not mine. I understand. Wanqing, I know exactly what kind of person my friends are. Your reassurances put me at ease. Yi Wanqing secretly felt relieved. Fortunate that Qianqian had a pleasant demeanor. Had it been someone else, she likely would have already held a grudge against her. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, Yi Qianling gallantly opened the car door. Inviting the two ladies to enter, Mu Qianqian hesitated. Young Master Yi, will you be riding in this car as well? Yi Qianling wore a gentle smile. Yes, I will sit in the front, so as not to interrupt your conversation. His tender demeanor made it difficult for Mu Qianqian to voice her request. However, considering the temperament of the person at home, she shyly inquired, "May I change to a different vehicle?" Chapter 82. The fate of the Lu family. Yi Xianlin was momentarily taken aback. Then chuckled helplessly. "All right, you two go ahead. I will take the one behind." Mu Qianqian and Yi Wanqing entered the car first. "Wanqing, do you think this is inappropriate?" "Not at all, my brother won't mind. Just relax," Yi Wanqing reassured her. With that, Mu Qianqian felt more at ease. Sitting in the back seat, they chatted animatedly. Yi Wanqing let out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness I have you with me. Otherwise, I would be on the verge of a nervous breakdown." Her phone chimed, and upon checking, she saw a message from her brother. "Miss Mu finds me quite distasteful. This is the first time the esteemed young Master Yi of Su City has been so coldly rejected by a woman. To the point that she wouldn't even share a car with him." Yi Xianlin began to question his own worth. Was he truly that unappealing? Yi Wanqing quickly typed back, "Not at all. Qianqian holds you in high regard. She's just a bit shy and doesn't prefer to interact with men. The couple she ships must be together." She realized she needed to put in more effort to bring her brother and Qianqian together. Yi Xianlin gazed out the window, still doubting himself. Yi Wanqing cautiously asked Mu Qianqian, "Qianqian, do you dislike my brother?" Mu Qianqian tilted her head. "Not at all. Young Master Yi is a wonderful person, with his amiable nature and gentlemanly demeanor. How could she possibly harbor any dislike for him? That's a relief." Yi Wanqing replied. Mu Qianqian was puzzled as to why Yi Wanqing seemed so reassured by her lack of dislike for young Master Yi. What was there to feel relieved about? The luxury car pulled up at the Lu residence. Since today was merely a casual meeting between the two families and not an official engagement, the occasion was not overly grand. How strange. Why are there no flowers or plants at the Lu residence? It looks so bare. Yi Wanqing wondered aloud. Yi Xianlin placed a finger to his lips. "This matter pertains to the Lu family's missing daughter. Let's not pry it out. I heard that the Lu daughter went missing while tending to the garden, which is why the entire family no longer plants any flowers." Along the way, they had only seen lawns and shaded trees, devoid of any beautiful blooms. Even the garden was starkly barren. "That's how it is," Yi Wanqing noted in silence, recognizing it as a sensitive topic she should avoid mentioning. "Qianqian, why are you so quiet?" Yi Wanqing inquired. Hearing her friend's call, Mu Qianqian snapped back to reality. "Huh. Wanqing, did you call for me?" "Yes, since we entered the Lu residence, you've had your head down and haven't said a word. Are you even more nervous than I am?" Mu Qianqian's smile was somewhat stiff, perhaps. However, the true reason remained known only to her. For some inexplicable reason, as she stepped into the grand house, she felt an uncanny familiarity, as if she could navigate without a blind cane. The sound of a fountain reached her ears, and she could almost visualize its form. Unable to resist, she asked, "Wanqing, is that fountain white, with a beautiful mermaid in the center?" Yi Wanqing was astonished. "Qianqian, can you see it?" Mu Qianqian shook her head. "No, I'm just guessing." An image of a fountain had suddenly popped into her mind, prompting her inquiry. But how could she know what the Lu family's fountain looked like if she had never been there before? It was indeed strange. Yi Wanqing found it equally fascinating. "Perhaps you share a special connection with the Lu family." Lu Yunbai emerged to greet them, accompanied by the butler and some servants, along with another individual. Lu Yunxiang. Lu Yunbai immediately apologized. "I sincerely apologize. My mother is unwell, and my father just took her to the hospital." The Yi siblings were already aware of Madame Lu's poor health. Yi Xianlin had the gifts brought in, gracefully introducing, "No worries. The health of our elders is of utmost importance. This is my sister, Yi Wanqing, and this is her friend, Mu Qianqian." Upon hearing the name Mu Qianqian, Lu Yunxiang felt a chill run down her spine. "Why is that insufferable wretch here?" Lu Yunxiang clenched her fists, glancing anxiously behind Yi Xianlin. However, to her surprise, she did not see the familiar face of her stepmother, but rather an unfamiliar visage adorned with heavy makeup. A wave of relief washed over Lu Yunxiang. Heaven must be on my side. Today, Mu Qianqian had applied such thick makeup that she appeared almost unrecognizable. Her brother would undoubtedly fail to notice anything amiss. Lu Yunxiang was so elated she nearly laughed out loud. "Miss Yi, Miss Mu," Lu Yunbai greeted warmly. Upon lifting his gaze and seeing Mu Qianqian, he momentarily froze, not because of her unsuitable makeup, but due to an inexplicable feeling he couldn't quite articulate. He stared at Mu Qianqian, lost in thought for a prolonged moment. Alarm bells rang in Lu Yunxiang's mind, prompting her to interject, "Brother, why aren't you introducing me to young Master Yi? This is my sister." Lu Yunxiang, Lu Yunbai stated. After the introductions, his attention returned to Mu Qianqian. "Apologies. I've been overwhelmed with company matters and Haven Tea rested well, so my reactions are a bit sluggish." He was strikingly handsome and exuded a sunny disposition. However, fatigue had left faint dark circles under his eyes. "Brother, let young Master Yi and Miss Yi come inside and sit down," Lu Yunxiang urged, fearful her brother might discern something unusual. If that happened, her good fortune would be over. With that thought, Lu Yunxiang could no longer sit still and abruptly stood up. "Brother, let Miss Mu join me upstairs. You and Miss Yi can chat more and foster your relationship." Chapter 83. Removing makeup. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yunbai agreed. "All right, you can take her upstairs." Thus, Mu Qianqian was led away by Lu Yunxiang to an upstairs room. Upon entering, she was greeted by a pungent floral scent, as if someone had doused the room in perfume. "Does my room smell lovely? This is a high-end French brand, with fragrances imported from abroad." Lu Yunxiang covered her mouth, chuckling lightly. Her gaze towards Mu Qianqian brimmed with disdain and mockery. Though Mu Qianqian could not see clearly, she could vaguely perceive shapes and distinguish colors. The room was adorned predominantly in pink, with even the walls painted in that hue. Does the young lady of the Lu family have such a fondness for pink? It oddly aligns with my own preferences. This is quite dull. Let me have the servants bring you some tea. When the tea arrived, Mu Qianqian took a sip and found it overly sweet. With a facade of feigned innocence, Lu Yunxiang smiled, making it seem as though she were a refined young lady. "I've always enjoyed sweet flavors. Do you find it to your liking?" Mu Qianqian nodded. Yes, yet, she felt somewhat uncomfortable. Why did Lu Yunxiang's tastes align so closely with her own? That's good to hear. You needn't be so formal. As young Master Ye's sister, once he marries Miss Yi, we shall be good friends. "Miss Lu, you are truly kind-hearted." Lu Yunxiang chuckled lightly. "Indeed. I am known for my good temperament in social circles. However, being too kind can have its drawbacks. People often try to take advantage of me." With her brother downstairs, Lu Yunxiang dared not do anything overtly harmful to Mu Qianqian, but as long as she could keep an eye on her and prevent her brother from interacting with her, her objective would be achieved. Mu Qianqian requested the servant, "May I use the restroom? I wish to remove my makeup." It felt as if she were wearing a mask, and she was utterly uncomfortable. The servant was about to agree when Lu Yunxiang's expression changed abruptly. Taking advantage of Mu Qianqian's inability to see, Lu Yunxiang frantically signaled to the servant, "Miss Mu, the situation is that we're currently having plumbing work done, and the water is temporarily turned off. Your makeup looks exquisite. Why would you want to remove it?" Mu Qianqian smiled gently. "Then I shall let it be." However, she distinctly recalled hearing the sound of a fountain as she walked through the garden, indicating that the Lu family had water. Perhaps Miss Lu simply disliked others using her restroom. "Miss Mu, I heard you're a student at the financial university. Is your family from Beishur?" "No, my family is from a county near Beishur." "Oh," Lu Yunxiang mused, testing her. "How old are you this year?" In truth, Lu Yunxiang was uncertain whether Mu Qianqian had any relation to the Lu family. Nevertheless, regardless of whether she was the missing daughter, Lu Yunxiang could not allow her to be seen by the Lu family. Just based on her striking resemblance to Madame Lu, Mu Qianqian could easily command influence within the Lu family. If that happened, where would Lu Yunxiang stand? 20. Lu Yunxiang's fingers involuntarily clenched tightly. That was precisely the same age as the Lu family's ill-fated daughter. "What month is your birthday?" Lu Yunxiang continued to pry. She could not recall the date of her birthday, for no one had ever informed her. "I can't remember, but it seems it was in summer." Lu Yunxiang's gaze was piercing as she scrutinized her. Yet a smile lingered on her lips. "Summer? How fortuitous. My birthday is also in summer." Although Lu Yunxiang's tone bore no malice, Mu Qianqian felt an inexplicable aversion to spending too much time alone with her. She harbored a subtle repulsion towards Lu Yunxiang. Fortunately, the conversation downstairs finally concluded, and the butler approached to knock on the door. "Miss Mu, Miss Yi is calling you downstairs." Mu Qianqian hurriedly rose, responding, "I'll be right there." She swiftly fled from Lu Yunxiang's room and made her way downstairs. "Apologies for the inadequate hospitality this time. I shall certainly make it up next time." Mu Qianqian departed the Lu family villa alongside the Yi siblings. Lu Yunbai stood at the door to see them off, his gaze discreetly following Mu Qianqian's movements. Someone was watering the lawn when suddenly the hose went awry, spraying an enormous jet of water. Mu Qianqian happened to be walking outside when the water drenched her from head to toe. "Oh no!" Mu Qianqian exclaimed as her colorful makeup was washed away, leaving her completely soaked. "I sincerely apologize. The hose malfunctioned unexpectedly. Please let this young lady change in the lounge," the servant hastily apologized. "Are you all right, Qianqian?" Yi Wanqing inquired with concern. Mu Qianqian shook her head, managing a good-natured smile. "That I'm fine. Consider it a face wash after all. The water isn't dirty. It's quite clean." Lu Yunbai, witnessing the commotion, was about to approach when he was halted by Lu Yunxiang. "Brother, there's no need for you to go over." She wouldn't want her bare face seen by a man after accidentally washing off her makeup. Her reminder made Lu Yunbai realize he should refrain from approaching. It was due to any concern about her bare face, but rather because Mu Qianqian's clothes were soaked, and it would be inappropriate for a man to see her in such a state. Indeed. Thankfully, I didn't let my brother see. That was quite perilous. She secretly wished for Mu Qianqian to leave quickly. Yet, in front of so many people, she had to maintain an air of grace and poise. Otherwise, all her painstakingly cultivated reputation would be in vain. "Very well, thank you for your assistance." Lu Yunxiang led Mu Qianqian to the lounge. Inside, there were various items prepared for guests, including an array of brand-new clothing. Mu Qianqian stood behind a screen, fumbling to change into the new outfit. Lu Yunxiang, eager to expedite her exit, peeked behind the screen. "Have you finished changing?" At that moment, she caught sight of the butterfly birthmark on Mu Qianqian's back. Lu Yunxiang's pupils constricted, her mind racing with countless thoughts. "I am done." Mu Qianqian emerged from behind the screen. She had reverted to her natural look, clad in a pristine princess dress, resembling a character straight from a fairy tale. Just then, Lu Yunbai's voice drifted in from outside. "The hospital just called me. I'll go take a look. Keep an eye on the house." "Yes, young master." Lu Yunxiang's expression turned tense, and she immediately grasped Mu Qianqian's arm. "Stay here for a moment longer." In her haste, her nails inadvertently dug into Mu Qianqian's flesh. Chapter 84. The blossoming of romance. Mu Qianqian winced in pain. However, Lu Yunxiang's face was pale, entirely focused on the sounds outside. Neglecting her. It wasn't until Lu Yunbai drove away from the Lu family villa that Lu Yunxiang's anxious heart finally settled. She exhaled deeply, a cold sweat forming on her back. "Let us go. I'll escort you out." Lu Yunxiang placed a hat upon Mu Qianqian's head. The wide brim and the pearls and lace beneath perfectly concealed her delicate features. Unless one was close, her appearance would be nearly unrecognizable. "This hat complements your dress beautifully," Lu Yunxiang explained. Mu Qianqian thought little of it, donning the hat as she exited the lounge. "Wow, Qianqian, you look stunning in that outfit. You should wear more dresses, especially in pink and white. They suit you perfectly," Yi Wanqing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Mu Qianqian offered a shy smile, saying, "Wanqing, please don't tease me. I'm not teasing you. I'm merely speaking the truth. You know." Yi Wanqing linked her arm with Mu Qianqian's. "Let us go. Miss Lu, goodbye." Lu Yunxiang maintained a stiff smile, replying goodbye as soon as the Yi family's car drove away. Lu Yunxiang's legs weakened, nearly causing her to fall, but fortunately, a servant caught her in time. Finally, Mu Qianqian had been sent away. Next time, she must never appear before the Lu family again. A flash of malice crossed Lu Yunxiang's eyes. Yi Wanqing insisted on taking a photo with Mu Qianqian. "Qianqian, you look so lovely in this dress. Let us take a picture together for my social media." Mu Qianqian's cheeks flushed slightly. "Oh, I'm not sure, Wanqing. I feel a bit shy." "Then let us take a photo just for ourselves. I want to post it online." After much persuasion, Mu Qianqian finally agreed, and they snapped a selfie together. "I'm going to set this photo as my wallpaper." "That sounds great, oh my. What happened to your arm? Who pinched you?" Mu Qianqian's arm was bruised and bore nail marks, resembling the aftermath of a fierce grip. The sight was painful to behold. Mu Qianqian covered her arm, wincing slightly. "It was when Miss Lu pulled on me. It was an accident. She surely didn't mean to. Even if it was unintentional, she shouldn't have pinched you so hard." "That's just excessive," Yi Wanqing replied indignantly. "It's nothing. I'm not bothered by it," Mu Qianqian said with a nonchalant smile. After all, during her time at the Mu household, she had often endured brutal beatings. Being pinched or twisted was merely a part of her daily life. Yi Wanqing looked on with suspicion. "I can't shake the feeling that Miss Lu is rather strange." She appears to be kind-hearted and gentle, yet behind the scenes, she is quite ruthless, leaving Qianqian's arm bruised. Is Lu Yunxiang truly as gentle and kind as she seems, or is it all merely a facade? Let us not dwell on her, Wanqing. How did your conversation with young Master Lu go? Mu Qianqian skillfully shifted the topic. Wei Wanqing's face turned crimson, and she cleared her throat awkwardly. It was quite all right. Young Master Lu is different from what I initially imagined, Mu Qianqian probed mischievously. How so? I thought he would be the typical idle rich heir, but he is quite knowledgeable, humble, and lacks any airs. From what you say, it seems you're quite pleased with the prospect of marrying him. Yi Wanqing's face reddened further. No, don't say such things. This matter hasn't even begun to take shape. Let me think it over some more. Mu Qianqian covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. It appears that Wanqing's romantic prospects are on the horizon. Lu Yunbai hurried to the hospital to keep vigil, fortunate that MRSLU was not seriously ill and would merely need some time to recuperate. Your mother is suffering from a mental ailment. The doctor cannot do much. In the vast sea of humanity, it's not that simple. The head of the Lu family's gaze was weary, with a few strands of white hair gracing his temples. How did your meeting with Missy go today? Lu Yunbai pursed his lips, replying, there are many matters at the company. I currently have no thoughts of marriage. Lu Feng patted his shoulder. I know you are concerned about your mother and have no intention of pursuing anything else. However, if you can settle down soon, it would fulfill your mother's wishes. Let us take it one step at a time, Lu Yunbai replied coldly. Upon leaving the hospital, Lu Yunbai opened his phone to check for any updates from the company. Instead, he received a message from Yi Wanqing. Young Master Lu, where did you buy the calming incense your family uses? I'm asking for my brother. Which temple? Is it from Beishur? If Lu Yunbai were interested, he could use the excuse of taking her to the temple to ask for incense as a pretext to invite Yi Wanqing out. Yi Wanqing clutched her phone, a small frown forming on her brow. Such a wonderful opportunity, yet he didn't suggest going out with her. Young Master Lu's response was so cold. Could it be that he truly has no interest in her? Just as Lu Yunbai was about to exit the chat, he accidentally clicked on Yi Wanqing's profile and noticed a recent photo in her album that appeared to be taken in a car, with someone else beside her. Lu Yunbai immediately tapped to enlarge it. However, the picture only showed Yi Wanqing's face, while the other person was dressed in a princess dress and lace hat, with only the brim visible, obscuring their features. Lu Yunbai felt an unexplainable sense of loss wash over him. As if he had missed something profoundly important. What was it? Please just drop me off here. I'd like to get out and take a walk. Sure, be careful and call me when you get home. Just before she entered her neighborhood, a luxury car pulled up beside her. Miss Mu. The voice of Assistant Wang came from inside the car. Mu Qianqian's heart leaped with joy as she approached the vehicle. Leaning against the window, Uncle, you're off work? Fu Sahan pinched her soft cheek. Where did you get that ugly hat? Mu Qianqian's outfit had been purchased on his behalf, and he was generally aware of what she owned. He did not recall ever having bought her such an unsightly hat. Mu Qianqian pouted. Uncle, is your taste that outdated? How is this ugly? Wanqing and Yi both said it looked nice. Fu Sahan's eyes narrowed dangerously. Yeehoo! Mu Qianqian blinked her big, shiny eyes, knowing she dared not tell the truth. She scratched her cheek and quickly changed her tune. I misspoke. It's not young Master Yi, it's young Master Lu. Mu Qianqian thought to herself that Uncle likely had a poor impression of young Master Yi, and if she mentioned someone else, he might not react so negatively. However, to her surprise, upon hearing that name, Fu Sahan's aura grew even colder. Fu Sahan's expression hardened as he gritted his teeth, saying, where did another young Master Lu come from? How many admirers does that little girl of his have? Chapter 85. Uncle's contradictory heart. Fu Sahan pressed further. Is this young Master Lu from the Lu family? Mu Qianqian nodded. He is the fiancé of Wanqing. I accompanied her to the Lu residence today. Fu Sahan's voice turned grave. The clothes are also from the Lu family? Mu Qianqian nodded again. I accidentally got my clothes wet, so I changed into this set. Fu Sahan assumed that this outfit was chosen by Lu Yunbai, and his eyes filled with disdain. What caliber of clothing is worthy of her wearing? Mu Qianqian obediently replied. All right. Fu Sahan's jaw clenched tightly as he reminded her, stay away from that young Master Lu in the future. Why? Mu Qianqian tilted her head, puzzled. Fu Sahan scoffed lightly. He already has a fiancée yet still praises other women for their beauty. He is not a good person. He himself was oblivious to how acerbic his words were. The driver in front and assistant Wang sat in silence, feigning ignorance to what they had just heard. Who would dare to remind Mr. Fu that he was feeling jealous? Was that a death wish? Get in the car. Just as Mu Qianqian was about to open the door, Fu Sahan, with keen eyes, noticed a patch of purplish red on the inside of her arm. An accidental bump. Not wishing to bring up Lu Yunxiang, she lazily concocted an excuse. How could you be so careless? Fu Sahan expressed his disdain. This girl was both foolish and clumsy. He wondered how she had grown up to this point. What's the rush? Are you so unwilling to come with me? Mu Qianqian lifted the corners of her mouth. Are you really taking me along, uncle? That sounds wonderful. It's not that I don't want to go with you. I just fear being a bother. Fu Sahan smirked. Let's go. After all, the purpose of this outing was for her. What was there to discuss about being a bother? Fu Sahan took Mu Qianqian's hand and led her into a pharmacy. I need some medicine to promote blood circulation and reduce bruising, Mu Qianqian anxiously asked. Uncle, are you hurt? Where did you injure yourself? After purchasing the medicine, Fu Sahan guided her out and they sat on a bench. Uncle, where are you hurt? Mu Qianqian urgently clung to his arm, bombarding him with questions. Fu Sahan, overwhelmed by her chatter, pinched her little face between his fingers. The girl who had been chattering incessantly moments ago turned into a little pufferfish at once. The little pufferfish blinked her glistening eyes and mumbled, Uncle. Fu Sahan's heart softened at her adorableness, and his gaze softened as well. It's not me who is injured. It's you. He opened the bottle, poured out the ointment, and gently applied it to the bruise on Mu Qianqian's arm, massaging it softly. The moment his palm made contact, Mu Qianqian felt a shiver run through her. Does it hurt? Fu Sahan inquired. Mu Qianqian shook her head. Not at all, just a bit shy. His warm palm, roughened by calluses, kneaded her soft flesh. With his gentle touch, the bruising began to fade. The once alarming purplish hue dissipating, Mu Qianqian raised her arm, her gaze occasionally darting towards her uncle. She found herself unwittingly imagining what he truly looked like. Was his current expression serious? If only her eyes could see better. Why do you keep staring at me? Caught in the act of peeking. Mu Qianqian quickly denied it. I wasn't looking at you. Oh, you think my eyesight is as poor as yours? Fu Sahan, worried about her discomfort, engaged her in small talk to distract her. I was looking at that street lamp. Not you. Mu Qianqian pointed randomly at something. That's a motorcycle lamp, not a street lamp. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she lightly tapped her forehead. Oh. Fu Sahan freed one hand to grasp her wrist. Stop tapping. Be careful not to make yourself even dimmer. You already struggle with clarity, and hitting your head won't help. Mu Qianqian felt a mix of shyness and annoyance, her cheeks turning as red as lanterns. Uncle, you're so mean. Always teasing me. Suddenly, Fu Sahan spoke. Get up. Let us switch places. Why? It's inconvenient for me to sit here. Believing him, Mu Qianqian stood and switched seats with Fu Sahan. After they switched, she noticed that the wind around her had significantly diminished, as if all the breeze had been blocked by her uncle's broad shoulders. Does your injury still hurt? Not anymore. At this moment, the sky had completely darkened, and Mu Qianqian shivered from the cold. The next instant, a warm coat draped over her, carrying the residual warmth of the man, shielding her from the chill. The coat bore a comforting scent of sandalwood, mingled with the unique masculine scent of hormones. Mu Qianqian paused for a moment, glancing up at the tall man beside her. Uncle, aren't you cold? Fu Sahan remained unperturbed. I'm warm. His warm, broad palm enveloped Mu Qianqian's hand completely. She lowered her head, her lips involuntarily curving upwards. She had discovered a secret about her uncle. He was a man of many contradictions. Once she had changed clothes, Aunt Lu from next door was summoned. Fu Sahan frowned tightly, pointing at the clothes she had just changed out of. Throw these rags away. Aunt Lu hesitated at the sight. Mr. Fu, such nice clothes, and you want to discard them? If I say to throw them away, then throw them. Seeing those ugly garments and that hideous hat reminded Fu Sahan of the young master of the Lu family. How could someone who flatters others' wives be a good person? Better to discard the clothes, out of sight, out of mind. All right, I'll take care of it right away. Mu Qianqian entered the bathroom to shower, humming a tune to mask the sound of the rushing water. After all, she was about to compete for the title of campus belle, and she wanted to seize the opportunity for the prize money, so she needed to practice diligently. After a shower, Mu Qianqian picked up a glass from the table and drank some milk. Were you practicing singing in the bathroom? Fu Sahan's voice came from behind her. Mu Qianqian nearly choked. almost spraying milk everywhere. Cough, cough, uncle, you could hear me. She thought the sound of water would drown her out, of course. I'm not deaf. Fu Sahan gazed at her adorably dazed expression and couldn't help but reach out to gently wipe away the milk stains at the corner of her mouth. Mu Qianqian felt embarrassed, wishing she could disappear and hide. If you want to practice singing, I'll take you to a recording studio tomorrow, where you can practice with professional equipment. Mu Qianqian's mouth fell open in astonishment, filled with both surprise and joy. Really? I can practice singing in the recording studio? Fu Sahan's deep voice carried a hint of amusement. When have I ever lied to you? Chapter 86. Distinguished guest Fu Sahan kept his promise and indeed took Mu Qianqian to the most professional recording studio in Beishur the next day. Many renowned singers had recorded here, and I've arranged for a teacher for you. Focus on your singing inside. Mu Qianqian nodded obediently. Goodbye, Uncle. Fu Sahan just then received a work-related phone call and stepped out of the recording studio to discuss business. A sunglasses-wearing female celebrity burst in, and upon seeing someone in the room, she immediately put on a displeased face. Wasn't this room reserved for me? Hurry up and get that person out. The staff, smiling apologetically, replied, Ms. Jin, I'm terribly sorry, but a distinguished guest had booked this room before you. Let me show you to another recording studio. But we cannot afford to offend this distinguished guest, of course not. Ms. Jin is currently the lead actress in a hit drama. How could we dare to look down on you? But the recording studio must adhere to the principle of first come, first served. Wouldn't you agree? The assistant retorted, what first come, first served? This recording studio has always been reserved for Ling Ling. How could an outsider use it? Take a good look in the mirror. Does she even compare? Who is that person inside? Jianling inquired. Seeing Mu Qianqian's appearance through the glass, a flash of jealousy crossed Jianling's eyes. Who is this woman? She's stunningly beautiful, yet I've never heard of her before. Could she be a newcomer? The assistant glanced inside and scoffed. She is probably some obscure nobody. Just look at how she dresses. It seems like she's trying to imitate your style. Jianling had always portrayed the innocent and pure flower type in numerous leading roles. But her true nature was far from that. It was all a facade. The woman in the recording studio, not only more exquisitely beautiful than her, radiated an aura so pure, she resembled a fawn untouched by the world. No matter how hard Jianling tried, she couldn't replicate that effect. The stark contrast between feigned innocence and genuine sweetness stirred a deep sense of crisis within Jianling. Find out who she is. The assistant replied, I'll ask around in the group. The assistant posted Mu Qianqian's photo in the group, inquiring if any agents recognized this newcomer. However, no one came forward to claim her. Who is she under? This face is destined for the entertainment industry. If she's not signed to a company yet, I'll sign her to ours and provide her with the best fashion and film resources. Is this a raw face? Confirm there's no editing? Whoever signs her will essentially be signing a money tree, right? With a face like that, it would be hard not to gain fame. The more the assistant scrutinized, the more grim their expression became. What good is being good-looking? To survive in this industry, you still need someone to support you. Just like our Ling Ling, who recently connected with the Cheng family's young master, potentially opening doors to endless resources and opportunities with renowned directors. If we can't find out more, she is probably too obscure, with no online presence at all. Singing so poorly, how dare she even attempt? Hearing the assistant's comments, Jianling felt much more at ease. No fame is good. It means there's no backing. A flower with no connections can be crushed under my finger. After standing for a while, Jianling felt her legs ache. How long must I wait? I have another appointment soon. If this delays my schedule, can you afford the loss? The assistant hurriedly helped her sit down and began to massage her shoulders. What are you still doing? Hurry up and get that person out. A few million in lost contracts. Are you going to cover that? The staff was caught in a dilemma. Unless he was seeking death, he wouldn't dare oppose the Fu family. Yet this celebrity was not someone he could contend with either. I'll go speak with the boss. Soon, the studio owner arrived. Jianling held her head high, adopting an arrogant posture. Your staff really lacks manners. I want to hold it against him this time, but I'm in a hurry. Clear this studio for me. She assumed the studio owner would side with her, given her status in the industry. After all, aside from a few top-tier actors, who could surpass her? However, to her surprise, the owner replied, I am sorry, Ms. Jin, but this recording studio has already been reserved for a distinguished guest. Please use another studio for now. What did you say? Jianling shrieked, her assistant quickly restraining her and reminding her to maintain her composure. Jian Ling coughed a couple of times, then affected a sugary voice. What distinguished guest? How is it that I have never heard of this individual? The boss wore a troubled expression, stating, I'm afraid we cannot disclose that information to you. Jian Ling, with a hint of insinuation in her voice, remarked, that woman, she can't possibly be one of yours. Can she? This statement sent a wave of cold sweat cascading down the boss's back. Did he dare to contest for a woman with that person? Had he lost his mind? Teacher Jian, one must be cautious with their words. Beware of inviting trouble, he cautioned. Jian Ling's face darkened, her anger simmering within. How dare a mere recording studio owner speak to her in such a manner? Were it not for the frequent visits of industry insiders, where any hint of discord could jeopardize reputations, Jian Ling would have erupted long ago. Ling, do not let anger consume you. Let us not stoop to his level. Jian Ling cursed under her breath a multitude of profanities, feeling frustrated. Let us leave. However, the soundtrack for the television drama had yet to be recorded. Without the best studio, she would rather forego the session altogether. Let them wait. Jian Ling stormed out of the recording studio, only to encounter a tall and striking figure approaching her direction. Her eyes instantly lit up, her heart racing wildly. Previously, she had caught a glimpse of a blurry side profile from Cheng Lin. Although the clarity was lacking, it was evident that the man possessed extraordinary looks. Rumor had it that he was the current head of the Fu family. In just one glance, Jian Ling was captivated by his innate nobility and commanding presence. Such a man was a born ruler. Despite the myriad constraints within the industry, if she were to accompany a man, it would be one who stood at the pinnacle of the elite circle. Jian Ling quickened her pace, sweetly exclaiming,